Eerie Encounters, Story of the Skinwalker Ranch. In 1994, an unsuspecting family made up of Terry Sherman, Gwen Sherman, and their kids purchased an abandoned ranch in the northeastern corner of Utah because of its low price. With the family's main source of livelihood being cattle, they were excited to have this huge 500-acre property that offered ample space for their cattle to roam around. Their newly purchased ranch, however, had a strange nickname. It was fondly called the Skinwalker Ranch by the locals. Built between the late 1800s and the early 1900s, the Skinwalker Ranch is built upon a land cursed by the Navajo tribes. The Utes, a Native American tribe, had a habit of capturing and selling other Native American tribes into slavery. So, when the Utes started rounding up the area where the Navajos lived, they were forced to move away from their land to escape enslavement. While fleeing from their land, the Navajos cursed their own land with the Skinwalker's curse, to punish the Utes who had tormented them. The Skinwalker Ranch was built on this cursed piece of land. In line with the legends, this curse would summon skinwalkers that would terrorize the people living on the cursed land. Within a few years after moving into the ranch, the original owners started noticing strangely huge predatory animals doing eerie things on the property. These events led to the property being abandoned before the Shermans bought it. An eventful first day. When the Shermans moved in, they fell in love with their house and the property, despite noticing strange things in it. They noticed that every window in the house had a deadbolt. Every door of the house had multiple locks on both sides. In the front and back sides of the house were huge pikes with massive chains that held guard dogs attached to them. It appeared as if the previous owner were extremely paranoid about something, did their best to safeguard themselves from this something. On their first day on the property, as the family were unloading things off their truck, Terry noticed a huge wolf calmly just walking toward them from the tree line. Terry and his family were used to protecting their cattle from predators around them, and thus, instead of getting scared, they got hold of their weapons and prepared themselves to confront this wolf. As the wolf walked closer, Terry was astounded by the wolf's size. It looked 3 times the size of the largest recorded wolf, but despite its humongous size, it appeared to be extremely calm and almost friendly. As the wolf walked closer and closer, the family were enchanted by it and went into a trance. The wolf calmly walked toward Terry's father, started rubbing on him like a pet dog, and started walking back. Its way back, it saw a calf peeking through the grills of its enclosure, and immediately pounced on it. The mouth of the wolf was so big that it completely covered the calf's head. The family were brought out of the trance by the calf's shout, and they immediately noticed a disgusting chemical odor around them. Terry's father immediately fired at the wolf with his rifle. It didn't seem to cause any harm to the wolf. To save the calf, Terry and his son started bludgeoning the wolf with the backside of an axe. It didn't budge and kept pulling the head of the calf as if it was trying to rip its head apart. As the family kept trying their best to ward off the wolf, it got bored of the calf and slowly walked away from the property as if nothing had happened. Out of rage, Terry fired at the wolf from his high-powered rifle, but the animal kept walking as if the bullet didn't even hit it. Instead of running back into the house, Terry and his son started following the wolf with their weapons. They decided to kill the massive creature as it posed a threat to their cattle. But the footsteps of the wolf stopped at a muddy ground as if it had magically disappeared. Although startled by this event, the family convinced themselves, saying that it was just a wolf, and tried to move on from the incident. A mild dose of peculiarity. During the first week in the house, Gwen started to believe that something was medically wrong with her. She felt that she had serious issues with her memory. There were 2 main events that made her believe this. A couple of days after moving in, Gwen returned home after getting groceries for the house. After putting away the groceries, Gwen went to her room to change her clothes. But when she returned back, she found the groceries back in the bags. Gwen clearly recalled putting the groceries away, but they were somehow back in the bag, so Gwen was completely caught off guard by this event and, despite thinking it over for over 20 minutes, couldn't come up with a valid explanation. The same day, Gwen grabbed her towel and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After a really long shower, Gwen stepped out of the shower only to find her towel missing. When she stepped out of the bathroom after drying herself with another towel, she noticed the missing towel hanging in a closet on the other side of the house. It was not just Gwen going through these things, as her husband Terry had something similar happen to him the same week. Terry was digging up holes with his digging device to make a new fence around the property. After digging up a few such holes, he left his equipment at the last dug hole and went back into the house to take a break. When Terry returned from his break, he noticed that his digging tool was missing. After completely searching the property, he finally found the 70-pound tool in a tree far away from the last dug hole. The heavy tool was hoisted up 70 feet on this tree. Terry was completely dumbfounded by this event, and just like Gwen, he wasn't able to come up with a logical explanation for this. By the end of the first week at their new house, Terry started noticing bright lights on the far end of their property at night. Terry initially thought these lights were headlights of the vehicles of the lost drivers, didn't pay too much attention to them. But as the lights kept appearing every night, he concluded that these were the torchlights of illegal hunters. So one night, Terry grew really frustrated with these supposed hunters, and rushed toward these lights. He did this with his gun to confront them. As he went closer and closer to the lights, he noticed that he kept retreating away from him. After retreating for quite some distance, Terry saw these lights ascend into the night sky and disappear. A strange flying mass. With the strange events continuing, the winter of 1994 arrived. While Terry was looking out for one of his cows, apparently a cow that had gone stray on an extremely chilly winter night, he noticed its footprints near the tree line where the giant wolf had previously appeared. When he followed the trail, he found that it had disappeared in the same muddy region where the footsteps of the giant wolf had disappeared previously. Before the winter ended, 4 more cows disappeared in a similar way. With his animals disappearing, Terry started patrolling his property at night to find out what was happening to his cattle. One night, Terry noticed a strangely shaped object with bright lights near the tree line. This object kept gently hovering 20 feet off the ground, and its lights were focused on the ground as if it were scanning it. When Terry slightly moved to take a better look at this object, he accidentally broke a twig, made an extremely minute sound. The moment this twig broke, the lights of this object turned off, and within a few minutes, just like the lights Terry had seen before, it ascended into the sky and disappeared. From bad to worse. By the spring of '95, things moved from bad to worse for Terry and his family. The disappearing cattle started reappearing in random locations after a random interval of time. Although these reappearing cows were alive, they had surgically precise cuts on them. Some of their parts were missing. Also, the family started noticing strange humanoid figures with expressionless faces walking around their property at night. At times, these figures would walk right through the windows and peek into their houses with their featureless faces, thus creeping out the family. To keep themselves away from these figures, the family completely covered the windows and deadbolted them. Although they covered the windows to keep themselves hidden, they heard these figures scratch the windows and communicate within themselves in nonsensical language. These events became so predominant that the family could barely sleep at night. As a result, the grades of the kids plummeted. Gwen became delusional, which led to her losing her job at the bank. The appearance of light orbs. One night when Terry was sitting on his front porch with his rifle, he noticed an orange light orb appear in the distance. Terry lifted up his rifle and saw through his scope to get a magnified view of the orb. Through the scope, he saw multiple dark humanoid figures that roamed around his property at night. They were crawling out of this oval-shaped orb. In the middle of this orb, he saw something that resembled the blue sky. These humanoid figures crawled out of this orb and disappeared into the tree line. After all these figures crawled out, the orb disappeared. The next night onwards, Terry and his family started seeing blue orbs around their property at night. It emitted a strong sense of anxiousness. Tall, featureless, humanoid figures crawled out of these orbs and glued themselves to the windows of the house. Despite the obscurity piling up, the family persisted to stay in the house. But they did decide to leave the place when their dogs were turned to ashes by one of these orbs. Shermans sell the ranch. One night when one of these orbs appeared, the family's 3 guard dogs started barking at it. The orb seemed to retreat from the dogs, and the dogs kept chasing it. That's when it finally retreated to the forest. The dogs followed it. A few minutes later, Terry heard his dog squeal in pain. After a few more minutes, the sound just abruptly stopped. As the dogs didn't return, Terry and his son headed out into the forest in search of their dogs. Inside the forest, they saw 3 circular piles of ashes. These were the ashes of their dogs. This was the tipping point, and the family decided to sell their property. A billionaire named Robert Bigelow, who was obsessed with investigating the paranormal, he bought the Skinwalker Ranch from Terry after he heard the strange sounds surrounding it. Robert had a group of highly renowned, skeptic scientists, you could say. They wrote a word that's not skeptic. That's kind of funny. So we had a group of these people, scientists, to research and investigate the paranormal that made up this ranch. The headquarters and his crew were all there. Robert hired Terry as the manager of this ranch, and thus, despite selling it, Terry continued taking care of the ranch. Robert's crew witnesses the paranormal. Robert's crew did a couple search around the property to find logical explanations for Terry's claims. Also, they did a thorough mental checkup on the family to make sure that they were mentally stable. They weren't able to find any hallucinants. Hallucinants? Is that a word? Well, nonetheless, they weren't able to find any hallucinants or logical explanations for these claims. The tests proved that the family were mentally stable, and the crew slowly started to believe that Terry and his wife were not making it up. One day, while tagging the newly born calves, Terry and his wife Gwen saw the guard dog that accompanied them snarl at something. When they turned to see what it was, they saw a freshly tagged calf dissected with only its head and legs remaining. The calf was cut with surgical precision. There was no blood around the place. So, Terry and some of the researchers started scanning the property to find the case of the calf's dissection. During their inspection, they found a huge humanoid wolf creature perched on like a tree in the tree line. Terry immediately started firing at the figure, and it disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a sort of disgusting chemical stench. This odor resembled the one left behind that huge wolf had that visited the property during Terry's first day. One other night, while 2 of the researchers were walking around, they saw an orange orb, and what they saw inside it matched exactly what pretty much Terry told them. They saw dark humanoid creatures crawl out of it and run toward them. As the duo crouched down in fear, these creatures ran into the forest. These researchers ran back into the house in horror, and they left Robert's crew the very next day. After studying the ranch for a really long time, Robert's skeptic group of scientists confirmed that there was something indeed eerie about this property. They found that multiple things in the property were highly magnetized. They couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Also, orbs, lights, and obscure events were ever present on the property. The crew collected multiple video and photo evidence to support that. Many believe that this is the most trustworthy instance of paranormal activity. And that is a slightly different retelling, but I've definitely read that story before. I'm sure you guys know. But is longer better or shorter better? What do you guys like? I am in the comments. I am here. I am a person. See ya. A haunting on the Padma River Island. Both my parents were living in Canada when COVID happened. I was 19 in high school and living with my maternal grandparents, mostly to take care of them. When COVID became big in April 2020 and all the schools and colleges were closed, we moved away from the city to avoid the possibility of them becoming, infected. The house that we moved to was situated on a river island in the middle of the Padma River. And when I say that it was isolated, I mean it was isolated. The river was shaped like a boomerang. Its northwest arm was about 4 miles long, older. It was about 30 years above water level. That was the part that we lived in. That portion had other inhabitants and a few trees. There was a village about 50 people at least, 3 miles to the north. Everyone in that village had boats because the island was pretty much underwater. A lot of monsoons. They lived on the boats, but all the trees, it was all small shrubbery. Some occasional bamboo groves. Occasionally 5 tall palm trees visible across the whole island. Most of that whole side of the island there, it's covered in grass. It's at least as tall as I was at that time. The southern side of the island was 2 miles long. It was new. It was mostly still exposed white sand. It had barely been there for about a year. Nobody lived there. The house we were moving into was an old tin shed house built on tall stilts. It was built in 2013. It was 1 story, and despite requiring significant renovation when we moved in, its layout was modern. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 to the south, sharing a long balcony, and 1 on the east with a large window. One of the southward and the east ones had attached bathrooms. They were connected to a common dining space that had a kitchen, common bathroom, and a window to the north. The door and the patio were to the west. All the doors were made of steel. I took the eastern room, and my grandparents settled in the southern room with the attached bathroom. When we moved in, we had people redo the paint job for us. Bought a small generator for electricity. So, my grandfather had suffered a stroke in 2018, had diminished strength on the left side of his body. He could walk, take baths, and use the toilet himself, but he needed help getting dressed and somebody to hold his hand when outdoors. He also showed some early signs of dementia. My grandmother's feet would swell up painfully if she walked too much. We also got a housekeeper. That was because as soon as the schools would open, my high school graduation exams were supposed to start. I needed to study and prepare for that. She was a young, mid-20s woman from a small village to the north. Her husband left for the city, and then stopped picking up her calls. She had no formal education beyond 5th grade and needed money to support herself. Whatever supernatural forces had been attached to this whole place, they seemed to be targeting her. She faced the most violent and mentally degrading of the supernatural phenomenon that happened in the house. She told me about it because we got along quite well, being close in age. I'll try my best to remember them all and convey them, but know that a lot more happened with her than I can really divulge here. The first incident actually happened when we first moved in. My grandparents were already asleep in their bed. They went to bed around 9 p.m. The housekeeper hadn't arrived yet. I was struggling to fall asleep in a new place. Around 1 a.m. I heard some noise coming from below. It sounded like somebody was hitting the stilts with sticks. My first thought was, well, maybe they just brought a lot of new furniture. Maybe they were loading into the house. This is maybe just the house settling into that new load. But the sound was regular. It was very clearly sounding like something being hit over and over again. I started to wonder if the structure was starting to collapse. Took a flashlight and went outside to check. By the time I walked down the stairs, the sound stopped. When I shone the flashlight under the house, there was nothing there. Afterwards, when our housekeeper arrived at the house in the middle of May, I was studying in my room. My grandparents had gone to sleep. Around 11 p.m., I saw someone or something dark standing in the dining space. Not sensibly. My first thought was that it's maybe a new housekeeper, something like that. But this was almost as tall as the ceiling. It was as broad as a door. The housekeeper was 5'0", very skinny. When I realized this and looked back at it, I saw it moving fast toward the window, loudly tipping over a chair in its way. The window has bars, by the way, so it wouldn't be able to simply just jump out. I ran into the dining room, turned on the light, but there was nothing there. Housekeeper came out of her room to check, but I told her I accidentally tipped it. Didn't scare her away on the first night. I still regret saying that to her. After that, things started happening around the house. I'd sometimes see shadow people out of the corner of my eyes. Strange noises like people talking outside with words I didn't understand. But when I check, nobody's ever there. I'd hear my name being called from outside nearly every night. Something would touch me when I'm studying or trying to sleep. Sometimes our generator would randomly shut down. It was probably just a mechanical failure. There's nothing being thrown around, but the presence seemed to do way more aggressive things to her housekeepers. She'd hear the voices provoking her with insults about her situation, like her inability to bear children. Her food would get covered in ants if she left it alone for even 5 minutes, especially like the rest of the house didn't even have an ant. Sometimes she'd feel as if something pierced her skin, only to find the spot in her skin hot and red, as if she'd been scratching there. There might be insect bites, but in context, I'm inclined to believe that they're not. Sorry to interrupt, but you just mentioned the ants. And where I am, there's only fire ants, so... Sorry. One time she got locked into her room from the outside, and after that she didn't really feel safe in her room at night. She tried to spend some time elsewhere around the house. She couldn't quit because apparently she had nowhere else to go. After her husband left, a bunch of men from the village forced her out of her house and took it for themselves, stating that a childless young woman without a husband to accompany her would create chaos in the community. That's dumb. Nearly nothing happened with my grandparents. My grandma was quite pious. She insisted faith, Allah, kept them safe. Kept really bad things from happening. Seemed to only be working for her and Grandpa. When monsoon came in July, the river island flooded completely. Water rose to the 5th step leading up to the house. Their house was completely surrounded from all sides by rushing water. My grandparents bought a motorboat for commune. I was the only one who used it. It was because the housekeeper stayed home in case of emergency. One evening at about 6 p.m., I was bringing groceries and petrol from the generator by the motorboat. That's when some vegetables dropped by the boat, or rather from the boat. I leaned over the water to pick it up and I heard a splash. I felt that something had climbed onto the boat. I was going to turn to look, but I was hit with an intense feeling of wrongness. Slowly turned my head and out of my periphery, I saw that something black in coloration was sitting on the other end of the boat from me. In this case, 12 or so feet away from me. Kept my eyes down, avoiding eye contact, waited for it to vanish. It didn't. Couldn't see it, but I had the distinct feeling that it was looking at me. After a while, I reached out, turned on the motor of the boat, hoping, but just didn't. I managed to steer the boat to the house all the while not looking at it and jumped into the water 15 or so feet from the stairs. When I got onto the stairs and looked back, it was gone. wound up dragging the motorboat back in and took the groceries and petrol. That night something banged on my window. Shouldn't have been possible because it was open water on the other side. The window's at least 6 feet above the water level. One night around midnight on September of 2020, I found the housekeeper's room door was open. I went in to chat and she wasn't there. Looked around for her in the house, but found the front door open instead. When I came out, I found that there was a clear trail of flattened grass. It was as if something heavy, like an elephant or buffalo, went through there. There's no way that her tiny housekeeper flattened that much grass while moving, and she certainly didn't look like an elephant or a buffalo. I followed it anyway and came to the newer southern side of the river island about 200 yards away from the house. There I found that her housekeeper was walking off into the white sand, seemingly sleepwalking. I got to her, shook her to wake her up. When she did, she started crying, saying that she won't go back to the house. She had walked out in clothes that she'd slept in, folded up like, doti lungi. Don't know how to say that exactly, but it's like a blouse. September in Bangladesh isn't really conducive to sleeping with a lot of clothes on, especially in a tin shed house. And for modesty's sake, she came back. But she laid on the floor of the room that day and got up and went back to her own room before my grandparents woke up at dawn. The next day, while she was doing her usual chores again, no talk of leaving the house. Winter came along and it got even more intense. Nearly every time I looked outside, I saw figures in the fog standing around the house. Every night I went to sleep, I could feel something standing to my bed, and it's just hot and humid with its breath on me. There would be hot spots all over the house, even in the winter. They'd move around, and sometimes when I'm cocooned up in my blanket, something would tug the blanket down a bit to expose my face. Sometimes I'd hear very loud and clear conversation in a language I didn't even recognize inside the room. Once I saw a disembodied hand resting on my desk, which vanished as I approached it. In December, I was going from the house to a nearby village on bicycle. Around 10 or 11 in the morning, and halfway there, the bicycle suddenly got really heavy. It started shaking as if I'm riding over uneven rocks. Keep in mind that, river islands don't usually have any sort of rocks on them. I was riding a Hero Classic bicycle. There's not much in the bicycle frame could cause that either. I eventually fell down after a while. Things got even worse for her housekeeper. She'd often experience sleep paralysis and feel something groping her. When working around the house, she'd usually wear a sari. Her sari would be tugged loose as she's working around the house and led to pretty embarrassing moments. She'd wake up in the morning to find all the clothing in her possession inexplicably wet in the middle of winter. Sometimes she'd be locked in the bathroom from the outside. When she went in, Sometimes she'd be locked in the bathroom from the outside when she went in, apparently. There was an incident where she was cutting fish. That's when she started to feel numb and she was unable to move. She almost fell onto the body, or a knife, I don't know how to say that. She did a lot of things to avoid being a victim of these forces, like bathing outside in the river. But things seemed to follow her, and as soon as night fell, they'd torment her, whichever room that she might be in. Once she was bathing in the river, and a large black buffalo came to the bank and simply stared at her. When she tried to get up from the water, I'd charge her. Stood at that riverbank until around 9 p.m. before walking away. She was shaking from the cold when she came back that night. My grandma would constantly pray. It seemed to work for her and Grandpa. It even quieted things down momentarily for me. It didn't have any effect on her housekeeper. At one point, I think her housekeeper wasn't here for the shelter or money, but to simply spite whatever's in the house. In April of 2021, her housekeeper announced that she'd gotten a trail of her husband. That's a weird way to say that. So, she took her things and left. Things became much less aggressive after that. I'd see things from the corner of my eyes now and then. The occasional touch on the arm when I'm sitting on the table. Once heard something heavy and loudly fall on the floor. Dashed around thinking maybe my grandparents fell down. Nothing was amiss. I left that house 4 months after that. Never experienced paranormal things of that nature again. I did experience unexplainable things. I felt very different from whatever's in the house. Randomly saw the housekeeper again last year in November. We talked, and apparently the supernatural never followed her around. But her life has been on a downward spiral since then. Gave her some money before going on with my life. What do you think about this? The house had sat empty ever since my grandpa built it, so there's no history there. The land's also very new. Why would a spirit target a singular person brutally like that? I do not have the answer for that. And my comment is not very ghost-related. So we go to more ghost-related content. Next. I accidentally conjured an evil spirit that tormented me and my family for 3 years. Growing up in a Christian household, I knew the battle between good and evil existed in our world, whether we saw it or not. Going to church and Sunday school every week, I was taught about the Word of God and how He wants to have us live. But in Sunday school, I was never taught that my faith would make me a target for several demonic spirits that would eventually attack me and my family for 3 years. What started as an evil spirit attaching itself to me eventually culminated into 2 separate events. The first event is a situation that won't be included in this story. I have to sort of cram it. I'll try to make the retelling of my story as quick as I can. But the basic gist of the first event was a situation where the entity that followed me everywhere ended up physically attacking several of my classmates at my friend's birthday party. The second event being in my church, where my sister was maliciously attacked by an unseen force. She was pinned to the floor by members of her church as they prayed over her in a large group. That I will explain, for it was the event that ended a series of intense spiritual battles that overtook my family's life. In 2014, my family, along with 11-year-old me, resided in Tucson, Arizona for a job opportunity that my father was given to start a new business. Our original home is in Colorado, where I was born and raised. We needed a scene change in our lives, so we left the Rocky Mountains and landed in the desert. Needless to say, I never got used to the number of cacti I saw wherever I turned. Come spring break, my family took a trip to Avondale, Colorado to visit my cousins. Gotta love plural for cactus. The house my cousins stayed in was quite literally in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but open fields and corn stalks. The nearest neighboring house was half a mile down the dirt road. As if my cousin's house wasn't creepy enough, it was so far out in the country in the nighttime, it was like especially dark. I always remembered having an uneasy feeling about the property itself. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful house, not to mention its huge size. It has 2 floors, including a basement and a modern layout with a cement exterior. The house was so big and so isolated you'd be able to see the house driving several miles away. My cousins were the only family to have lived on the property, so any possibility of deaths on the land was out of the question. The house my cousins lived in had no conceptual reasoning to be as creepy as it was. It wasn't until one night my cousins and I were about to go to bed. My cousin Savannah told me why she didn't like sleeping in her room at night. Every few nights she would see a little girl standing on the edge of her bed and stare at her. Just the thought of that scared the shit out of me. Couldn't blame her for not wanting to sleep in her room. As a matter of fact, Savannah had taken the opportunity to sleep in the living room while we were visiting. Me, Savannah, and her friend Taylor, we all huddled up in the living room and treated it like a fun little sleepover. When Savannah told us she was seeing that little girl, we ended up staying on the topic of, scary stories and things like that. This was when Taylor told the story of Courtner Road, a story that would soon become very personal to my life. Courtner Road is an actual road that sat about 10 minutes away from the house, and where legend spreads that a man went crazy in the house and he lived in with his family. The old man savagely murdered his wife, son, and daughter, skinned the family dog. The old man was so out of his mind he hung his daughter's body in a tree branch that hangs over Courtner Road so everybody who drove past could see it. In a fit of rage, the old man lit his house on fire. Now all that remains on the property is the outline of destroyed walls and a basement. Taylor and Savannah told me they'd both gone to the property at some point and confirmed that all that's left standing there are the remains of fire that burned the house down. At some point I asked if anything had happened to them as they went to the property. They responded with a list of things that people they knew had experienced in the past, and, when they went, things like still seeing the little girl in the pink dress hanging in the tree and her father tied her to it. Or maybe seeing the family's white dog chasing away from the property. But the worst one for me was seeing a tall man in a black cloak showed itself to the people that visited and continued to haunt them in the future. But knowing these were just stories to freak me out, I passed them off. Eventually we stopped freaking each other out and fell asleep. Savannah and Taylor slept on the only 2 couches in the living room, leaving me to sleep on the carpet floor with a blanket and a pillow in front of the couch Savannah was laying on. Around 12 in the morning, I'd woken up from a heavy sleep. Everyone else was sleeping as well. Savannah snoring, Taylor stretched across the couch in a way that's sure to give her back problems when she wakes in the morning. I sat up from the floor and peered into the kitchen to look at the time in the oven. Sure enough, it was only a few minutes past 12. I looked around the house as I sat on the floor wide awake. The weirdest part is that I didn't even feel uneasy, or that somebody was watching me. It wasn't until I looked toward the foyer and saw him standing there. My heart sank to my stomach as my brain connected the dots. Standing in the center of the foyer, in the front of the main entrance, was the figure of the tallest man I've ever seen in my life. Abnormally tall. He was so tall he was hunching over and stared directly at the floor. I was unable to see his facial features as he continued to stare at the ground. I even contemplated in my mind and was making out what I was seeing. But the more I stared at him, the more real he became. His entire body was covered in black, with a hood that sagged over his head almost as if he were the perfect embodiment of the Grim Reaper. His clothes made him look almost cartoonish, with his hands at his sides as he continued to stare directly at the floor. When it became clear that's what I was staring at, a coldness flowed through with a sensation as if the blood in my veins had turned to ice. I quickly tucked my head under the covers, hoping that whatever was standing there just wouldn't notice that I saw it. But it became clear that it wasn't tacked towards me. The voice of a man spoke through the blanket and into my ears as his lips were speaking directly above my head. Speaking in a language that sounded like gibberish. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I knew in my heart that his intent was to hurt me. I could feel it. It took strength out of me to snap out of it and to scream for Savannah to wake up. Several times I screamed for her, each time getting louder and more urgent. But the third time I shouted, the voice above me had stopped. I heard Savannah's groggy voice asking what I needed. Quickly hopped onto the couch beside her and cried as I told her and Taylor what had just happened to me. I didn't leave the couch for the whole night, didn't even go back to sleep. I sat in shock and fear, watching television, waiting for the sun to come up. I didn't experience anything supernatural again until we had gone back home to Arizona. To sum up the next few months of my life, I began needing to have white noise playing while I went to sleep, or I'd hear the voice of a tall man calling my name over and over again. I also slept with my closet light on because I was scared of being surrounded by complete darkness in the circumstance. The worst nights were when I'd wake up and feel my bed mattress vibrating and breathing. For years, the entity continued to make its presence known, not only at night, but even throughout the day. Daytime was when I'd notice shadow figures running around my house. I had confirmation that I wasn't just making it up because my dog Harley would react when I was seeing them, either by growling at the figures or following them where they'd run off to. Flash forward about a year later to my mom and dad, and they're deciding to get a divorce. My mom took me and my sister Jessica back to Colorado where all of our family reside. This time we moved to Colorado Springs, stayed with a family friend until we had enough money to get a place for us to stay. By this point, my sister had been tested and diagnosed with PNES, post-non-epileptic seizures, a mental illness that the spirits that followed me would soon take advantage of and target my sister. Being extremely financially unstable, not knowing if we would find a place to live while battling my father in court for custody of me and Jessica, my mother had a lot on her plate, and that was the perfect opportunity for the entity to strike. What started out as convulsions, Jessica's seizures soon turned violent. When Jessica had an episode, she began screaming for help and crying in agony. There was pain on her face. Jessica would explain to her mother that during these episodes she would see several shadow figures surrounding her, holding her down and whispering horrendous words that threatened her. Jessica was being oppressed by several demonic spirits, and her mental health took a toll. At the age of 16, Jessica had attempted suicide more than once. Her doctor was convinced that she was showing signs of schizophrenia. She was eventually sent to several different psychiatric hospitals throughout the next few months. In the short amount of time that we'd have Jessica home with us, we would attempt to go to church every Sunday. But as expected, Jessica's episodes would become more intense and violent than ever. Her episodes got so bad we would need to leave halfway through the service. My mom, desperate for help, would cry on the way back home. The grace of going to church had been stripped from us. My sister was persistent to try to return to church as much as she could. But the day that all hell broke loose was when Jessica stayed for an entire service. When the service had ended, Jessica almost immediately collapsed to the floor and slipped into another episode. A member of our church and close family friend, Wayne, had quickly run to Jessica on the floor to help her. Wayne wasn't prepared when an unseen force had attacked my sister as she lied in his arms. Jessica screamed the most painful and blood-curdling scream I've ever heard. A scream that I'll never forget either. She was sobbing for someone to help her. The attention of a group of church members quickly rushed over to Jessica and saw what was happening to her. It didn't take them long to surround Jessica like a swarm of bees, placing their hands on her and prayed in a powerful way I've never seen before. Several church members began speaking in tongues, holding her to the floor as Jessica wailed and struggled to push them off of her. This episode continued for at least 10 minutes before Jessica had become unconscious and lied limp in Wayne's arms. A few minutes more of praying went by, and Jessica had finally regained consciousness. She cried about what had happened, and she was embarrassed, but most of all, she was crying tears of joy that their prayer had stopped and, this whole attack on her. That was the last time Jessica's seizures were like that. She still has seizures to this day, but they've transitioned back to the convulsions that she had when they first started. And eventually, so did the experiences that pursued on to me at night. It wasn't until recently when I was talking to my mother about my experiences as a child when I realized that they had stopped the day of Jessica's last episode in the church. That's when I knew it was important for me to tell this story, for people to understand that evil in this world exists and how serious of an issue it is. Over the last few years, I've researched as much as I could to gain some sort of an understanding of the events that occurred in my life. I had stumbled upon the Cortner Road story several times in articles. The legend stays the same, but with more research, I found out the real story of what happened on Cortner Road. The tale everybody hears now was made during the era of the Satanic Panic in the 1970s and 80s. A man who actually knew the family on Cortner Road personally made a statement that the old man and his wife died in the house due to natural causes in the 60s. Their children are alive and well to this day. The rumors and stories of the old man killing his family led to trespassers on the property. They'd conjure up spirits of what they thought was a family that died there. It was caught wind, the house was set on fire, destroyed to stop people from sneaking onto the property and the things they were doing there. Finding this information has only made me sort of warier of what haunts the property on Cortner Road. I've never ever been on the property before, but whatever it was, we gave recognition to the night I saw the tall man followed and traumatized me for 3 years of my life. Whether it was what haunts the actual property or not, the entity manifested itself as the idea created in the minds of naive kids. We invited something that we could not handle, and that is the message the world needs to hear. Anyone else grow up surrounded by the paranormal? For the vast majority of my childhood, my family's been very near to, and I'll explain this, or within haunting circumstances. When I say haunting, what I mean is the stuff that always had very little to no explanation from a realistic perspective. And though I've gone back to and tried to get the evidence, we had of this stuff at the time at least. It was many years ago and I can't seem to find it. I hope anybody enjoys reading the story. It is all truth and none of this is fiction. That said, you're welcome to believe what you want. To preface this, I want to mention this. I have 3 siblings that I grew up with. I am the middle child with an older brother and a younger sister and another brother, the youngest of the 4 of us. I personally believe that children, most especially the ages 5 to 10, have a very acute sense of the paranormal. Some of you may know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like a sixth sense where you can walk into a room and it has an energy about it. Sometimes not even paranormal. For example, I've walked into a friend's home before, and the moment I stepped in the doorway, I was overwhelmed with a feeling of goodwill and happiness. This was weird, because despite feeling very neutral the entire walk over, I felt that happy. And I have experienced the opposite, where I've walked into my own home and suddenly I'm overwhelmed with a feeling of complete dread, danger, and like I'm being watched. A feeling that remains constant, becomes normal to you if you live in a haunted home. This sense definitely starts to dissipate as you grow older, more distracted with life, however. When I was 7, give or take, we had moved in with my mom's boyfriend. He was the kind of person to befriend many of the neighbors, mostly because he was out of his garage every night playing music and drinking. Surrounding people were like-minded. One such neighbor lived just across the street adjacent to us. Gotten pretty close with their son. We'll call him T. I spent a lot of time at their house, and it had before described constant feelings of dread. Unbeknownst to me at the time, their house was constantly getting activity. It was causing problems with T's parents, I believe. His mom was fixated on it and constantly recording the home and audio. I guess she was obsessive. T's dad was a military man and more of a skeptic. I guess they clashed about this often. She had a lot of EVPs and recordings of their dog reacting to activity. The most convincing of which was a video of her in bed woken up by the dog growling at the hallway. Her dog's behavior kept escalating to barking and just going crazy. In the video, she reaches for a handgun, think in the nightstand. Then you can hear in a low growling male voice say, Are you ready? She stopped showing us the video here, so I suppose that's all she had captured this night. But for the most part, I never experienced anything in the house beyond what she showed us. But one night, T was over with his fam, and T, my younger brother, and I agreed to head back to his house to grab some toys or something. I can't remember. It's nearly dark outside, but it's just across the street, so no big deal. The house, however, is almost completely dark. We go to his room with limited visibility, and once inside, T begins telling us that sometimes while he's sleeping, he can hear somebody running around in the attic above his room. The attic door is just above his bed. The moment he finishes his sentence, as if on cue, it sounds like something heavy and loud starts sprinting through his attic. Needless to say, we ran out of the house, and they eventually had someone, I'm not sure if it was a priest or what, cleanse the house and do a walkthrough with a family member and also my mom. I remember it was difficult for them, but mostly I remember a story my mom still recites to this day. When we were doing the walkthrough, they eventually arrived at T's room, where she said the energy was the darkest and the most dreadful for her. As she begins to cleanse this particular room, T's mom says something like, "I'm gonna hurl." My mom, clear as day over her shoulder, can hear the same growling male voice say, "Good." She said that she could feel that whatever it was took pleasure in their pain. And for this house particularly, I'll be straight up. I didn't live in it. There's not much to say about it besides what's here. However, when my mom and her boyfriend broke up, we moved out and into our very own haunted house. I have a lot of stories from this house. It's not a very remarkable home. It's not a very creepy home. The gecko agrees. Just a regular house in a suburban lower middle class neighborhood. But we lived here for quite some time, and the activity was like daily. Daily is spelled D-A-I-L-Y, by the way. That's nuts. Nothing that went on there was explainable. Nothing. And to start, when we moved in, the backyard was pretty crappy with no grass and weeds everywhere. Wooden patio on the side of the house, concrete at one on the back. In the concrete patio was the name Sarah with a heart drawn around it, presumably done when the concrete was still wet. I began to have a lot of dreams of who I thought was this girl Sarah. She wore a white gown and had dark hair. I was about 9 at this time. Didn't think much of it until my mom mentioned that she's been having similar dreams. Once we had the house fully furnished, all of my siblings and I had rooms upstairs. I shared the largest room with my younger brother. This room had the most activity. It would kind of branch out into the house, with this room being the worst. Started having very vivid, terrible nightmares here, my family being killed in the night in unexplainable ways while I could do nothing. The one I remember the best was all of them being suffocated by vines that grew out of our beds while I was the only one awake and being restrained by said vines. Started to remedy this by listening to music while sleeping. After several nights of music, my younger brother started complaining to my older brother. I needed to stop singing at night. One night my older brother came in and woke me up and told me to stop singing. I hadn't been using the music this night. I told him I wasn't, and he said he could hear it from his room. Thought this was odd because I'd barely been falling asleep when he came in and was still conscious enough to know if I was singing. When he left the room, my younger brother from his bed said, "Who were you talking to?" I told him, which he said, "You never came in my room, silly." I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and there was another time my mom promised that she'd buy me a game if I cleaned my room that night, which was good enough for me. I remember that the entire time I was cleaning, the immense feeling of dread and I was being watched. It was suffocating. I took frequent breaks. It was too much. Complained to my mom, and surprisingly she understood. Everybody in the house had been having similar experiences. She shrugged it off, nonetheless, told me to stop if I wanted to. If it wasn't done, she wouldn't buy me the game. I was committed, so I continued, and after the conversation, while I was cleaning alone in my room, something told me in a shrill, deep, almost demonic voice to get out. I went to my mom, told her what happened. She told me to stop for the night, out of concern, sort of. The nightmare still continued in this room, and I began to lose sleep for many nights in a row. I was stressed, but soon my older brother was moving out and I'd have his room. I was kind of relieved at the thought of this. Before he moved out, there was another incident wherein I watched the movie The Ring with him downstairs. When we finished it, he was going to watch the second one. And for some reason, he never disclosed that he really didn't want me to see it with him. He sent me upstairs, where I sat in the loft playing Mario Kart on the Wii, and that feeling returned. It's unmistakable, very clearly different from the feeling of being creeped out. You know something is there with you because its intensity is so much higher. I complained to my brother 3 separate times now that I didn't want to be upstairs alone right now. He didn't listen. After the last time, I came back upstairs and the bathroom light, fan, and shower were all on. I didn't even turn them off. I was just too scared. I sat on the stairs waiting for the movie to end. At this point, a lot of us kids I mean, kind of lived in fear of our own home, and tensions were high. We were always on edge. I got into frequent arguments with my older brother, and I developed general anxiety disorder. I was up several days in a row to a week because of the insomnia. I'm probably 13 at this point. There are many more trace little incidents, but I can't cover them all, just the major ones. Eventually, my brother moved out, and I took his room. My mom took her old room with her new fiancé and used the master bedroom downstairs as an office. My younger brother temporarily shared with his younger sister, and now my mom had the nightmare room. She has several stories of whispering and the cats acting very strange, but one always stood out to me. So one night she's asleep and she hears something open the door, then feels a weight pressed down on the bed by her feet like somebody sat down on it. She assumed it was one of her cats until she heard heavy breathing. She said that she was too scared to open her eyes right away, but eventually she did and nothing was there. The weight on the bed suddenly lifted and she woke up, and now my stepdad asked if he'd just experienced what she did and what he had. I had developed a very serious fear, probably from anxiety, that somebody was going to break in the house, and my insomnia only got worse because of it. I'd stay up sometimes 4 days in a row and just stare at the light from under my door. Sometimes I'd sit at the door afraid that somebody would try and open it. Often I saw shadows move in the slit under the door, but it could have just been my mind, you know. I attribute my mental state at the time in part to the house, whatever was in it. You'd have to be and live in it for years to understand. Whatever it was not friendly, and it did not want us there. It never became content with us being there at all. I've since revisited the house after accidentally sending mail to it and spoke with the people who live there now. They seemed very on edge and would only open the door a sliver to talk to me. Wonder if this is what we were like when we lived there. Our winter trip to the cabin. Me and 4 other friends had been working hard at our small community college. We wanted something to do over winter break. We ended up finding a cute little cabin on a lake up near Orient, Maine. After much fuss from our parents, we put our money down and started getting ready for a road trip. Keep in mind, this was before the shift from MapQuest to the common use of GPS and TomToms. Before my cell phone was attached to my hip, you could say. We found directions on MapQuest, set off on our first taste of freedom in a while. We packed into my friend's small red Acura. We drove the 8+ hours from Connecticut after our last college course around 2 p.m. Looking back on this, It was a horrid idea to pack 5 kids into a small car in the middle of winter and drive in the northern states. It was cold and dreary the whole ride up. That wet and cold that sticks to you. The driver, we're going to call him Jay, was in love with his Acura. He had very strict rules for driving, gassing it up, and stopping. So we settled into the car for a long stretch of driving and blasted some music to pass the time. Further north we got, the music, the roads just became. Or rather, further north we got, the weather, the roads became. The further north we got, the weather the roads became. I said that 3 times, but that's what they wrote. Neighbor dog, beautiful. So, we became very nervous about icing. The further you get up into mid-Maine, the further the distances between exits and no lights. Just the moon and the stars. Looming pine forests line the 2-lane highway. It's a sparsely populated area. Tiny little towns miles off the highway peppering the landscape. Because of this, we agreed to make one long food stop only. For dinner, delicious Taco Bell. Before heading into a more desolate area. During dinner, I made the rookie mistake of getting a giant Sprite, but made sure to use the bathroom before we left. We continued on into the night. Infrequently, I spotted glimmers of light from little homes and towns passed from the passenger seat after a couple of hours. There came a point I really had to pee, and when I mention it, it's usually at like the last minute. It was an imminent nuclear-level disaster, if we didn't stop soon at least. There were no signs for a gas station on any of the last 10 exit signs for the past 40 minutes. I was ready to pull over on the side of the road. It was beyond painful. My friend driving was paranoid and refused. He said something didn't feel right. It doesn't feel safe to stop. Now, I'm usually very good with sensing strangeness, but I was so distracted by my body mechanics that I didn't give a shit. Pressed my eyes shut, drummed my hands and fingers, just started singing with the music and pleading to whatever could hear me, anything to help distract me. As if the universe heard my plea and I manifested it myself, the next exit had a small sign for a locally owned gas station. Perfect. After a little bit of protest, I let Jay know his car would soon be baptized in my urine. We pulled off and drove another 10 damned minutes until we pulled up to this tiny, I'm talking 500 square foot max, dimly lit and decrepit gas station. Nothing surrounded us for miles. There was a large paved area that surrounded this small building, seemingly to make it easier for larger trucks with small trailers to pull around the back. A dumpster sat at the back left by the trees. No lights in the parking lot, just light from the silver of the waxing moon. Inside the shop were 2 green fluorescent lights. They barely reached the 2 old pumps outside. It seemed like the darkness was encroaching on the sickly-looking gas station, ready to swallow it. The moonlight didn't seem to touch it. The creepy feeling we had all started to talk about was getting stronger. We chalked it up to unfamiliar territory, and the fact that it was dead of winter in the middle of the night. I teleported out of the passenger seat and inside, barely getting out the word bathroom. That's when the tired middle-aged attendant slowly reached for the keys and tossed them to me, not saying a word, just sort of crooking his hand and pointing to the outside corner of the small building. It was in the dark to the back of the building. My stomach got that quick anxiety pang. I strongly remember having such an uneasy feeling about going back there. As I ran back out the door, he demanded everybody come back and stand outside to wait for me. For safety and company. My boyfriend obliged, and the others understandably stayed in the car. I rounded the corner, and as I did, a brief double take as I saw someone standing by the dumpster. Just a dark figure. The moonlight reflected off their desk, short hair and what looked to be fur-lined coat. The urge to pee was too strong for me to just care about that in the moment. I felt reassured hearing my boyfriend's footsteps behind me. I struggled to unlock the door. As I made it inside, I fumbled for a switch. Much to my delight, I discovered there was no lighting as I started to relieve myself. Fantastic. I called through the beat-up metal door for something, anything to light up this closet of a bathroom. I'd left my phone in the car cup holder. I hear a small shuffling sound. To my imagination, it was just everything was running wild, bugs crawling around the walls, bumping into spent toilet paper, and I don't know. person standing in the corner. My boyfriend at the time thankfully had a flashlight. He was in the military, always came prepared. I didn't lock it, so he poked it through the crack in the door. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness at this point. I remember seeing the treetops, a starry night in all of its beauty, some dark mass by the dumpster again. Through the crack before clicking on the light, which blinded me. My sixth sense, for lack of a better term, was starting to become more prevalent. Now that I started to get physical relief, I kept telling myself it's just an unfamiliar area in the dead of night. But I felt like an overall unwelcome, and I felt the need to rush. I remember that unwelcome feeling vividly. I recall my boyfriend had asked if I was almost done. I replied I wasn't even close. I heard some talking getting closer. Sam, the other girl on the trip, made a comment along the lines of, "You see that? Who would be outside at this hour in the cold?" I hear her boyfriend say something like, "It's 10 degrees outside, there's no way." Another strange voice came through the door. It was the gas station attendant coming with them. I learned later that Sam had decided to go pee too since we were stopping. She saw the figure as well. She went inside to tell the attendant about someone outside. She mentioned that he didn't respond, but came out from behind the counter. As I was finishing buttoning up my jeans, feeling a million times better, I swear I heard a breath in my ear, as corny as it sounds. It just went, Even though I had this deep pit of fear and unease growing in my gut ever since we arrived, in the moment, I convinced myself it was just me shuffling around in this dirty-ass tile. Though I know I did not move my feet. Dirt crunching softly does not sound like a human breath. Even as I type this, my whole body's chilling up. I immediately raised the flashlight up to the mirror that was fogged up with age and soap scum. No one was behind me. I was ready to hit the road and get the fuck out of here. Flung the door open, booked it with my boyfriend Sam and her boyfriend. And the attendant. They were standing a bit hunched near them. Odd. I scanned the empty pavement. There seems to be this lingering darkness hanging around the forest line where it met the parking lot. I turned to the dumpster and no one was there. Should have been reassuring, but it ended up freaking me out even more. "I think we should go, Sam." "Do you really have to pee?" I asked. I remember she looked uncomfortable. They all did. It was like the attendant was trying to block us from rounding the corner to get to the front of the store, or keep us in the area so something could sneak up on us and attack us. I got that threatening feeling. In hindsight, maybe he was trying to make sure that we didn't trash anything. I heard Jay start up the Acura and gave the attendant a wide berth. He wasn't saying anything, he wasn't looking at us. I swear the darkness that seemed to be devouring the light from the shop earlier was emanating off of and around him. You know when you can just tell somebody who has bad intentions? Everything seemed to me like it was time to go. Sam, and everyone, picked up on the hint, rushed to the pumps, piling into the car as fast as we could and pulling out. We laughed about it once we were about 20 minutes away, down one of the main freeways. Made it to the cabin and enjoyed our first night there. The second part of the story was the next day. We bought some snacks and cereal, and after fucking around enjoying the frozen lake and watching movies all day, we quickly realized we needed more sustenance. We'd asked one of the neighboring cabins if there was a town around where we could get supplies and food. The neighbor told us about a Walmart or someplace up Route 1 in Holton. The populated town was almost an hour away. The neighbor said just drive straight for about 45 minutes and you'll be downtown apparently before you know it. It was later in the evening. The sun had gone down and we all piled into Jay's Acura again. Me in the front seat, my boyfriend right behind me, Sam and her boyfriend next to them. Jay was super nervous to drive. Temperatures had gone from single digits to negatives. The wet had turned to ice in some areas. But we made the slow and steady trip up to Holton, got our supplies, and made our way back to the cabin. Halfway there, around one of the bends, he saw a person on the road. No distinguishing features, according to him. Jay had started to panic. It slowed down and turned the car to avoid them, but ended up hitting a patch of black ice. Next thing we know, we're spinning out of control slowly off the road. I remember putting my foot up on the dash, my hand on the ceiling as we hit the telephone pole with my passenger door. We descended into a snow-covered ditch, mostly unharmed, discovering later as we were told by Good Samaritans that we were 10 feet from landing in a river. Jay mentioned why I started swerving, to which he told me there was absolutely no one on the road. We were incredibly lucky. We weren't the only car to slide off the road in the last 24 hours either. There's a tan Mazda van about 30 feet to the left of us that had also shared a similar fate the night before. They, however, had landed in the water, but they did still survive. Poor Jay was beside himself with heartbreak due to his poor car and the damages. Thankfully, there was a body shop in Holton that could help. He swears, based on what we were telling him at the car ride up the night before, that something had followed us, or attached to us. He was adamant it must have been the person from the gas station. We didn't see what he saw. Maybe the attendant cursed us. Maybe it was just bad luck, but we were grateful nothing more came of it. We ended up doing a little seance and prayer that night to try to detach whatever energy seemed to follow us. Had no issues during the remainder of the trip. We aren't friends anymore, but I do have a female attachment that I've had a couple brushes with in the past, and most recently last year. Very well written. Fantastic. Till this day, I still had no idea who she is. I'm from Southeast Asia, Indonesia to be exact. In Indonesia, especially in secluded areas or villages, quote-unquote old-time beliefs are still very much alive. By old-time beliefs, I mean things like shamans, black magic, and possession. These topics are extremely common here. Heck, even the police sometimes rely on ghost possession to solve murder cases. There's a cold case that got reopened involving a girl named Vina who was murdered. Her spirit supposedly latched onto her best friend, told the police everything. Some Indonesians, especially the modern generation, laugh at this because it's 2024 and the police still believe in that stuff. It's also pretty common here for people to visit witch doctors to get rich, find love, or stay young. In fact, I know more than 5 people who visited a well-known witch doctor. With these examples, you can get an idea of how many Indonesians feel about paranormal topics. Not everyone, but some. Alright, with that out of the way, here's the actual story. I met a girl named Leela my freshman year of school. She's cheerful and nice, extremely sweet to me. We eventually became best friends. We always sat together, told stories, and went out on weekends. Typical teenage stuff. Fast forward 3 years. We were in our senior year together. Came up with a plan to have a sleepover at her house. Here's the thing. Leela's house is pretty far from school, in a village. It's not a primitive village. They have water, internet, phones, and Wi-Fi. But the travel time from the city where I live and where school is to her place, it takes hours. We have to go through a long road surrounded by trees. But hey, it's our senior year, and this might be the last time we see each other before college, so why not? We agreed that I'd visit her on a Wednesday. I still remember the date, 2017-06-07. She clearly told me to come through Maghrib. If you don't know, Maghrib prayer is one of the 5 mandatory prayers in Islam, said after sunset, and if I'm wrong, forgive me, and forgive me for attempting to read it. I'm not Muslim, but coming from one of the biggest Muslim countries, I know the basics. Maghrib time after sunset is often associated with ghosts. Many mothers tell their children to come home before Maghrib because it's believed that ghosts roam among the living during that time. At the time, I had no idea why she said that, but being young and dumb, I just nodded. When the date came, I asked my father to take me to Leela's house. He agreed. But we hit a problem. We got stuck in traffic for so long we weren't even halfway there yet. And to cut the story short, we finally reached the village entry, so to speak. Though it still needed a few more minutes to get to the actual village. At the entry, I remember there were 2 separate roads, the right road and the left road, with a huge tree. To make it even creepier, it was already dark outside. No buildings or village houses nearby. The only light source was from my car lights. The only sound was my car too. This tree I'm talking about in Indonesia, we call them beringin, but in English it's referred to as a banyan tree. If you want to see how big that tree is, I suggest you Google it. You'll understand what I mean when I say the tree is low-key scary, especially in the dark. In Indonesia, the banyan tree is also associated with ghosts and paranormal activities, mainly because of its huge branches and all. Continuing with the story. We ended up choosing the left road because Leela had told me before that the way to her village is to the left road, the one with the big tree. I swear the ride from that point on felt longer than the traffic earlier. It was odd because Leela said that from that tree it should only take about 20 minutes to reach the village houses. It took longer than that. At the time, I didn't really think much of it. I just played with my phone, letting my father drive. A few moments later, he asked me something quite weird. How many banyan trees do we have to pass? At that point, I was confused as my dad was. Leela told me there would only be one banyan tree, but according to my dad, he had passed the same tree more than 4 times. That's why he asked me for clarification. I told him there's only one banyan tree that we should be passing. He stayed quiet for several minutes, completely quiet. Then he suddenly told me to start praying. I was extremely confused, but I did as I was told. I come from a religious family, so that explains his reaction. Thank goodness. After I finished praying, it took about 15 minutes for us to finally reach the village. We started seeing the houses and all. And to make this quick, I arrived in the front of Leela's house and knocked on her door. When she opened it, she was very surprised to see me, but not in a good way. I could understand why. Remember when Leela said to come before Maghrib? Well, it was already past Maghrib. Heck, it was nighttime already. She let me in because there's no way she'd tell me to go back. Now this is where the real horror starts. I remember her house wasn't as big or luxurious as others I've been to. It was small, but it was comforting. It felt extremely warm inside, too. She showed me the bedroom and helped me put my stuff away, yada yada. Finally, we decided to watch some TV. A little side note, she was home alone that night before I came, of course. So after a while, she told me she'd go check the kitchen for some snacks. I nodded and just sat there, switching channels on the TV. This is the part that sends chills down my spine, and I'll never forget that day. She took a very long time in the kitchen. I was wondering what was taking her so long. But after a few minutes she came back, and I noticed something off about her. Her hair was a bit messier. She looked different, paler. I don't know how to describe her expression. Anyway, she sat down next to me without saying anything and didn't bring any snacks as she promised. So I was like, "Where are the snacks?" "You promised to bring some." She looked at me and smiled while nodding her head in an odd manner before patting her stomach. I was like, "You ate the snacks without me." She just smiled again and looked at the TV without saying anything. At that time, we were watching a quiz show where the winner gets to take home a lot of money. There was nothing funny happening, but Leela suddenly turned to me and laughed. It was a harmless, soft little laugh. I was wondering why she was laughing because nothing peculiar was happening in the show. She was usually a very serious person and didn't laugh at movies much. But then she suddenly stopped laughing and looked back at the screen. A few minutes later, she looked at me again and laughed louder this time. I was so confused. I asked her what was wrong. She didn't say anything, she just kept laughing and looking at me, then back at the screen, then at me again, then to the TV. She continued doing that for several minutes. I tried to laugh along with her at least, thinking she was just being goofy. Then she stood up from the sofa and stood in front of me, blocking my view of the TV. I gently pushed her away with my feet, asking her to move, and then, while still laughing, she did the wheel pose right in front of me, still facing me. If you don't know what a wheel pose is, I suggest you Google it. Cartwheel, maybe? I remember feeling weirded out and confused. I wasn't scared at that time because I didn't really believe in ghosts or possession. I asked her why she was doing that, holding a nervous laugh to myself. I really wanted to capture a video of her, but she kept walking away into the kitchen, still in that position and still laughing. The kitchen was dark, and from the living room you couldn't see inside. The last thing I heard from her faded laughter before complete silence. I remember waiting here for 5 or 10 minutes before standing up to check on her. Suddenly my phone rang in my pocket, so I picked it up, and when I saw the name, I was even more puzzled because it said Leela was calling me. So I yelled out loud, asking her why she was calling me. That's when I was right there, and she was in the kitchen. She couldn't just come and told me, right? So I picked it up, and the voice on the other end was indeed Leela's. She asked if I could open the gate in front of her house and let her in since she was on her motorcycle. She was too lazy to get down. I asked her what she meant by that, how she got out so quickly. She sounded clueless, and she said she didn't understand what I was talking about. Just told me to open the gate since she was already close by, so I did. Still confused, I went out and opened the gate as Leela came in holding bags of snacks. Told her the story about her crawling to the kitchen and all that, and she told me a completely different story from her point of view. And let's rewind to the part where she went to the kitchen to grab us some snacks. According to my point of view, as you just read, I was switching channels while waiting for her to get back from the kitchen, right? But according to her, after she went to the kitchen and found no snacks, she decided to buy some from a nearby store. As she walked out of the kitchen, she saw me sitting on the sofa staring blankly at the TV. When she asked what snacks I wanted and if I wanted to come along, I just stared at the TV and shook my head in silence. That's why she left alone to get some snacks. But I told her that she never asked me that. I never stared blankly at the TV. The first time I saw her was when she walked out and sat down. In the end, we checked the kitchen, found nothing, no sign of breaking in, and nothing. To this day, we promised not to talk about it again. We're still friends till now. To this day, I'm still asking myself if the real Leela was the one who asked me to open the gate. Then who was the one sitting with me for over an hour? My friends that had been told about the story said that it had something to do with the banyan tree, and how many there is a ghost. There it is followed B all the way because I did came after Maghrib. And not listening to Leela's words at all, but I don't know. I got a lot of that, and the parts that I understood are indeed creepy. Be careful what you Ouija for. Everything I'm about to tell you is true. Most of it happened between 2003 to 2005, with just a little bit of spillover. Last October, told this story on a podcast with comedian Angela Johnson. Bon Qui Qui, for those of you who may remember that character. In 2003, I was 20 years old. Recently, single mother of a 1-year-old son. When the father of my then child, now children, moved out, I had no desire to live alone in my apartment. So my two best friends, Heather and Jamie, moved in. Jamie also had a son who was a little over a year old at the time. The 5 of us made a little home. Things were good. At some point, and I've tried so hard to remember how it started, but I just can't. Jamie, Heather, and I became kind of addicted to using a Ouija board. I'd bought this board at Kmart for like $8 one year. I think it was for that reason that I didn't take it very seriously. Boy, was I wrong. When we first started using it, I remained pretty skeptical, even as it began to tell us some pretty accurate and intimate things. Looking back, I always thought that Jamie was the one that moved the oracle. I knew it wasn't Heather because at times she was legitimately afraid. One day I fought with the father of my son, super upset, crying. Hopped in my car by myself, went for a car drive. to cry. At the peak of being upset and alone in the car, I said out loud, "Is this my destiny? Am I supposed to fight to save this?" I went home to the loving arms of my friends, and as we did most nights, we got out the board. The very first thing the board said that night, "Destiny changes with every breath." Neither of them could have possibly known what I had just said in the car. That was the point when my skepticism started to fade away. We continued to use the board pretty much every night. It continued to tell us things that would come true. At this point, the entity had claimed to be our collective spirit guide named Ben. One night we had a male friend at the apartment. He was asleep on the couch behind us as we sat in our circle on the floor around the board. Heather remembered something from that night that I didn't until she mentioned it recently. She had felt a cold presence wrap around her arm and then shoot up to her nose. She started to freak out. But, as I already told you, she was the scaredy cat of the group. I was more annoyed than really worried or scared. We convinced her to sit back down. That's when the board said something about not being happy with our male visitor being there. Almost immediately, sat straight up on the couch and said, "What are you bitches doing to me?" He lifted his shirt and he had several tiny handprints all over his chest and stomach. That was likely the point when I realized that, we might be dealing with something darker than what it was selling itself as. What I didn't know then is that it would get much worse. We went to the local library, got some books about the occult. We brought them home but never looked at them, until one night the three of us and 2 babies had been out somewhere. We came home, put the boys in the playpen. I started running the vacuum. As I was running the vacuum, I heard Heather and Jamie screaming hysterically. I stopped to find out what was happening. That's when they told me that they had heard a very loud thump, and then a child screaming bloody murder. They thought one of the boys had fallen from the playpen and gotten hurt, but both boys were still peacefully playing where they had left them. As they're telling me this, I was suddenly overcome by the smell of rotten meat. I'm a bit of a neat freak, and therefore there shouldn't have been anything causing the smell. I started searching high and low for the source of the smell. It seemed to keep moving every time I got close to it. Meanwhile, Heather had tried to grab one of the roughly 5 books that we had picked up from the library, opened it to a random page and started reading. She said, "It's amazing. You have to come read this." Annoyed, I replied, "I can't stop until I find where the smell's coming from." Very sternly, she said again, "You have to come read this." I looked at her and she was ghost white with tears streaming down her face. I walked over and took the book from her. The first paragraph of the page to which she had randomly opened the book said, "The scream of the non-present child accompanied by the smell of rotten flesh signifies the presence of pure evil." I wish I could tell you what we did in the following minutes. I don't remember though. What I do remember is the next day. We took all the books back to the library and got a Bible. We brought it home, left it open on a chair in the living room, left it for the rest of the day. I'm not even a religious person, but it's funny what you'll do when you're scared. We never used the board in the apartment again. If that story is the cake, this is the icing. Fast forward to June of 2004. I'd given birth to my second son in February. Jamie and I were living in a different apartment. Heather was living with her boyfriend. Heather came to visit, and for whatever reason, after what had happened, I truly can't explain why we chose to do it, but we broke out the board. I only remember one question from that day. Heather said to the board, "Jamie has a son." It's Amazing has 2 sons, when will I ever have children? The board replied, 7 for you. So that became a running joke for the next several months. Like, Heather's gonna have 7 kids. Fast forward again, this time to January of 2005. I live with my children in yet another apartment. Jamie's moved in with her now husband, and Heather's living in a different boyfriend now. Or rather, with. I was laying in bed one night, and 7 for you just popped into my head. Suddenly it hit me. The board had said that in June, and it was now January. July, August, September, October, November, December, January. 7 months. Duh. Heather is pregnant now. I called her the next day to tell her that she was pregnant. She was very adamant that it wasn't possible. The shortened back and forth that we did the next 2 weeks, yes, she absolutely was pregnant. She gave birth to her first son. That was October 2005. Since then, we've done the math. She was only 2 weeks pregnant when I first told her. Although we are still friends, I don't know a lot about what they've experienced paranormal-wise in the years since. I know that Heather's had some pretty scary experiences in a house that she lived up in that was until last year, where a previous tenant had committed suicide. I lived in the parsonage of a church for 10 years. We had some pretty strange experiences there, including a time that my younger sister and I watched a full grocery bag that was hanging on a doorknob lift off the door until it was completely horizontal, then drop back down. Even my skeptical mom saw shadow figures in that house. Now we're in a new house. My son remembers. Remember the son who was 1 in the apartment? Yeah, he's almost 19 now. My brother and I are having some unusual experiences in the basement, which is where their bedrooms are. If you've made it through, thank you for reading. No problem. I'll keep you posted about anything that might occur in our new home. And oh yeah, I have pretty regular dreams where I'm screaming at demons to leave me and my family alone. But that's probably nothing, right? Right. Can someone tell me what that was? This story is based in Ireland, back in the early 2010s. I moved out from home for college and I moved into a large 3-story terraced house in the center of the city. I lived with 5 other girls. They usually used to go back to their families home on the weekends. I was often left completely alone at the weekends, and I dreaded it. Being alone didn't bother me, but the problem was I wasn't completely alone. Nothing unusual happened for the first few weeks when I'd moved into the house. Well, at least that I noticed. I loved my new room. It was spacious, had a French door with heavy velvet curtains that I draped on either side of it. I had a double bed that was pushed against the right side of the wall in my bedroom, so only the side of the bed was sort of open to the room, if you can picture that. My room was on the 3rd floor of the house, and the only room to have a balcony. The balcony faced towards the courtyard of sorts. There were no other balconies or roofs near my balcony, so nobody could access it unless they were in my room, which made me feel safe. Around mid-October, I'd been living in the house for a few weeks now. I was comfortable. I knew the house next door that was connected to the right side of my bedroom wall was vacant. I started to hear scraping from inside the wall. I put it down to there being rats or mice next door. The houses were very old and were close to a river too, so at least it made sense. This scraping sound would go on for ages at night and the first thing in the morning. It bothered me so much I tried to record it, but my phone never even really picked it up. How normal, right? I used to sleep in my bed facing the wall, so there was technically space for another person beside me. One night I woke up abruptly after being punched in the shoulder hard. I got such a fright that it didn't register what had happened. I turned on the light on the phone because it's the only one that I had close to me and started shining it into the room. No one was there. I always kept my bedroom door locked with a sliding bolt from the inside because there's always people on in the room in the house, and sometimes my housemates had friends over too. It would be impossible for somebody to get in. Thought that I had imagined it and fell back asleep after a few minutes. The next and the same thing happened. Well, when I woke up, turned my flashlight on, looked around my room, and no one or nothing was there. Tried to go back to sleep, and as I turned, I tried to look back into my room, and it happened, and still awake. I got punched in the back as I was awake. I felt it as clear as day. I lay paralyzed with fear in the bed. It was then that I felt the icy cold of the bedroom. Not the usual winter cold that you would feel in the room when it gets a little chilly. This was ice cold where you could see your breath. I mustered every ounce of courage I had in me to turn back around with the flashlight and check the room corner to corner. Nothing was there. Got up, turned the light on, slept with the light on for the rest of the night too. Same thing the next morning. The scratching continued on the wall next to my bed. I met one of my roommates who stayed in the bedroom across the hall from me coming out of her room. We chatted and walked together downstairs to get some breakfast. At this point, I had told no one what was happening to me because I was so scared they would think I was either lying or a complete freak. I really wanted to make friends with the girls that I lived with. The roommate was visibly spooked as she went about her business in the kitchen. I asked if she was okay, and she told me what happened, laughing to herself as if we both think she had gone mad. She said that last night she was wide awake in bed reading a book when her phone started moving by itself up and down on a shelf in her bedroom. She said it wasn't vibrating that caused it to move. It was being dragged. She proceeded to tell me that she had been having sleep paralysis nightmares since she moved in to where the old hag was sitting in the corner of her room and slowly crawling onto her legs and up her body so she couldn't move. This was happening to her every night. I decided to share with her what was happening to me too. We both silently accepted the reality of our situations. We decided not to tell the other girl because we didn't want to freak them out. Surely they would tell us anything was happening to them too. That night I came up with a plan. A plan to line the left side of my bed with clothes as a barrier, so nothing could reach me. In my head, this made sense, but yeah, absolutely did not work. Same thing happened again. I was punched in the shoulder, and the more I tried to ignore it, the harder it got. I had a mark on my shoulder from the punch. I repeated the same thing happened again where I used my phone's flashlight to check out my room before turning on the light to go. The next night I decided to sleep on my back. I woke up at 3 or 4 in the morning, my balcony door is wide open. The cold November rain coming into my room. My balcony was locked with a key from the inside. It was now wide open. I leapt out of the bed to close the door and I got saturated in the process. Now I was mad. Scaring me is one thing, but attempting to give me pneumonia is another. This happened a few more nights in a row too. I made sure to check the door was locked before going to bed. Went as far as to put the key under my pillow as I slept. Didn't make a difference. As the weeks went on, I started to experience the extreme sleep paralysis. Can't tell you if it was from the continuous nights of interrupted sleep, or something otherworldly, but it was awful. My sleep paralysis was different from my roommates. I would be wide awake looking around my room, body paralyzed to a black mist lingering but never getting close to me. As the year neared December, I felt relief that I would be going home to my family for a few weeks for Christmas. On one of the last nights before Christmas break, I lay in bed watching a TV show on my laptop. It was still not late, really, only around 8. I started to hear thundering footsteps on the stairs outside my bedroom. Thinking it was my housemates, I popped my head out to check. No one was there. Went across the hall to the other bedrooms and asked if they heard it and if they'd been them. They said they hadn't even heard it. Told the housemate who was having similar experiences that I'd text them again if it had happened. I was not back in my room 2 minutes when there it was again. It was coming from the stairs in front of my bedroom from within the house. I texted my housemate and she didn't hear a thing. I knew that it was in for tonight. I was in for it. This was all happening with every light in the house turned on. I was too afraid to walk around in the dark, pretty understandably. I tried to relax back into watching my TV show, and the heavy velvet curtains that were pulled closed across my balcony door started to gently rock. There were no windows open in the house for a breeze to be passing through. I texted my housemates and told them what was happening. She decided to sleep in my bedroom for the night. We fall asleep at around 10 p.m. with the lights off. Again, as predicted, nearing 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning, we both woke up. It's because the bedroom light had been turned on. She went back to her own room and left me to sleep alone in my room for the rest of the morning. I didn't turn off the light and I kept it on and hoped sleep would find me. But it never did. I stayed awake the entire night and it was so stressing. Gave myself a migraine. Skipped college the next day because I had zero energy. When I left for a few weeks over Christmas, I felt extreme relief. Weirdly enough, nothing happened when I returned after Christmas. I still cannot explain anything that happened or what it even could have been. Opened my eyes to everything spooky. When I was moving out toward the end of the college year, I brought up everything really that I experienced to my housemates. Turns out one of them staying in the room on the second floor saw a full-body apparition of a lady standing at the end of her bed. Another had a guest stay over who saw another full-body apparition of a man walking in circles on the second floor hallway. Didn't realize it was a ghost, trying to have a conversation with it. Funny in hindsight, but not funny at the time. I always had a feeling of being chased anytime I went up the stairs, but it's always resulting in me absolutely sprinting every time. As if my bedroom that I was sprinting to was any safer. I've since found out that I'm an empath. I don't know if this makes a difference, but I've had plenty of creepy experiences since. My haunted house. My house has been haunted all of my life. It started in the apartment I lived in as a kid, but it followed me to where I am currently living. In the past 10 years, I've experienced more paranormal activity than most people have in their lives. It started with an attachment I had from using a Ouija board at 11 years old. Since I have so many paranormal experiences to share, I'm going to limit this post to the things that have taken place in my current home, with a focus on the most significant things to take place over the years. To preface this, I'd like to say that I'm a female, 21 years old, but when I moved into my current home, I was 13. I was living with both my parents, 4 cats and a dog. Now it's myself, Dad, my girlfriend, 3 cats, a dog, and a living room here. The history of the house isn't really overly important. We bought it from a family, and the woman that lived in the house had been moved to hospice. That's where she passed away. Her kids were selling her condo. Her name was Helen. That's as much significant history as there is in my current home. Outside of that, it seems that the entities in our home aren't necessarily attached to the location as much as they are attached to us. A little background on the spirits in my house. I know Helen is here. She's been heard by multiple people. She has a distinct old lady perfume smell and a calming feeling that comes along with her. We also have an unknown number of spirits or entities in the basement. I have a hard time explaining them because I don't really know if there are multiple male human spirits or one inhuman spirit making it seem like more than one. But whatever it is, it feels dark and masculine, if that makes sense. Helen mainly stays upstairs, and whatever is dark typically stays in the basement. The main floor is typically more poltergeist-type activity. That being said, now onto some more specific experiences. I'm going to start with the most asked about thing that has ever happened to me. Anyone that knows me or hears about this asks about it. So one day, I was probably around 14 at the time. I was in my bed late at night responding to Snapchat streaks, but being a teen, I laid in bed with makeup probably off. I didn't feel like sending pictures of my face or really putting any effort in, but I also didn't want to just send a black screen. So I was taking pictures of my bedroom door because our hall light was on. After snapping and sending a few photos, my camera started struggling to focus. It wouldn't take the picture because it just kept trying to focus. Finally, the picture took, and it was a dark black figure that was peering in at me in the photo. It was out of focus, and of course, well, I freaked out, but I looked up and saw nothing, so I snapped another photo, and that one came out clear and there was no figure. At that time, I'd say that was the beginning of things taking a turn for the worse. A few days passed, and I'd gotten 3 scratches down my back in the shower. My aunt had heard about what I was experiencing and had a friend who was a Wiccan priest. I will say I wasn't necessarily open-minded to the Wiccan. Seemed like bullshit at first, but this man had told me that there are ways that we can open portals between our world and others. Sometimes our worlds, it's intentional, you could say. Other times, not so much, not always. He told me that candles give off a pure white light. But when set in front of a mirror, that light doubles and turns impure or dark. Hard to explain, but I understood it as a candle alone equals good, candle in front of mirror equals bad. Safe deduction. He said if you have a candle in front of a mirror and look into it, that can open a portal to a darker dimension. Again, as he was first telling me this, I was thinking bullshit. But then I remembered just days before I'd seen the figure in my bedroom, I'd taken a photo sitting in front of my bedroom mirror with the candle damn near in my lap. He told me to throw a sheet over the mirror without looking into it, get rid of it or remove it or whatever. My dad did so, and the second this sort of just sheet was covering my mirror, the power went out, and it was only in my bedroom. The rest of the house was fine. That was when I started to take the Wiccan stuff more seriously. A little while passed, and things seemed a little less dark or aggressive, but something was definitely still there. That's when the event occurred that caused us to call a priest to come bless our home and myself. I'd been home alone one day and had experience that it's just hard for me to explain. Other people will simply say I was possessed for a few hours, but for me it's more confusing than that. I have a lapse in time and memory where people are telling me I did things that I don't remember doing. I remember being on FaceTime with my best friend. I'd walked into my upstairs bathroom, which is weirdly a hotspot for activity in the house. The same room I got scratched. After walking in the bathroom, I don't remember anything else until it was hours later. So what I typed from here until I snap out of it is told to me by witnesses, if that makes sense to you. My best friend said while to me on FaceTime, the light started flickering in the bathroom. I just stopped talking, and I was staring up ahead past my phone. My friend asked what was wrong, and I responded with, "I can't leave, there's someone blocking the door." Right away she knew something wasn't right and told me to just go out. But I guess I ended up hanging up on the phone, but I had another friend who lived 2 blocks away from me. So my best friend called her and told her that she needed to go check on me. When she got to my house, she looked for me everywhere. Upstairs, main floor, basement. Looked in every room. I was nowhere to be found. Just as she was coming down the stairs to leave, I was standing in the middle of the main floor. If you walked in my house, you couldn't have missed me. So she asked where I came from, and that she was looking for me. She said I responded so calmly and eerily it wasn't like it was me talking. Told her I'd been in the bathroom. She said, "No, you weren't. I just looked in there." Once she had said that she said that, I completely changed, and she could tell that it enraged me. I told her that she needed to leave, and I even said, "You aren't welcome here." Being a 14-year-old girl talking to one of her best friends, that's definitely not like me. She tried to argue leaving, but apparently the more she did, the more aggressive I got about getting around. So out of fear, she left, and her friends just kept trying to call and text me to snap me out of it. 3 hours had passed. Nobody knew what I was up to. I posted a picture on my Snapchat story of myself in the mirror that was covered. The effing portal mirror. The caption saying something about it being time to stop being scared or stop running or something super creepy. The next thing I remember is sitting on the couch, and the best way I can describe it is this. It felt like waking up from a nap, except I didn't remember falling asleep, or even going to sit on the couch. After that, we had done a little bit more research, and we were talking with a priest and a Wiccan. I ended up finding out that I had an attachment that I created with the Ouija board at 11 years old. And then it only strengthened with the mirror portal. I was blessed, and so was the house, and for a long time things were better. My house is still extremely haunted, and I have plenty more to share. Those that are just some of the bigger things, though. Smaller, long story short things include hearing a deep guttural growl coming from the basement stairs. My dog won't even go in the basement. Hearing voices, getting touched, and objects moving, and orbs captured on camera. Experiences with Japanese ghosts. It's Oban season in Japan. It's a week which the spirits of the departed are believed to return to families and loved ones. As such, I'm curious to hear if anybody has had any experiences and encounters with spirits here, either Japan or Asia. Hear what of myself as well as my family and friends have experienced over the years. My husband is a hard atheist. He refuses to believe in the paranormal. He does have one story, however, that made him a bit spooked. He grew up in the mountainous area with little tunnels running through the area so cars can access the more remote places. In many areas, there's a newer, lit-up and cleanly paved tunnel running pretty directly beside an older and less used tunnel from decades ago. According to him, one day he and his friends were playing down by a river, just to head back home through an older tunnel. He went in ahead on his bike. He saw a woman and her little girl walking the opposite direction toward the middle of the tunnel. Passed by them without looking too closely. Turned to look back and see what his friends were, and the woman and girl were nowhere to be found. The tunnel in question would take a solid few minutes to pass through on a bike, let alone on foot. I personally walked through the tunnel, and though I didn't come across anything, the air gets very cold and heavy towards the middle, to be sure. At school. I have a coworker that works in an elementary school about 30 minutes in the mountains. It's an older school, about 100 years or so. But it's pretty warm and inviting, and I've always felt pleasant when I visit. There's a little nook with couches in the staff room. It opens to a huge two-story hall with hallways leading down to the lunchroom and the kitchen. My coworker's recently been seeing a lot of activity in the hall. And more than once he's walked out in the staff room and seen a man hunched over a table in the hall as if reading something. When he walks toward the man, he passes by the pillar and suddenly the man's gone. He's also seen movement in the nook of the staff room. The lunch ladies often report a presence of a little child in the kitchen who asks them where the lunchroom is. This school has 6 teachers, 25 students, everybody knowing everyone. The man and the child are reportedly no one that anyone knows. My personal story. I'm not apt to seeing ghosts, but I'd like to jokingly say I was sensitive due to a lot of strange goings-on in my childhood home over the years. This came back to bite me when I got a little overly cocky during some ghost stories in the town over, something following me home. I used to live in Kakishima. That's in Japan as an English teacher back in 2018. My home was in K City. It's bright and warm, bedroom apartment, 2 floors above another teacher's. My best friend lived in S. It's a 2-towered apartment complex. Below another teacher Todd, and I'd often visit the area to stay over and hang out. Once my best friend returned to the U.S., a new teacher, her name was Ashley, she moved in. But since my friend's apartment was being renovated, Ashley stayed in the apartment next door for a few months. That October, I took my little black car down, went to the barbecue dinner, and that's over in S, where that Ashley, Todd, and some other friends were telling ghost stories. The Ashley. The Ashley was visibly upset when it came time for her story, which was apparently true and happening currently. She would hear walking around from Todd's apartment at late hours. Todd had told her every time that he was out visiting his girlfriend at the time, so it clearly wasn't him. She also mentioned having, horrible dreams about being stuck in her bed while the room was filling with water as a ghost with long black hair stood outside her window. It was as if it was demonstrating, "This is what I can do to you." Todd was apparently backing up these claims, confirming the calls from Ashley that he indeed was never around when they came. His brothers, like a kind of medicine man or a shaman in their community, apparently reached out to him out of the blue. He said that he had a dream that compelled him to draw a picture of what he saw. Todd pulls out the text of the picture his brother drew, and Ashley and I myself just begin freaking out at its sight. It's a picture of a white ghost with long black hair, crouching as if crawling on the outside balcony of an apartment. Ashley says that's exactly what's been appearing in her dreams, and all of us can confirm, unequivocally, the backdrop of this drawing is the exact building where Todd and Ashley, the one where I visited my best friend dozens of times. Everyone's freaked out, but pretty excited for some reason, ooh boy, real ghost situation, how fun for us. How naive of us. At least we came to realize it. Decided to go back to Todd's place once we finished eating. I felt a heaviness when I walked in. Told him immediately, and I seemed kind of intrigued. I brushed it off as, his apartment maybe it's just his thing. I gotta be able to fall asleep there at night, and I noticed that the same area that I was feeling heaviness was completely fine. But the entire solo drive back to my apartment was incredibly fear-filled and tense, and I was afraid to look behind me. I thought I was going to see something in the back seat. Brushed it off as my imagination, as I, too, had been able to fall asleep that night. Proceeded to try to do so when I got home. At 2:30 a.m., I woke up drenched in sweat with my arms and fists. They were clenched so tightly around my head that I'd lost feeling in them. There was a deep and dark heaviness all around me. I just felt this overwhelming fear. This fear not open my eyes. I'd never been one to have, nightmares or sleep paralysis. And I was completely awake as I remember being unable to fall back asleep and thinking, shit, I have work tomorrow. Why the hell am I not asleep at a time like this? The next morning I texted Ashley what happened. She freaked out, saying that she didn't tell anyone this. But the exact same thing happened to her when she had the nightmares. She also asked if I'd heard any wooden tapping coming from inside my house. I said yes. I noticed something coming from the corner when I was home and just chalked it up to her like a support beam. She gets even more worked up, saying that she didn't say anything about the corners, but that's where she heard the tapping. She and I messaged Todd immediately, asking if there was something his brother could do in this case, since apparently he had a dream about this happening too. Basically, he sent over some symbols on paper and told us to burn them in the apartment to purify the space, to leave one unburned to repel whatever it was. It took a few days, during which I begged the teacher below me to just let me stay with her. My precious, warm and welcoming home felt suffocatingly heavy and dark in ways I can't explain. It took about 3 days to arrive, and until then the tapping continued in corners of my room. In the meantime, I discovered what happened to be handprints on the inside of my car's rear window after that drive home, which normally wouldn't be possible as I drove a Daihatsu. It was far too small for anybody to fit in the back. A disconnected phone line also rang at 8:15 p.m., which my then boyfriend was there to witness. Once the papers with the written symbols arrived, we burned them as told. The heavy atmosphere cleared up immediately. There's no more, interesting ending to the story other than that it hasn't really bothered us since. But to this day, I have one of the symbols laminated as protection. So hopefully, it stays far, far away. I've also stopped going to places said to be hosting frightening spirits. I've wisened up to time. Well, maybe it's more experience. I'm interested to hear of your experiences, if you've had either them here in Japan or Asia as well. I've been followed by the paranormal for the vast majority of my life, and here are my experiences. The first experience is actually more akin to several experiences all wrapped up into one house. When I was much younger, at around 12 or 13 I believe, we moved into a house in a nice little neighborhood near the school I was attending at the time. It was a ranch-style house, which means instead of being multiple stories, it's just long. The front door was on the left front side of the house, and immediately to the right of the door was a large panoramic window looking into the living room. The living room led into the kitchen, my sister's room, which contained the attic. From the kitchen, if you went left, you went into the dreaded basement. If you went straight, you went to the backyard. If you went to the right, you would hit the bathroom, my room, and my parents' room in that order. Now, I should mention this house was built into a hill, so half the basement was sticking out of the ground, and my room was technically the second floor off the ground in terms of height. Now that I've gotten that word vomit out of the way, I'll start with the actual experiences. With small things at first, objects would never be exactly where we left them. The dogs would stare at things that weren't there, and every once in a while we would see and hear things like shadows or knocking and scratching. It seemed as though when we agreed to just ignore it, the activity got worse. Much worse. The dogs would bark and sometimes even pee in fear of things that we couldn't see. Objects began to be thrown. My father even told me that he had heard two little girls trying to get his attention, felt them tugging on his leg like a child would. The worst part was the basement. Cliché, I know, but it's true. The second I stepped on the stairs to go down, this overwhelming feeling of dread, fear, and despair would overwhelm my body, and it felt like I was paralyzed. I saw humanoid-looking figures shuffle along the floor, heard angry yells and shouts, and one time when I was coming up from letting the dogs out, I even felt something angrily grab at my ankle. Safe to say I didn't go down there unless I had to. The activity only got worse as time went on. I began hearing disembodied voices speaking to me late at night. Footsteps when I was home alone, and the dogs were with me. Even seeing faces and figures out of the corner of my eye. I began sleeping with a fan and a noise machine to cover up the noises so I might be able to sleep properly. But they only got louder. The bathroom was another creepy place. If you crossed the bathroom at any point after 9 p.m. and before 6 a.m., you could see what looked like a man with a blacked-out face staring at himself in the mirror. I remember blanking out at random, having visions of myself dying in gruesome ways and even waking up, like, in the air, for lack of a better term. Everybody in the house but me saw a doppelganger of myself on multiple occasions. They said it looked just like me. But there was always something odd about it, like it had too many teeth or a scar or a cut that shouldn't have been there. My parents still refused to talk to me about what they had found in the attic, and honestly, seeing as we moved out shortly after they went up there to store the Christmas tree, I'm fine with that. I have more stories of this house, but these are the most notable ones, so I'll be moving on to the next house now. This next house is like an apartment complex that we were staying at due to needing a cheap place to live and it being available. I was about 13 or 14 at the time. It had 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, a small bathroom, and a living room. It was all in a square shape. My room was in the corner. My parents' and sister's room was in the corner right next to me. The bathroom was in between mine and my parents' room, and the kitchen and living room were on the other 2 corners. Now, the activity in this house didn't happen often per se, but it was still disturbingly strong, as if the lack of quantity was replaced by quality. The bathroom had this weird feel to it, almost as if somebody was watching you go. You've heard laughs come and go from there when we're all in the living room. My room seemed to be the hotspot for activity. I heard footsteps and things would get chucked across the room, and the most notable experience yet took place in this house specifically. Remember how I said I slept with a fan and a noise machine so I didn't hear any noise or anything like that? Well, apparently whatever is in that house didn't like that, because I'm sitting in bed with my head under the covers. Another habit to avoid seeing, hearing, or feeling anything. That's when my fan and my noise machine gets physically switched off as if somebody reached over, turned them off. I don't mean the power went out and I was delirious. It was 10:33 p.m., my phone was plugged up, still charging, and it got deathly quiet. Like eerily quiet. When you know something is horribly wrong but can't fathom what it is, I get this urge to look out my window. I don't even know why. There's two glowing, floating, transparent figures staring straight at me. I couldn't even scream. It's like my throat had seized up. I jumped backwards, letting go of the blinds and concealing the window again, and as under the covers for so long, I started to sweat. Finally, around 11:30 p.m., I gained enough courage to shine my flashlight, turned my noise machine and fan back on, and immediately went to bed. This was the single most notable experience of my life. The next house is actually the one I live in now, from age 17 to now. When I graduated high school, I moved in with my grandmother's house, and she had a spare room and lived within walking distance of where I worked at the time. All you need to know for layout of this is that the house in my room is, all you need to know for the layout of this is this house. Well, they wrote it weird. It's not my fault. Their room's literally across from their basement door. And apparently that's convenient, as that's where they spend most of their time. But it's also where the majority of the activity takes place. Down in the basement is a massive open room, which in the back left corner leads to another big room with a wood shop in it. The back right corner, however, contains the hotspot room. I've been spoken to in there, had things thrown at me. I've been touched on the neck and told to get out of my domain. All kinds of crazy stuff. My tech setup is downstairs as well, as it's the only place I can sort of scream "fuck" at full volume without my wonderful, sweet grandmother hearing me. Bless you. So I'd been playing before, had something thrown at me from behind, and turned around to see that door I knew damn well had been shut with the light on swing open with the light off. The one at that house has sort of scratched the letter N into my neck. Left scratches on my back, even attempted to drag me down the stairs once as I was leaving. I have more stories from this house as well, but once again, these are the notable ones. I'm not expecting all of you to believe every single one of these stories, but if you read this far, I appreciate you taking the time to hear my experiences and what I felt and what I believe happened to me. If any of you have any questions, please, just ask below and I'll answer them. I have some pictures, but I'm not going to dig them up unless people ask for them. My grandmother. Background. My family's Cambodian, moved to New York City during the Khmer Rouge Rebellion. There were about 9 of us living in a 3-bedroom apartment in Brooklyn that was on Linden Boulevard. We'd go to Wat Temple every Sunday. I was about 7 or 8 years old and slept with my grandma every night to keep her company. One morning I woke up to her yelling my name because she fell and hit her head in the nightstand. I quickly got up and ran like hell to grab my uncle to help her back up. My grandmother had diabetes and had trouble walking and bathing. It was Sunday and we're all getting ready to go to the temple. We all piled up in the van and headed out. When we all got out of the van, my uncle helped my grandmother up the stairs. As soon as her foot hit the first step of the temple, she just froze, standing there for a couple of seconds before collapsing. A heart attack. Everyone was yelling, the kids were crying. My uncle started performing CPR, or at least attempting to. He didn't know what was going on, but was trying to save her life. The paramedics were called and arrived shortly after. The sound of the siren sounded like a scary banshee wailing and floating towards us, and at fast speed. It chills me to this day. They took her to the hospital with my uncles while the kids and aunt stayed behind. The elders and the monks called everyone in to pray for my grandmother. After we were done, we all went back to the apartment and waited on any news about my grandmother. Shortly after, we got a call from my uncle. He said that she had passed. I loved my grandmother, although she wasn't the nicest person in the world. Pretty sour to outsiders and, well, led the household with an iron fist. She loved her family. In my culture, the elders told me when you die, your spirit has 3 days to walk the earth before your past judgment. Your oldest child has to shave all their hair. Yep, eyebrows and everything. Then live with monks for 3 days and nights and pray. My father had to take that role. My experience. The same day of her passing, my dad left to stay at the temple. My aunt has always been terrified of my grandmother. She was kind of mean. So mean she threw a meat cleaver at one of my uncle's girlfriends back in the day. That's brutal. It was only me, my older sister, my aunt, and my little cousin of about 1 year old in the apartment. It started getting dark and my aunt was the only adult in the apartment. She told us to stay together because she was scared. We were all crying and exchanging stories about my grandmother, but was interpreted by pans flying and crashing in the kitchen. Not interpreted, interrupted by pans flying and crashing in the kitchen. My aunt started weeping, told us this really spooked me because it seemed like my grandmother didn't know she was dead. A couple of hours later, about 8 p.m., we heard a loud bang in my grandmother's room. Too scared to go look because nobody was in there. We all stayed in the living room and waited for my uncle to get home. But I recognized that sound. My grandmother had a TV that would short out and show a white horizontal line, and you'd have to sort of bang it a couple of times before the picture showed back up. It sounded just like that banging. My uncle finally came home around 10 p.m. You could tell he was exhausted and sad. My aunt laid blankets on the living room floor and told my uncle everyone is sleeping in the living room floor tonight. That's because strange things are going on and she's scared. My uncle gave her an annoyed look and just said, "All right." I was very scared that night. I couldn't go to sleep. I knew I would end up being the last one awake. To my horror, I was. I lay there all night praying for nothing to happen. It was 3 or 4 hours later when the light in the hallway flipped on. I was spooked because I didn't hear anybody get up. I lay there for about 10 minutes when I heard the bathroom light turn on. By then, I knew exactly what was going on. It has to be my grandmother, I said to myself. I laid there just staring at my little cousin's white crib mattress that was propped up against the wall, not moving an inch of my body. Shortly after, I heard something metal drop into the bathtub. Remember, my grandma had diabetes and couldn't bathe herself, so my uncle and dad used a small metal bowl to bathe her and we left in the bathroom. I'm 1000% sure that's what I heard drop into the bathtub. Shortly after, I heard the tub water turn on and I could hear the water splashing against the tub. My stomach dropped and I felt like throwing up. I didn't hear anybody get up or any footsteps in the bathroom. And who the hell would be taking a shower this late at night? I was too terrified to move to wake my family up, so I just laid there. After about 5 minutes, the water finally turned off. I heard the light switch flick, but the lights were on. I figured it was that bathroom light. I was breathing very heavy and a very weird feeling like whatever that was knew I was awake, so I closed my eyes. I heard what sounded like feet dragging against the floor coming toward the living room. It sounded just like my grandma when she would walk around the apartment with her flip-flops. She drug her feet because diabetes made it kind of hard for her to walk normally, so she used a cane. The sound got louder and louder. I opened my eyes, I stared at the crib mattress, and to my horror, saw what looked like my grandmother's silhouette being cast onto the mattress that was up against the wall. It was getting closer. I still to this day don't understand why my family didn't even wake up. When the footsteps got to where the doorway was, it just stopped. It seemed as if my grandmother was just standing there watching all of us sleep. It felt like forever, but then the lights finally turned off. Then silence. The only other thing that happened that night was there's an Asian calendar that we had hung up in the living room that kept fluttering as if like someone were constantly flipping through the pages. I ended up falling asleep shortly after that, probably due to exhaustion as I was still a kid. I have more experiences with stuff like this if you'd like to hear more. Sorry for the grammar and formatting. No worries, I jumped over them. I'm doing this on my phone at 4 a.m. If you have any questions, let me know. I haven't told anyone this story but my wife, but my imagination just felt like it was so real. No, it wasn't a dream, that's for sure. I had a nightmare when I fall asleep that night. Let me go make my bird be quiet. Living with ghosts. Growing up, every kid had this imaginary friend. Some parents played it cool, others just freaked out. I guess it's normal. But doing some research into the paranormal world, it actually came to me that those imaginary friends weren't so imaginary. There are a lot of people who can actually sense these things. They can see, hear, feel, smell spirits, but never really put some research into it. Starting at a young age, kids can really start sensing it. You ever experienced a kid talking to someone, maybe a deceased family member, starting to tell you things like how your grandfather that died years ago called you some certain nickname, or tells you about a place that you've been quite a few times but your kid wasn't, and you never talked about it. Yep, your kid is actually talking to him or her. But don't freak out. It's actually a wonderful gift that your kid has. After a few years, it might be gone, but some still carry it while they grow up through life. As for me, I had a few incidents, such as seeing an older guy. For some reason, the family named him George. I remember he was wearing a black hat and he wore a suit. But thinking about it, I guess the entire family saw him. As of how they reacted after he walked toward me, well, I guess he was just the ghost of the house and made his presence noticeable to everyone. He didn't do harm to anyone on a side note. As years go by, I've heard a lot of paranormal stories about the house. My grandparents' house I used to live in. Fast forward a few years later, we did build a house back in the year 2000. Everything was normal. One day it just started where I thought I saw a reflection of an older woman in my window, but I wasn't scared, it was more like comfortable. 2011, I had a baby. Things seemed normal just at night sometimes, her toys would go off. Her turning 4, she used to tell us that there's a girl with long hair and a dress, which we go back to kids having imaginary friends. We had a friend to come over once a week with her kids, and they all would just play. One day the friend did get touched on the back, which she thought it was one of the kids. They weren't even near her. Sometimes even drawers would open in the kitchen, which we all thought somebody from the family would just play a prank on us. After that, it was just normal until 2019, where things got super crazy. Me being home alone, and I must say, I totally believe in this kind of stuff. So I sat on my bed with my back turned to the closet. That's where all of a sudden the drawers start to open. Yep, there I was, freaked out. Grabbed my phone, started to record, being clueless at the time that I would actually record something. Asking things like, if you're here, let me know, or give me a sign, I would receive this. Let's say not totally unfriendly answer saying no. Just to be clear, I didn't listen to the audio yet. I'd go on with my questions. Yes, I do watch a lot of Ghost Adventures. That's why I started to record. Asking things like, who are you? But I didn't receive anything. Until I asked what he or she wants, I got this response of, I want to help. Alright, me being done with all of my questions, I started to listen to my recordings. I was shocked. I sat there on my bed and I couldn't move anymore because I got so scared that I actually got an answer twice in one recording. One day before that, things got, weird again. We had boards in the wall. And let me tell you, no matter what we would be on, or rather, what would be on, rather, wouldn't be able to fall down. So I was letting the dogs out of the yard. I was home alone as usual. Somehow, I'm the one that they get attached to. I hear this loud noise from inside. First thing that came to my mind, I didn't close the freezer door right and everything fell out. So, me walking to the kitchen, finding absolutely nothing. On my way out, I saw something unusual in the office, but just out of the corner of my eyes. So, I looked into the room. Oh boy, there was a mess. It looked like someone aggressively yanked out all the boards. Stuff was all over the room, which was weird, but it didn't come to me after everything else happened. So, I went back to get the dogs in. I walked back in and the vacuum cleaner was standing in the middle of the hallway, which I'm 100% sure wasn't when I walked back out to get the dogs in. Just after that day, random things would fall down, like the watering can after talking about watering plants. So I would talk about watering plants and the watering can would fall. After, things got so intense we had somebody come over to the house to check it out. This is where it started to get all weird. I would get super emotional in a specific room and I had to leave immediately. It even got to the point where I think that the ghost of this super angry man went into me, making me feel his anger that went and tried to get help. Just sitting there seeing shadow figures, hearing somebody clear as day say something from upstairs. Thankfully, I wasn't the only one hearing it that night. It was, let's say, a very eventful night. And of course, me reacting to this in a very weird way, they saged me for almost an hour. We moved out of this house a few months later. I must say, it's nice to have a gift like that where you can communicate with the deceased. But on the other hand, it's kind of scary not knowing who or what you're talking to. I keep hearing ringing in my ear quite a few times a day. I try to ignore it, but sometimes I try to actually listen. No, I'm not alone right now while writing this. It makes me feel comfortable, so I'd like to think it's presence of my grandfather that maybe died 2 years ago and lived right next to us. Maybe he's just passing through the walls to check on us sometimes. I don't know. I like to talk to him in my thoughts. So with that, I'm going to say until the next time. Hope you like my little story about my life, and please don't judge me for any wrong words. I'm German, half American. And I think some words might be wrong. Maybe you can let me know about some things that happened to you that way. Dankeschön, bitte. Navajo Mountain Reservation, Utah. My father and uncle have a kind of a story, you could say. A story of living as outsiders, like non-native Caucasian. So, young people on the reservation. Their tale of experiencing a skinwalker. Well, my grandma taught school on the reservation. They lived well off compared to the natives living there. And from what I know, there's a lot of lore surrounding the Navajo Nation. Non-natives, primarily older generations, keeping their experiences and stories left unspoken, especially to those not from the culture. Forgive me if I'm mistaking any of this, the culture, ideology, practices, or any other part. I'm just trying to tell the story my family has only spoken to me in whispers about. My grandmother, father, and uncle lived there for a few years. Their experience was much different than the Navajo people who've lived there for generations upon generations. I just want to tell their story and get insight as to anybody else who's lived in that community and any other stories some people might be willing to share. My father and uncle are about 2 years apart in age. They lived in Navajo mountains in the maybe 1980s, about there. My dad was 10, maybe 12, and my uncle's a bit younger. As it goes, they were always outside riding bikes with their friends, natives of the reservation. My grandma was recovering from an abusive relationship with her father, wasn't too concerned with their whereabouts, being it was a small community. There wasn't much trouble around, nor would they know what real trouble was at that age. Trouble wasn't the issue to young white boys in a reservation then. Pure terror was. It was a typical night without any parental supervision. The night was colder than usual. The night sky was blacker than you can imagine. In such a desolate place, the stars in the sky would light the night. This night was as if the earth had moved to a different dimension, an abyss. The boys raced each other as they did every night, till they were compelled to force their brakes in unison. They simultaneously looked up, each boy's face melted from carefree, innocent adolescent to unadulterated horror. The boys stood motionless, grasping their bikes with every nerve, muscle, and strength in their body onto the dirt road. To the right of them was a mesa, one that they rode by every day, the mesa that paralleled from my family's home, the mesa that they could see through my father and my uncle's bedroom every night. This mesa would become fear and nightmares to them from this night forward. At the top of the mesa was a roaring fire, taller than any bonfire that somebody could assemble, bigger than a group of people could assemble. It raged and was unbelievable. It was almost as tall as the mesa itself. More unbelievable was the pitch-black figure seen cavorting around the bonfire. The native boys of my father and uncle informed them that this was not a typical Navajo dance or ritual. Pits began to form in their stomachs. Friends of my father and uncle turned back around with the word and bolted back to their homes. My father and uncle threw their bikes to the ground and ran across the unpaved road into their home. The two came back in a panic, relaying what they had seen to my grandmother. She was unconcerned. A legend of the natives, she told them, shooed them away. They laid awake all night in their shared room, not saying a word to another. They forced their curtains as closed as possible, too scared to look out the window and see what they shouldn't have to begin with. Neither could shake the images burnt into their memory, but the sun managed to rise and peek through into their room. A sense of release washed over them as the darkness had faded. The boys left their beds, traveled to the kitchen to try a second time to tell my grandmother what they had saw that night. They tried to get a handle on what they saw, but it was as if they couldn't explain it. Again, my grandmother brushed them off, the coffee and newspaper more important than their story. She told them to climb the mesa and to investigate. The boys wrangled the friends who shared the experience with the night prior. The friends stayed on the dirt road, looked up at the mesa as my father and uncle climbed up to see any evidence of the hell-burning fire they witnessed together. The mesa wasn't much taller than an average one-story house, so the brothers took less than 2 minutes to climb to the top where the nightmare took place. When they got to the top, they were hysterical and also relieved. There was no indication of a bonfire of that enormity, or even a fire at all that had taken place on the mesa. They climbed down and told the message to friends who had also been part of the shocking scene. Their native friends looked at them in shock, but neither said a word to them. They immediately turned their bikes around and proceeded home. It's never talked about again despite my father and brother asking about it. My grandmother and everyone else in the community refused to talk about it again. My father, he's a skeptic. He doesn't believe in anything paranormal. Aliens, ghosts, mermaids, you name it. But whenever I ask about the skinwalker he saw, he turns pale and white. He gets quiet, jumpy, and curt. I had to plead to get the full story out of him, and I could see goosebumps and every hair standing up in his arms when he shared his experience. My grandma took me to the Navajo Mountains in 2019 to show me her history and to see how Navajo natives still live on this reservation today. According to her, not much had changed since living there in the 80s. I hiked and explored what I could of the reservation. That's not to invade or violate any of the Navajo reservations and its beauty. However, I did feel a change in mood when I visited. My existence felt heavy, as if I wasn't supposed to be there or if I was invading on territory that wasn't meant for me. Not caused by any of the community there, but just by my presence being on the land. I'll never forget my experience of visiting and all that I learned about reservation life. I climbed the mesa where the skinwalker my dad and uncle had as ritual. I felt pretty normal until I got to the top, stood in the middle. I felt some darkness creep into me as I stood there. I have never been the same since. Lifetime of unexplained things. I'm 37. I was born in Poland. I moved to England in 2011. In my adult life, I look for logical reasons and explanations to everything. It keeps me safe and sane. That's because at a certain point in my teenage life, I had to start telling myself that things that happened aren't real, and eventually they stopped. But still, whenever there is any mention of paranormal, a fear like no fear a person can explain takes over. It's embarrassing. It's not logical or reasonable to me, but I immediately get goosebumps, a cold shiver of dread up my spine. Since my earliest memories, I've experienced darkness. Till at very young teenage time, I had dreams of drowning in oily darkness of war, of burning cities and people dying. I had dreams of shadows in the forests, demons luring me. My parents had a hard time because they would find me out of being hiding in a different room crying on the floor while asleep. My first very confusing experience was when I was maybe 7. Older kids took me to the basement where they tried a ghost invocation, using a glass tied to a string. I only remember that they asked some questions and the glass exploded and we ran in fear. Months later, I remember waking up at probably 2 a.m. and I felt frozen in bed. I had my cover over my head and I saw 2 ghastly figures just walk through my bedroom. I was too scared to move. But eventually, when I peeked out, it was morning and sunny outside. My dad has friends who were into occult stuff. He used to take me there. I was an 8-year-old. Telling them how incredibly smart for my age I am. Probably too smart. I haven't had any experience except dreams until I was a teenager. I wanted to hike in the forest around my town. Never happens when I was with someone. When I'm alone, especially on a hike back there in the forest in Poland, I always felt something looking at me. The darkness between the trees was darker suddenly. If you went into the forest, all sounds would vanish. One day I remember I got brave enough. I always try to shrug that fear off. I ventured into the ancient forest. It was so wonderful, almost magical, that I found myself in a dark part of the woods. I saw a random lonely staircase in the distance. Then I found a clearing and there was a big old dead oak tree. Everything around was quiet. The ground was dead. I remember I stopped going out on hikes alone. When I was 17, one of my friends who was so deeply into history, World War II, wanted me to go with them to a forest hunt with a metal detector. There was a place a fairly long hike away from our town where at the beginning of the century there was like a lake and a German restaurant. All of this area was once German before the war. There was a prison camp and ruins of an artificial petrol plant built by the Nazis, all in ruin, cordoned off due to possible mines or not detonated air bombs. I've been to that German restaurant spot many times before with school, my dad on group hikes. That day was different. My friend found some nice old china plates, coins, and things, but I remember I couldn't settle. Felt all the time we should hurry. Still remember it was such an old feeling. Remember I finally convinced my friend to just pack away and go. When he was almost done, we both heard a very low bass-like rumbling, like a heavy machine gun or drums or both. Couldn't be any truck or nearest roads, maybe 2 miles away. I remember it was getting louder. We both panicked and we both ran. We got back the same way and we saw a few trees that broke and collapsed. There's no wind and we both asked each other how did that happen. Those trees were okay before. Eventually we were out of the forest, sprinted to a nearby village, and suddenly we felt safe. But the first thing we saw was a herd of goats. A large goat with the most diabolical of horns. Exactly the ones you see on those weird satanic books. I remember that we fully jogged home 8 miles not talking. We never talked about it after. From that moment I tried very hard not to believe in anything paranormal. But I always had those chills come back. Those moments of absolute anguish and fear when I was alone. Maybe that's why I moved to the UK. Here, nothing happens for a long time, until recently, when I was just at the end of a very toxic relationship. At nights, even when my partner and I were sort of feeling something was not okay. Maybe because although I wasn't in a relationship, I was alone and lonely. In the last year of the relationship, things happened to have varied from being uncomfortable to downright scary. During COVID, I rescued a dog. Literally the light of my life now. Always around, I feel safer with her. But where I lived back then, things happened in a very open small park near my house. My dog was younger, she wasn't very good at holding her pee throughout the night. I would take her to that park. It was literally 100 meters away from the home, after 8 or 9 p.m. for a quick one. There was and is a lamppost at the far end you can see clearly when you enter the park. 3 times out of nowhere, a hooded man, I think, appeared standing under there, looking directly at me for the entire time I was with my dog. And immediately when I saw him, it was the same fear crawling up my spine. Last thing happened 3 weeks before I moved out. My ex moved out early, and it was early January 2022. I took my dog out around 9:30. For obvious reasons, I avoided the park and took her up an old pathway nicely lit by streetlights and houses. But it was all different. There was this thick fog outside. It reflected all the lights, giving everything a red hue. Everything was dead quiet. No cars, no people. There was always some people out and about, but no sounds from the houses. I remember what stayed in my mind was how it all felt like a padded room. But I walked up the streets with my dog, and before we even got to the near end of the houses, there was this horrible screech like something was being ripped apart while still being alive. It lasted for a good 30 seconds. My dog cowered like mad, and she almost ripped my shoulder out because she ran home. My dog doesn't mind fireworks and loud noises, but she was absolutely petrified, and so was I. Even after getting inside the house, nothing felt okay for a long while. Stayed up that night for a long, long time, until I was too exhausted to be awake. I've not really told those things to anybody for the fear of being judged as crazy or ridiculous. But I'm going crazy, and were those things just a figment of my imagination? If yes, why do I get so scared to the point of crying just remembering them? I'm a grown-ass man. I'm not afraid of the dark at night, but I'm afraid of the darkness and the feeling of darkness. Well, that makes sense. My experience living in a haunted house. This all happened when I was 6 years old, and I still remember it so vividly. Just to preface, I'm open to the idea of the paranormal, but for the most part, I'm still a skeptic. I'm one of those I wouldn't be surprised if ghosts really existed, but for now, I don't think they do sort of people. I believe there's an explanation for any paranormal experience that we face, whether it's simple or complicated. My parents had emigrated from Vietnam in the 80s. did the whole Ellis Island immigration process. They lived all over the country, but fast forward to 1993, they had me in California. In 1999, my family was pretty poor and decided that we wanted to try to get a place with my cousin's family, my dad's brother's family. They went searching for a house in Sacramento, California. They found a place that was kind of oddly cheap. If I recall correctly, it was a 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom house with a gated automatic fence. And that was kind of really fancy back then. Now here are the details that were told to me later in life when I got older and spoke to my parents about this house. There was obviously a catch to the low price point of this house. The offering price was due to the fact that it was known to be haunted. The real estate agent was very upfront about this, mentioned the history of the house. The regional owner of the house died in the nursery of the house. The nursery was located underneath the stairs. Think Harry Potter sort of cupboard, but much bigger and kind of actually a room. We're unsure of what the owner died from, but my parents didn't think it was necessary to know or even remember. My dad and his brother were skeptics at the time and were only interested in the price point. The real estate agent mentioned that there had been many families that lived here, and all of them experienced paranormal activity and moved out fairly quickly. This did not stop them from taking the offer. There were many things that we experienced in this house. Some very typical, such as creaky pipes and wood or extreme or sudden cold temperatures, footsteps and things like that. However, I'd just like to share what I deemed to be the creepiest moments. Although it was a 5-bedroom house, we had to share rooms due to 2 families living in the house. I shared a room with 2 of my cousins, both around my age. One of the nights I remembered, this was a couple of weeks living here. We were already experiencing some creepy things. I really needed a drink of water. We had a pact that if we ever went somewhere in the middle of the night, we would wake each other up and go together. So I woke up my cousins and told them to come with me to get a drink of water really quick. We had an uncle that stayed with us at the time. He's that uncle that goes from family to squat for as long as he can. He still does this to this day, pretty much. He would stay anywhere he possibly could. Well, he didn't mind sort of taking the nursery over. Obviously, when we were kids, our parents didn't inform us of all the paranormal talk that they had. All of our experiences were discovered on our own. So as we walked down the stairs, we could hear our uncle groaning in his sleep, almost as though he was in pain. We sat on the stairs, continued to listen. We were trying to make out what he was trying to say. We noticed that the name Sam kept coming up. We got our water, went back down to sleep. The next day, we brought up what we heard our uncle say to our parents and told them he kept saying the name Sam. My parents looked at us in terror. They then tried to play it off and said it was nothing of concern. We were kids, but we definitely knew they were hiding something from us. But we moved on from it. When we were older and talked about this incident, our parents finally told us the truth about the incident. My parents told me and my siblings, and I eventually told my cousins who had already been told by their cousins. So apparently Sam is the name of the original owner that passed away in that nursery. They had not informed my uncle about the name of the owner. They confronted my uncle, and he too had no idea what we were even talking about. This sent chills up my spine, even so many years after the experience. So here's the last experience that was pretty much the, okay, we're moving motive. After about 4 or 5 months, we had a Lunar New Year's party. Typically, these drinking parties will go on all night, and it usually ends up in a mellow talk to each other in the living room, gathering to the end of the night sort of thing. It was probably 1 a.m. at this point, and the people that were left were all in the living room at the base of the stairs. Everyone was pretty much accounted for. The night was dying down, everyone was chatting, and suddenly, we hear doors and maybe windows start to slam shut upstairs one by one. This lasted maybe 10 seconds. It almost didn't sound real because it seemed like there were more doors and windows shutting than we ever had. Silence. As we all stopped and stared at the top of the stairs, terrified, my dad and brother started to walk up the stairs. Sort of us crept behind them. I called out to see if anybody's up there, and no response. Here's the scary part. Every single door was open. There wasn't a single door that was actually slammed shut at all. Yet we heard all these doors slam one after another. I remember so vividly crying my eyes out. My uncle came back and said, "All the doors are open." We moved out within the week. My parents never shared with me the address of the place, never wanted me to look it up any further. I don't blame them. However, I'd be really interested in looking up more of the history of the house. I've tried Googling things such as Sam Sacramento Haunted House, but found nothing. I remember what the house looked like, but as extensively as I've tried to search it up, I can't find it. I'd be interested if anybody's able to find the house I'm looking for. I'll leave a description of the house below. It's a 2-story white house, very symmetrically boxy. Big 2-car garage, black gates that surrounded the house that opened up by sliding gates that lead to the driveway in the garage. Grass lawn with a decent-sized tree. The backyard was pretty much cement and dead grass. It was located in the middle of a suburban street, otherwise known as not a corner house and not a circle or court, just a regular drive street address between 2 other houses. Try to remember the type of tree that is. That might help people. The turning over of my apple cart, just when I had it all figured out. The incidents I chronicle in the following account are true. Happened in 2009 in the northeastern U.S. I went to visit my daughter and her family one evening. I live in a rural area that's quite dark at night due to lack of ambient lighting. I exited my car and began to walk across the yard toward their house. The darkness was such that I couldn't see anything before me. However, I was familiar with the property. As I was walking, I came to an abrupt stop and raised my arms in front of me. Not by conscious choosing, but my body sensed something before me. Instinct. Thinking it may be a yard toy, I kicked outward, but nothing was there. I immediately heard a light rustling. It was distant, but approached my position rapidly. The initial sensing of my path being blocked grew stronger. I then saw from across the opposite end of the darkened yard a figure moving swiftly toward me. The figure was moving so rapid that it appeared as a blur approaching and departing. It was only when it passed me, and it was for a split second aligned with me on my left, that I got a close glimpse. But for a nanosecond, it headed straight at me. It only veered to my left at the last possible moment. Its description was as follows. I estimate a height of 8 feet. This is based on comparing my height of 6 feet 3 inches. However, the figure glided and was leaning forward at an almost 45-degree angle. It didn't contact the ground and wore a classic monk-type robe, brown with black smudges. The material was worn and tattered. The hood drastically draped down over the facial area, obscuring any facial features. In passing, it never looked at me. Its body posture and head remained straight ahead, but again in a leaning forward, slanted position. Its movement in passing me created an audible swishing. I stepped forward while looking in the direction of the house. This one step triggered their motion, which snapped their floodlights on, but I kept watching what passed me until it disappeared into the darkness. Total time after passing me when losing sight of it, maybe 3 to 4 seconds. When I entered the house, I attempted to tell my daughter what just happened. She held her finger up to her lips and in a low voice said, "Don't say anything around Steve. He's already nervous about us living so close to the old barn." Note, Steve grew up believing the barn was haunted. Still trying to get a grip, I said, "Okay, probably my imagination." I gave her what I had and went out to take, and said I had to scoot for a few more errands. We hugged and I walked this time across a well-lit yard to my car. I got in, and instead of going in the direction of what passed me, I went the opposite way. After a few minutes, I saw the lights of the Sheetz store. I whipped in, found a parking spot, and stared off thinking about what I just experienced. This, I knew, it really happened. What I saw was all the pictures and literature throughout my life, They all depicted it, the Grim Reaper. So, why am I still alive? Why did it turn from me at the last second? That was Saturday evening. On Sunday morning, woke up at 5:30 a.m., which is very unusual for me. Also unusual was that I awoke fully. No momentary grogginess, bright-eyed. I moved to the edge of the bed and watched the early sun streaming in through the half-closed slats. The room was silent. Before I could stand, a long, single musical note from a trumpet came from the right corner of the room. It started low but rose in volume and lasted about 5 to 7 seconds. Then the room was again dead silent. I didn't have to look outside to determine a source. The trumpet sound was generated within the room. The acoustics of the sound made that determination unmistakable. But no one and nothing was there visibly to generate it. I went through Sunday encountering several people who I almost told about the trumpet note, and even the sighting of the entity. I thought better of that and kept it to myself, feeling that before blurting things of that nature out to those around me, I wanted to first figure it out. At 6 p.m. Sunday, I watched the movie The Untouchables. Halfway through, I called my dad, who lived in the family home 45 minutes away. I knew he liked the movie, so I checked in. After talking for a while, I said, "Hey, I want to tell you something that happened to me early this morning. You're the first person that I've told, and you're going to think I'm nuts." Surprisingly, instead of laughing, there was a short pause from his end. "Okay," he said. "You tell me what happened to you, then I'll tell you what happened to me this morning." He told me that around 3 a.m. this morning he was awoken by the doorbell. It had an unusual sound to it, like it was only partly pressed in. Then it was released. It was followed seconds later with the identical sound. I said, "Who was it?" He said that he didn't go to see and stayed where he was. It was damn odd, and I wasn't going to move from the bed. Very unusual for Dad, a very un-paranormal guy. 5 days later, I received a call from my stepsister telling my dad that he had just died. He hadn't been ill or been diagnosed with any conditions. He was 79, a heart attack. So, I'm left with questions. My dad and I were the same size and closely resembled each other. We also shared the same first, last, and middle name. Did this entity resemble a reaper mistake me for my dad and course correct at the last few seconds? Was the doorbell ringing at his house a reaper entity waiting Dad to answer the door, at which point Dad would have died then? Was the trumpet I heard in the bedroom an announcement of Dad's impending death? 13 years later, the answer, I surmise, only caused, discomfort. I wish it hadn't occurred, but it did. I would hope that the Grim Reaper's Rolodex is more accurate and is based off something more than just your name. I hope. The Ghost of 85B. This is more my dad's story than mine, but I think this needs to be shared. In August of '06, my family was stationed at Fort Riley in Kansas. We moved into this gorgeous duplex at the end of a horseshoe-shaped neighborhood. The house was built in the early 1900s and had an unfinished basement, those sort of pole lights that only light up the small area around you. In the basement, there's also the smallest boot prints in the cement that look as if they belong to a child. Irrelevant, but still strange information. The house had the grand staircase that only went from the ground floor to the second floor, had a back staircase which went to all 4 floors. It was originally intended for servants. The ground floor held main living areas, and my brother and I were on the second. I snagged the master, which had its own doorbell. For a 6-year-old, this was awesome, but probably obnoxious, but probably pretty awesome. My parents stayed on the top floor, had an unfinished attic room that held pieces of original furniture. Babysitter once joked vampires lived in there. About a month after moving in, a woman knocked on the door, introduced herself as part of the historical society. asked for my family's permission for this home to be featured in the annual Halloween ghost tour, informing us that this is a usual stop. She let us know that this home was host to a spirit called the Buckskin Ghost, as he appears as a man in buckskin clothing. We informed her that we were new. We hadn't had any paranormal experiences. She asked how long we'd been there. My dad says, about a month, to which she replies, usually he shows himself by now. My dad politely declined to be on the tour. I think my parents either didn't believe or were scared. I don't blame him. We were still unpacking things at this point, mostly boxes that were in the garage, which were all attached to the back stairwell near the basement. Dad noticed a light in the garage was out and went to come change it. Completely normal thing. As my dad's reaching up to change the light, it comes back on. He makes sure it screws all the way and climbs down the ladder, puts it away. When he returns to the garage, the light's out. Confused, my dad fetched the ladder again. He returns, the light's back on, frustrated, he moves the ladder out of the way. Light goes off. So, he sets up the ladder, climbs up, and he's reaching up to change the light and comes back on. My dad is beyond frustrated now and yells, "Stop fucking with me!" Light comes back on. Doesn't go out the entire time we lived there. This was our introduction to the next 10 months. Other odd things happened in the home, like the radio turning to a static station extremely loudly. Then there were rooms in the basement our dog wouldn't go into. Anytime anything would happen, we would refer to Bucky acting up. While we lived there, we learned more about the base's haunted history. We even purchased a book of the ghost stories, which included our home. This book also featured a story of a little girl who befriended a ghost and played dolls with them. When that family moved out, the girl left her doll in the house for her quote-unquote friend. Remember the original furniture that was in the attic? When I first moved in, looked at all the drawers, and in one of those drawers was that doll. One I didn't learn anything about until months later. I don't know what happened to the doll, but I only saw it once. For the most part, nothing too terrifying happened in the house, though. Well, at least that was until my dad stayed by himself. My dad was a night pilot, meaning he usually slept during the day. One day, he woke up by the sound of heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. My dad got up, opened the door, and asked if anybody was there. Immediately, the noise stops. My dad went to check the window overlooking the street to see if a service van was at the house. For those who haven't lived on a military base, they occasionally send people to the home to do things like change air filters, things like that. My dad didn't see anything, went back to bed. He was again woken up by the sounds of heavy footsteps on what he perceived as the second floor. My dad shot out of bed, went to the door, and as soon as he opened the door, the noises stopped. He yells again, "Is anyone there?" No response. As he goes and lays back down, my dad then hears items of furniture moving in the room opposite the wall in front of the bed. The one with the original, furniture items. He jumps out of bed and leaves the house without a second thought. It wasn't until he was at work later that he realized he was going to be back to home alone. Questioned what was in the home with him. I was 6 when all this went down, and for years we've talked about these experiences and others that have happened there. We continued to check for more stories online about this house. Others have also experienced a friendly but mischievous ghost affectionately called Bucky. I've had other strange experiences throughout my life, and I believe this house is what opened me up to them. I'm now dating a man who's a skeptic. While visiting my home in Florida, my dad told him the story. The light in the kitchen was flickering throughout his retelling, and jokingly my boyfriend yells, "Stop fucking with me." That's when it flickers off. The light immediately turned on and continued to stay on while we visited. Don't believe me? Look up Ghost of 85B Schofield Circle, Fort Riley, Kansas. Plenty of stories from the base that deserve to be heard, including this one. And I encourage those that have made it this far to do some additional research on this haunted military base. And if you live in this house, please let Bucky's story be told on the ghost tour. You heard him. Growing up in a haunted house. From my earliest memory up to the age of 20, my family and I lived in a house that we swear is haunted. My sisters and I all have stories about encountering ghosts. I'm sure that our parents had such stories too, but sadly they're no longer with us to share them. Figured that I would at least share some of mine. Story 1. 3 Ghosts in the Window. This happened when I was pretty young. I think maybe 8, if I had to guess. I was downstairs in the basement playing with my Hot Wheels in the rec room. The first thing to know about that basement is every time I would walk down the stairs, I would always get this eerie feeling that I was being watched. I'm not the only one who feels that way. My sister and later my eldest nephew, we all noticed it. Anyway, this particular day was late afternoon, early evening in the summer. The sun was low in the sky, sunlight streamed in through the basement windows. That looks out to the backyard. As I was playing, deliberately sitting on the patch of sunlight, just hitting the floor, I noticed the shadow of what I assumed was 3 people walking past the basement window. Being a curious child, I wondered who was in her backyard. Got up, went over to the basement door, which leads to the carport. Went into the backyard to take a look. My backyard was empty. The backyard is quite large, too. There's absolutely no way that anybody walked at a regular pace. Which those 3 shadows were. They weren't in a hurry. They couldn't walk all the way over to the opposite side of the house before I could get outside to see them. Even if they had started running right after passing the window or they had cast their shadow, I at least would have been able to see them just as they turned the corner. Creeped me the hell out. Story 2. The Squeaky Floor. This happened to me when I was about 12 to 13. First, I need to explain the house I grew up in. Floors on the main level squeaked terribly. Practically every square inch of the floor made a squeaking, creaking, or groaning sound that stepped on. What's more is each area of the floor made a very distinct sound when stepped on. You could tell exactly where somebody was inside the house by the sound the floor made. Anyway, I was home alone this particular evening. I was sitting in the lazy boy armchair in the living room with one of the leaves on the dining room table across the armrest, using it as sort of a table to do my homework. As I was working, I heard the sound of somebody coming out of my parents' bedroom and began walking down the hall towards me. I stopped what I was doing, turned around, and looked down the hall to see who was there. The hallway was empty. The moment I turned to look down the hall, the sound stopped. I shrugged it off, went back to work. That's when minutes later the floor started squeaking again. Whatever was making the sound got right in front of the bathroom door. I turned to look again, the sound stopped. I sat there staring silently, daring the entity to continue making noise while I watched. Not a sound came down the hall. So I went back to doing my homework. A few minutes later, the squeaking began again. Waited for the sounds to reach the top of the stairs right in front of the kitchen door, and I turned around and stared again. Once again, the sound stopped. Turned back to my homework. A moment later, I heard the floor squeaking their way into the kitchen. It was at that point that I said, screw it. Set my homework aside, turned on the TV, and started watching Guns of Paradise, starring Lee Horsley. Story 3. Tea Time. This is a relatively short story, but a pretty creepy one. I like drinking tea. I drink a lot of tea. I far prefer drinking tea over drinking coffee. But anyway, one cold winter day I was sitting at home enjoying a cup of Earl Grey tea. I was watching the snow fall past the streetlights from the living room window. Suddenly I heard a really loud bang in the kitchen, as though somebody had slammed the cupboard door really hard. I jumped, spilled tea on my shirt. I got up, went to the kitchen to see what the racket was. The cupboard doors where we kept the coffee mugs and dishes were sitting partially open, as if somebody had slammed them really hard and they bounced back open. Here's the thing though. When I'd fixed my cup of tea, I'd left the cupboard doors closed. What's more, all of the windows in the kitchen were closed too. So the likelihood of it being the wind is virtually non-existent. The cupboard doors, they'd opened themselves, slammed themselves shut with enough force to bounce back partially open, stay there. Creepy. Story 4. Just saying goodbye. This happened when I was 20. It was the night before I was moving away to go to my college. My mom, my best friend, and I were all standing around the living room just talking. Suddenly the TV turned on all by itself. It stayed on for maybe a minute, then shut itself off. I looked around and saw that the TV remote control was laying at the coffee table. Not even one of us was anywhere near close enough to have hit the power button. Deliberate or accidental. Just laughed and I said, well, I guess the ghost is saying goodbye in his own sort of way. I'll miss you too, Casper. I knew it was the ghost and not a glitch in the TV. The TV was too new to have glitches like that. Gotta tell you, doesn't matter if a TV is new. They can be brand new broken. Moving back into my childhood haunted house. I just moved back into my parents' house. Find myself reflecting on the paranormal experiences my family's had here. There have been many, so this post will be lengthy. I'm going to give my own encounters chronologically, then share my family's. I'm hoping to hear what people think of all of this. For context, the house is over 100 years old, but my family's built upon it over time. The encounters are strongest and most concentrated in the oldest part of the house. People have died in the home, all family, but what we know about those people doesn't match what we've experienced. 1. My earliest encounter was when I was still in a crib, maybe 2 or 3 years old. I have a decent number of memories from this age. There was a daybed perpendicular to the crib against an adjacent wall, with the head next to the crib. I woke up from a nap overcome with panic, started crying for my mom. I looked over to the daybed and I saw that she was there. She was laying on her stomach with her head resting on her hands and her feet bobbing behind her as if she was posing for a picture, smiling at me. I felt a sense of relief for a moment. I called out to her again. She didn't react, instead kept grinning and staring. The dread feeling returned tenfold. I began screaming for my mom, sensing that what I was looking at was not her. My mom rushed into the room and picked me up. When I looked back at the daybed, it was empty. My sisters and I agree. That room was the scariest in the house. 1.5. I used to have dreams about that room. It would be completely empty with dusty wooden floors instead of carpet. Daylight coming through the windows, making the room kind of pale. In the dream, I'd be sitting crisscross applesauce in the middle of the floor, overcome with the dread feeling and unable to move. A voice would whisper from the closet, though I don't recall if it said anything discernible. The room does have 2 closets, with miniature closets above them for extra storage. When my sister lived in that room, she was terrified of the miniature ones. 2. In 5th grade, I was in the adjacent room doing a school project on the floor. That was by the open doorway to the bathroom. Suddenly, the dread feeling came over me, but I tried to ignore it and kept working. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move and I looked up. A piece of toilet paper had floated from behind the other side of the bathroom wall into the doorway and landed on the floor. I was relieved because it was just a piece of toilet paper and went back to working. That wasn't until I realized I didn't know where it had come from. It was the middle of the night and everyone in the house was asleep. It freaked me out. 3. I used to see people out of the corner of my eye who weren't there. The clearest were children. One was a little girl in an Easter dress standing inside the china cabinet in the dining room downstairs, beneath the rooms I've described. The other was a little boy in a military uniform of some kind standing by the sink in the upstairs bathroom. These were brief, and they were one-offs. 4. In middle school, I lived by the room by the bathroom, and my sisters shared the quote-unquote scary room. I was reading and heard them laughing together, which broke my concentration. I told them to be quiet, and they stopped. I continued my book until they started up again. So as an irritable older sibling, I stormed down the hall and into their room to tell them to be quiet again. Nobody was there. I ran down the stairs. Now, for the story my sisters tell. Sister 1 was in the quote-unquote scary room. Sister 2 was in the other. Sister 2 was playing Minecraft. That's when suddenly everything fell off of her mantle. Both rooms have walled-off fireplaces with mantles above them. It's an old fucking house. She thought Sister 1 was throwing stuff at her wall. She went to her room to investigate, only to discover that the same thing had happened with her sister's mantle, and well, they were puzzled by this. Then Sister 1's neck started bleeding, as well as Sister 2's ankle. I find this story a little hard to believe, but my stories are also a little tough to swallow, and we are siblings who grew up in this house together, so I choose to believe them on principle. Another time, Sister 1 was living in the quote-unquote scary room and swore she saw a purple face in the window. Terrified her for months. I found this to be particularly interesting, because even though I never saw that, I always had a sense that I might, even before she described it, though the face I imagined was very different. Now for my mom. I once overheard her tell a story to a friend of mine on the phone. When I asked her about it later, she either didn't remember or was lying about the conversation. But during the phone call, she had described being in her room in the bed. This room was adjacent to the dining room downstairs, still in the old part of the house. She heard the dog come into the room and walk around the bed. She started calling for her. The dog wouldn't come. She looked around for her and realized she wasn't there. She said that she could have sworn she heard and felt something crawling around. And my dad. This is a very short one. Well, we're Southern. He swears he was visited by the boo hag, which he describes as an old woman standing at the edge of his bed holding his feet. Boo hag. That's a new one. Experience in South Dakota, Wyoming, and Montana. This happened in July of 2021, around 2 or 3 in the morning, but I remember it just like it just happened. I think about it more than I'd like to admit. For some background, I've always believed in the paranormal. I've had a couple of experiences over the years. What sets this one apart is the fact that it was witnessed by another person, and they were a non-believer prior to this. We were driving along what I think was Highway 212 in a rural country somewhere. In rural country. Somewhere between Bella Forge, South Dakota, and Hammond, Montana. They were going to a music festival, and that was in northwestern Montana from Kentucky. We made it a point not to talk about paranormal entities due to the potentially, manifestation of something prior to leaving on our trip. My cousin was driving and I was in the passenger seat. 2 others in the back, and we had to take shifts driving. We didn't stay at the hotel and could drive straight through. My cousin and I were on night shift due to the nature of our profession, which kept us awake at odd hours. We'd been passing the time by bullshitting and listening to music and looking at the local wildlife as we drove through. We'd seen a lot of pronghorns and nice deer earlier in the day. Both of us being outdoorsmen, we were pointing out every game animal we caught in the faintest glimpse. We were on a particularly barren stretch of road. Hadn't seen a man-made light for miles. No other cars on the road, no houses, nothing. We were reveling in the novelty of it, and we didn't have stuff like this back home. I was the first one to point out the deer that was just coming into view in the headlights. As we approached, there was clearly something off about this animal. My cousin says, "Man, that's a weird-looking deer." The animal was turned broadside to us, standing on the right side of the road facing the highway. It had its nose to the ground like it was foraging. The coat was an odd grayish-white, which was odd as deer tend to stay more red throughout the summer. There was obvious flesh hanging from the antlers. This was odd because the antlers were fully formed. Deer in July should still be in velvet, which means their antlers are still growing. They were also stark white, no sign that they had recently been rubbed. As we got closer, I could start to see that there were patches of fur missing, not mange. There were sores, open wounds ranging from tennis ball to dinner-sized plates. The bones of the deer were also visible through the skin. It looked like an embodiment of the term that paleontologists use called shrink wrapping. That's about the time that I noticed how disproportionate it was. The front legs were too short, back legs were too long. The knees bent out to the sides, not backwards. The spine was twisted and stuck up in random intervals down the length of the back. The neck was far too long to be on a buck. And then there was the snout. It wasn't built like an undulate's It wasn't built like an ungulate's snout. It was stocky, rigid, and angular. It looked extremely predatory. It was like if you had taken deerskin and stretched it over a wolf's skull. As the front tire became even with the deer's head, it looked up. It had strange eyes. I don't know how exactly to explain them. They were a deep brown, nearly red. They were clouded but hollow. Its tongue hung from the side of its half-open mouth. They were visible and had pointed teeth, but they were not canine. Deer don't have top teeth in the front, but this one did. It looked like somebody had grabbed a random handful of teeth from a jar and glued them onto this thing. Not just deer teeth, like a jar full of teeth from random animals. Time slowed down. I felt my heart beat in my ears. My hands and ears got hot and I gripped the door panel and I locked eyes with it. I've never been so sure I was going to die in my entire life. Maintained eye contact and followed me as we passed. My cousin said, in a manner of concern I've never heard from him, "What the fuck, did you see that?" To which I replied, "Yep." He said, "Are we gonna talk about it?" "Nope." We sat in silence. The air was thick. I could hear him breathing heavy over the other two that were snoring in the back. He was gripping the steering wheel with both hands, turned the radio up, and we just sat. We went until the next streetlights before we said anything to each other. We agreed not to discuss it until we were back from our trip. We took an alternate route home to see some things that we couldn't hit on the way there. I had the feeling neither of us wanted to go back that way anyway. We talked about it a couple of times since then. There are people that don't believe me, but most people can tell when I'm not making shit up. I don't go looking for opportunities to talk about it. If the conversation is right, though, I'm more than willing to share. I get knots in my stomach thinking about it sometimes. I know what CWD looks like. I know what sick deer look like. I know what deer that had been hit by cars look like. I don't know what the fuck this was. I don't know if anybody has an idea that, what this might have been, or maybe had similar experience, but I just thought the sub might appreciate the experience itself. Looking at yourself in sudden death. Long one. So about 3 months ago, I was on my way home from my second oldest son's house. It was a late evening, but still daylight. The road that I was traveling was a state route 2-lane. The area is rural, with a combination of cornfields and woods with quite a few hilly areas. Traffic was fairly light. At one point, I come upon a fire truck blocking the roadway. The road was closed, so I turned around and, being familiar with the area, made my way around the closure and went on. I texted, let's just, say somebody that I know that's on the local sheriff's department, and asked what was going on with the road being closed. Now, before he answered me back, I had an overwhelming feeling hit me to stick around in the area. There's a cemetery close to that area that I go to quite often, record videos and audio. So that's where I started heading to. I then get the response that it's a fatal crash with a car versus a truck head-on. Female driver deceased, and she's from the area. After I pulled into the cemetery, I got another message. This one had 2 photos attached to it. I opened the attachments, and it was as horrible as I imagined it was. One photo was of her car, totally destroyed. Sheet still covering the driver compartment. No, her body was not visible. There were 2 firefighters in the photo, one standing at the driver's door looking down into the car. Next to him was the medical examiner, I believe, who was also looking down into the driver area. The second firefighter was standing on the passenger side of the door. He too was staring down into the driver area. All 3 had a somber look on their face. The look made you think that they're thinking of themselves, what a shame, what a waste, too young. Now, in the background of this photo is what you'd expect to see. A fire truck, another emergency vehicle, and of course trees and so on. It's daylight with clear skies. I'm trying to allow the reader to see what's in the photo without sharing the photo itself. Now, I had been given the deceased driver's name because due to the career that I retired from, I had dealt with her on several occasions, and he knew that. He too had dealt with her a couple of times. Now, as I sat there in the cemetery looking at this photo, I kept getting that overwhelming feeling that I was missing something that was in the photo. And that inner voice, if you want to call it that, kept telling me to look again. Keep looking. So, that's exactly what I did. I kept looking at it. Finally, something said enlarge it. Zoom in on the 2 at the driver door. It was almost like something was begging me to keep looking and not to stop until I found it. So, that's what I did. Then it was like a hammer hit me in the head. Every hair on my body stood on end all at once. I gasped for breath of air, and I became physically sick to my stomach. As I'm writing this, I have tears in my eyes, and I'm fighting not to cry. As I stated, I knew this female, but it had been a few years since I dealt with her. But there was no denying it in that photograph of the crash scene just behind the 2 EMS workers standing at the driver's door was the face of the deceased driver. I could not believe what I was looking at. For me, there was no denying that she was standing behind them, looking down into the driver's compartment. The look on her face was the look of complete and total shock, like she was staring at her own body crumpled up in the floorboard area, asking herself, why? What have I done? About my daughter? She wound up leaving a 5-year-old daughter behind. I took a screenshot of the enlarged photo to show to the deputy. He's somewhat of a skeptic. The following day I went to see him, and I got the full story of what apparently took place before I showed him the screenshot. The look on her face is explained more when I heard what led to the crash. I'm not going to release the information out of respect for her family. They've paid too much already. So I told him that I wanted him to look at the enlarged version of the photo that I was sent. When I held it up for him to see, his face instantly, without hesitation, went white, eyes opened wide, and jaw dropped. He gasped for air and looked at me and said, "That's her. There's no way that's not possible, because she was dead when that was taken." Now, I shown that photo to a limited number of people, just out of, privacy for her and her family, but everybody that has seen it, all have the same reaction. They all see her face instantly without being told what they're looking for, what they might see. In the photograph, her appearance is what she looked like several years ago. Original hair color and style. In the 23 plus years of my job, I've seen a lot of death. I've had people, including children, literally die in my arms. I've handled a lot of crashes with fatalities where I took the photos, and I have never had this happen. I had heard of it, but didn't really believe it could happen. Well, I'm no longer skeptical of this type of thing taking place where death was instant and traumatic. I had a horrific experience, and now I'm seeing things that I can't explain. I'm a 27-year-old male. I've been hanging around the local library for a while now. I've been in a dark place. It helps to just sit around and read. When a librarian's there, Sammy always gives me books to read. I'm into history, so he oftentimes gives me historical books. Recently, I walked up to him and he told me that he has this book, but I can't tell anybody about it. He really emphasizes the fact I cannot show the book to anyone under any circumstances. Thought this was really weird, but what the hell, I accepted. He asked me to follow him, and we go to some sort of storage room. He hands me a book that has no name on the cover. All the cover contains is a small painting of a man and a woman kissing. Upon going home and reading the book, I realized that it's not a literal book, it's a handwritten journal from the 1800s. I was very interested. It was the journal of a man named Hans Elliot. The first few chapters, it essentially just follows his everyday life. At some point, however, Hans faces crippling grief after the woman he was dating, Elizabeth, died. It's vague, but I believe she died of tuberculosis. While in his grief, he discovers a mask. The mask is described as being completely orange with a smile and closed eyes. When he puts it on, he feels all his senses compromised. He suddenly cannot see, smell, hear, or feel anything. While wearing the mask, he sees a dream-like hallucination of himself standing in London, following a voice calling out to him. He follows the voice and encounters a mysterious man who apparently explains to him the concept of other dimensions. He awakens from his trance-like state, finds himself on the floor crying and laughing at the same time. The rest of the journal mainly consists of him documenting his experiences with the mask, as well as featuring poems, sheet music, drawings, and paintings and short stories made by Hans Elliot. I want to get my unusual experiences, or if you have any questions about the journal itself, just ask me. Anyway, I was just very interested. I googled him, found absolutely no record of an artist called Hans Elliot that lived in the 1800s. Totally thought that Sammy had fallen for some sort of misinformation, so I went back to the library. Explained to him what I'd found, and he suddenly smiles and says to come back tomorrow. Skipping to the next day, I returned to the library. Sammy explains that the journal was handed down to him across several generations. He says that Hans is not a historical figure, but one of his ancestors. But then says that he has one thing to show me to get rid of all of my suspicions. We go back to the same dark storage room, and to my amazement, he hands me a clay orange mask with a smile and closed eyes. It looked old and worn out. He tells me to keep it. When I got home, kind of forgot about it. Finally decided to run an experiment with the mask. I grabbed my acoustic guitar, put my phone on record, and propped it up to where it were facing me. Then I slowly slipped the mask onto my face. Started to feel my surroundings disappear. Such a strange experience. It's like being dead, but still somewhat being alive. Other than being able to think, all my senses just vanished. It's like I was nowhere, I was just existing. I can barely remember anything after that. My phone ran out of storage to stop recording. I woke up to find myself curled up on the floor crying. It was literal. I could bring myself to watch a video on my phone. I finally watched that video. I saw myself staring blankly at a wall for about 5 minutes, not moving a muscle. Then I lightly put my fingers in the frets of the guitar and start strumming it. I start singing. I can barely make out the words, and I can make out me saying Hans, oh Hans several times. I can hear myself screaming the name Elizabeth at one point, and then I drop the guitar on the floor, start wailing and screaming. I can't remember any of it. I also noticed things. I heard the sound of footsteps even though I live alone. I heard my light switches clicking on and off. I heard someone speaking, but I can't make out the words. I perfectly understand what the mask is, however. It's a map. mapped to other dimensions. I swear it is. It acts as a doorway between universes. Ever since I put the mask on, I've been seeing things. I've seen figures standing in the doorway of my bedroom. I've seen inhuman creatures. I've had very unusual dreams. I've heard people singing, and I've seen a child version of myself in the backyard playing with his friends. They don't even acknowledge me. I've seen strange lights, and most disturbingly, I've seen a man staring at me wearing a suit. Black hair, wears the same orange mask. Once he took it off, and I took in every feature of his face. It was burned into my brain. Once Sam gave me 2 pictures of him. One was from behind, and another was him wearing the mask. I swear to God, I took in his hair and his entire face. I don't care if I couldn't see his entire face. The man in the photograph is the same guy I saw in my hallucination. The Old Homestead. I grew up in rural Nebraska, and as our house is quite old, we've had a number of unusual occurrences. I'm an adult now, but I wanted to make sure I wrote down these memories before the slow march of time fades them away. Please enjoy my childhood ghost stories. When I was 7 years old, my family moved from suburban Omaha to the countryside of northern Nebraska, the same region where my father was born and raised. We purchased an old homestead built in the 1800s, renovated it to fit our growing family. I remember being amazed when my dad showed me the ancient logs they'd extracted from the walls while remodeling the home, proving the incredible age of the structure. Dad held onto the logs and believed they're still in a shed somewhere on the property. When the house was finally ready for us to move in, no activity immediately began, at least to my knowledge. Being an amalgamation of old cabin, a farmhouse, a bungalow, and then a modern construction, the house became something of a labyrinth to navigate. It was easy to get spooked while retrieving a can of tomato preserves from the basement or trying to find the bathroom at night in the long hallway. But I don't remember anything particularly paranormal until after we'd lived there for a fair amount of time. I was 10 when my youngest sister was born. As infants are prone to waking up several times at night, my other 2 sisters and I shared a bedroom. We had bunk beds, and a toddler bed and all in this one room. I slept on the top bunk, and often my younger sister, they'd be below. They would get scared in the middle of the night and get out of bed and ask my dad to lie down on the floor beside her until she could fall asleep. He'd reluctantly comply, pretty much almost every time. And so often I saw the top of my dad's head go past the top bunk as he led my sister back to bed. However, I remember one night seeing the top of his head go past my bed. Not more than a moment later, I looked over the ledge to watch my dad put my sister back in the bed, only to find that my sister, fast asleep, just in her bed. Dad nowhere to be found. Initially I was confused, but then I remembered that I didn't hear any footsteps when I saw the head pass by. My dad's a rather noisy walker, even when he's trying to be quiet. But in my young mind, I chalked it up to seeing things that weren't there and forgot about it. At least until my mom started asking me if I'd ever been experiencing odd things in the house. My mother would ask me this after I reported to her that I'd seen a woman in her house that I don't know. Because the homestead was so remote, we'd often have to rise before the sun in order to catch the school bus. So in the dark and early morning, I'd brush my teeth, change into my school clothes, and turn on the leaves in the bathroom and get some breakfast. Turn on the leaves. I saw a woman with brown hair, the features of her face obscured, dressed in a white flowing dress. I initially didn't do a double take, as I thought maybe my mom, who also has brown hair, maybe stepped into the bathroom without my hearing. I left the door open while I brushed my teeth. But the strange feeling just overtook me. I did look back no more than a moment after seeing her. The woman was gone. The apparition had completely vanished, basically. I staggered backwards out of the bathroom into the hallway, almost more confused than scared. But pretty frightened nonetheless. I told my dad and then my mom when I got home from school. That's when she'd asked if I'd experienced anything else that might be paranormal, or as she called it, spiritual. So I told her about the woman in white, as well as the shadow I'd seen pass by my bed. But then there was one other story I'd almost forgotten about, and one that she'd forgotten also. It wasn't more than a few months earlier that I was in my dad's makeshift basement office, doing homework on the only desktop computer our family owned. That's when I heard a voice behind me. "That's some nice work, Sonny," the voice said. Pretty clearly, I recognized it as my grandmother. Great-grandma Alice lived a few miles up the road in a farm of her own. It's pretty common that she'd visit. "Thanks, Grandma." I was engrossed in my work and finished a little bit later, and coming back upstairs, I asked my mom if Grandma Alice had already gone home. She looked at me sort of quizzically, said that Grandma had never been over. I told her that I just heard her voice downstairs. "You must be hearing things," she said, returning food as she was preparing for dinner. While my mom was dismissive at the time, when she asked if I'd ever experienced anything spiritual in the house, she began taking notes, listing off everything I'd seen and heard. I guess there is something of a spiritual sensitivity that runs in her side of the family. She, as well as my grandparents, had several stories of ghostly and demonic encounters that I'd love to share in further posts. I have another story that took place in that house rather recently that I'm compelled to share. It's incredibly personal, though, and it's an experience of my mother's, not really mine. As a child, my deathly fear of ghosts became a fascination. And still, as an adult, I love hearing a good ghost story. Now, 20-some-odd years later, my wife is pregnant with her first kid. I'm eager to see if my family's sensitivity passes to her baby as well. Something grabbed my arm in a cemetery in Salem. Apparently, I attract benevolent spirits who rarely appear now. This just happened in October and was the first encounter I've had in the daytime. I was on vacation with my parents in Salem, Massachusetts, otherwise known as Ouija Town. For as long as I can remember, I've been fascinated with creepy and spooky things, especially the Salem witch trials. Hell, I even collect original pictures from late 1800s, 1900s. And this collection started after my first encounter I posted on here. So when my parents gave me a choice of either Rhode Island or Salem for my high school graduation trip, I obviously chose Spooky Town. To make it even better, we were there the week before Halloween. Our original plan was for the week of Halloween, since we were, I guess the place we were staying in sort of multiple available rooms. My dad and I were going to concert November 1st. We didn't want to deal with the rush to get home in time. So I meticulously planned this vacation out by the hour. I had so many places I wanted to go. One of the places on my itinerary was the Howard Street Cemetery. Originally, I wanted to go to the old Burying Point Cemetery, but it was closed for renovations. And for those who aren't aware, the Howard Street Cemetery was reportedly the field where Giles Corey was pressed to death during the witch trials. Once we actually got to the cemetery, I was focused on taking pictures of all the gravestones I was attracted to. I tend to gravitate towards the older and broken ones, as well as those covered by debris. If I find one like that, I'll usually brush away whatever's on it because I feel like whoever's buried there deserves a little bit of sort of a courtesy. But this day I ended up doing that a few graves before taking the pictures. This will come to play later. But when my parents and I were about to leave, I felt something or someone grab my arm. If you've read my other posts on Reddit, you'll probably know I don't like being touched for multiple reasons. As I was talking, or rather taking pictures, I noticed another woman walk into the cemetery. I assumed it was her grabbing me. When I turned around, though, there was no one. Even the area surrounding the cemetery was vacant except for the three of us. My parents were in front of me as well. It's sort of, this grab came from behind. Couldn't have been them. My mom asked if I was okay, and I explained what happened and told her that I thought it was that woman who walked in earlier. She said that she had left a while ago. I was still confused, as my mom was basically dragging me out of the cemetery because she doesn't mess with the occult or anything dealing with spirits. The grab wasn't even forceful, wasn't even angry. It was more of a gentle grab, as if they wanted me to stay. I'm trying to come up with a theory to this, and right now I have two. One is one of the spirits roaming the cemetery was glad to have company, didn't want me to leave. Perhaps it was someone from a grave I brushed leaves off of who were thankful. Thankful that I respected their burying point. Maybe it was somebody who was just glad to see another person taking interest and not using the cemetery as a drinking spot. Small empty alcohol bottles littered the cemetery. Perhaps they liked that someone was appreciating the place. Option 2 is a little bit more far-fetched, but my mom actually brought it up and it kind of makes sense to me. My favorite aunt died from cancer almost a decade ago. Her passing gutted me. I still think I got my artistic talent and affinity for creepy stuff from her. She loved anything related to witches. After she passed, my horrible waste of oxygen we call an uncle went against her dying wishes and scattered her ashes oceanside, somewhere in Massachusetts, instead of burying her. We think he did it so he wouldn't have to live with, how he treated her in the last years, but I digress. Think he did it so he wouldn't have to live with how he treated her in the last years. What, did he kill her? Anyway, my mom brought up the idea that it could have been her gently grabbing me to let me know that she was still there with me. Even if whatever spirit grabbed me wasn't her, the idea still is comforting, considering that she never even got to see me go into middle school. I've always seen her as my guardian angel. So, if this was her that grabbed me in that cemetery, makes a lot of sense to me at least. We were in Witchy Town during her favorite months, supposedly not far from where her ashes were scattered. I don't know exactly what happened that day, but I know for a fact that grab felt like a hand gently wrapped around my arm. Definitely wasn't an angry spirit. The Ghost Cat. I'm 37. I'm writing this because I'm an utter loss. It's becoming concerning. I moved into my apartment about a year ago. It's one big house, but divided into 3 apartments, a triplex. I live in one of the upper units. Before moving in, my downstairs neighbor, who's known me for 22 years, said the prior tenant had cats. They said one of them died at my apartment. The prior tenant was a hoarder. It was a mess, so much so they never found a body of a cat. I never thought anything of it. A month or two go by and I start noticing my cat. She would sit down and stare off into the corner where my bathroom is, like she sensed something or someone. I never really thought anything of it. Aphrodite, what are you looking at? More time goes by, and out of nowhere, at random times of the day or night, my cat would run across the apartment like she's physically playing with another cat. Even would get low to the door, butt in the air type stuff. It started to become an everyday occurrence, so much so that it became an inside joke amongst my neighbors and myself. "Oh, I heard your cat running around up there playing with the ghost cat again." We would always laugh it off, just go about our life. But then after a while, I started to notice a change in my cat's, demeanor. Instead of greeting me with happy kisses and smiles upon getting home from work, immediately opening my door, my cat want to bolt out into the hallway in fear for her life. Well, I thought that was strange. Then at points when I would feed her, instead of her running up to the food, she would cautiously approach, look over her shoulders to make sure nothing was coming up on her. I thought that was odd too. Just kind of been going about my life all year watching my cat sense something in her demeanor change. Just never really thought anything. Then a few nights ago, I'm about to sit down and do some gaming. I hear my cat, who's laying down on the floor behind the couch, and they let out these 2 defensive, stand your ground meows, like don't come any closer. It concerned me so much I turned around and said, "Aphrodite, what's wrong?" I swear on everything I love, when I turned around and looked, I saw my cat being hoisted up into the air by something I couldn't see. Her arms were stuck straight up into the air, like stiff. It looked as if somebody took her and violently shook her left to right, and she let out this insane meow. I ran toward her like, "Oh my God, Aphrodite." And as I'm running to her, I see what can only be described as an imprint in her fur, like when you push your hand down on bed sheets. As I got a bit closer, I felt this insane energy. It like bum rushed me. Felt like I got instantly kicked into a freezer. All the hair on my arms went straight up. I got goosebumps, shaking, cold, trembling. I say, "What the fuck is that?" And now I swear my cat and I haven't been the same since. Feels like some force has itself attached to me. Like I'm here, but my soul is being held against its will. Super hard to explain. My family wants me to seek out medical help, which I am, because I know that sort of defies logic. It's such an issue in my life right now, I'm at the point where I hope they diagnose me with schizophrenia or something so I can be medicated and move on. And that's kind of a powerful statement. My family thinks I'm hallucinating, but if I am hallucinating, why is it affecting my cat? I have video of her minutes after it happened, and I'm standing next to her calling her name, and it keeps getting louder until I basically scream her name. I get absolutely no response. So again, what the fuck? So I'm at the point where I'm hoping that there's some logical scientific explanation for all this. I truly been watching my cat sense something all year. I wouldn't be on this Reddit right now if I didn't turn around, concerned over my cat making those distress calls. I'd be going about my life joking about the ghost cat, but here I am, feeling like I'm myself. Some outside force has me captive, and it wasn't ever like this until that moment I felt like I got kicked into a freezer. Any advice would be greatly appreciated, because this is absolutely fucked. My aunt's house. I lived with my brother and parents in a flat in the north part of the city. Due to a legal procedure, then we were evicted from that flat, so we split up. My parents and brother went to live in a flat near the area, and because I had no money to pay rent, my aunt offered me to live in the second house that she and her husband have. This house was located in the east zone of the city, a bit far from my work, and, well, the area that I used to live for more than 20 years. However, it sounded like a promising way to start my independence. The house is located in a zone that is not very safe, and the periphery around my house is a bit shady. But it's worth to say that it's a really big house with a big metallic door, big kitchen and living room area, and 4 double bedrooms, 2 complete bathrooms, an extra service room, and a little quote-unquote chapel. Second side note. My uncle studied to be a priest, and then he studied psychoanalysis. He was a very well-educated man. He knew a lot about black magic, tarot, and exorcisms. That kind of stuff. Third side note. This house was used as a consultory house, so anything related to therapy or any other kind of stuff that he needs to sort out was dealt with in this house, conferences and seeing patients. So the first time I arrived, I had a spooky feeling about it. I went into my room and had difficulties to sleep. Then, about 2300 hours, I heard 3 massive bangs that came from inside the closet. Shit myself, called my aunt. She said that it was because of the neighbors, but to be honest, the sound was quite loud to be the neighbors. Every night I came in from work, I felt quite agitated and quite anxious. After closing the main door, I had to run upstairs to put the lights on. That was until I came into my room. Once again, I usually avoided all the other areas of the house. The only other area that I would go to at night was the bathroom, which was right next to my room. Some creepy noises were common during the night. It was also common to hear a window opening, which was even more scary. One day my girlfriend stayed overnight with me, so she went to all the rooms in the house, checking everything just to find anything spooky. So she found a cassette with what supposedly was a therapy session, according to the label. But when we played it, it was the following. My uncle was speaking with a woman, and this woman was saying that she was having a headache. Suddenly she said, "The voices in my head are trying to say something." Then my uncle asked what they were saying. Completely out of the blue, the woman started speaking with a really deep, guttural voice and said something in a language that we couldn't understand at all. Then my uncle asked her to explain herself. The guttural voice said something else, and then the cassette stopped. After this situation, more creepy things started to happen in the house. Suddenly, a lot of big and creepy spiders and scorpions were seen around the upstairs rooms. One night when we were playing cards, something moved the main deck from the middle of the table to the left corner of it. I could barely sleep. I started to leave the side lamp all night on. I used to sleep from 2 or 3 a.m. until 5 a.m. There was a really creepy feeling around the house. There were some, void areas. The main ones were the kitchen, the quote-unquote chapel, and the room that we found the cassette. If you were there, you could easily feel that someone was behind you. Finally, I said all of this to my cousin, and she explained to me that her father, my uncle, did one kind of quote-unquote exorcism in that house, and that he knew that something was wrong with it. But for him, it wasn't too bad. All the audios were just to prove that kind of things were real and relatively common. I lived there for just 2 months. It felt like I was there for ages. It's a funny fact, the only person that used to go there regularly was my uncle and my girlfriend. But my aunt just went there once when I was moving out. She stayed in the car park area the whole time. Some months after I moved, I asked her why she didn't go to that house regularly. She said that she doesn't like it because she knows the house is haunted. Then she started laughing. I just heard an inexplicable sound coming from my parents' room. I am a student. I'm not very athletic, nor am I in any way sporty, but rather more of an academic. So when we had sports day qualifications at school for the first time in 3 years, I was forced to truly exert myself. I was fortunately able to win first place in the 100-meter sprint and qualify. I was quite proud of my victory, but I hated it just as much. I should have prepared beforehand by doing some stretches or warming up because the next day my body ached a lot. Despite the physical discomfort, went to school and was pretty much a lot of fun. We were forced to pretty much end the day with a practice march past the actual sports day. That was next week. That would have been fine had it not been 32 degrees Celsius. About 90 degrees, I think. If my body hadn't been aching, and in retrospect, I realized my throat felt somewhat constricted and I had some trouble swallowing. After school, I went for a tuition, which wasn't so bad because I went in my friend's car and was able to sit down during it, and I was able to find a taxi relatively easily. I thought tuition is just what you... Oh, never mind. As soon as I got home, my father started getting ready to leave for the hospital. He went for an appointment. My mother was already home at the time of visiting her sickly mother. However, I wasn't alone at home. I had 3 cats, and my only complaint was that it was loud because my neighbors who lived directly above my house were renovating, but all that sound ceased at around 7 or so. That's when things started to get weird. I was studying when I noticed I was feeling warm. I I went into my parents' room and I got a thermometer to check my temperature. It only read 100.7. I did tell my parents because they had their own problems and instead decided to finish the chapter I was revising, then go to sleep. I had just sat down when I heard a peculiar sound. Before I go on, I must confess I am a fan of short horror stories, and being alone in the house at 7:30 in the evening, my mind began to wander. I entertained the idea of a ghost. Despite this, I am a realist, and instead tried to figure out, what made the sound. Could have been the construction workers doing renovations, but it could have been my cats. Still, it was a peculiar sound. It sounded like somebody was tapping with their fingernail against wood with their pace sort of increasing with each tap. I was sitting at a wooden desk at the time and almost recreated the sound. A few seconds after I did, I heard the sound again, slightly louder than the one that I made. For the second time, I recreated the sound. This time, what I heard was different. Instead, there were 2 taps, maybe 5 seconds apart. My mind began to race as I tried to consider each possibility, but my churning gray matter formed a horrible thought. I was hearing the sounds coming from what sounded like my parents' bedroom, and the only wood was the bed frame, a table, a display case, and their cupboards, which were up against the wall separating our rooms. They were made of wood. I stopped echoing the sounds, and when I did, or rather didn't, they stopped. Then I wanted to test to see whether or not what I was hearing was still there. And so I tapped, recreating the first sound, to which I was met with the creepiest of all sounds I've heard that night. I was like somebody was rolling marbles against the cupboard. I immediately covered my eyes and began to recite what I was studying mentally whilst I was doing this. There were more sounds, like another tapping, but this one sounded... It was deeper, and I don't even know how else to phrase it. Eventually, the sound ceased, and I opened my eyes and began to look around my room for my cats. One of them was on my bed, the second was somewhere else around the house, and the third, who was blind in one eye, was sitting on the door, or rather at the door, looking in the direction of my parents' room. It was only when I saw the third that I realized she was meowing more than usual that night, despite her food and water bowls being full. My mother came home soon after and went into her room, into which I followed her, noticing the third cat laying down in the hall. In her room, I saw a pet toy in her room, and it was plastic with a smaller plastic ball in it, which made a sound when you shook. Thought I'd found the source of my sound. However, as I was typing this, I began to realize certain details do not add up. The toy was on the bed, not the floor, which wasn't wood, and even if it was the ball, I doubt the cat would recreate the same sound twice and with the same toy. An even deeper sound, and the sound of rolling marbles. Don't lose your marbles. Either I'm sleep deprived, or I witnessed a Skinwalker incident. Okay, Skinwalker is a big leap since especially it happened in my own home. But I need at least some form of idea of what happened or closure that this happens to anyone else. And anybody that can pitch in with ideas, or I just simply can't ignore it. I'm a bad writer, so I'm just gonna go straight to the point. Doubting this will get any attention, but it's whatever. You got mine. So I have a dog. Her name is Sagan. Sagan is a canon dog, but from the Google image search, she isn't a brown fur coat, she's black and white. You genuinely can see excitement in this dog. Always hyper, well-trained, smartest dog I've ever had. She's even smart enough to open the door to her room when she wants to go downstairs and eat food and comes back up. Overall, just a glowing puppy. This information is needed, I promise. Alright now, I lived with my boyfriend and we both own Sagan. Me and my boyfriend stay up late for his streams for Twitch. We always play Call of Duty or Minecraft or whatever. I don't remember the time exactly, but I'll say around 2 a.m. Sagan was in our room next to my boyfriend set up watching him play. He was hungry, so I went downstairs to make noodles for him. I remember opening the door and I looked at Sagan and talked to her in sort of a baby voice. "Wanna come down with me, Sagan?" And usually if she wants to go, she goes and runs outside the door and waits for you to start at the steps and walks you down. If not, she sits down and stares, and this time she sat down, which answered my question. Walked down the stairs, nothing out of the ordinary. When finished, I headed toward the stairs with a bowl in hand. Start of the steps, I see Sagan lying in the middle of the stair. Looked pretty shocked at me because usually when she changes her mind or checks up on you, she goes downstairs, she runs to me and just follows me everywhere, every step. I didn't hear the door open if she did it, but I ignored it and excused it, just simply not hearing her open the door anyways. Sagan, she looked tired. I looked at her and she never slept downstairs when she always slept with us. I was kind of worried, but not too much to freak out. Just more like, she's tired, maybe she just wanted to lay there. Indeed, bird. So I pet her, talked in the baby voice and said I love you and expected the door to her room to be open. And like I said, Sagan knows how to open doors, but not how to close them. So, seeing it closed, I just assumed, alright, my boyfriend closed the door. When opening the door, fucking Sagan jumped on me hyper as usual, and I was so startled. I did a 360 to look at the steps, and that dog I saw was gone. I didn't hear the footsteps or shuffling of something going down the stairs, and I just didn't see anything. It happened so quick, it's like the shit teleported as soon as I opened the door. I asked my boyfriend if he let Sagan out of the room or heard Sagan open the door. He said no, and that Sagan was in the room waiting for me the whole time. I told him what happened. He said maybe I'm tired, but the thing was our sleep schedule was completely fucked. We sleep all morning and wake up at 10 p.m. to start streaming. So being fully awake and seeing that really left me speechless, just lost my train of thought. Only thing I can think was, what the fuck did I touch? I petted her and I felt her fur. I touched that thing that wasn't even my dog. He just said, concerning, but laughed that the house is haunted. Made more jokes like, Sagan, do you have a twin? Don't get me wrong, I laughed too, but I was still startled. I went back downstairs to double check everything, and while in the kitchen I was just scaring myself, and it gave me goosebumps. After that, I tried to ignore it, but the more I think on it, it just didn't sit right with me. I couldn't be too tired since I was fully awake and fully aware of what was happening. Couldn't be my eyes playing tricks on me since I gotten face to face with this, touched it, looked like my dog, felt like her. It's just such a trip I need an explanation on it. Nothing really spooky was going on before or after that. Never once I thought, oh, a creepy spooky house has a ghost. Nah, this isn't actual supernatural shit that I witnessed. I never experienced it again, and then again I sort of am sorry if it didn't make sense. Happy to explain more if questions are needed. Shadow people and my series of sleep paralysis. First off, let me get this straight. I do not believe in demons, ghosts, or any of that paranormal stuff. Most of the time when things I can't explain happen, I brush it off as coincidences. Anyways, let me get to the story. First off, I do not know exactly how long ago this was, but this happened when I was around 6 to 10 and I was living in the projects. When I went to daycare, I remember the staff telling a story about how their grandmother or something like that had died. I'll try to the best of my abilities to remember the story and tell it. They claimed that their family member had been laying in bed asleep. They had suddenly woken up and saw a black figure walk into the bathroom. So their family member got up and followed it into the bathroom and checked it out. Their family member died that same night. Now looking back on it, it's clearly fake, but this absolutely terrified me as a kid. and this is what prompted me to sleep with my covers over my eyes. I still occasionally do. Anyway, shortly after that, I assume I started having sleep paralysis episodes frequently. I think it's best that I mention that I slept on a bunk bed that would basically directly face my window that's visible from the end of my bed. I remember these episodes like they happened yesterday. The first episode happened when I had woken up in the middle of the night in the pitch black dark. I then looked at the end of my bunk bed, and that's when I saw it. It was a tall black figure that was just barely taller than my bunk bed. It was completely black with only white eyes. It did nothing but stood there. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I was completely frozen. After this, I actually can't remember nothing. I don't know what happens after this. All I know is I saw something staring at me. This time, an old lady was clinging on the foot of the bunk bed. Oops, went one paragraph too far forward. Now, the second encounter is actually my worst and happened not long after the first. This time, it was not a shadow figure, but rather an old lady. It's very similar to the first one. Let me tell it. Again, I'd woken up in the middle of the night, and at this time, I looked around my room and then looked at the foot of my bed. It was an old lady clinging onto the foot of the bunk bed. I was terrified as hell and tried to scream as loud as I could, but nothing. Nothing came out, and I could not move. The thing then jumped onto my chest and just looked dead into my eyes. It became impossible to breathe. Thought I was about to die. Again, this is all I can remember. The last encounter I ever had at this house goes like this. I'd fallen asleep one day, and I assumed that I'd woken up. I couldn't move, and all I could do was look at the ceiling. I could, however, hear my parents talking from the living room. That was all. I later then gained control and just got up, and I remembered my sister telling me that I'd been asleep for a whole day. After this, we lived at that place for a bit longer. I never had an encounter again, but it doesn't stop there. We moved to the place I'm currently still living at, and this is actually the last paranormal event I've ever had at home. This happened maybe 2 years ago. I was playing Roblox on my Xbox all alone. I basically had no friends, and still really have no friends except for 2. That's enough. My room door is wide open, and I had my eyes locked on my TV. It was almost completely silent. For some reason, I decided to look outside my room door, and that's when I saw a little girl chasing something run right by the door and into my sister's room. Me being dumb, I got up and looked out into the hallway and saw nothing. My sister's door was shut, and I didn't hear it open and shut. After that, I shut my door, locked it, and called my mom and asked her if she could hurry up and come home. After this, nothing happened again. Or nothing that was paranormal. I do, however, have times where I'll wake up and won't be able to move certain areas of my body. Be completely frozen. And to combat this, I have to jerk my body and try my best to move. But this is the end of my story, and I don't have anything else to explain. My encounter with something. Before encountering this thing, there is a succession of deaths. Started on 2020 in February. I lived in France. I was at my friend's house. My grandmother, mother-related, died of pneumonia in a few days. I used to have 6 cats around me. My first pet passed away in 2021, January. An aggressive form of colon cancer. When detected by the veterinarian, she decided to remove the part, sending the part back for analysis. 2 days later, came back as the same level, and we had no choice at this point. Not even having the time to analyze the type of cancer. I'm going to shorten the details because it'd make a big post otherwise. Just want to warn that for any loss, I did everything with the veterinarian and I'm not looking at the cost to prevent them to die. My second pet died in 2021 in August. The vet found nothing. She was fine except she didn't want to eat anymore. In November in 2021, I learned my second grandmother has left due to cancer from the lungs, going to the brain. I was going each month to the vet during this time because another cat had a sort of virus in the mouth. Found out she had kidney atrophies too. She passed away in March 2022. I had a few months after that until I discovered a breast cancer on my fourth pet the same year. I made this encounter in my bedroom before she also passed away too. That's in March 2023. During these years, I tried to stay alright because I had to keep going, but I was deeply saddened and powerless. Before my last cat died, her lungs were hit by cancer through her breast and had difficulties to breathe. I used to hold her on my chest in a way that she could breathe and sleep. I knew the vet couldn't change what will come. In a last hope at night in my bedroom, I asked anything or anyone for help. My request was sincere and reasonable and wanted just a few more weeks with her, and that she won't suffer. Something on the corner of the room appeared. It was tall and darker than the shadows. I didn't dare look directly at it, but from my left vision I could see it clearly. I had the feeling it was already there when I started to talk. It answered me with a heavy voice. His language was strange, and I couldn't link it to anything. Its phonetic had no vowels at all. It seemed impossible to speak to me, yet my mind had made it like it said, "Heal the trees." It then vanished, and a kind of strong feeling of serenity dropped in the air, and I felt better, and my cat slept the rest of the night without me even coughing. Or rather, without the cat coughing. I kept in mind this experience, but I couldn't believe it. Also never paid attention to trees or how to take care of it. My cat couldn't deal with the cancer anymore. Died 3 weeks after this experience. The same strong serenity feeling came at the very end. Thought it was over, but my last 2 cats started the same severe ovary infections 5 days later. To me, it was clear something was not normal. A curse or something, I don't know. My house was clean, only vet and water from bottles, and food was clean with a pet-friendly soap. It pushed me to take this advice to heal the trees very seriously. And while I was watching all my trees, I figured out my old apple tree died. Haven't paid attention at all. Decided to cut it down and apply a product on my hornbeam. It was because of a hole that was weakening it. Things changed a lot after I'd done this. My last cat survived, and for months after all of this, I tried to understand what was going on and what or who it was that night. I'm not sure I wasn't confused or not sleepy, until I heard a feminine voice behind me shudder, like an insisting whisper. I may be wrong, but I think she gave me her name, and the name of what I saw was called Kronos. And there's one other thing I experienced. July 2023. I added cameras. So during this summer, the camera at the back was showing my garden, but it wasn't totally the same state. Thought it was a bug from the camera and I didn't pay attention. I just showed it to my sister and father, who saw the same thing. Garden turned wild. Vegetation was taking over the wall of the house. Watched it and ignored it, thinking the very next day this bug will come back again. But it didn't. My ex might be haunting our house, and I think he wants to hurt me. Last year, I'd broken up with the father of my kid back in March of 2021. We had been together for 6 years, never married, and our kid was 2 years old at the time that we split. He took his life a few months later in October of 2021. In the apartment we used to live together, I would see my kid talking to the wall, or once I thought I saw somebody in my room, and I put on my spirit box to see if I could hear anything, and a voice came out saying, "Hey," and then my kid's name. It was in his voice. I didn't hear it at the time, but my new boyfriend was recording and caught it on video. I moved out of the house and into a bigger apartment since I wanted a 2-bedroom apartment for my kid and my boyfriend and I. We've only been there since September of this year. I've started noticing strange things. Once I heard a voice come from my child's baby monitor call out, "Hey." And another time, my boyfriend and I were fixing something in my closet when we heard something like keys jingling but couldn't find the source. My kid's woken up crying a few times, pointing to the bedroom door. Next to the door, I have a small bookshelf with a picture of my son and his father, along with a lock of his hair and my son's hair. This is encased in resin, his ashes and necklace displayed. Sometimes we think we see a head poking from behind a wall in our bedroom at night. I'm always feeling like somebody's watching me at all times, even when I'm alone. Even her cat once sat and just stared at the hallway to our bedrooms and just wouldn't look away. It's kind of unusual for her. For Halloween, I put out a table with a few decorations. And since I'm practicing witch, I put one of my tarot decks out. I set out a few of them, spread out with the death card on top, since I knew it would creep out my friends. I had it in upright position with the other cards. The death card in the upright position means the ending of a cycle. Change is about to come. I had left the house for a few hours after setting it up, and nobody had been home at the time. When I came back home, I noticed the card was still in place, but, well, it was reversed. Death, when it's upside down in its reversed meaning, it's the fear of change and holding on to the past. It was the only card that was reversed. The scariest thing that happened, which was unrelated to the last thing. One night, my boyfriend and I were asleep in bed. I was pressed up to my boyfriend's chest when I felt him shift so his back was facing me. Suddenly, I started having sleep paralysis. Felt a hand grab my wrist and suddenly another hand grab my other arm. I couldn't speak or scream. I could feel that something was in my throat, trying to get out. I just couldn't make a noise. I could barely breathe. I hear a sing-song voice that sounded very familiar. "I'm gonna get you in a minute," over and over. I look up to my sleeping boyfriend. I see his head turn around 180 degrees and he has a serious look on his face. It scared me enough to wake up. But not for long, as I was plunged into another sleep paralysis. It was almost the exact same things. More hands grabbing my arms and singing that was going to eat me. The only thing that was different was that my boyfriend didn't turn to look at me this time. It was getting harder to breathe. I started trying to dig my nails into my boyfriend's side. My fingers were the only thing I could feel moving. I was sure I was going to die, and all I could think of was that my ex finally had me. That he was gonna get revenge for me breaking up with him. At the same time of my sleep paralysis, my boyfriend was having a nightmare that somebody was kissing me, that a bunch of hands were trying to touch me inappropriately. He was trying to fight off the hands to get them to let me go. He only woke up when he heard me struggling in my sleep paralysis. I'm not sure if it's all related or linked to my ex, but since October marked a year after everything happened, and that's when the activity started picking up, part of me believes it's him. I'm not sure what to do. I think he wants to harm me. That doesn't sound good. Being haunted by my very alive husband. Curious to know if this has happened to anyone else. Going, into too much detail here, but I used to live in a house with my ex-partner who was emotionally and verbally abusive. He made the house extremely tense. Fits of rage followed by days and weeks of silence. Most of my friends stopped coming over because of the energy of the house. I mean, you could feel tension just when you walked in. I was pretty used to it, being his wife. I had my first occurrence in the first house that we shared. That was a late 80s Cape Cod. I moved in after we got engaged, but for the first 6 months everything was great and normal. Sometimes my dog would bark incessantly at the end of the hallway at nothing in particular. I'd pick up on some old house creaks. Eventually, we got married and continued to live there while looking for a newer home. When my husband started a night shift job, things changed. While still in Cape Cod, we began to argue. He would follow me around the house yelling at me until I solved things by apologizing and catering to him, and we'd move on. His attitude became hostile, and I began my career of walking on eggshells. Things were fine as long as he was happy. He was happy as long as I had meals made, clean house, brought home money. Didn't see my friends, let him do whatever he wanted, left him alone, didn't look upset or unhappy. Didn't talk too loud, too quiet, didn't move too much in my sleep, did his laundry, color-coded his clothes, and when I put them all away facing the same direction. Didn't try to talk to him before dinner, right after dinner, and definitely not in bed. You get the gist. Yes, he's a giant dick. The first night I saw the shadow figure, I was home alone. He was working. I woke up in the middle of the night with him on the side of the bed holding what looked like his cell phone. I could see his shoulder outline in the screen from the phone. I was surprised he was home early, but didn't want to make him angry and asking about it, so I pretended to sleep. After a few minutes, he hadn't moved at all. I reached to grab my phone and I checked the time. 3-something. Turn over to ask him if he's okay, and he's just standing there looking at me. I could see his outline, his ears and shoulders. It was like he was darker than the darkness. He was standing there. My fight or flight sank in, and I immediately took my pillow and threw it at him, grabbed my phone, and ran out of the house. No one had broken in. No one was in there. I didn't sleep that night. Fast forward a year to this new house. I mean new. My ex had money, so new Ryan home cookie cutter built for us like a residential neighborhood. At first, little things would happen, lights on and off, TV acting up, all ignorable. It had become worse and harder to appease and harder to understand. The silent treatment would last weeks, and there would be such an intense tension from the two of us that it was like heavy. One night at 3 a.m., our fire alarm, in our bedroom only, went off. Later that week, my girlfriend and I were in the living room and we heard running upstairs coming from no one. I have no kids. My dog's always glued to my hip, and my ex was sleeping. Things went on like this. Lights would flash on and off, and items would move around or get completely lost. The TV would come in the middle of the night, come on in the middle of the night. And also, our house was struck by lightning twice. Towards the end of the marriage, when his abuse was bordering on violent, I saw his shadow again. He had had some sort of fight the week prior, and he had pulled silent treatment ever since. Again, he was at work. I woke up in the middle of the night to footsteps at the foot of the bed, and when I opened my eyes, the exact same shadow was on the same side of the bed. The odd thing this time was it was definitely him, but he had short hair. It looked like the shadow of him from our time at the older house. My ex at that time had grown his hair out to his shoulders. I knew it wasn't him. But it was him, staring again from his side of the bed. My sleepy, worn-down best, I ignored it and went to sleep. It felt like it wasn't me that thing was directed at. I wouldn't say I felt safe with it, but I just knew that darkness wasn't mine, if that makes sense. This is way longer than I intended, but is anybody familiar with being haunted by the living? That's a more interesting concept than normal. I like it. I don't know what the thing outside my window was. My friend has seen it too. Firstly, I'd like to give some information about how my bedroom and house is set up, so everything makes a little bit more sense for you. My room is set up like a square. My bedroom door is tucked in the bottom right corner of my bed up against the opposite corner, with the foot of the bed facing toward the top of the square. In front of the square, there are 2 windows at the foot of my bed with maybe a yard of wiggle room, so I can walk to my door. Last year was really rough, though. The room was incredibly messy. The only place I could get to my door was to hop off the foot of my bed and walk past both windows to leave my room. Under the 2 windows in my room is a small roof covering a room with the first floor. The roofing extends a foot past the room's wall on all sides. There's no way to get to this roof unless you went through my windows. There's no way to get on top of the house at all. No trees, no fence, no ladders, nothing. Last year I was up late at night listening to music. It was almost 12 a.m. and it was completely dark outside, with the only light in my room being from a shady lamp I've had since I was a kid. In order for me to be able to sleep, I have to have my fan on, otherwise I'll overheat and be really uncomfortable. Well, because my fan's always on, sometimes the loose papers on my floor will flap around, so I'll just get up and move them so I don't have to listen to it. This night, though, I heard a noise that didn't sound like paper coming from the foot of my bed. I was confused and paused my music to listen. It got louder. I looked to where the noise was coming from. There's nothing on the ground, but when I looked up, a visceral fear that I've never felt before ran through me. First, I thought it was a dog outside my window or a fox, but it was too unnatural. It was peeking into my window, and I could see its head and its pure white, unblinking eyes. That creature was the thing causing the noise, which I realized was scratching on the metal mesh outside my window. We stared at each other. It was huge. The creature started walking along both my windows, scratching along the metal until it disappeared off to the side. Its back looked similar to a porcupine. Can't even describe it. It was just sharp and dangerous and made my breath hitch. I waited a few minutes, and thinking it was gone, I started inching towards the foot of my bed so I could get the hell out of my room. It walked back across, scratching the mesh before just sitting at the window in front of me, just staring at me. Paced between my windows for a bit before walking off to the side and disappearing, keeping those white eyes on the entire time. Once I knew it was gone, I kept my eyes on the window at all times and backed out of the room. I sprinted down the hall to tell my parents, who were very disinterested, and that was that. Walked back into the room, kept the lights on. I just cried and I just stared at the windows. Slept with my lamp on since then. A few months later I had to move schools. That's where I met Allie. We bonded quickly and became really good friends. 7 months into our friendship, she opened up to me about her paranormal experience and how she thinks that she has some things that followed her around. She told me a lot of stories, but the last one made me stop. Allie started complaining about this dog that she's seen a few times across her life, and how it freaks her out each time. Before then, I'd never told anybody about the creature I saw outside my window, but she described it almost perfectly. After she finished, I opened up about how I saw the exact same thing, and since then, I've been trying to help her with her spiritual attachments. I've always dealt with paranormal stuff, and I'm very spiritual. It's nothing usually even phases me. I've been dragged out of my bed by the leg when a spirit was mad at me. I've been woken up in the middle of the night by a spirit trying to talk to me. I see auras around people, etc. But this was a rare occasion that something genuinely freaked me out. Allie's dealing with some demonic stuff. Like I'm talking scary demonic stuff. She lives on native land. Has dealt with some of their supernatural creatures before. My town also has Native American roots, which makes me wonder if the dog could be something native. Maybe it was scoping me out before I met her. Well, since I've helped her manage the supernatural stuff in her life, I have no clue. If anybody has insight, please let me know. Strange encounter. I've always been the type to be hyper-aware of my surroundings. Since I was a young child, I've been deathly shy, and in turn have learned to listen and observe rather than to speak. Due to this characteristic of mine, I tend to notice little things, as well as feel deeply in tune with the paranormal. Despite this connection, I still choose to be skeptical of the existence of the paranormal, that is, till it comes to my personal experiences. I'm writing this thread in the hopes of finding some answers, no matter if they align with my personal beliefs or not. The experience I will describe below is one that has burdened my thoughts for years. If anybody has any explanation for this, paranormal or not, I would appreciate your thoughts. The encounter took place during a summer vacation at my grandparents' house, me being about 12 years old at the time. The house was a very old farmhouse, built in the northeastern countryside of the United States. I don't know much of the history surrounding the area or the home other than personal family history, which I'll describe later in the thread. My parents, siblings, dog, and I were all staying in the home for about a week, overnight. The house had 3 floors. I chose to sleep on the top floor alone. The home had an overwhelmingly sort of eerie feeling to it after passing the second floor. The atmosphere fully changed, and I can say that I did not sleep well those nights. However, I don't know how much of it could be attributed to just being young and easily scared. One day the whole family was over for a backyard barbecue. Everyone was outside enjoying their time together. For whatever reason, I left for a moment. Can't remember if I had used the bathroom or simply left something upstairs, but I remember the way back down all too well. I rounded the corner leading to the staircase. At the bottom of the steps, my eyes were met with my dog. I called his name. He turned his head with a strange expression on his face. It was just blank. His body language was off. Everything seemed wrong. He wasn't wagging his tail, his eyes were cold, and his movements, like walking, were slow. Then without reason he turns his head from me and walks straight, disappearing out of my sight. What was the most peculiar about this was when walking straight there's nothing other than a wall, meaning I had just witnessed my dog walk through a wall after acting completely out of character. I screamed as I immediately registered that what I just witnessed was literally impossible. I ran down the staircase until I reached my family outside the house. Ran to my father in the hopes of being comforted, but to my horror, I saw something that made my experience even more impossible than it already was. There in front of me was my dog, tied to a pole. He was on a leash, unable to move past the length of 5 feet. I asked my father frantically how long my dog's been there. He explained that he had been next to him while he was tied up for the past hour. Seeing him in the state, well, was impossible as he wasn't allowed in the house. He was also confirmed and witnessed to be somewhere else. I tried to tell my family about this. I've told friends about this. Yet, no one believes me. They pretend they do, but then I see that look in their eyes that tells me that they're only pretending to spare my feelings. I know what I saw that day, and no one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I used to like to think about what I saw that day was possibly the spirit of a reseated loved one saying goodbye. I just don't know if I still feel that way. The presence wasn't especially warm. It wasn't especially cold either. But I feel if it was a loved one, it would have been warmer. Whatever that figure was, it was not my living dog, I know that. I, today, found out about something called mimics, who I believe are demons who impersonate loved ones. This prompted me to finally make this post as to what I saw that day was probably darker than I originally thought. That would explain the darkness I felt on top floor, the strange movements in the atmosphere surrounding the figure. I truly don't know what to think, and 10 years later I'm still as baffled as I was then. If anybody knows what this might have been or why this might have happened, let me know. Surprised by a little boy spirit. When I was 17 years old, I decided to move up north from the Key Peninsula located by Gig Harbor, Washington, to a quaint little seaside town called Anacortes. It was a picture-perfect little town, just about 30 blocks sort of long, kind of like Ocean Shore's vibe in comparison. Anyhow, I was just invited to move up there with my boyfriend and his older brother, who was an MP in the nearby military base. As I arrived, I took a left on 7th Avenue looking for the address on my right in this beautiful neighborhood. I finally came to a stop in front of this spooky little house. Just my luck. All this beauty and I get the one creepy house. As I started to move my things and unpack, I had a very uneasy feeling. It was like I was being watched and Oliver just creeped out. As the days went by, I noticed the house was slanted. You could literally put a marble in the kitchen and it would roll the back of the house. So I started asking my boyfriend questions about the place. He explained that it was built in the early 1900s. That explained the extremely old giant oil heater in the living room. It constantly gave me weird vibes as well as in the backyard. Like there was this peculiar garden. It had beautiful flowers, but it was round and had 3 different levels to it, which was odd. A couple weeks had gone by and I was working graveyard shift at a local Safeway. That meant that I would be home pretty much all day by myself, because the rest of the household worked normal, daytime hours. One day, shortly after I'd gotten home at 10 a.m., I decided to lie down and take a nap and get some rest. At some point, I was awoken to the sound of metal tapping. Then I heard a male's voice very quietly saying something I just couldn't quite make out. I assumed that my boyfriend had gotten home early and I was hearing him talking. Maybe he was just approaching the front door while jingling his keys. So I stood up in a bed and headed to my bedroom and hung a left to arrive at the front door. And by the way, I quickly opened with, excitement, assuming my boyfriend had finally gotten off early to my surprise. No one was there. I looked left, looked right, find no one. So disappointed and confused, I slammed the door, extremely disappointed, and as I turned around, there on top of that creepy oil heater sat a little boy, looked about 6. Had blonde hair and fair skin. I was in complete shock and I could hardly believe what I was looking at. It felt like I stood like a statue. He was just sitting there swinging his legs and giggling, looking surprisingly happy. I turned back around and ran out my front door so fast I didn't even care that I was barefoot. I continued to run all the way to Domino's Pizza where my boyfriend was working. He pulled up from a delivery with a very confused look on his face. "Is everything okay? What are you doing here?" he asked. I sat him down, started to tell him what I heard, what I thought, and what I saw. He was amazingly not seeming to freak out or be surprised by what I just told him. And come to find out the reason why was a year before we moved in there had been a pond in the backyard. A 6-year-old boy lived in the house with his parents. One day, the boy decided to go look at the fish in the pond by himself. Got a little too close, fell into the deepest point in the middle. By the time his parents noticed, the back door was not latched shut as well as their son was anywhere to be found. The frantic parents ran out of the back door, across the deck, across the yard of the pond to see their son's lifeless body floating in the pond. I was like, why did you never tell me this? Said that he didn't want to freak me out, but also from that day forward they drained the pond and put the house up for rent. But they explained to anybody who rents that the drained pond is now a garden, and they'd like flowers to be planted in it for remembrance. Suddenly everything came together and it all made sense. And needless to say, shortly after this experience, I moved things. And they were just too damn creepy. The Stalking Shadows. The small town of Greystone has always been quiet, a place where everybody knew each other and strangers stood out like sore thumbs. It was the kind of town where people left their doors unlocked and kids played outside until the streetlights flickered on. But that all changed when the shadows began to move. Jenny Porter had lived in Greystone her whole life. At 16, she knew every nook and cranny of the town. She knew the gossip, the secrets, and the stories the elders would tell on Halloween nights. Stories about the shadow men and their leader, the hatman. But those were just stories until they weren't. Started one crisp autumn evening as Jenny was walking home from her friend Sarah's house. The sun had dipped below the horizon and the shadows grew longer and darker. As she turned the corner onto Maple Street, she noticed a figure standing under the streetlight. was a man, tall and thin, wearing an old-fashioned hat that cast a deep shadow over his face. Jenny quickened her pace, but the man didn't move. His stillness was unnerving. She felt a chill crawl up her spine. She glanced back once more and the figure was gone. Just an illusion, she told herself, shaking off the unease. Over the next few days, Jenny couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. In the dead of night, she would wake to the sensation of eyes upon her. Her curtains would flutter even when the windows were closed. And always, just at the edge of her vision, she saw shadows that seemed to be moving on their own. One night, unable to sleep, Jenny went downstairs to get a glass of water. The house was eerily silent. The only sound, the creaking of the old wooden floors. As she reached the kitchen, she saw him again, the hatman, standing just outside the window. His face obscured by darkness, but his presence palpable. Panic surged through her. She stumbled back, dropping the glass. It shattered on the floor and the sound echoing through the house. Her parents rushed downstairs, finding her trembling and incoherent. "They're here," she whispered. "The Shadow Man, the Hat Man." Her parents exchanged worried glances, dismissed her fears as being a bad dream. Yet the incidents continued. The shadows grew bolder and darker. Jenny's friends began to notice the change in her demeanor, the dark circles under her eyes, the constant glances over her shoulder. One evening, Sarah decided to stay over, hoping to ease Jenny's. The two girls huddled in Jenny's room, talking about anything but the shadows. As midnight approached, a strange stillness settled over the house. Sarah fell asleep, but Jenny remained awake, her senses on high alert. A creak on the stairs made her heart race. She held her breath, straining to hear. The door to her room slowly creaked open, and there, standing in the doorway, was the Hatman. His presence was overwhelming, the darkness around him almost tangible. Jenny tried to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. The shadow men slipped into the room, their forms blending with the darkness. They moved silently, encircling the bed. The Hatman stepped closer, his face still hidden, but Jenny could feel his gaze, cold and penetrating. With a sudden burst of courage, Jenny grabbed the lamp from her bedside table and swung it at the Hatman. The light shattered. For a brief moment, the shadows recoiled, but then surged forward, enveloping her in a suffocating darkness. When Sarah awoke, the room was empty. Jenny was gone. The only trace of her was the broken lamp and the lingering cold. The town of Greystone mourned the loss of Jenny Porter, another victim of the unseen horrors that lurked in the shadows. The elders spoke in hushed tones, sharing warnings of the Hatman and his followers. And as the years passed, the stories grew, warning each new generation to beware of the stalking shadows that moved in the night. For in Greystone, the shadows were never truly still, and the Hatman was always watching. Ouija boards are bullshit, right? Right? Thought I'd share something interesting that happened to me about 15 years ago. Most won't believe me, but for what it's worth, I promise everything I tell you is 100% true. I'll tell you how it happened to the best of my memory. However, names have been changed. I was about 18. I was hanging out at my friend Joanne's house with some other school friends. Can't quite remember how we got into the subject, but toward the end of the evening, Joanne thought it would be fun to perform a seance. Joanne's family, they were from Cape Town, South Africa, had a deep-rooted interest in the spiritual, or at least that's what Joanne made out to us. With the lights off and candles lit, we all sat around a round table with cards fanned out around the edge. Each card had a letter of the alphabet arranged A through Z and a shot glass placed in the middle. Joanne started speaking out to the spirits in Afrikaans. I remember pulling a face and rolling my eyes. It was too dark for anybody to really take offense. At the time, I was pretty much an insufferable and enlightened atheist teen dork. You know the type. Cringy 4chan edgelord who thinks any form of spirituality or religion is beneath me and my superior intellect. I never wore a fedora, but I was damn close. However, what was about to happen made me question everything. It started mundane enough. A few questions were asked, and the shot glass were resting on her fingers. They started to move. They moved to and fro until eventually one of my friends asked the quote-unquote spirit if they were associated with anyone in the room. The shot glass moved directly toward me. Incredulous, I asked the spirit if you're associated with me. Then what's my mother's maiden name? My eyes fixate on the letters that spell out her maiden name, which is Jones. But the glass started spelling out something different. First, the glass went to T, then H, and then O. I thought then that it was bullshit. I was completely wrong. Then I was struck by a horrific realization. When my mom was 6 months old, her biological father died of a heart attack. A year after that, she took her stepfather's name. I completely forgot this in the moment, and I was expecting the glass to read out the maiden name that she had for the majority of her life. But it was actually spelling out her original maiden name, Thompson. It was a fact so trivial that I barely remembered it myself. It was something never talked about even within my family. It happened so long ago. It'd be hard to believe that any of my friends would know any of this esoteric piece of my family's history that occurred 20 years before I was even born. But nonetheless, somehow it was being spelled out in front of my very eyes. Thompson. My school friends and I wouldn't talk about anything deeper than video games and tits at that age, yet there's no way I ever mentioned this to any of them. It's not like one of my pot-smoking loser friends had a copy of my mom's birth certificate. None of them had ever met anybody else in my family. There's literally no way anybody could have known this. Before I could contemplate this for far too long, or any other questions were going to be asked, my ghostly associate Joanne's mom came into the room, turns the light on, and with a thick South African accent shouts something like, "Bloody hell, Joanne, stop messing around with this sleep crap." Put a definitive stop to the proceedings. Of course, at the time, I played it off as a prank, but the more I think of it, the more my mind wanders. Did something actually paranormal happen that night? I know it's nothing dramatic or exciting. I don't see an apparition or a cryptid, but unlike 90% of the spirit shit that you read on Reddit, this experience is actually true, and something to this day I can't explain. I'd love to hear your thoughts. I don't know if 90% is the right ratio there. Two strange incidents in my time that have certainly left me scared. For my first incident, I was around 10-12 at this time, doing normal kid things. It was possibly around noon at this time. I was grounded, for I don't even know anymore. Standing on the edge of my bed, and I had an old wooden bed. I would stand on the outside frame. As I was standing there, I looked at my currently open door. I saw a 7-foot-tall red figure standing in that doorway. I only recount as well as I can because I was well over a decade ago, but somehow remember this all so well when I saw the figure. I wasn't even scared. But at the same time, it was scary but felt alright. Ever since I saw that figure, I feel as though I'm no longer alone. That's when I started always to feel more paranoid over being in the dark and such. I know it's a normal thing for people to be scared of the dark. Still, I always feel I see someone watching me. It makes me kind of uneasy. This incident certainly made my life feel like I was always having someone watching me. When I'm in a room alone, it feels as if I hear no noises and something shouting at me to watch out. Like my fight or flight response is constant. What I saw that day made no sense. I feel as though it had weirdly impacted me. I'm kind of unsure, and I hope maybe somebody has an idea of what it could be. My second instant does make me kind of feel it's connected in some way to the first. I am a skeptic, and this is more recent, maybe a few months ago. The main reason I say I'm a skeptic is that I don't try to make up spooky ghost events or something to freak people out. If I do have a creepy event happen, then that's what I share. I was at a friend's house, watching a movie in the pitch black. It was late at night when the movie finished and the screen went dark. We were both relaxing. We started talking about nonsense topics like life and... well, life is the opposite of that, but... I was looking around the room and I saw a gesture in the corner like it was lifelike, like a dream. It was just the mask and gloves. I got scared, told my friend about it. It was when the entire room felt like it shifted. The room got heavy, like breathing felt like it wasn't an option. I wanted to break out a spirit box app that I had on my phone just because it was something that we both were into and decided it sounded fun. We did the usual making sure nothing attached to us and whatnot. We both had been asking questions around the lines of "Are you here?" and such. We heard a deep voice say something. Not entirely sure what it was, but I know that it was something that made us turn it off because it unsettled us. We had noticed the room started to get cold and a standing lamp that they had in the room started to rattle. The light started to get off more heat than it should have. After that, it kept just getting more eerie. We wanted to turn the standing mirror around because it kept giving us the creeps. We did that, and then I decided to head out. My friends went back into the room. He sent me a Snapchat of a very large cut across the back of the mirror that we both knew for a fact wasn't there just a minute ago. As I was driving home, I kept feeling like something was in the car with me, watching me. We had called that night after I made it home, and I should add that this is the same home as the first story, too. During the night, my friend heard my mic pick up scratching noises coming from my door. I know none of my family would have messed with anyone's sleep. Also, it was around 3 a.m. I've since moved to a new house, and even in the new house, I still get weird vibes. I have had a few incidences with footsteps loud enough that you could think it's somebody else in the house when it's just me. A shadow figure watching me while I was in the living room that my roommate saw when she looked over down the hall. My door is a mirror. She saw it reflecting off my door, and my roommate alone in the house heard scratching on the interior doors. Just a lot of weirdness that only seems to occur on my side of the house. Again, I want to know what you guys think. I know I posted a wall of text, but I hope somebody has theories or something to help because I'm unsure of what follows me, if it's good or bad. I just want to know what it might be. Mystery of the Phantom Footsteps. The children and I have always been in the habit of sharing spooky stories, whenever they're in the mood for it. One of the things they enjoy is hearing about real-life events of the unexplainable type. I blame YouTube for this. Sorry. Few of you know of the unexplained stories between all the family, many of which revolved around Jerome Street. However, this event occurred on Merrick Street. That's when I was in college. Enjoy. It was late spring or early fall of 2001-2002. I was home alone during the week between classes and before work. No one was home at that day. I awoke, took stock of a surprisingly empty house, ate breakfast, proceeded to attend and do some laundry. I brought my clothes from the second floor. Interesting way to spell clothes, by the way. I brought them to the basement. That's where I proceeded to load the machine. As the water rose, and I began to fill the machine, I distinctly hear what sounded like walking coming from the bedrooms on the top floor. I popped the machine's fill cycle off and listened. Yep, I remember thinking, definitely somebody walking on the second floor. Our Berkeley house is very old. I lived there nearly my whole life. I knew the creaks and cracks of the old flooring and joints very well. This, I could tell, was someone dragging their feet in the hallway on the second floor. That's funny, I thought. When did somebody get home? I stood there listening intently, distinguishing that the person was moving deliberately through the last bedroom on the second floor. I stood very still, attempting to place who it was. The footsteps were heavy, leading me to believe it was either my father or my brother Justin, neither having a soft tread. As I listened, I distinctly heard individual steps being taken on each of the each of the many steps leading to the first floor. Well, I'd better give a call out to whomever's home, I thought. Make sure that they don't lock me down in the cellar. And this has happened on more than one occasion. "Dad?" I call out. No answer. I again hear slow treading leading down the hallway of the first floor. Deliberate, slow steps heading toward the cellar door. "Justin?" I call out just once more. The steps paused at the top of the cellar stairs. I wondered to myself why the person doesn't return with my shouts. As I peer around the furnace toward the stairs that lead into the basement, I distinctly hear footsteps fall on the steps leading down towards where I was standing, hunched down in front of my washing machine. I continued to watch, though not really seeing anything. I continued hearing footstep after footstep down the old aging stairs before me in the dark. It's in the cramped space of my parents' basement. Holy cow, I thought. I noticed my heart skipping a beat. This is definitely happening, don't forget this. I remember that I was not in a state of panic, but I began to feel uneasy as if the footsteps descended the staircase. I distinctly recall the sound change as whatever foot struck the last descending stair. An old handmade box that served as the final step, a hollow thud that differed from the sound of each preceding step. I think to myself, I definitely can't believe this, but it's real. Amazingly, the footsteps continued, dragging across the concrete floor of the cellar, purposely taking step after step towards me, standing there alone in the dark of the cellar, mouth wide open. The footsteps stopped less than 3 feet from me. I held my breath, wide-eyed, waiting for some sort of image to appear, some sort of sensation to overcome me, as they say. You know, ghost hunter shows, they say all that stuff. But to my continued surprise, there was nothing. No sound, no sensation, no image of any sort. Just a young man half-dressed, hunched over, listening to the quickness of his heart in a cold basement early in the morning. The mystery of the phantom footsteps. Bit of a long story, but here's my experience. I knew something was off whenever I was in a room alone, especially with my back to the entrance. I felt as if I wasn't alone, and whatever it was didn't seem to be looking for a friend, more like looking for a victim. I never felt this when I was anywhere but home, but it was still horrifying for any 7-year-old. In my bedroom one day, I was with my sister and we're sitting on the bed playing Connect 4. Nice. I had just won when we heard a knock on my door, a solid knock from the knuckles. So I stood up and opened the door, and I didn't see my parents. We had cats, but they can't knock. I didn't know what them scratching at the door sounded like. We walked over to my parents' bedroom, and their door was closed. We knocked and explained what happened. They were confused and explained how they were in there the whole time and didn't knock. We all brushed it off as a one-time odd occurrence, not thinking much of it. But looking back now, that's where we went wrong. A couple of months later, I was in the basement with my sister. They were in the area off to the side, out of the way, and I was in the main area. The staircase in the center surrounded by drywall, and the other side was the workshop. So I was riding my scooter around the staircase through the workshop into the main area. One of these laps, I saw just 3 heads floating in the workshop in line. I don't remember the faces, but they were all of a man's head. They weren't moving up or down, just facing forward, all the same direction toward the staircase. I stopped as I was confused. I didn't see how they could be there. They weren't there the next lap. I found my parents and explained this to them. They were just as confused as I was. We didn't know what to do. I was only 7 or 8, so not exactly what you'd call a reliable source. We didn't do anything because, well, we kind of couldn't. A Fast forward another few months and I'm in the shower rinsing my hair. We had a mirror on the wall of the shower. I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I looked up at the mirror directly and I saw a black figure emerging from the wall. Just the shape of a torso and an arm extended at my left shoulder, about to make contact with me. Then it vanished. I heard a loud drop of water, like a water bottle worth of water had fallen into a bucket. But the only place there could be a bucket that I'd hear and not see is in the closet behind the bathroom and in front of my room. But the closet's full. There's no room for a bucket. I step out of the shower, terrified without even bothering to dry off. I step out of the bathroom and tell my parents who were sitting in the room next to the bathroom. I was shaking and I was cold and I could barely get a word out. My dad sat in the bathroom as I finished my shower. That was the last shower I'd ever taken in that bathroom. At this point, my mom admitted she felt like she'd been being watched too, especially when she was working. She worked at home from the basement. Fast forward about a couple of years back. Fast forward? You mean rewind? He said fast forward, so I'll ignore the back part. Anyway, my friends have a friend over who they knew about. Well, apparently they knew about this whole thing going on. She supposedly knows about paranormal activity, and she said that she felt a presence, and not a good one. We also found a Ouija board from my mom's parents. None of us ever touched it. We gave it to the same friend who knew what to do with it. Another year or so passes and we're talking with a family friend. My dad met him from work and then he quit, became a nurse. He quit being an RN and became a priest. So we had him basically bless our house and especially where everything happened. None of us has had an experience like this since. I do occasionally feel like I'm being watched, but a much weaker feeling. I told the story to some people from my BSA troop while sitting around a fire one night, and one kid said he didn't sleep that night when he talked to me the day after. My paranormal experiences. I've had a few experiences over the years. The most terrifying ones were in this house I lived in from the age of about 9 or 10 until I was about 16. I shared a room with my older sister at the time, and it was quite a large room. We both had single beds, and mine was directly opposite the bedroom door on the left side of the room, and hers was on the opposite side of the room but facing the same direction. One night I was woken up in the middle of the night by something physically poking me from behind my left ear twice. I almost slept on my right side and was saying, "Hello, hello." I woke up all blurry-eyed and looked at the end of the bed to see a figure standing there. I hid under the covers, absolutely terrified for maybe 20-30 seconds, and eventually mustered up the courage to take another look. I pulled back the covers to see the figure had moved and was now standing at the end of my sister's bed. At that point, I hid back under the covers, and I think I just passed out from fear. I could still feel the pressure behind my ears. That's from where I'd been poked when I woke up in the morning. After that experience, I wasn't able to sleep with my ear under the covers until I was nearly an adult. Even for, a couple of years after I moved out of that house. I was so scared it would happen again. I didn't tell anyone at the time, but I told my sister a few years ago. She admitted to me that she had also woken up once in that room to see someone standing over her. There was a couple more experiences in that house. Another one was the first night my mom ever left me alone in the house. This was after my siblings had moved out and gone, to university. I was upstairs in my room when all of a sudden I hear my dog, who rarely barked, start barking downstairs. I come out of my room, look down the stairs to see the front door wide open and my dog just stood there barking at it. I go down to close it, take a look outside, and see no one even close by, and nobody had come in the house. Apparently, the woman who lived in that house previously to us had died there. I imagine her bedroom was likely where she passed. I've had a few more experiences in recent years, and in different houses. Shortly after my dad's mom, passed 3 years ago, I woke up one night for seemingly no reason. I only ever wake up in the middle of the night if I need a toilet or someone physically wakes me. and this was the house I rented with a friend. I opened my eyes and I saw someone stood there. It didn't scare me. I shut my eyes, not thinking much of it. Then I thought to myself, hang on. Opened my eyes again and they were still there. I blinked, still there. Turned my lamp on and then they vanished. Sure, it was my gran. I wasn't scared at all, and the figure was her height and her build. I was also woken up around the same time to someone gently touching my arm. Again, I'm sure it was her. My gran and I were close. She passed during COVID from cancer, and 2 days before her funeral I caught COVID and wasn't allowed to attend, which is horrible. That sucks. I wrote something for the funeral celebrant to read on my behalf, I guess, but I had to watch it on live stream. I felt so guilty I couldn't be there even though I was out of my control. I think those experiences were just her letting me see her one last time, telling me it was okay. I've dreamed of her once since then. I know she's always looking after me as she did when she was alive. Also, after my nan, my mom's mom, died around 6 months after my gran. Went to go stay at my mom's one night. This was a few days after she brought some of her ashes home. The living room light flickered when I walked into the room. This had also happened when my brother had gone round one night for my mother. Only happened since her ashes were brought home. I also saw a dog toy move completely by itself the same night the light flickered. Again, I'm sure it was just my nan just letting us know that she was there. She was okay. I miss both my grandmothers very much. Spirit in the house seems to be growing in power. I'm starting to become concerned. I'll try to keep this simple. I've been seeing my partner for about 6 months now. I spend a lot of time in her house with her 5 kids. House is about 25 years old and also located close to woodlands and forests. When we first started dating, she had informed me of the spirit in her house, telling me it's quite common to hear noises and footsteps, seeing lights flicker. She also had one horrifying experience walking one night to the feeling of being choked, a black tall figure standing over her in her bed. The past 3 months, we both had some experiences with the spirit. Lately, however, the experiences seem to be growing in frequency and in power. Starting off, my partner one night a few months back had a friend stay over and had ordered food. My partner headed to her room to use the bathroom. While walking back to the lounge to her friend, she heard a distinct male voice in her ear whisper, "How'd you like that?" It shook her up quite badly as it was so loud and audible in her ear. Things seemed to find after this, and she had decided to cleanse the house. She is quite a spiritual person, and I guess a hippie who definitely believes in spiritual energy. However, since then, things have really ramped up. Like doors are locked, they've been opening and closing on their own. Banging and knocking through the house. Things being moved or audibly being moved when myself or her are in other rooms completely. 2 weeks ago, while I'm watching football in the lounge, I start to hear whispering in my ear. I couldn't distinguish what it was saying, but it was definitely a male whispering in my ear. The same room had happened to my partner. Directly after this, every light in the kitchen and other open lounge area turned on, and this included the child's toys, flashing RGB wand. This left me absolutely creeped the hell out. Promptly turned it off and crawled into bed with the missus, who was equally freaked out. After this, it's been constant banging noises, almost every few days. Last night was the last straw. We were in bed, my partner asleep, myself watching TV. 10 p.m. and all of a sudden the ceiling fan turned on to max. This fan requires a remote pointed directly at it, then another button pushed to turn it into maximum. The remote was on my nightstand facing away from the fan. This woke the missus, startled the hell out of me. Shortly after this, I looked over the doorway to see a tall, 7 foot at least dark black figure step away from the door and into the lounge that joins into our room. Now today, as I was leaving for the gym around 9 a.m. again and banging returned, sounds like something caught in a washing machine, I guess, and I just ignored it and left. My partner, after dropping the kids at the school and also going to gym, came home the same banging, freaked out, wouldn't enter the house. I was also choked in bed 2 nights ago, woke up absolutely freaking out. And no, I hadn't pissed off my partner. It's at the point that I think I need a professional to come into the home, but I have no idea where to start. We're located in Melbourne, so any help or suggestions or questions would be great. FYI, the spirit doesn't seem to affect or bother us when the children are present. Just thought I'd add that. After some prayer, cleansing, and having someone remove the spirits, turns out it was 2 spirits in the house. Things have eased up, thankfully. It's only been a couple of days, so time will tell if it's been sorted out or if they've just retreated for now. But we have had 2 peaceful nights so far with 0 activity. If things ramp up again, I'll update the story. Thank you to all those who commented and reached out in private, and to those who genuinely wanted to help. Both me and my partner appreciate being taken seriously, getting almost immediate help. This has been one of the most surreal things to deal with in my life. The dark figure in my room. So, I always tend to sleep sideways, never flat on my back. But last night I fell asleep laying on my back. Last thing I remember doing was looking up at the ceiling, thinking about my past. My boyfriend was already asleep, his face turned in my direction. The table lamp was illuminating his skin. All of a sudden the room went very dim. The table lamp wasn't on anymore. My eyes frantically scanning the room. And there she was. It was hard to see, but after my vision adjusted, I saw her standing in the corner of her room. Hair dark as night, face pale and disfigured, her eyes piercing at my soul. Then her face started moving to the side of her shoulder. I could hear her neck cracking as she moved. Then she smiled. Her teeth and eyes were bleeding. The room was so silent I could hear the blood dripping. "Babe, wake up." Turned my head to the side and there he was, still fast asleep. I kept saying to myself, no, this isn't real. This is a dream. Wake up, Amy, wake up now, goddammit. She was still standing there. I was fighting myself. I couldn't wake up or move my body. I don't even remember falling asleep, but it for sure had to be a dream. I knew it couldn't be real. I could feel myself trying to wake up. I could hear my inner voice telling me to open my eyes. Then the table lamp turned back on. I stood up right away thinking I was finally awake. My boyfriend woke up and asked me what was wrong. I was hyperventilating while pointing to the corner of the room. I was saying, "She's there, she's standing right there." He turned to look, then he said, "Amy, there's no one there." But I could still see her despite having the light back on and being able to move. "Babe, I'm going crazy, I'm going fucking crazy, help me, she's there, I see her standing there." I kept repeating this over and over, rocking my body back and forth while having both hands on my head. Then all of a sudden I felt my body being jerked awake. This time I knew for sure I was awake. I sat up on my bed and I saw that my boyfriend was still sleeping. The lamp was still on, but this time she was gone. I wasn't shaking or hyperventilating anymore, I was just very confused. I was second-guessing myself if I was really awake. I couldn't fall back asleep after that. Last thing I remember doing is going to my Spotify and playing Someone New by SCA. I played my phone under my pillow and I fell back asleep. My boyfriend's work alarm went off a couple hours later. When he woke up, I was telling him about a quote-unquote nightmare that I had. When I was telling him I was hyperventilating and pointing to the corner of the room, he said, "But Amy, you did do that. You don't remember?" I woke up and I was asking if you were okay. I froze for a moment and I couldn't understand. There's no way I saw a dark figure in the room. It was for sure a dream. I couldn't wake up, and when I thought I woke up, I still saw her. I eventually woke up for real and put music on. He said, "But you were awake. I kept asking if you were okay." I was like, "You lying. There's no way. You have to be lying." But I'm not lying. I didn't ask anything more, but it's been bothering me all day. Is my cat protecting me from ghost? I'm a 29-year-old female, and since as long as I can remember, I can feel spirits. I have and will always fight my, gift. I see it's the worst thing that can happen to me. I'm sensitive to spirits or ghost. Honestly, this whole thing's always scared the shit out of me. I have no interest in developing my quote-unquote gift. The best way I can describe it is energy. Living and dead, but the dead stronger. I can feel how many spirits, negative or positive. Sometimes I can tell you how someone died. To me, it's like walking to a library and all these books want to open themselves to me and I have to force them closed. The first ghost I saw was in my old aunt's house. Must have been around 7. Walked right past me into the bathroom. I was scared. Couldn't believe it. There's tons of situations I can mention, so I'm only going to name about a few of them. I think it got worse around when I was in high school. I volunteered at a hospital trying to build a good resume for scholarships. I would talk to a patient or read them books, get them water, little things. Once I walked past a room and I felt it. The energy was so strong. I knew the person there was passing. Remember the nurse pushing me aside because the patient was coding. The only thing I could say is, "It's too late, they're already gone." They passed. But since that day, more and more ghosts followed me. It's as if they realized I could sense them. Some of them would touch me, pull my hair, some of them would close doors on me. There's 2 energies, ghosts, sorry, I call them energies, that would walk and make noise in the attic. We have a 1-story home. Anything to get my attention, I ignored every single one of them. I'd cry myself to sleep because I thought I was going insane. I just kept getting worse one time when I came home from school and the radio was on. But it was odd because nobody was home. I couldn't find out the radio wasn't plugged in and didn't even have batteries. That time I did say out loud, "Stop, leave me alone, I will not help you." Someone listened, some didn't. Another huge event was my aunt was murdered. I felt her pass. I saw her at the funeral. She was there and my cousin, her son, told the family what happened. She was here for about 6 months to a year after her passing. She knew I could see her. At first, she was so overwhelmed and in panic, and I didn't know how to help her. I would just talk to her. It's funny because now she knows I don't want any part of this ghost feeling energy stuff. I smell French vanilla, which happens to be her favorite, not mine. I know it's her. She's gone, she's passed. But she checks up wanting information on her children, which brings me to my point. Never been a cat person until 2 years ago. I got my cat Poppy. I lived on my own and yeah, I can still feel spirits, but since Poppy's been in my life, it's like she controls who can come into my house ghost-wise. She started looking and chasing at walls. She'll always stay by my head if it's in, almost like it's in constant protector mode. For the first time in my life, I can breathe, not scared. I can feel Poppy's energy even when I'm not home. However, if I spend more than 2 days away from Poppy, I start to feel the energies again. Am I crazy? Can someone explain this? Poppy seems like good people to me. Up north. They were walking home from school that warm spring day. Every day they walked the same route, so much so that they had basically embedded a trail into the ground. Beth, being the older sister, she was in charge of Emma on the daily walks to school. Their mother had trusted that Beth, being the older sister, would protect Emma. Emma was quite adventurous, you'd say. The river was flowing faster than usual as the mountain snow was melting. Something shiny was catching Emma's eye. She quickly ran to the store to take a look. Sure. She knew she wasn't allowed to go near the water, but she did anyway. In the blink of an eye, she reached down to grab a shiny object and fell in. Beth screamed, a scream that Emma had never heard before. She knew that she was in trouble, and without hesitation, Beth jumped in to save Emma. But unfortunately, the river won that day. The girls were found 3 days later. I was driving up north to Lucerne, California. I don't know how to say that word. I went to visit my brother. It was my nephew's second birthday. We were going to stay the weekend. I was so excited to see Reef, so I didn't go to his first birthday. I remember the odd feeling I got when we first arrived. I instantly pictured an older man walking down the hallway. I shook it off as being nothing, as sometimes I do get visions. The first night we slept on the living room floor. It was quite late when something woke me up. I can only describe it as a buzzing feeling. I tried to go back to sleep again, but it woke me up again. This time it was accompanied by giggling. There were 2 of them. I could tell by their voices. They were running back and forth from the living room to the kitchen. 2 little girls running back and forth giggling. I didn't know if it was real or if I was dreaming. I reached out to my arm to touch my husband's arm so I could, see if he could wake me up, as I often do when I'm in this state of mind. I don't know if I'm in a trance or if this is really the way I connect with spirits. The next morning I told my brother that I slept like shit. He and his wife looked at each other and chuckled. My mom overheard the conversation and said that she didn't sleep well either. I told them what had happened that night, and my mom jumped in to say that somebody had been pulling on her blanket all night. She'd pull it up and something would pull it right back down. My sister-in-law chimed in to tell us the house was haunted. One morning, Reef was playing outside. I think my brother and his wife were just moving into the house. Reef was a little older than a year old. He seemed to be talking to someone. He motioned for somebody to come sit by him and scooted over. He was having a conversation, but nobody was there. My brother Dustin was moving to the refrigerator into the kitchen. He was putting into a position when it scooted forward towards him on its own, almost smashing his finger. The ground was flat. There was no explanation for it. Another time, Crystal looked up at the baby monitor in Reef's bedroom for whatever reason, and she could literally see the form of a little girl. The girl had climbed up the side of Reef's crib and was poking him. On another occasion, Crystal walked into Reef's room, and there was a built-in dresser. There's usually these built-ins in older homes. The drawers were pulled out as if somebody was using them as stairs, and each drawer pulled out a little bit more than the other. I also do believe Crystal told me that she had seen a man as well. As soon as I got home, I started Googling deaths in the area. It took some digging, but I was able to find the article about 2 sisters drowning in a nearby river. I was in shock. This verified that everything we had experienced was indeed the sisters. The house no longer stands as it was burnt down in a fire, but I wonder if the little girls are still there. And who was that man? I don't want to believe. My childhood was peppered with moments of dread and fear, which today I couldn't tell you if they were imagined or not. The ghostly figure that frequently roamed past my door night after night. Was it the ghost of the previous owner who died in the house, or just my child brain making shapes out of the darkness? Was there something malevolent in the basement, or was my imagination running overtime because I was small and easy to scare? I'll always doubt those memories, and never shake the feeling that they, really happened. Part of the reason I can't shake that feeling is because I know I did not imagine the TV. The TV was in the basement. I had problems with it. The basement felt oppressive and dangerous, even though it was well lit and carpeted. I'd risk going down there though, because how else was I going to watch TV? It was a boxy TV VCR combo. Most of the time it was just fine. I'd watch my shows, hit the big red power button, and then sprint up the stairs, turning out the light. Except sometimes the TV would turn back on before I'd get to the lights. I'd be walking away and I'd hear the screen pop back on. I would know the TV wasn't okay. Normal TV had a tiny digital display under the screen that would light up when the TV was on and tell you what channel you were watching and the volume or whatever. Possessed TV didn't need to show me anything. Didn't bother lighting up that display at all. Normal TV would turn on and the volume would be at whatever you last left it at. Possessed TV started with no sound at all, but it would get louder and louder and louder until it was just covering my ears, basically. As a kid, it was terrifying. The first few times it happened, I'd frantically push the red power button, but it didn't matter. None of the buttons would do anything. I couldn't change the channel, I couldn't lower the volume. The only thing I could do was unplug the bastard, and when I did, the picture would hang on the screen, slowly shrinking back into itself. I needed my TV to be normal TV, so I would plug it back in, turn the power on, and then turn it back off, just to make sure it was normal. Usually it was, sometimes it wasn't. This went on for a long time. I did happen to get used to it. It was still scary, but I knew what steps it took to stop it. It was sort of a ritual, and if I was fast enough, I could get out the outlet before the volume was loud enough to hurt my ears. One day it got really weird. It had done its whole possessed TV routine, but I was quick and unplugged it. I plugged it back in and just hit the power button, and there was a loud pop. The TV screen flashed, but it didn't turn on. I smelled smoke. I tried hitting the power button some more, but that didn't do anything. Looked around, saw the power cord wasn't in the outlet. I reached the plug that it was in and discovered that I couldn't. At the end of the cord, where the plugs usually sat, there we were, just all frayed and burned, all the wires. It took me a while to find the plug because it apparently shot all the way across the room. My parents had to take it in to get it repaired. It was gone for days. When it came back, it had a brand new plug at the end of the cord. My memory gets fuzzy after that. I don't remember if it ended up coming back downstairs or if I did. We did move away from that house by the time I was 10, maybe 11. I don't know, maybe it was just a messed up TV. I've never heard of a plug shooting out of a wall outlet hard enough that it separated from the cord and ended up on the other side of the room. Regardless if it was supernatural or not, it really upset me for a long time. Talking or writing about it still gives me the creeps. 10 times out of 10 would rather just think there wasn't anything out there. Yeah, me too. Has anyone seen something similar? Help. When I was a kid, maybe around 5 years old, my country had a civil war. I lived in the capital, and even then it was mandatory for the city to shut off the power at night. I'm guessing because it was easier for them to trace any possible attacks that way. Anyways, they shut off the power that night, and as usual, my older cousin and my older sister lit up a candle. Took me to my parents' room to go play. They're both 4 years older than me, so they were already of age and recognized if there was any danger. They'd been told what to do. To get under the bed if anything were to happen, that was pretty much the plan. On top of that, I had a full-grown Labrador who just had puppies. So any little noise she would just bark. Any little movement she was aware. I remember there were always cats trying to snatch the puppies, but again my dog named Peggy was super protective over her pups. She would sleep in the backyard and would always bark and protect us and the pups. However, that night was different. We were in the room just playing, and I remember my older cousin was on the top of the bed and my sister was next to the window. I was standing on the floor right next to the bed in between both of them. We were just playing when my cousin asked if we could see that quote-unquote thing on the patio. I looked, I couldn't see anything. So did my sister. At first, we couldn't see anything. It was already night, so there were no lights and there was no screen on the windows to keep the mosquitoes out. Then my cousin asked again, and then we saw it, the best way I can describe it. No outline to the body, couldn't see anything except for two eyes that were elongated upside-down triangles. A line sort of resembling a mouth, but it was like a TV static. It was glowing and it was between green and blue, maybe 5 feet tall. It got closer to the window, it kind of bent down and smiled at my sister. By smiling, I'm saying the line that resembled the mouth got bigger. I'm still getting goosebumps writing this. What was my dog doing? She was always so protective and she didn't make a single sound. That thing was standing right outside my window and I froze. We froze for I don't know how much time. It made eye contact with all three of us. I could see it moving its eyes and just staring. There was no communication mentally or anything. What was it? Cousin eventually snapped out of it and grabbed my sister and me and just ran out of the room to tell my parents. My dad went outside and found nothing. Mind you, we were at war. So, what was this thing? What could be so stupid to go to someone's backyard with a big dog in a country at war at night and just stare at us? It almost looked like a hologram. It was glowing. I could see the little dots glowing in its eyes and mouth, and I couldn't sleep with my head facing the window anymore. I would hide under the blankets for years. Weather down there is always like 100 degrees Fahrenheit, so I'd almost die every night out of breath under the blankets, but too afraid to even look out my window. I never felt any threat, but it was just too bizarre. Never seen it since then. 33 now, and I've looked and researched as much as possible to see if anyone else has seen anything like it. If you have, contact me. I have to figure out what this thing is, or why it was there. See ya. Someone was in my room. This all happened a long time ago when I was living with my dad. This was around the age of 17, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. Dad had recently bought a townhouse in the city, and I'd gotten my own room on the second floor. It was a rectangular room with a single window opposite the door. Once you walked in there was a huge tall bookcase straight ahead. It was protruding from the left-hand wall, with my bed right behind it. To your right was like a corner desk with a computer along with the right-hand side wall. It was like a keyboard stand next to an old swivel chair that I inherited from my grandparents. I'd never felt anything off about my room prior to the events I'm about to tell you, and all of this occurred over the span of about a week or two. Everything started with the feeling of like being watched. You know that creepy sensation crawling up your skin, hair standing on end, making your muscles tense and your heartbeat speed up? Happened late at night when I had crawled into bed after turning off the light. The room somehow felt a bit colder than usual. Pulled up my duvet to cover the tip of my nose, while willing whatever was in my room to go away. After some time had passed, the feeling of being watched completely vanished. I could finally fall asleep. But the sensation returned the following night. In fact, it started happening every night, relentlessly building in intensity until I could distinctly feel the presence of someone sitting in the chair opposite my bed, watching me. It was without a doubt the presence of a man, but I still tried to deny it. To will his presence away, I guess. But it was as if I, resisted more and he would make himself known. The chair started moving on its own, spinning gently from side to side. There was no way for me to deny it any longer. Something, or rather someone, was in my room and he wasn't alive. The exact moment I admitted it to myself, the moment I asked who he was, and what he wanted, the chair stopped moving. He had gotten up and I could feel him walking toward me, the air growing ever so slightly colder with each step. Once he was standing right beside my bed, I'd already pulled the duvet all the way over my head. What happened next, though, was really weird. I stopped feeling afraid. Stunned by the realization, I slowly pulled the duvet back down, only to be surprised by the sight of a young and very handsome man standing next to me. He reached out to touch my cheek, and it was really odd because I could actually feel his fingers on my skin. Yet at the same time, it didn't feel entirely real. I remember asking again who he was and why he was there, but he only smiled and told me that he simply wanted to see me again before he left, although I knew for a fact that I hadn't met him before. At the same time, he did feel familiar, as if we had known each other before, when I wasn't who I am now, I guess. Strangest feeling. When I studied his face, the look in his eyes filled with something I could only describe as love. But it was the kind of love you harbor for your significant other. He also looked young in his 20s, made me a bit concerned. I asked if he had been around the age when he had died. He smiled again and told me no. He had lived a happy long life, died an old man. He simply appeared as this younger version of his former self because he thought, I'd feel more comfortable with that. It was such an odd conversation looking back, but then something even more strange happened. Once we had finished our conversation, he told me that it was his time to go. I was still laying in bed in the bookcase right behind my head in a complete dark room when suddenly a warm, bright light lit up the darkness from behind me. It was as if somebody had captured the sun, put it in my bookcase. Then he was simply gone. Never felt his presence ever again after that night, and I've never experienced anything like that since. Ghost disguised as my sister. Anybody have a name for this type of entity? The scariest moment of my life happened in 2019. My 15 female, at the time best friend. They were over and we were hanging out with my two younger sisters, 12 and 8 respectively, in the living room. We got up to go to the front door, which passed this house's main hallway. That lined all 6 bedrooms of the house. As we're passing the hallway, we all freeze as we watch a woman in an old-timey wedding dress walk from one room into another, leading a little girl who looked exactly like my younger sister by the hand behind her. We all stood shocked. We talked about the woman and quickly realized only my friend and I had seen this little girl. After a couple of hours, we kind of forget about it. This kind of thing is surprisingly normal in my house. We don't really know why. But later in the night, we split off. My 2 sisters go to their room 2 steps across the hall from mine. My friend and I sat in my room and in true teenage fashion pull out some weed and a homemade pipe. About 2 puffs in, I hear my youngest sister running down the hallway. My friend quickly threw everything under my blanket as I got up. My sister was banging on my door, begging me to let her in. I was scared that she would smell the weed, so I was fighting against her to keep it closed. The whole time she's screaming at the top of her lungs that they're coming, they're going to get me, help me. As I'm trying to keep the door closed, my friend has to get up to help, so I'm kind of talking to her through the door saying, just go to your room, I'll be there in less than a minute. After probably a minute, the banging stops all of a sudden. My friend and I look at each other, scared the commotion, and look at my parents, and they're about to smell the weed. I take a deep breath and count to 10 before going across the hall to my sister's room. She has a loft bed, and when I walk in, no more than 15 seconds after this knocking stopped, she passed out in her bed. My other sister, Lacey, is in there, and I go, what'd she want? Lacey looks at me confused and asks who. I point to my youngest sister in response. Lacey goes, what do you mean? She's been asleep for 15 minutes. I just got out of her bed and I was headed to my room. At this point, I felt like I was being pranked. I walked to my younger sister, who can't keep a straight face to save her life. She's dead asleep. I check her pulse and it's calm. No way she could have been banging on my door. climbed up her steps, pretended to fall asleep, and slowed her heart rate in a minute that had passed. I bring Lacey to my room and I sit down with my friend. Explained to my friend that my younger sister was asleep and she immediately got so scared she teared up. Then I explained it to Lacey. She was banging on my door saying somebody was going to kind of get her. Took all of our body weight to keep the door closed. I swear it was her. Lacey says there's no way it was her. They were together the whole time. Now, my family definitely has at least one demon attached to us. Will show itself to us as other family members quite often. Usually it's just something that we see out of the corner of our eye or a shadow standing in a corner of a closet. There was something about this experience that was so bone-chilling to have somebody not related to my family experience this. The struggle with this thing to keep my door closed as if it's using my sister image to plead for me to let it in or something, but what would have happened if I wasn't strong enough and it did get in? What was its endgame? After that experience, I had seen it as my younger sister like a couple of other times, walking in doorways in the reflection of the window behind me while I did dishes. It's terrifying, but we've all mostly learned to live with it. Brief, uneventful, mildly spooky. The only paranormal encounter I've had. Starting off, I do not believe in ghosts, spirits, demonic, rituals, cults, etc. But I didn't know about this sub until recently. I do enjoy spooky things, so I thought I'd share my only spooky, maybe paranormal experience with you all. This was back in 2015. I went with my family to Bar Harbor, Maine to visit a childhood friend of my mother's. They were pretty well off. They had several vacation homes, and this was a cute cottage in a residential area surrounded by a national park. The house was an A-frame, so the rooms had that cool angled wall like I've seen in movies. But I hadn't seen it in my own life. I was excited by that more than the whole nature thing. They're classic New Englanders. They even had themed rooms. I was staying in the moose room, otherwise known as everything in that room had a moose motif. Very cute, if not old-fashioned. My encounter piqued my curiosity more than anything. I don't recall any fear, just puzzled bewilderment and massive amusement. Here it is, my only encounter with something spooky-ish. I was alone in the moose room. I just grabbed some floss from my toiletries bag in the bathroom. I was planning to sit in the bed while I flossed. And then it happened. The door wasn't closed all the way. Mostly closed because I wanted to hear if I was being called. But then the door just slowly opened. No one was there. I knew I'd hear someone coming up the stairs since they were near the room. And frankly, the others seem to thump around where they walk. I've never lived in a two-story house, so I always noticed when someone was on the stairs. The door just slowly opened. I was sitting on the bed facing the door while this happened. I just sat there flossing. Then the door started to slowly close. It didn't close fully. The handle didn't engage. I continued flossing, being very thorough since I have lots of dental work. The door then once again opened very slowly, and once more closed slowly almost all the way. I just sat there flossing and watching. It was something interesting. Why not just watch and see what happens next? Nothing happens next. Got up, walked through the door and down the stairs. The other stalls had been outside doing, or rather, not the other stalls, but the others had been outside doing outdoorsy things or whatever. I told them what just happened, and they didn't seem to understand what I was talking about. I asked about the house, like maybe it was on uneven ground or had a gust going through it. But the owner assured me the house was very sound and very secured. They'd spent a lot of money on it. They're real estate agents. They knew a lot about this house, so those easy solutions were ruled out. Nothing cool like that happened the rest of the trip, but I thought it was hilarious. Lots of joking with my family out of earshot of the hosts about the place being haunted. So, sure, best part of my trip. Probably that. That was only perhaps the, only thing I can claim to be calling paranormal that's ever happened to me. I still think there must have been some logical cause for it, but it is a fun story. To me and my family, at least. My aunt's grandma. My aunt used to tell us ghost stories back then, but this was the scariest one that she had ever told. She lives in a fairly big house with 3 floors, and that's with her mom and her little sister. She was in college back then, and she invited her 2 schoolmates to have a chill, vibey night there to de-stress from their schoolwork. They arrived at the house around 6 or 7 p.m. The 2 guests sat in the living room watching TV while my aunt's in the kitchen preparing food and drinks. Around an hour passes by, and they were fairly drunk from the alcohol they drank. My aunt goes to the bathroom to take a piss. Then the 2 guests heard a door opening from the 2nd floor. Footsteps coming down the stairs were heard. It was my aunt's grandma coming down from the 2nd floor bedroom. The guests looked at her and she looked pissed. She stood just below the stairs and stared at them. They greeted her, but she didn't respond. She slowly walks up to the guests, puts her hand close to one of the girls, pinches her arm really hard. She started yelling and told them to quiet it down because they were being really loud at night. They apologized to her and told her that they'd be loud anymore, and rather wouldn't be. She let go of her arm and walks back up the stairs without saying a word. My aunt goes back to the living room, and when she looks at her schoolmates, they're being awfully quiet. She asks them, "What happened? Why is the TV not open? Why are y'all so quiet all of a sudden?" Her schoolmates looked at her and told her the whole story of what just happened. My aunt responded, "Grandma, my grandparents don't live here." Her schoolmates started freaking out, telling her to stop joking around like that and it's not funny. One of her schoolmates said, "Look, I even have a bruise where she pinched me." And there it was, 2 light bruises in her arm from where she got pinched. She told them she wasn't joking, invited them upstairs to show them that there was only 3 of them living in the house. The girl that got pinched started crying, telling her that they should head home. That's what they did. Now, I've been at that house before. Me and my cousins, at least. We used to have a sleepover on the 2nd floor bedroom. We've experienced a lot of ghost sightings there. One night, my cousin Kirby had trouble sleeping. When he looked at the end of the bed, he saw something staring at him. He described it looking like a demon, just glaring at him with red eyes. My cousin Mark also saw the same demon my cousin described, but it was on a different occasion. He was also in the same bedroom, but he saw it outside the door, walking down the stairs. The only experience I've had in that house is the footsteps coming down the stairs. It was during Halloween when me, my uncle, and 3 cousins were drinking in the living room. We were telling each other ghost stories about the house, and then suddenly I hear the footsteps coming down from the stairs. Told him to quiet it down and heard it as well. Me and my uncle laughed it off, but deep down I was scared as hell. I asked my cousin about their experience living there, and she told me that they're pretty much used to it. They would even greet it whenever they hear it or see something. I guess it's a good way to cope with it, but man, it's like they accepted it inside their home and now it's living there with them. It's like part of their family. They already did 3 house blessings in that house. My grandma told me. The thing is, it hasn't stopped the haunting house. Some guests experience sightings despite blessing the house multiple times and putting up crosses. I always refuse to sleep in that house every time we go there. There's something evil in that home and I'm not going to stay there at night. The area where the house is located used to be a field where apparently they dumped bodies back in World War II. But I don't know if that's just a hoax. bliss. So this happened to me when I was 15 in December, during one of those early winter mornings where I'd still have it be pitch black outside. My family was visiting for Christmas like they usually did, and since we lived in a small apartment, I gave up my bedroom for them and took the couch in the living room. I never really liked this arrangement, but whatever. We lived on the top floor. There wasn't much reason to worry about safety, but I've always been afraid of the dark. My family let me keep the kitchen light on because the hallway always freaked me out. One morning I had woken up fairly early. It was still dark outside. The apartment was dead silent except for the hum of the fridge. For some reason I was wide awake, like something had shocked me out of sleep. I tried to shake the weird feeling, but it wouldn't go away. I decided to get up and maybe grab something from the kitchen. As soon as I stepped out of the living room and into the hallway, I saw her. Standing in the kitchen doorway was this girl. She had long blonde hair and she was wearing this blue dress with ruffles, like something out of an old storybook or one of those old-fashioned family portraits. She wasn't moving or saying anything. She was just standing there, right in the light from the kitchen like she was supposed to be there. Couldn't see her face clearly, but it didn't matter. Something was off. She didn't belong there. I completely froze. For a second, I thought I was imagining it. Maybe it was just a weird shadow or something. But I knew deep down that it wasn't. Then, without any warning, she turned her head like she sensed me. And that's when she ran. But she didn't run toward me. She sprinted toward the hallway mirror. I just stood there staring as she jumped straight into the mirror and vanished. The apartment was silent again. Just me standing there like an idiot, my heart pounding, with no idea what had just happened. I stood there for what felt like forever, trying to make sense of it. I ended up convincing myself it was just hallucination. Maybe my brain was playing tricks on me because it was so early. Fast forward to earlier this year, I'm 26. I hadn't thought about that morning in a long time. My older sister was visiting with her daughters. My twin nieces, let's call them Ellie and Lily, who are now 16. We were all hanging out and got into a conversation about paranormal stuff. You know, ghost stories, urban legends, the usual. I casually asked them, "Have you two ever experienced anything weird or paranormal?" Ellie, the younger twin, kind of laughed and she said, "Actually, yeah." I got curious and asked what happened. Ellie told me that one night she woke up in the middle of the night feeling really off. Her sister Lily was fast asleep beside her, but Ellie wasn't alone. Standing at the foot of the bed was a girl, blonde, wearing a blue dress with ruffles. My heart skipped a beat, and keep in mind, I only share my story with those two after she told me hers. Ellie described the same girl, same blonde hair, same blue dress with the ruffles. And the way Ellie described it, the girl was just standing there, silently watching Lily sleep. Ellie said she couldn't move, couldn't scream. She ended up closing her eyes and just begged the girl to go away. When she finally opened her eyes again, the girl was gone. We ended up naming her Alice because she reminded us so much from Alice from Alice in Wonderland, and honestly, I don't think she's a malicious spirit or anything. She never seemed like she wanted to hurt us. It's like she's just curious, or maybe even lost. Neither of us have seen her again, but I can't help but wonder if anyone else in her family has, or maybe one day will. Doll. I have had a doll now, I believe. That's the cause of everything behind what's going on. We moved to a new house almost 2 years ago. I had an experience. I was home alone, thought there was an intruder and called 911. Found nothing, felt crazy, just new house jitters. Whatever. But then knocking and tapping started happening. Okay, so something just happened, or just my birds in my room. The doll I keep in a box in the corner of the closet, that's which I found to be the most active. I also have a spirit board that doesn't have a planchette on it, just for decoration. I feel it's important to include those details. So this goes on for a minute. Nothing too aggressive, turns off, the lights on me, messes up with my electrics. It's an older house, so whatever. Knocking, taps, all things I could find some ways of saying it was other things. I got a new phone around Christmas last year. Brand new. I was on call with my friend and we were laughing and having fun. We didn't really notice any noises even. The screen went completely black and I could only hear her voice in my blanket. Recently, same old, but it's been months apart between, but 2 growls. But with what happened this morning, sitting typing this shaking like a leaf, no more excuses. I've nothing to explain it. I sometimes sleep with a pillow on my head or shoulder. It's weird, but I enjoy it. Well, I had it on my shoulder this time. I felt something like pressure on the pillow against my shoulder. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just my dog and he'll move. I wish I would have just woken up more instead of trying to fall back asleep. I again tried going back to sleep. It happens again, but more pressure. It's moving quick. Now it's on my neck, feeling like someone's choking me. I didn't hear doors, we didn't have alarms. Kind of figured quick that it wasn't human. No way a human could feel like this and that quickly. I gasped and I'm trying to think about what to say, and I said, Jesus, and eased up. I caught my breath more and I said, Jesus loves me, and backed off. It felt like several hours, like something was watching me. The thing I find coincidental is the time when I woke up freaking out was a little bit past 3:30 a.m. I have my own beliefs, and not having a strong standing on any religion, I do wear an upside-down cross tattoo with like a moon, and I do have an ankh necklace. I'm not sure what to make of the situation. I'm definitely burning the board and the doll. I don't know what to do. I want it gone, even if it hurts because the doll was passed down. Now, this is just a quick rundown of this, not everything. I'm mostly wanting advice. I am burning the board later. The doll, well, started mostly in the corner, and that's where it growls. I'm sure once it's gone, it'll be calm. I've had pet birds come down randomly and pass, or get seriously sick and pass. I just pushed it off as other things, and I know it's not in my head, though. The pillow doesn't move alone, and my neck wouldn't be hurting so much. Any advice on this would be amazing. I reached out to a paranormal investigator, and she said 40-plus experience. She would investigate the doll. It again was passing through the family. I do feel attached in a way, and it's a difficult place for me to try to think about it. The doll is porcelain. It's moved around my room in the past, from the floor to the shelf to my chest, from the shelf with its arms and legs moving. I put it up, it got calm for a while. Now I'm at a point where there's no excuses for this. Guardian Angel. I will always remember this, and it's stuck with me to this day. I wouldn't say it hunts me. Or, I think they meant hurt. Whether it be hurt or hunt. Whatever it is, it's in a comforting way, apparently. Before I start my encounter, I want to explain something first. My granddad on my dad's side sadly passed away when my dad was only 13. Me growing up, not really knowing who he was. All I knew is that he was in the Royal Navy. Other than that, he was a mystery to me. At that point, I never wanted to ask my dad, my uncles, or my nan about him. My nan never loved another man after his tragic passing. I remember when I was a young child, around 4 or 5 at the time. My nan had a picture on her bedside table with herself and a few people with her in a bar somewhere. There was 2 men in the picture, never really knowing which one was my granddad. Now, on with the main story. This happened in 2012-2013. Sometime that would make 17 or 18 at this encounter. Me and my younger brother Dom, aged 12 or 13, went to our local cemetery. Sounds morbid, I know, but he was up there with good intentions. Our older brother Louis and great uncle Tom pretty much buried up there. What we used to do is gain our respects to them both by cleaning the graves and removing the unwanted weeds and leaves. Soon after we finished cleaning the graves, Dom wanted to go to the toilet. The graveyard, luckily enough, had a toilet in the far side. As we approached, I had a weird feeling, or a feeling of being watched, or some sort. Don tries opening the toilet door to our surprise, and it was locked. And it was rarely locked. At this, he was desperate to go, and our house was a solid 15-20 minutes away, so I told him to pee around the back of the toilet, so nobody could see him. Then in the corner of my eye, in a good 10 meters, I can see this guy staring at me. I turned my face to him, and it was like a staring competition. Like how he was going about it, he kind of reminded me like my dad's brother, my Uncle Andy. But I knew it wasn't. For one, he lived 2 towns away at the time. For 2, he would have come up to me and asked in the graveyard. For 3, this guy wasn't wearing glasses as my uncle was to wear, otherwise he can't even see. So I turned to Dom and I asked him what's taking so long. As I turned back where this guy was, he was just gone. I questioned myself who he was, and for a big guy, he knows how to run. After that, I didn't question it. Found it weird nonetheless. Several weeks later, my brother wanted to ask my Nan about her mysterious granddad. So I remembered him that if Nan doesn't want to talk about him, then just drop it. Like I said before, I didn't want to upset her Nan. So my brother goes and talks to my Nan. I hear my brother call me, so I go toward my Nan's bedroom, and as I walked in, she was smiling, happy to show pictures of old pictures of herself. That's weird. And my dad and my uncle, and then one caught my eye, and it was my granddad. That was the guy that was staring at me in the cemetery. Too many coincidences throughout my life. These 2 events I'm about to tell could just be coincidences, of course. But they, along with many other minor things, always bothered me. It's because they were too specific to be just a coincidence. And I can't think of an earthly explanation for them besides this. Some years ago on the internet was something distant. I woke up too early one day. Couldn't sleep anymore. At that time, there were these educational courses on TV that I watched rarely. They were played in a random order. Before every episode, somebody would say what course, what it was, and the number of the episode. Something like Mathematics, Class 47, or History, Class 58. There's an episode still running when I turned on the TV, and as I had nothing else to do, I decided to watch it. When it finished, another class of a different course was about to begin. I know it was a different one because the intro animation was about math, but the previous episode was about something else. I said just out of boredom that it was going to be the 47th episode. When the intro finished, the teacher said it was the 47th. It entertained me. I thought it was just a funny coincidence. But when the next class came, I said another number again, 58. And it too was correct, but this time when the teacher said it, I got the shivers all over my body. It felt really weird. The second one happened at school. I was in my last year of high school, and there was this new teacher that we all liked because he was funny and entertaining. I'm going to call him E. And I'm going to call him Ed. During another class with another teacher, I'm going to call him L. And I'm going to call him Larry. We already knew and liked for many years, and we were just chatting, students and teacher, and Larry was telling some of his stories. He began to tell something that one friend told him. His friend was teaching in another school. He didn't care to mark every student that was present, and by the end of the year came, got in trouble because the student that died a whole semester before was marked as present through the whole year. Then he proceeded to tell other stuff. I don't know how, but when he told that, the only thing I could think of is that it must have been Ed who did it. I was so sure. felt like it was the absolute truth. There wasn't anything to back this up. I'd never seen the two of them interacting before this. When the class ended, I gathered my friends and just told them. Guys, I think that teacher who Larry told us, I think he told us about his head. They asked me why, and I didn't know what to answer. They kind of got mad telling me that made no sense at all. The argument kind of got long until Ed came to, just began the class, and the classmates started talking to him about this, but no one could explain it properly. So I told Ed the story about the dead girl. Just because at that point my friends made me feel like I was being silly for thinking that. But Ed listened to it silently and seriously. And when I finished telling him, he just said, sort of a kind of angry tone, I know that story. This teacher was I. I could tell he was mad because the other teacher, well, guess they didn't get along so well, and the other teacher told the other teacher about this, and then told us. My friends kept being mad at me, asking how I knew it, telling me that it didn't make sense to just know it out of nowhere. Shared experience that's making me question things. For context, I, a 26-year-old female, have both visual and auditory hallucinations since my late teens. They're not terribly intrusive. I've gotten to the point where I can either quickly recognize they're not real or dismiss them entirely. I'm talking misshapen objects, music, disembodied voices, and occasionally I believe I'm having a conversation with a friend or family member that was all in my head. Seeing an entire person as a hallucination is pretty rare for me. I've only just recently been seeing somebody for these hallucinations, because my mom's side of the family is incredibly religious and has negative views of mental health. So me mentioning these things was extremely discouraged, and I'd get alienated for a while each time I did. My dad's side of the family is the opposite. Most of my uncles, as well as my father, have all had paranormal experiences, but the amount of stories that have been told is too many to mention. Now, to the main reason for posting. My father and I like to go fishing sometimes. We live in the south, and we go to the coast around midnight and stay out till maybe 3 or 4 in the morning before driving back home. A few weeks ago we went fishing again and bounced around a few spots along the coast till our last fishing spot. It was 2:30 a.m. Everything was quiet and there weren't any people or cars around. I was carrying some lawn chairs and our tackle box to the edge of the pier. That's where I saw a man standing at the edge of it, facing away from me. He was wearing black pants. I think he had a hoodie. Naturally, I said good morning to him and quickly set things down and went back to the pier to meet my dad. He was carrying our fishing rods and net. I let him know that a man was at the end of the pier. We went to go drop our things off while I went to the car to grab my jacket. I wasn't even there for a minute before I'm heading back down the pier, and I find my dad just standing there. But now the man was gone. I asked my dad where the guy went. My dad has this confused expression on his face. He said that he had just asked the man, anything biting tonight? With the assumption the guy was there fishing like we were, and the guy didn't respond. My dad had turned around to set down our poles, but when he turned back around to face the guy, he was just gone. No footsteps, no splash of water to show he jumped in, nothing. And even if the man had managed to silently leave the pier, he wouldn't have had, or rather he would have had to pass me on the way back. I didn't see him. My dad thinks we saw a ghost because we both know that we saw and spoke to this man. I would have just assumed I'd hallucinated again, but my dad also saw this guy literally a couple of feet away from him. My dad isn't the type of guy to humor my hallucinations or even make jokes about it. In fact, he's pretty adamant that I'm not mentally ill or anything, that I just see spirits. So this shared experience is making me question a bunch of things that I've seen and dealt with in the past. I'm not saying everything I've experienced is an apparition or something, but there's a few now that I'm starting to wonder whether I was really seeing something in my head or making it happen. I will add that when we packed up to leave about an hour later, we saw a cross and flowers left along another pier because somebody had apparently died there recently. I don't know how or who or if it's connected to the man that I saw, but My dad seems to certainly think so. I don't know. My therapist is encouraging me to not invest too much into these thoughts until the next session. I know this was long, and like I said, I've got a lot of stories with me seeing things, as well as stories from my dad and my uncles, and my grandfather. This is just the most recent thing that's really making me overthink. My boyfriend brought something or someone in. Or it's just that time of the year. My boyfriend moved in recently as we're expecting a baby in May. We've both been sensitive to paranormal occurrences in our life, living in haunted houses or seeing the unexplained. But this is a bit different. I've lived in this apartment for 3 years. I felt nothing but peace, aside from having the neighbors from hell for 2 of those years, but nothing paranormal. The air is light. You don't feel anything menacing. In previous homes I've lived in, I could feel a presence as if someone's there. And as far-fetched as it sounds, I do consider myself somewhat of a clairvoyant. There are several events in my life that I had predicted correctly. It's almost Halloween. Things in the house started moving around. I don't know if it's because the veil is thinning or if it's because my birthday's arrived. This is not a post to get birthday wishes, by the way. Oh well, happy birthday. Or the thing that's been following my boyfriend around his entire life has made its way into my home. Some instances that occurred in the past 3 days. The deodorant in my clear work bag physically lifted up in the bag and dropped. The bag has stayed in the same place for the past 4 days. Washed silverware sitting in the dish rack was heard clinking together. A bottle of cleaning solution that was placed on the top of the refrigerator flew down to the ground as my boyfriend walked out of the kitchen. My state passes out candy the Thursday before Halloween. It's so lame, I know, but what do you mean the state passes out candy? And as I was sitting on my porch in front of my closed door, I heard footsteps shuffle up behind me. I looked around to see if any kids were walking up and down the street. They were empty. There is no way and no room for somebody to sneak behind me. Several loud knocks were heard just an hour before this was posted. However, I am willing to explain most of these occurrences away with logic. I have 3 dogs and 4 cats. It's an animal parade. I feel ya. They're very reactive to sounds and presences. Example. My dogs freak out and bark at the neighborhood raccoons making their nightly rounds to everyone's trash cans. They have not barked or acted strangely. My cats do like to tumble and play roughly with each other upstairs, causing the knocking sounds. The cleaning solution can be explained by my heavily footed boyfriend walking by the refrigerator, the bottle falling at the right angle to get a good distance. My boyfriend thinks he brought something or someone with him when he moved in. If he did, I don't think it's anything malevolent. But with it being my birthday and being so close to Halloween, I'm willing to conscript to the idea that it's maybe my father who passed away when I was 7, wishing me a happy birthday. This is sort of genuinely the happiest one, or maybe the happiest one I've had since his passing 19 years ago. Or I could just be, pregnant and pregnancy brain making us go a little crazy during this time of year. And all of this is completely explained away. What do you think? Well, I hope you all have had a happy Halloween. Congratulations. Looking for advice and reassurance. I've always been very mildly sensitive. Never really seen anything, never done anything that could potentially invite negative things into my life, i.e. a Ouija. Just sensing people around until this week. I feel like I have family around me. Often catch things out of the corner of my eye, like a movement or something or someone. When my child was first born, there was a lot of sudden perfume smells, which my husband and my mother-in-law confirmed is the same perfume as my husband's nan-nan. He was close to. Our child is named after my husband's grandfather, the husband of aforementioned nan-nan. My child has just turned 2, almost a week ago. Currently pregnant again, and activity seems to have ramped up this week. It all started last night. I was in bed and turned over to see a gentleman stood at the side of my husband. First time I've ever experienced anything like this. It made me jump, I blinked and it disappeared. It wasn't like I could see straight through it. It was solid and I could only see the outfit. No faces. My dog let a few barks in the room with us and I assumed that she had seen it too. Again, it only scared me as I'd never seen something that I attribute to be a ghost before. It didn't feel menacing. The only feeling that it had was, well, I wasn't meant to see it. Our room sits directly to the side of the child's, as connecting walls. I could hear movement in their bedroom straight after seeing this figure, like they maybe were awake and active. However, my child isn't like a quiet play child. When they play, they're very vocal. So upon hearing this, I get up to go to the toilet and check in on them, fast asleep. While I'm in the toilet, left the bathroom door open by the way, out of the corner of my eye I catch something walk through the wall of my toddler's bedroom into the landing. I think my brain is just imagining things now. I've seen this figure. It's 2:30 a.m. and I head back to bed thinking nothing more of it. But on the edges, I've never experienced or seen something like the figure ever before. Today I speak to my mom, who's also mildly sensitive, to fill her in on the night antics. She lives next door, and she does share walls. Her bedroom is directly adjacent to my child's room. Often hears them playing or singing first thing in the morning. She had been on holiday and arrived back early hours around 2:15 a.m. She proceeds to tell me that she could be, hearing talking in my toddler's room. She had assumed I'd left a TV on or something. I hadn't. Then tonight I awake at 2:50 a.m., 45 minutes ago, to the sound of a plastic toy being played with. Almost like a piece of toy was hitting itself, such as a loose toy car door rattling if shaken. So I get up again to go to the toilet, 25 weeks pregnant, constantly needing the toilet anyway. Check in on my toddler, expecting to see them playing. Nope, absolutely bang asleep. They don't have many toys in their room, maybe 4 or 5. 2 of those are soft toy plushies. The activity seems to have taken a jump again. Doesn't scare me as much. Well, at least I know I have a loving family around. But from my side and my husband's side, I guess. But I'm just confused why it's all of a sudden taken a jump to more notable activity, not just seeing things out of the corner of my eye. I think enough people below know the reason for that. That feeling of being watched. I house sit as a side business. I have a regular job that pays well, but this makes me a few grand extra a year and keeps me busy enough that I don't need my own apartment, which saves me several thousand more a year. For the most part, everything's smooth sailing. The majority of my clients are wealthy and live in nicer neighborhoods, so crime isn't an issue. Many of them don't lock their doors, which freaks me out enough. I'm a former corrections officer and I lock down everything. More recently, I house sat for my aunt's ex-husband. They've been pretty amicable since the split. I house sit for her often and she set it up for me. My uncle is a nice enough guy who isn't much older than me. Often travels for work. He's not wealthy, but rents a home his parents own in a nicer new neighborhood. The neighbors aren't anything to worry about, and they're pretty quiet. It's a new subdivision, so there's still some construction going on, which invites its own potential problems. But it's pretty much a non-issue. This is a small lot subdivision, and the house is built practically on top of each other. At first, I thought that's what was causing my anxiety. I'm pretty twitchy in public from my years as a CO, and for the most part, I've gotten good at talking myself out of it. I also I was pretty good at staying observant, just in case. No matter what, though, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. When I let the dog into the backyard, I could see into maybe no less than 5 houses without trying. Just a general scan of the surrounding area allowed me to see into 5 different homes. If I tried, I could get a good 3 more in. That's how close these houses are. I just start standing in the doorway, and most are still under construction. Workers are moving out and about on the roof, so unfortunately not actually looking into anyone's homes. I don't think that they're what gave me the feeling. It was because it just got worse as the sun set and the workers went home. Michael keeps getting his blinds shut. I never opened them. The feeling was worse in the living room, which is where I spent the bulk of my time. The dog, to her credit, seemed oblivious to that being watching sensation, so I tried to shrug it off as my own irrational nerves. On the last day there, I vacuumed as part of part of trying to get the house ready for my uncle to come home. That sensation was at an all-time high, had me tiptoeing around like it would hide from me or whoever or whatever was watching me. As I was putting the vacuum away, I turned toward the living room and I swear I saw a large man standing behind the dog, just in front of the leather recliner. He was easily over 6 foot with wide shoulders, thick build, and no neck. By the shape of his head, I'd say he was bald too. He was completely shrouded in shadow, which doesn't make sense because the living room was brightly lit for the most part. I startled, closed my eyes, forcing myself to breathe through, wanting to scream. I had just come from that spot. There is no way somebody could be standing there and the dog's focus was on me. When I opened my eyes, a couple seconds later, he was gone, taking the creepy feeling along with him. I work a haunted house. For all of you there listening, that's 2 times the haunt. The past few months I was working at a haunted house for the Halloween season. The special thing about this haunt is that it's built in an old abandoned movie theater from the 1950s. There was 2 unknown deaths in the theater, one while it was operating and the other being a scare actor who sadly had a heart attack in the men's restroom. It's very possible that the residual hauntings from the old sanitarium across the street and unmarked graves that the property was built on. I know everybody who's worked there has had some sort of paranormal experience, including myself, so I'm here to tell my experiences. First one was actually my first day helping set up stuff before season. This was my first year working there, so during the tour I was talking to the tech manager. We'll call him James, about his experiences. Now it's just me and James walking through the scenes when we get into the theater scene, which is an old showroom that they kept for a movie theater. As soon as we step into the room, I get chills and a sudden feeling that I was being watched. Then James goes, "So this is one of the most spiritual parts of the building." That same day, I was in the projector room with James and 2 other actors when we started hearing clicks and knocking. Aside from the usual knocks and noises, my next experience wasn't until opening week when I was helping and went to use the bathroom. I'm doing my business when I hear the toilet flapper being jiggled in the stall next to me. I was alone in the bathroom and I would have heard somebody come in due to how loud the door was. This is apparently a common occurrence in the men's bathroom. What is a toilet flapper? The next experience actually scared the hell out of me when it happened. I was in the previously mentioned theater scene with 2 other actors. The night had just started. I realized I didn't have a prop. One of the other actors in my scene still needed his makeup finished. I told him I'd walk with him to the makeup room since the costume and prop room was right next to it. Our scene leader, we're going to call him Ted, gave us the go-ahead, so we left. I walked back alone, and when I walked into the theater, I realized that Ted wasn't there. He also had a queue-line actor, so I knew he wouldn't be gone for too long. Now, I hate being in the theater alone. It's eerie, and even if I don't feel like I'm in danger or anything, it's still freaky. So I'm sitting in one of the theater seats and waiting for the next group when I see a figure walk into the room from the scene after. I didn't just see a figure either. I could hear the footsteps leading into the room. So, assuming it was my scene leader, I went, "Hey, Ted." But there was no answer. I said his name again and nothing. There was no one in the room with me after all. My scene leader actually came back maybe 10 minutes after this. This was by far the creepiest experience. There have also been countless times where I'm literally sweating off my makeup from running around my scenes, and suddenly I'm so cold that I'm shivering and get goosebumps. Keep in mind that it is an old building with no AC or heating. Visits by deceased furry friends. I'd like to hear true personal stories in which it seems a pet may have returned after their death for a final visit. Not in a pet cemetery way, preferably. And that's before moving on to whatever comes next for them. And yes, this has legitimately happened to my wife and I, on more than one occasion. Like some of you, I'm all too familiar with the grief that comes with the loss. It can be nice to hear from the others in similar experiences who perhaps felt comforted knowing their beloved fur babies may indeed have moved on to other things. I'll share one of my stories below, and this absolutely happened, just as I've written it. Ghost kitties. A few years back, we had a couple of really great adopted cats. One of them, Porsche, was a beautiful female, very petite, very loving, very smart. Incredibly long tail, absurdly long whiskers, and exotic golden eyes. She even had her own sense of humor, was one of those animals who could read your expressions and body language, and perhaps your mind, it sometimes seemed. She had a special bond with my wife in particular. Evenings usually found Porsche sleeping. Sleeping. Cuddled safely and warmly with my wife. Porsche would often walk past and show her affection by wrapping her tail around your leg, letting it unwind and slide past as she continued on. We had her for quite a few years, but she was still a young cat. One lazy, peaceful Sunday morning, Porsche abruptly began crying in pain and panic. Couldn't move her half of her back. We were grateful to find a vet that was open and were quickly informed that Porsche had something called saddlebag thrombosis, a clot in the main vessel that supplies blood to the rear quarters, which was dying of oxygen deprivation even as we spoke. Short of immediate, risky, and very expensive surgery, she would have to be put to sleep. Still very much in shock and having little money, we made the hard choice. I don't cry easily, but tears rolled for both of us as we parted with her soft, still head and goodbye, left for the sadder, emptier home. A couple of days later, I was in the shower. As I stepped out and began toweling myself off, I felt a tail wrap itself around my leg briefly and continue on. I was so accustomed to the sensation that for a moment I thought nothing of it, until I remembered, of course, that the cat so often responsible for it was gone, not to mention the fact that I was alone in the bathroom. It was a unique and strangely comforting moment, to say the least. To add another interesting element to the story, well, first to back up a bit. Porsche always had long nails. The sound of her walking on tiles or pergola floors was very distinctive. She may not have weighed much, but you usually heard her coming anyway. You'd hear all the little clicks. Quite often this was heard in the gap between the back of the couch and the wall, one of Porsche's preferred routes, mainly to avoid her dog. One night long after we lost Porsche, my wife was watching TV on the couch. Suddenly, she heard the same click-click that she'd heard so many times before. It was coming from behind the couch. After that, I never felt or heard anything from her again. My encounter with a spirit/ghost. If you've been to the Balkans, or lived there, you probably know that it isn't all aesthetic as the internet portrays it to be. At the time, I was 17. I was going to a friend's place to smoke weed at around 3:30, 4 a.m. in the morning. I was walking in some back streets. If you know, you know, but it was those streets that are with the communism apartment blocks. There were barely any lights working on the street, and I was walking alone. Going around the cars on the parkings in front of the blocks, I go past an alley. Girl, probably 8 to 10, standing in the middle of it with the ball in her hands. As I passed, I had to go back to see if I saw that right. I go up to her. I ask her what she's doing out so late, as any sane person would ask if they see a small child in the middle of a back street alone. The girl just stares at me. Couldn't really see her face as there were no lights and my vision didn't go beyond my feet. I go down on my knee and ask her what her name is, where she lives. The girl continues to stare at me and says nothing. At this point, I'm a bit annoyed and I figure she finds me scary, as a lot of the small children do when they see a barely functioning person with blood-red eyes. I take my iPhone 7 out of my pocket and turn on the flashlight. The girl is gone. No sign of her. Figured I just hallucinated the whole thing, since it happened to me a lot back then. I continued on my way to my friend's. A couple of minutes later, I started hearing footsteps behind me. I turned around and no one was there. I looked around me a bit, but nothing. I once again continued and started hearing whispers. I'm not talking about your average whispering. The whispers were clear as day, but at the same time I barely understood them. I thought that it was once again my imagination, so I lowered myself on the ground and covered my ears. I used to get a lot of voices and stuff in my head due to some mental issues. When the whispers finally stopped, I got up again and saw that behind me was the girl from before. Only this time I saw her face clearly. Her eyes were black, clear black. She had a vein-covered mouth that was staring at me. She has a black dress and a pink jacket. She was holding the same ball from the first time I saw her. I looked at her for just a second, but till this day I remember it like it was last week. Barely ever remember stuff from when I'm high, but this I remember 5 years later. I started crying and had a full-on mental breakdown. I sat in the middle of the road, sat hugging my legs, and refused to open my eyes for a good 10 minutes until a lady and a man came that I'm guessing lived in the apartment block. I refused to move until about a half an hour. At the end, the cops were called, and I spent the night at the police station till my stepdad came and picked me up. I'm almost completely sure that really happened. It wasn't just my imagination. 2 months after that incident, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia and autism. So the only people who believe me are my boyfriend and my mom. Was this a warrior's spirit or something darker? I'm a 23-year-old male of Cherokee and Mexican descent. I speak Cherokee and another Native American language. This will play an important part to my encounter. This story happened to me around 5 months ago in April of 2024. It's been a rough year for me. Lots of people in my family have shunned me out and don't want much contact with me anymore because I brought up issues. I brought up issues I had with my mom drinking and her treatment of me all these years. I've been basically alone, as talking about heavy drinking family members kind of shunned in my culture. I was in my backyard sitting by a fire. I was just crying about how can my family do this to me and why. I want to be heard. I don't want to be a victim anymore of abuse, sort of a thing. just staring at the fire intensely, watching the orange and the yellow flames dancing with each other like they were in peace. Watching this made me think of my two indigenous cultures of North and Central America, blood in my veins dancing with each other as one. Then I started to calm down and I just started chanting. I guess if nobody from my living family will help me, maybe my ancestors, maybe they'll give me a sign. I just needed help. While I was outside, nothing happened. About an hour after, I put my fire out and headed inside. But when I headed inside, I noticed my house was cooler than I remember. I know I was outside, but I don't think going from outside to inside would give me goosebumps in late April. I ignored it because I had to go to the bathroom. I was checking my phone because I noticed I got a notification from a friend on Snap. I was walking into my hallway and I noticed my stepdaughter's room door was open in my peripheral vision. She wasn't home, she was with my wife visiting a friend, then got into town and stayed home because our 1-year-old was asleep. I stayed with her to let her, let them have as much time as they can with her friend. I remember telling her to close her door, and I remembered hearing and watching it close. But as I looked over, my heart just sank into my stomach. A native man wearing buckskin pants with moccasins and a bone chest plate and his black hair covering his face staring at me. I couldn't see his eyes, but I know the feeling when someone's staring at you and you feel nothing but what feels like ice slowly creeping up your body, just freezing me. I stared, no blinking, for 5 seconds. I couldn't stop staring at his right shoulder. He had a red handprint on the shoulder and it was running like it was fresh paint or blood. No motion was made, just like he was frozen in time. I blinked, I felt an intense rush of ice-cold air like needles in my chest opening my eyes. The man was gone. I didn't feel frozen anymore. I believe I welcomed a spirit from my lineage of my mother's side, and her side's all Cherokee. I want to believe that it was one of my ancestors presenting himself as they're still with me, or if I welcomed something else from a dark place with my emotions, my spirit already been down. I burned sage from my garden after my encounter and haven't experienced anything like that again. I still sit up at night in my backyard and at that room wondering what you're trying to show me. Camping in my backyard for a couple of months, and there's something outside my tent on several occasions. I enjoy sleeping outside. I have my tent in the back corner of my yard, up against the woods. Usually around midnight I go to bed, step outside, and my motion light brightens up the yard as I walk about 40 yards to my tent. I'll be on Reddit or listening to an audiobook, YouTube, Netflix, whatever. The first night I was out there after setting up my new tent, I was relaxing when I heard scratching near the door of the tent. Very funny, good one, now let me sleep, I said. Then off a bit in the distance, I hear both my teenage sons laughing. But the next night, I hear coyotes very close. They frequent the high-tension lines just up the hill. I hear them often enough, but this time it sounded like it was happening in my backyard. So I sat up, shut off my audiobook, and hit record my phone. It was awesome. It gave me chills just because it sounded so close. I could hear each individual coyote. It sounded like they were attacking one of the pack anyway. The next night I hear them again, but much further away, and an owl who hauntingly hoots most nights. Later that night I hear scratching again. I tell them to go away as it must have been 2 a.m., even later maybe. I fall asleep. Same again the next night, but by now I know it wasn't my kids. I told them to stop the first time, and me having terminal cancer, they do what I tell them now. Some nights, going to my tent, I see rabbits in my yard eating grass. Nocturnal rabbits. We have raccoons, possums, squirrels, flying squirrels, fisher cats, and other things. I figured something was brushing against my tent every night while grazing or whatever. One night it was so loud it sounded deliberate. I sat up, turned on my electric lantern, and looked toward the noise. I see my shoes bouncing up and down on the tent floor. My fucking god, it was mice this whole time, or a snake, or something that was comfortable beneath my tent. But last night was different. I hear scratching again, and this time on the opposite side, but there's not even a door there. Got sort of up against the woods. It was definitely not an animal, as it was much higher and repeated a pattern like scratching a record, so to speak. I say out loud, "Leave me alone." I said that as I slapped the side of the tent with the back of my hand. I could either hear or feel footsteps on the wet grass. Moved away and brushed up against my head and arm and stopped there. I had this pressure against me and I was scared. After about 15 seconds, I felt it slowly move away and stop, probably a foot or two away from my tent. It was weird to hear myself say loudly, "The power of Christ compels you." Couldn't think of something better, it just kind of came out and it seemed to work. Wanted to go in the house, but I was too frightened to open my tent and break for the porch. Turned my audio back on, but turned the volume all the way up. Somehow fell asleep. Tonight I'm sleeping in my bed. Tomorrow I'll go through the video on the bird feeder camera that might have caught something. Being a skeptic, I will assuredly make more excuses on what it could have been, but I was so damn scared last night. Perhaps one day I will be a believer. Shadowy figure following me around. Why do spirits linger? I wanted to share a little story about a shadowy figure which has been present in my life since I was younger. For context, I am a believer in the paranormal as well as spirituality in general. But I think what's really shocked me is the consistency in the sightings and the actions of this shadowy figure from the perspective of people who have no background knowledge of it from myself or anyone else. As a child, I'm sitting with my brother in his bedroom. That's where the door had a clear view of the entire hallway, which allowed me to see both entrances of my parents' bedroom and the washroom. They were parallel from each other. I remember the sun was setting, and due to forest fires, the entire hallway was brightly lit in a deep red color, which felt pretty eerie, but not a big deal. Didn't really think too much of it. As I turned my head to look down the hallway, I witnessed the clear image of a short, shadowy figure quickly moving from my parents' bedroom to the washroom. I was utterly terrified and couldn't believe what I'd just seen. Told my brother and parents about it. Fast forward years later, my aunt comes to visit and stays at our house for a couple of months. She never says anything about it to us and doesn't come up. But years later, we start getting to talk about scary stories and she tells me, "You know, your house has something." Mind you, I haven't told her anything about what I saw, nor did my family members say anything. But she describes exactly what I had seen. Exact same placements, doing the exact same thing. A short, shadowy figure zooming from my parents' bedroom to the washroom, just as I had saw years prior. Finally, so many more years pass by. I'm living in a new house with a couple of roomies. One of my roomies is a very spiritual person. I haven't told her this experience of mine. However, I did tell her that I felt a presence in the house when I'd first moved in, to the point where I visited my local church to get rosaries and crosses, as well as some sage and to sort of ward off any bad spirits and energy. Initially, she tells me that there isn't anything in the house. This is when I had first moved in. But tonight, she reaffirms me that there really was nothing before I came here. But now that I am here, there is something. Anywho, we had gotten to talking about spirits just randomly. She brought up how I mentioned that I was feeling scared when I first moved in. She told me that she had seen twice now a tall, shadowy figure racing from my bedroom to the washroom. Needless to say, I was speechless and terrified. I've always felt that I was being watched or never really alone. It's never really bugged me unless I think about it a lot. But I'm just so curious why this sort of thing happens. She told me that maybe this entity is following me around because it has unfinished business with me. But I really do wonder what that means and why spirits do these things like cling onto certain people. What do you guys think? I had sleep paralysis last night for the first time in years. For background, I'm in my first year at uni. I live on campus in a dorm with my best friend from back home, 6 other roommates whom I don't really know otherwise and I don't really converse with. Our door to our room can only be electrically unlocked from the outside with our phones, as we have a key card connected to our Apple Wallet. This pretty much makes it nearly impossible for anybody, even other roommates, to get in, unless they took one of, our phones. I used to have sleep paralysis and night terrors often as a child, but haven't experienced it lately, like years. I had just returned home from a friend's house and I fell asleep almost immediately. I had sporadic sleep, waking up every so often to check the time and look at my phone for a few minutes. This is a normal occurrence for me. However, last night was abnormal to say the least. I woke up, checked my phone to see the time, around 3:30. I went promptly back to sleep. I awoke again after what seemed like a few minutes later to the sound of my door unlocking. My initial thought was that my roommate must have gotten up to use the bathroom. Couldn't have been the case since I had just seen him sleeping a few minutes prior when I checked my phone. My heart dropped as I knew my roommate was in bed dead asleep. I sleep with the back to my door, so I could only hear the door slowly creaking open. I was frozen. Maybe only in fear, maybe in a fit of sleep paralysis. I heard whatever opened my door slowly close it. I heard the electronic lock click back shut. I didn't hear any footsteps leading to my bedside, but I felt a hand firmly grasp my side to the point where it was painful. It felt like nails were digging into my skin. Then I felt and heard its breathing on the back of my neck and into my ear. I somehow found the courage to move, which makes me skeptical that this wasn't sleep paralysis. My fight or flight senses kicked in and I quickly sprung up, ready to throw a punch at whatever's in the room. Nothing was there. I glanced around the room to see my closet door slowly closing. I was absolutely freaked out. I did not go back to sleep. I scrolled my phone until morning. And the thing that makes me the most uneasy is the feeling I got after I sprung up. It felt like whatever's next to me wasn't expecting me to do anything. I could feel its surprise and somewhat even unease. These were strong feelings that I received immediately, not just a guess or my mind playing tricks on me. This could have just been a very vivid dream or hallucination because I do listen to horror stories every night before bed. And that was in my mind at the time, but something about the pain that I felt and the breathing makes me feel it wasn't a hallucination. I'd like to tell myself it was just sleep paralysis, but being able to move so suddenly and the fact that I had just fallen back asleep after waking up makes me think it couldn't have been. After inspection, I don't have any bruises on my body where the thing placed its hand. It still freaks me out. I love horror and paranormal, but I don't fuck with demons as a religious person. This whole encounter only lasted a few minutes. It was very quick, but it genuinely fucked with me. Help me explain potential chronic UFO activity as a kid. So when I was younger, I experienced strange lights that would follow me around from place to place. This also happened to me for a long time, like from 8 or so up until my late teens and early adulthood. Although from age 14 and up, the activity significantly decreased. The first few times I noticed the lights was just staring out of my bedroom window and watching them sort of hypnotically. The lights are white light as far as I can remember, but they always seemed to be coming from above the cloud somewhat. The lights were arranged in such a way that there was a central beam or a dot, then 4 others identical to it arranged around it. Pretty much exactly like how 5 on a dice or a domino is shown. Except with these lights, the 4 outer ones would circle around the central ones, converging on it before quote-unquote merging with the second, only to come back to go the opposite way, essentially doing the process in reverse and repeating it over and over and over. Now, the first time I saw these lights, thought it was strange. I asked about it, but parents only told me that it was probably only spotlights for advertising or something. This explanation didn't satisfy me, because of the way the light moved and, nobody was concerned enough to actually look. I pushed it aside and just made mention of it to my little brother and found it amusing. That is until I stayed over at a friend's house. I got back and he told me the lights weren't there when I was gone. And over time I noticed the lights outside of my window no matter where I went. Staying over someplace else, even across the years and through multiple different moves and displacements, I still saw those lights. It became a habit of mine to check the window just to see if they were there. You'd think that if it was lights from some kind of establishment, that they would stay where they were and not be omnipresent outside my window. I caught the lights even following me. I was in a car and I was in public transit with adults around me. Tried to point it out, but I just got eye rolls and nobody even looked to confirm or deny anything. It was like it was so absurd nobody even cared. Maybe they did look and just saw nothing of note in their eyes, but I know my little brother saw them too. It stopped after a certain point. I stopped caring too much, and since they were so constant, I got sort of desensitized. One night I was walking my girlfriend home after school and noticed the lights again. They were above us. They were following and trailing behind. I noticed because she asked me what they were in confusion. She had noticed them without any input from me, so I told her my story, freaked her out unintentionally before calming her down. Told her I was just messing with her. But the lights followed me all the way home that night. I haven't seen them in years since then, looking sort of warily up at the sky every so often, but not searching deliberately. But I always wonder, what could it have been? Anybody have any reasonable explanation? Could it be that I was experimented on or being observed by something, studied even? I feel like maybe I should just let it go. But part of me's always felt a nagging feeling, like just thinking about it. I'm not really a believer in paranormal, but I've seen odd things happen in my house ever since my grandpa died. My grandpa died in the year of 2011 to lung cancer. We were close, and he often would teach me stuff like fishing and fixing different things like chairs, tables, and doors. He also taught me wood carving, which is something I still do to this day. So some paranormal things have happened a couple of times to me. The most common things are my door and the door leading down the stairs to the second floor of my house slamming shut for no apparent reason. This happens with no other doors besides these two doors, and this is so common it happens like 2 times a month. Second most common thing is a weird sound. I hear it at night. It sounds like somebody is very quietly coughing outside my room. It's odd since my mother and sister live downstairs. My grandma lives in a second apartment connected to the main apartment, so realistically nobody could be there. This happens once a month at least. Third most common are the black figures I've seen a couple times. One just today, which made me make this post. They're always either near the door leading downstairs, the one that sometimes slams shut randomly, or the second apartment where the grandma lives. It's always the same. A tall black male figure walks behind a corner and disappears. My mother said that she's seen it once or twice as well, but my grandma hasn't. This has happened like once a year. And something that's happened to me once when I was 15, 6 years ago. I was in the kitchen at around 1 a.m. at night making myself some food. I was hungry. I heard the downstairs door slam shut close behind me, which startled me, but I was kind of used to it at this point. But then suddenly, I saw the doorknob turn and the door opened again. Then I saw a black dog-like figure appear from the door with glowing white eyes. It looked at me before it just disappeared before my eyes. Like it just faded away. I have no idea what that was about, but it freaked me out badly. Never has happened since. Another once-in-a-lifetime thing that happened was about a year later since my grandpa died. I was around 9. It was again late night and I was pouring myself some water. That's when I saw something on the window. It was a white face-like thing that just appeared on it. I stared at it in fear until it just vanished, like the dog from my other paranormal encounter. I've often heard weird screaming-like sounds from the woods around me, like that foxes have been sighted by me and others around here, so they could be the culprit. Lastly, my grandma once told me that she felt somebody lay beside her during the night. She assumed it was me or my mother, but she was so tired that she didn't bother to ask. Next morning, she got up and noticed no one was sleeping next to her. She did, however, notice the picture my grandpa had fallen down from a shelf for no apparent reason. She later asked me if I had been there, and I hadn't. My mother also denied visiting her. So yeah, what do you guys think? Still kind of skeptical about the weird black dog encounter, especially. I just can't explain to myself. We have a dog, but the black dog was tall and looked tall and more like a sheepdog in its shape than our dachshund, so yeah, I'm confused. My animal-loving asshole of a grandpa spends more time with me in death than he did in life. So I'll start with the fact that I was never close with my grandpa. He didn't really care to be involved much. I don't know if he ever even remembered my name. I was just the little one. He sure did love animals, though. Just not people. I mean, I get it. In the last years of his life, he fell and broke his hip. He ended up moving into my mom's house, a duplex. That's while I was at college and he died there. I moved back home after school into the apartment that he lived in. The first experience I had was finding a lamp on that he used all the time, but it was unplugged. I turned it off and I approached it. And okay, maybe a weird surge of energy from, but was already in the lamp. I don't know. Don't ask me, I'm not an electrician. Next time, when my dog randomly wakes up and I'm staring at my makeup holder that spins. It's heavy, impossible to spin without a good push. I hear it before I see it, but when I look at spinning. I also have a completely redone, in the past year, bedroom with all new electrical. The new light is flickering. I quietly ask Grandpa if he can not hang out in my room because I don't feel comfortable being naked in there with him in there. And nothing's happened in my room again after that. Now to the weirdest two that were both experienced by me and another person. My mom was scolding my dog for pooping on the floor. My girl was 2 weeks out from giving birth. So give the poor pregnant lady a break. Yeah. I'm standing there talking back to my mom, and a gargoyle sculpture jumps off the wall, flies over my dog and my mom, and lands on my mom's feet. It absolutely did not fall off the wall. It flew straight ahead until it hit my mom. My dog casually looked at the gargoyle, looked at my mom, strutted out of the room. Side note, before my girl went to labor, she goes to pretty much a doggy midwife for it. I asked my grandpa to please take care of her since I know he doesn't care about me but loves my dog. I'd like to think that he was with her during it. And finally, the worst invasion of privacy was when I was taking a shit with the other dog in the bathroom. My boyfriend was here, so I had the door closed, to save him from the nose trauma. But the dog, he demanded to join me. At some point it even got too overwhelming for him. So I asked my dog if he wanted to leave. He looks at me, and looks up at the door handle. The door is pulled open. This door swings all the way open unless he catch it. Just enough for him to leave and stopped. It didn't continue swinging like it would have if it were pushed. My boy looks at someone on the other side of the door and walks out. My boyfriend was fully in the other room when this happened because I immediately shouted for him and I heard him rustling. So, dear Grandpa, thanks for being emotional support for my animals. I'm sure they appreciate it. I wish you would have treated me as well in life as you've treated my dogs in your afterlife. I still like him. Shadow creature? Just what crossed our path that night? My friends' names have been changed for the story, as they're still together and very reluctant to ever bring this up. This must have been around 2007. One night, two friends and I were out ghost hunting in a very remote little town in western New York. My friend Jane wanted a couple more pictures of the old cemetery, so her boyfriend and I waited in the SUV while she did her thing. It must have been around midnight. We were parked on a back road, but there were some street lights up ahead. Jane was behind us. Off to the right, we could still see her flashlight. John and I happened to be looking up the road when about 50 or 65 yards ahead, out from under the streetlight on the left-hand side, appeared a black figure in a wide-brim hat. He just appeared. It was blacker than black, more like a void. 100% it was not a person. This being had absolutely no features, but we could make out the hat from the profile. It was a flat top hat with a wide brim around it. On my mother's grave, it took maybe 30 steps before it morphed. Only way I can describe it, back into a black cat. That was before it reached the streetlight on the opposite side of the road and disappeared into the field. Again, you could tell it like it was the shape of a cat, but it was just a black void. John and I stared at each other for about 2 minutes before we could even speak. When the time came, all he could say was, "You saw that too, didn't you?" We continued to sit there in absolute awe and sheer terror. Jane came back not long after and couldn't even move to unlock the doors. I was able to move my hand just enough to hit the unlock button and let her back in. She jokingly said, "You both look like you saw the devil himself." And John was a huge guy, very tall, muscular, and intimidating. I looked back over and he was shaking and in tears. All he could say was "cat." I tried to explain to Jane what had happened, but I struggled to even talk. It was about a 35-minute drive back home, and I can remember Jane saying things like, "This isn't funny anymore, you guys are scaring me." John insisted that we just take him to his church, where he both said a prayer to Mother Mary at the outdoor statue. While he continued to pray, I tried to explain to Jane what we had seen. I remember telling her and thinking how crazy I sounded. To this day, it still gives me like a chill to my core. Whatever it was not of this earth at all. Not the earth I know. Part of me wants answers so badly, but then I keep thinking maybe I'm better off not knowing exactly what it was. Jane and I lost touch over the years, but I did reconnect eventually. We talked about that night, and it was always the elephant in the room. She told me that following that incident, all of the crosses in her mom's house would randomly turn upside down for a couple of weeks after this happened to us. It only stopped when Jane's mom went around the house, very deep in prayer, and blessed it. Jane and John lived with her at the time. Did something follow them home? I've never seen anything like that again, and I pray I never will. The one and only true experience that I've had. I've always been the person that's skeptical and overall doesn't believe in paranormal things. There's always a reason behind everything, but I have absolutely no idea who or what I saw. So 3 years ago I moved into my new house. I'd just finished moving everything in my new room in the basement. I'd already arranged my room. My mom also came down and set up hanging lights as a path for me to get into my room in the dark because the lights in the basement didn't work. And keep in mind, my room is quite big. It has no door frame for the entrance to my room, so you're sort of just able to see the basement and a bit of the stairs. I'm always able to hear when somebody's walking down the basement stairs. Anyway, I was just having a regular day like any other. I decided to start playing Shadow of War on my console after arranging my room. I had my setup on the left of the doorway. My headset was on and I was pretty focused on the game when suddenly out of nowhere, I had a feeling that someone was watching me. In my far peripheral vision in the corner of my eye, I could see someone peering in at me from the doorway with half their body leaned through, almost like it didn't want me to see it. I could tell it didn't know that I was looking at it. But me being me, I thought it was just my little brother trying to sneak up on me like he always does. So I continued playing my game, making it look like I didn't know that he was there. Then suddenly I snapped my head in its direction as fast as I could. When I looked at it, it quickly moved backwards out of view. I was still sitting there waiting for my brother to come out and be like, "Ah, you got me." But I heard nothing. So I said in a playful tone, "I know you're there, I literally just saw you." I still heard nothing. I know he didn't run away because I didn't hear a single footstep on the stairs. I stood up from my chair and started stomping over the doorway. But before I could make it to the doorway, I heard a powerful gust of wind like somebody had just run past my room at full speed and said, "What the hell?" I quickly looked around outside my room and saw the light bulbs from the light on my path swinging like something had run past at full speed. I stood outside the door of my room confused because I didn't hear or see anyone run past when I stood up. The thing didn't even make a single sound, even when it moved out of the doorway. It didn't make any noise when it stepped out of my room. So I went upstairs to look for my little brother anyway. Saw that his room was empty and I said, "What?" Then I went to my mom and asked where my little brother is. She said that he went with his friends a little while ago, which baffled me because what had I just experienced? She said that nobody besides you went down there today, which made chills go down my spine because I literally saw what it looked like. Everything. It was nothing but a shadow, a cast of someone who used to be. Also, keep in mind this all happened in broad daylight. The sun was shining briefly through my windows. I still couldn't see a single feature that it had. I've never experienced anything paranormal in my life ever. I'm still questioning what I saw, and I need an explanation. I know that feeling. Experienced something terrifying after using an old evil eye bracelet. I, a 22-year-old female, had a very horrible experience about 2 or 3 years ago. My boyfriend, a 22-year-old male, and I had been dating for less than a year when this happened. My partner's of Latino descent. I'm white. My boyfriend's family are believers of the Mal de Ojo bracelets, or in English, the evil eye. They taught me that the evil eye in their culture is used for protection, like if somebody gives you a bad look or if they look at you with bad intent or envy. They then taught me that if the bracelet becomes lost or broken, that means that the bracelet has done its job and protected you. My partner and I were hanging out one day at home when he came across an old evil eye bracelet that used to belong to him. He had lost the bracelet sometime before. He asked me if I wanted it. He said that it would be, useful for protecting me. And from what I understood, someone can gift you their evil eye bracelet, and it should still protect you, even though it did have a previous wearer. I accepted my boyfriend's offer and decided to wear the bracelet, but I didn't really believe in that stuff. I grew up Christian and I still believe in God to this day, and I am fairly religious. I went home later that day. I was living with my aunt and uncle at the time. My aunt and uncle are very hardcore religious, and so their house felt beyond safe most of the time. I never got any bad energy or negative feelings there, nor did I ever experience anything bad or paranormal. That night I went to bed wearing the bracelet, nothing really in my mind. I don't know how long I'd been asleep for and what time I woke up, but I remember waking up screaming and thrashing. I can't remember any previous nightmare or dream prior to waking, but as I was waking myself up with my screaming and thrashing, I swear I felt something grabbing my arm. The arm that I was wearing the bracelet on. I remember that I was grabbing my own arm as well as my other hand, almost as if I was trying to reinforce my other arm that was being grabbed. I think I had managed to shake off whatever was grabbing me at the time because as I was really waking up, I suddenly felt something at the end of the bed. And with a hard tug, I tried to rip the blanket off of me. I held onto my blanket firmly and eventually let go. I laid there in the pitch-black darkness with my eyes wide open, just staring at the ceiling until I felt it was safe enough to grab my remote control that turned my LED light strips on and off. I turned on the lights. I saw nothing at all. Stayed awake for maybe 10 minutes just looking around and being on my phone. I fell asleep again, and I don't know how I was able to, but I did. With the lights on, of course. I'd never ever experienced anything like this, and there's no way I could have been asleep or dreaming still. I I distinctly remember waking up screaming and thrashing, absolutely feeling something. Now, I don't know if something's been attached to that bracelet or if it was just a crazy coincidence or not, but it was terrifying. And I didn't feel comfortable going home the next day to sleep in my own bed again. The bracelet remained in my home, but I had taken it off to shower, didn't put it back on. I never experienced anything like that again, even though the bracelet remained in my home in the jewelry dish. I too have an interesting story about these bracelets. The Estate of Horror. I work with an estate sale company. I've never been a believer in paranormal happenings until this day. The estate belonged to an older couple who supposedly died in the house. This happened in a 2-day period of time starting yesterday and today. So for context, the house just sold and we had a 2-day sale. This house had a basement and a full upstairs. The basement had about 7 rooms and a huge deep freezer in one of the darker rooms. Now that you have this information, here is where the true story starts. After spending the helping people, it was finally time to close up. We usually close at about 4, so my job was to turn off all the lights in the house. I did the top floor and I was ready for the basement. As I made my way down, I feel this weird feeling. I wind up shrugging it off as nothing. I went from room to room till I reached the last switch. At this point, almost any person usually get the feeling of darkened basements. When I flipped the switch, I was met with darkness and a transparent figure of a woman. I feel the crap back onto the stairs and ran up. Never in my life have I felt that kind of fear in my life. I ran into the garage to where my boss and friend were, and I told them. They were both shocked, but not as much as my boss. With wide eyes, she told me she saw the figure a few days ago. That's when she was setting up the house. Let's say when we went home, we were dreading our last day tomorrow. This is some backwards writing. The next day started off. There wasn't crazy stuff, mainly because we avoided the basement, except when a customer needed help. Well, the time came for the final cleanup and shut down at 4. We were told to grab some items from downstairs and bring it up. Well, me and my friend went down with fear to get the items. When we reached the bottom, I told my friend, "Watch this. When I say ghost, the light will flicker." No joke, it flickered and freaked us out bad. I'm not making this stuff up. We were scared. We quickly did our job and left the room. As soon as I left that room, I started burning up and feeling sick. The chills came, and then I would be burning up. My friend picked up a bad headache as well. We left as soon as we were done. To make us, or what they wrote is to make use even more, one of our adult friends came by and went downstairs. Right after she went down, she got herself out of there. Why? I don't know. I don't even know what's happening. She called and said that she saw a spirit in the basement as well. It was just too much to hand. I'm writing this about an hour after we left, and we're all upset about the whole thing. If you have any idea what that was, let me know. Couldn't tell you. A balloon played peekaboo with me, and I don't know how. I can't get what happened to me recently out of my head. It was such an odd experience. I was heading over to my mom's house before I left for college a couple of weeks ago. Recently, we'd celebrated my stepfather's birthday. My mom got him 2 balloons. Our house has 3 floors, the first having very high ceilings, which is important. Those balloons accidentally floated up to the ceiling. That's why my mom was cutting the strings down after the party. They'd both been in the corner of the high ceiling since. I walked into the house, and I was the only one there since both my parents were at work. I went into the kitchen and noted for sure that the balloons were still up in the corner on the opposite side of the area. I was curious why they hadn't tried to take them down yet. After that, I went upstairs and went to my room past my bathroom, which had a door closed. Not 20 minutes go by, and I leave my room to go to the bathroom. And as I open the bathroom door, I sort of stand in shock. Hovering over the bathroom sink where the mirror is one of the balloons floating there in the darkness of the bathroom. I did my business, and the airflow of me moving made the balloon creep toward me. It scared me a little bit. But then I took it out swiftly. I popped it, sucked out the helium for a little bit of a laugh. However, I just cannot get the description out of my mind. I'm not really the type to get freaked out by things that seem unexplainable, but what I couldn't wrap around my brain is how it got there. I tried to deduce how it could have gotten in the bathroom behind a firmly closed door in under 20 minutes, but it just doesn't make sense. My parents have 3 indoor cats who like to play with string. There is a window somewhat high enough that one of the cats could have dragged the balloon down upstairs, but there's absolutely no way they could have done this without jumping down and making a loud noise. My bedroom door was open. The string was also cut short, so they'd seriously fall really hard if they attempted to do this. Another thought that came to my mind was maybe this balloon just floated its way upstairs into the bathroom via airflow. Then one of the cats closed the door. But I also had to rule that out because none of my cats were near the bathroom. I could see pretty much directly outside my room. I ran downstairs, and sure enough, the once 2 balloons were now 1 floating up high in the ceiling. Nobody else was home, the door was already shut. The cats were nowhere near the balloons or the bathroom. So, what the hell? I'd never experienced this type of thing before in that house. But afterwards I've had really terrible luck all at once, and I'm currently sick as a dog. Told my mom about it when she came home during dinner, and she was really confused and creeped out. I spent the next few hours thinking of how it could have happened and bounced ideas off of each other. We're at a loss. I'd like to define myself as somebody who believes in the paranormal but actively avoids it since I want no business with anything. I'm just wondering, is there any sort of explanation for this? It's like an itch I can't scratch in my brain. I hate those. Almost 30 years ago. Almost 30 years ago, I was spending several months in Western Europe, staying in a former monastery built in the 17th century. Very early on during my stay, I was warned by one of the girls who worked there to stay away from certain areas of the building, or at least not to go there by myself. When I asked why, she said none of them ever went there alone, it was because they would see black figures staring at them from the end of the hallway. Well, I've always loved ghost stories, but I'd never seen one. Wasn't too bothered by what she told me. In fact, actually wanted to go to that area to see if I could catch something. Spoiler alert, never saw anything there or anywhere else in the building, but that didn't mean nothing happened. I spent several months in there. It was only after I left that I started to realize something was wrong with that place. Many things happened there, but if I were to tell them all, I'd end up with a book. You see, I changed while I was there. I started hearing my name being called constantly by a voice I didn't recognize. Not only that, couldn't even tell if it was male or female. Nothing else was said, only my name was called. Looked around, but couldn't see anyone. Oftentimes, I would hear people playing billiards, and I'd head out where the billiard table was, only to find the room deserted and the balls put away. As soon as I walked away, I would almost immediately hear the sound of play, which I knew couldn't be because I'd just been there seconds before, right? But the funny thing is at the time, I didn't think anything of it. Not of my name being called, not of the phantom billiards game. The attic of this building was huge. It had been turned into a library. There was brand new heating and heavy new insulation installed. I'd go there to get away from people and to read. At first, there was nothing unusual. I could be there for hours with nobody else bothering me. But soon that would change. I started feeling as if someone were standing behind me. When I looked, everywhere, nobody was there. Soon I started hearing strange knocking noises behind me and the room became so cold I could see my own breath steaming. I checked the heat and it was fine, but I felt more and more uncomfortable there. I felt unwelcome, but I still went there until one day when I went up the stairs and even though, it was open, I was unable to pass the threshold. There's nothing blocking my way and yet I couldn't pass no matter how hard I pushed. I tried for about 10 minutes and finally gave up. I never went to the attic again. The weird thing about it is that was this one place where I never heard my name being called. I could possibly write a book with everything else that happened, but this has taken long enough already. The thing is, I never wanted to leave. I left that place 30 years ago, and although I don't hear my name being called, I know it wants me to go back. It just sits there. I think it sits there waiting. Something keeps chapping at my back door, but there's never anyone there. For some backstory, the back door used to open into a sealed catio with my kitties and they'd go out and play there. Catio. We recently took that away because we were going to build a new, bigger one. We've renovated our library so it can open out into a massive catio between the library balcony and the raised part of the garden. So now the back door is pretty much usable again. Because it was inaccessible till now, we thought the phantom chopping was trying to tell us that the door was unlocked. Chapping. So we locked it and stopped for a bit. I was just downstairs unloading the dishwasher in the utility room where said back door is located, and it chapped, loudly and forcefully 5 times. My exact words were, "Nope, fuck that." Came back up the stairs to de-stress. It's 2 a.m. here, where I live, but not anybody playing a prank. I just have a very long drive and you'd hear them. Plus, there'd be no way they could run past without my kitchen window and look right into the driveway practically. You'd see him. And by the way, this has happened to us in broad daylight before too. Another addition about this, because I investigated the letterbox last time this happened. The indoor flap of the letterbox doesn't chap properly. It's very old. If you open it, the flap will stick up and stay there, and it'll only close very slowly. You'd have to force it down with some force to make it close, never mind chap it rapidly. The outer has to be lifted, and it's quite heavy. I tried moving it a few times just to make it make the sound that I heard. You'd have to put some degree of force behind it, and where the door is located is covered by an overhang from the conservatory, which is why we built the catio there. It's not the wind, and the wind wouldn't even be strong enough to do this. Plus, it's happened 3 times on days with next to no wind. As of this moment, I have no explanation, but I think the sudden agitation of the animal spirits that I've seen and heard in the house has something to do with it. Time for some house history. I won't share the name of the house, as giving out my home address on Reddit sounds like a stupid thing to do, but I live in Scotland and the house is over 160 years old. It's seen a long history of owners, including some of the, so-called renowned. I've never heard bad history about it. No deaths, no foul play, anything like that. This phantom chapping at the back door has been going on for a good few weeks now. I know not to let it in, but it's still very unnerving. It was so insistent this time. Last time it did this, it was 3 chaps, and this time it was like it was urgent. This is the second time it's happened when it specifically was me being in the utility room. Oh, and last time it was during the day, and the door had stained glass so you can see if somebody's on the other side messing around, and there wasn't anyone over there. Anyway, I don't have any explanation right now. I've tried debunking it myself, but can't figure it out. Just thought it was a neat experience to share, and this really helped calm my nerves a bit. It really rattled me. unexplained shadow person in front of me. Maybe somebody had a similar experience in the past. I live in a country in Eastern Europe. When I was about 15 years old, I was a smoker. And always had to hide from, patents or parents or relatives when I wanted to smoke one. They didn't approve. I lived in an apartment building maybe 10 or 15 feet from the medieval historic fortress, which was built during the Hungarian king Ladislaus I, 1077 to 1095, if I'm saying that right. The fortress is the city's emblematic symbol and a historical masterpiece. So as usual in the evening around 6 or 7 p.m. summertime, I would enter the fortress yard, climb a very small hill and sit on the ground to enjoy my tobacco. One evening as I went to have a smoke in this place, I see from far away a person entering the fortress yard. This isn't unusual. A lot of people visit the fortress. I didn't mind. And P.S. there's nobody else there at the time in the fortress yard besides me and the person who just entered. I continued to smoke and watch this tall person as he's slowly walking in my direction. He's wearing all black clothes and a black hat. I think to myself that this person is a little bit strange looking. But again, I don't mind. I was just there enjoying nature and my smoke. The creepy part that gives me chills to this day is this. So this person was slowly walking toward me and didn't change direction. This is about maybe a 3-minute walk from the entrance to the place where I was sitting. And as he got closer, I could see that this thing or person had no face, no eyes, no face profile. It was all black. It looked like a complete black shadow shaped like a human. I completely froze and I think to myself, it must be crazy or maybe I'm not seeing well. But this thing kept getting closer to me. When I got in front of me, it literally entered the ground. Yes, it entered the ground like a shadow, and 1 second it disappeared. I was so fucking scared I almost fainted. I was so scared to even get up and run to the exit on the same path as this thing. I tried calling several of my friends so I could talk to somebody, not feel alone as I'm exiting the yard and all of them had their phone dead or without service. It was all very strange. I tried calling 7 people and all 7 were out of reach. Had no signal or the phone was dead. I finally find the courage to get up and run as fast as I could while trying to phone people and not looking back. The second I exit the yard, I could call all my friends as they all had service and signal again. I want to mention that my phone had full service and signal the entire time. This was the last time I went to the fortress. I'm 26 now. I still can't figure out just what the hell was that thing. Never encountered something like that since. It only happened once in my life. Do you guys have any ideas what that could have been? My creepy experience. This happened a few weeks ago. If you walk into my bedroom and take a step to the right, my side of the bed is directly on the other side of the room, straight ahead. So basically, my feet are toward the door when I lay down and I can see out of it. I can't see much though, because laying down, the opening is like an upside down L, pointing to the right. Kinda helps with the story later. So looking at the bed, I'm on the left, the cat in the middle, and the wife on the right furthest from the door. It was around 10 p.m. on a weekday, and I was just in bed looking at Reddit. Put my phone down on the charger and was just laying there thinking about what the next day would be like. So laying on my right side away from the cat and the wife. I have really bad tinnitus. I hear just constant ringing. You and me both. It started to get really bad, which has only happened one time before, when it comes to the point of almost unbearable. Closed my eyes, I must have fallen asleep for like a minute. The noise was gone, I opened my eyes and I saw a red light coming from the outside of her room. I didn't see the source because of the L-shaped opening, but the best way to describe it was an old school police light going around in a circle. My eyes have never been larger. My mouth was slightly open and it felt like my jaw was locked in place. I let out a very breathy, okay, trying to say babe to my wife, but It's like all there was air. I didn't feel out of breath, just nothing left to exhale. The only way I can describe this next part is years ago I was tased for training. Besides the enormous pain, it locks up your muscles. During the training, I was able to slightly move my arms, but it took everything out of me to do so. Back to the story. I then tried to kick my wife. Since I'm laying on my side, my left leg is on my right kind of bent. I pushed my left leg over, brushing the cat, and couldn't push through to get to my wife. Looked over with my eyes, and the red light again. Must have passed back out. And what felt like just closing and opening my eyes again, my heart was pounding, and I was like, what the fuck just happened? Looked next to me, cat was gone. Got up, checked on the kids, found the cat, sat on the bed, and I had an Apple Watch on, so I looked at my heart rate. It looked like it dropped pretty quickly to 54 beats per measure. After that heart-pumping wake-up, it was 80 beats per measure. This is one of the main reasons I probably dreamt this, but I very rarely, if ever, remember my dreams. Never this detailed exactly how everything is with this positioning. Nothing above was made up, at least knowingly. Very creepy and seriously, how could I explain something like this to my wife and kids? Hey, Santa's fake, but some strange entities can freeze you in place and cause real-life nightmares. Also, no, I didn't see any figures. I do have a camera downstairs that didn't trigger an event, which I figured it wouldn't. Or the 2 cameras out in front in the backyard. Of course, I don't have a camera in the loft. Too many cameras is too many. It wanted me alone in the garage. A lot of things went down in this house, but out of all of the spooky things that have happened to me here, this one just crossed my mind after 18 years. I was 14 years old living in Orange County with my 2 sisters and my mother. We had a rough upbringing, so renting an actual house was like a dream come true for us at that time. Till we realized that we were living in a haunted house. I was with my mom the day we rented. The garage was scary as hell, even in the daylight with people around. It just always gave me a clustered feeling of something being there that I couldn't see. When the garage door was shut, it was pitch black. No light at all from outside could get through that garage door. During the summer, I would wake up early, listen to my CDs on my radio. So every time I came in or out, I made sure my bedroom door was shut because my mom liked to sleep in the living room on the couch right outside my bedroom. I would clean my room, the kitchen, the bathroom before I'd ask my mom if I could meet my best friend at her halfway mark. This particular morning, the funky, spooky things of the house started early. As I walked out of the bedroom, shut my door, walked down the hall, passing 2 bedroom to the restroom, I noticed something from the corner of my eye in the kitchen, like a silhouette of a person that vanished. Apparently, this was normal. My mom's bedroom was directly outside the bathroom doorway to the right. It had a private bathroom which led to the garage. Well, as I was walking out of the restroom, I seen a person walking into my mom's bedroom. Like a woman, which I assumed was my mother since we were the only ones home. Thinking it was my mom, I was talking to her about leaving my friends and the bedroom door shut on my face, and I was like, wow, she's rude today. So I opened the door and again asked if I could go to my friends with her. The bathroom door started shutting. When I opened the bathroom door and said, Mom, I realized the garage door was wide open. The garage door was heavy, and it didn't stay open on its own ever. It was pitch black, and in that moment I knew it wasn't my mom. I ran out, shut her bedroom door behind me, started toward my bedroom, and I noticed my bedroom door was wide open too. I was standing in my room confused and realized my radio was off. I tried turning it multiple times. I seen it was actually unplugged. Went to the living room to wake my mom up and ask if she had went into my room to unplug my radio. She said she didn't ever go into my room or touch my radio that morning. She was sleeping still. I don't even know why I had to ask if she went to the garage through her bedroom for clarification, but needless to say, it wasn't her either. She asked me please not to leave her, or rather, she asked me please not to leave her there alone. But I did, and I feel kind of bad still. Anyways, that night I didn't want to come back home, and I know whatever it was this time, it wanted me in that garage alone. Unexplainable Halloween night for me and my siblings. It all happened around 13 years ago. I was about 14 years old, and I'll always remember that late evening. Bit of context first. We're 8 siblings, 4 girls, 4 boys, raised only by Mom, and Dad lucked out on us a few years prior to the event I'm about to tell. We grew up quite modest. Mom was the only breadwinner, we didn't have a lot, and we were living in a rental that was just a bathroom, a small hallway, a living room that doubled as a bedroom for the girls, and Mom and a kitchen. Also doubled as a bedroom for the boys. So anyway, we were a content Christian family. It was the 31st of October, and we were only 7 at home. My oldest sister was out, and my mom was at work. Me being the second one, I was in charge. It was about 7 p.m. We were all living in the room, in the living room, minding our business. Some of us were playing with some toys. I was painting. A few were watching TV. It was quite peaceful, just waiting for Mom to come home. Suddenly, my younger brother said, "Hey guys, do you hear that?" I turned on the TV volume and listened, or turned down. From across the hallway, connecting 2 main rooms, we could all clearly hear a repetitive high-pitched banging. It was just as like somebody was repeatedly hitting a spoon on a cup. We all stood frozen, went on for a few minutes, and then we stopped. All bundled up together, we slowly crept out and ran into the kitchen. On the table, there was some stuff like bread, butter, a jar with a spoon in it. We just ate and we didn't put stuff away. We got close and tried to mix the jam and the spoon, and sure enough, it was the same sound. At this point, we didn't know what the deal was, and we were pretty well creeped out. The sound we heard couldn't have been what the heck did they just write here? Anyway, it couldn't have been something like the wind. It was very deliberate, and it went on for a few minutes, so just a spoon falling off or something like that. Put things away and went back to the living room. That's when the horror really started. I kid you not, around the whole house, there was like unexplainable bangings. We could hear footsteps in the hallway, above us from the attic, around us from the halls. We all started crying, got into bed, and all bundled up praying. It all went like this for a few minutes, and suddenly we heard the house door open. It was Mom. She just came back from work. It all stopped. Needless to say, we all jumped on her, hugging her and crying. Told her what happened, and she was shocked. We never had, an experience like that when we get together. We sometimes talk about it. It was one of the most scary things that ever happened to us. We all heard the same things. We didn't see anything, but the sounds were real. I think it might have been something like a demonic attack that wanted to create fear in us on one of the darkest nights of the year. My Airbnb experience. I surprised my girlfriend with a trip to Cincinnati to see the Newport Aquarium last week. I really wanted to get out of my parents' house, so I booked an Airbnb somewhere on the edge of town for the weekend. The pictures of the apartment seemed nice, and we were both excited to see the town as well as have a weekend to ourselves. When we arrived, we were a little bummed out about the state of our accommodation. Aside from the trash unemptied in the last residence, it was clear that the hosts had been very specific about the pictures that they had posted online. The apartment was obviously very old, as well as empty. It was bare of furniture except for the essential bed, couch, and modest kitchen appliances. I did a full inspection of the apartment. including spot checking the bed for bed bugs, making sure that there was no mold, and checking the locks. Lastly, I came around the bathroom, which was in pretty desperate need of remodeling. Shower had stains, toilet hardly flushed, sink barely had any water pressure. It was clear that we had definitely not been sold on a weekend stay in paradise. After day one of exploring the town, it was over. We were both tired and had climbed into bed. After about an hour of tossing, I realized I'd used the restroom. And this is where things got creepy. I sat down on the toilet and pulled out the phone to scroll through Instagram. That's when I noticed something move out of the corner of my eye. I looked up from the screen and noticed the bathroom door had opened and was slowly moving till it came to a creaking halt against the shower curtain. Froze for a minute to collect my thoughts. I dismissed the incident as a draft moving through. I was sold on that idea till I realized that the shower was now on. The loud noise of the water rushing out in the tap petrified me. On the toilet with my pants around my ankles, I was truly frightened. Glued to the seat in terror, I will admit I froze like a coward. I didn't know what to do. After maybe 7 or so seconds, I got up and turned the dial on the shower. Terrified, I went back to my room and closed and locked the door. My girlfriend, who had slept through the whole event, was suddenly awoken by the haste to close the door and explained to her the whole story. My mind was racing for the entire night. I never took my eyes off the door, and I buried myself in bed and covered my ears to block off all possibilities of something happening again, or at least me hearing it. I made it through the night, and I investigated when the sun gave me the courage in the morning. I had left the door open, forgot to flush, and the tap was still dripping in my attempt to flee the scene quickly. I have no excuse for why the shower turned on. And I think now, after 20 years of being alive, I'm now a believer in the things that we can't see among us. Friend's House Happenings. Happened a decade ago. Me and my friend both were in our first year of university. In the city, we hang out at each other's places all the time, but it was the first time that she invited me to the nearby village that she grew up in. Her parents still lived there. I agreed. We took a bus to the village, and it was winter, very cold, very snowy. The village looked like from a fairy tale. Parents were nice, and we spent the entire day playing in the snow and walking on the ice of the lake. Their house was small, relatively old log house. Me and my friend had to share a quote-unquote bed, which was a big couch in the living room. We were so tired that immediately passed out without trouble falling asleep. I woke up after what seemed to me as like a minute of sleep. My friend's side of the bed was empty. The room was illuminated by a trail of electric light from the corridor. Before I could think of what's happening, a man runs in the room and runs up to my bed. He was shirtless, huge gold cross in his neck, darkness where his face should be. I hid under the blanket, shaking with fear. He got in the bed, started moving as if getting comfortable. I was crying under the blanket, thinking that once he finishes getting comfortable, he's going to touch me. He didn't stop. His movements even increased. The bed was shaking and vibrating. It went on for hours until it just stopped. I almost fainted at that point. Looked out from under the blanket, and it was already morning. Turned my head, saw my friend sleeping. I elbowed her, woke her up, and just started interrogating her. Like where she went at night and who was this man. She said that she slept and nothing happened. Nobody was here. But her answers were suspicious. She kind of didn't want to talk about it. So we had breakfast, crawled on top of the stove, and just lying there lazily talking. Her parents were outside somewhere, and my friend fell asleep, and I was lying on my back looking at the ceiling. Hand was just hanging over the edge of the stove. Suddenly a cat jumped down on my hand from the white piece of paper ceiling. So from nowhere he landed on my hand softly, waited a second, jumped down. I looked down on the floor and there was nothing. elbowed my friend, asked her about their cat. Like, where it was yesterday. She never told me they even had a cat. She said they don't have a cat. I insisted that maybe it's a neighbor's cat that just got in. Looked around, couldn't find any cat in her home anyway. I think it was a... Whoa. Those are Russian letters. I have no idea how to say that. Well, they think it was this thing that I certainly can't pronounce. Apparently, they often appear as men, usually old, while the one I saw wasn't, and cats. First time I spent the night in their house, so he tested me, probably was satisfied, hence the cat's touch was soft. No comment. Paranormal story from my childhood. Still gives me a little chill every time I retell it. First, a little bit of background information to bring the story along. I am an 18-year-old girl, and until I was 11 years old, I lived in a very old family home. I always knew my childhood home to be built back in the 1930s or around that time period, being lived in by generations. 4. This home was peaceful, and we never felt threatened once, but there is absolutely no denying that there was something or things within its energy. I have 2 younger siblings, lived with both my parents my entire life. We can all remember the footsteps of heavy boots in the hallways at night and pull-down ladder in the attic flinging down at random and the shadows flashing around the corners and through doorways. My story starts when I was about 7 or 8. And it would repeat about once every month or 2. I would be dead asleep in my childhood bedroom and my door would be closed, pretty much always for me. Randomly, I'd gasp awake. Almost involuntarily, I would shift my side towards the doorway and my door would just crack open a little itty bit. A small girl would slowly peep in with her blonde hair and little white dress, making her way for what feels like an eternity to the bottom side of my bed. She would sit down very polite and stare into my soul. Every single time, it was the exact same. She would whisper words to me that I've never been able to recall. But I sit there and it's almost like a telepathic communication or understanding of her. It lasts for what feels like forever. Then once she's spilled all of her words, she holds her dress to her knees, hops back off to the side of my bed toward the door, leaves, and the door clicks shut immediately. I just shake out of my paralysis. I know that sounds like the climax of a story, but just please, keep reading. So after a few years of this girl occasionally popping in and out like she does, I finally decided to tell my mom about these weird dreams. I think I never really thought to tell her because I was never really scared of the young girl. She was always calm and polite like I mentioned. So, as I'm explaining to my mom the details of my dreams, she stops me after saying, "Young girl." My mom looks at me with the weirdest expression and asks, "Is this little girl blonde or does she wear a white dress?" I shook my head saying yes quickly in disbelief. She then thinned out her lips saying, "I saw her looking around my door. It was one morning." I don't remember much of what happened after that conversation. Me and my mom had, but, well, I continued to have that same dream on and off until we moved. We own the land that we live on, and tore the old home down, had a new house built in the same place. I was 11 years old when we moved into the new house. I remember a few months after moving in, the same girl came in to see me one last time. I haven't seen her once since that night. It's been over 7 years. Still no girl. Thoughts on cats' paranormal abilities. I'm an atheist, and a skeptic in general, but I saw what I saw. I know cats have been worshipped, and wondering if there's actually any meaning behind it. First time posting here, I think, but I want to give some stories and wondering if people have similar stories or ideas about how things are possible. Some things are debatable, some things aren't, but I fully believe my cat could teleport, read minds, and like send his spirit places. Easiest example. I know cats are quick and crafty, but I would be in one room, walk down the singular hallway, and he would be waiting there in the bed, not even panting. There's one way to travel this location, and I just walked it. He didn't pass me. When he saw my surprise, he would give me this knowingly grin. It was so freaky. He did it all the time. One time there's an addition to the house we bought that had a singular dud bolt lock that no one had a key for. He liked messing with me in general, and sometimes ultra scary, sometimes playful. This was one of the times where we had the look of I'm gonna f you up, bro. So I stayed in the addition to the house. The door was glass, and he was pacing in front of the glass door sort of like a lion waiting for his food. I could barely sleep. I have the strangest dream of being attacked by a werewolf. I wake up to claw marks on my back, and he's in the fucking room. Door's still locked. I checked for holes and everything, and nothing. No one has a key that could have let them in. I certainly wouldn't have let them in. That's why I was in the room to begin with. Sometimes I would let him out, but then I would turn around and he's inside. It's 30 degrees out. There's no drafts or entryways or anyone else home. He couldn't have gotten there that fast even if there was. One time only my brother and I were playing video games. Just let him outside and lock the door. He literally apparated about 5 feet in the air right in front of us. He had the look of, I botched this one, scurried off. Brother and I both saw him exit and reappear. No one else is home. No physical way of entry. Plus, we always see him walk over. For sure, we would have seen him. Plus, 5 foot's a pretty crazy high jump. Your face could be a statue. He would know exactly your thoughts and make specific reactions. Probably one of the weirder ones is I moved 1,000 miles away and the cat stayed with my brothers who would visit me in the ghost form just to mess with me. They'd be studying, watching TV, and a green ghost version would walk in, give a "what's up?" sometimes a meow, and then walk through the other wall. I wasn't drinking, I wasn't on drugs, and I wasn't sleep deprived. He'd do that about once a month. Well, what I can tell you for sure is you definitely like your cat. Followed home. This past weekend, my husband and I tagged along with 2 Ohio paranormal investigation teams to check out Helltown in Ohio. We ended up officially joining one of the teams, so I'm excited for future adventures. Anyways, for anyone familiar, our research was conducted in the barn. And for the unfamiliar people, the barn is one of the few structures still standing. It's located in between a huge field in the woods. Things were going pretty smooth, till a few hours in things started picking up and we actually had a few decent things happen. Things started picking up when the whole group, 7 of us total, gathered in a small room and stall area to conduct an EVP session. As everybody was standing completely still and quiet, everybody could hear somebody walking around outside of the room. A few of us heard voices. We originally thought some other investigators showed up, but when we went out, no one was in the barn or the field outside of it. My husband and a couple of other people went downstairs to look. Plain as day, they heard whistling. If you know, you know. I've conditioned my husband to know the rules, but he volunteered as tribute to go and look around. Luckily, nothing happened and we couldn't find the source of the whistle, but we decided to do another EVP session down there. As we're all standing silent again, everybody starts seeing shadows running past the windows and gaps between the boards and the walls. After everybody calmed down from that, we decided to try to get one more EVP session in. We decided to do it in the upstairs room before we packed up and headed out. As soon as we started once again, we could hear somebody walking around. Got to the point that I was so spooked that I was done. I wanted to go home. We all gathered our stuff and as a group started the 20-minute walk back to our cars. Before we left the area, we stopped. We did a spirit box session and all told the spirits that they weren't allowed to go home with us. Evidently, that didn't work. The night before last, my sister came down and said that she could hear someone walking around her room on the other side of the curtains. The floor is really creaky, so it's really hard to miss footsteps. Yes, Gecko. Then last night I woke up at 3 to use the bathroom. As I was laying there trying to fall back asleep, I heard somebody running back and forth across my house, at least 3 or 4 times. Then he heard what sounded like a heavy dresser being pushed across a wood floor. Mind you, I have all carpeted floors. I was terrified and almost woke my husband up to look around. After a few minutes of silence, I got the courage to see if one of my kids was up. They were all passed out snoring. I cleansed my house today, and sounded like a crazy person screaming at whatever it was to get out. So we'll see how things go tonight. If you made it all the way through, thanks for reading. Hope you enjoyed it. I was visited by an Oni. I've seen an Oni. I was a child and it was late at night. I grew up in the countryside of Northern California, across the road from a Native American burial ground and dense oak forests. My family were Christians, but not devout, and this was before the time of the internet. It wasn't until years later I decided to research what I saw, and it shocked me. Like I said, it was late at night. I was awake and I was maybe between 9 and 12 years old. My younger brother and sister were in the same big room and they were asleep. I was looking at the doorway toward the hallway that led to the rest of the house. The double-wide doorway was open. No closed doors, the Oni peeked around the corner of the doorway. It was looking right at me, as if it knew where my eyesight was before it revealed itself to me. It peeked just its head around at me very slowly and very slowly gave me a huge smiling grin, keeping eye contact the whole time. It then slowly slid its head back around the corner. I never saw it again. The Oni was red with curling lips and horns. But it wasn't terrifying in the sense of a werewolf or a Christian demon. It was about 5'7" in height, but I never saw its body. Just the head. The image had been basically burned into my brain ever since. I brushed this off as just a childish hallucination for a long time. About 11-12 years later, that's when I was in my late teens or early 20s, I decided to look in the internet and see what I could find. I googled something like smiling red demon and eventually found it online. I was shocked. There it was. I started reading that it was an Oni. They liked to hide behind things and that many people had seen one before. I now know it wasn't just hallucination. I saw one. I'm now in my mid-30s, and I still think about the Oni. Now that I'm older, I don't think it wanted to hurt me at the time, nor could it, since I still had the innocence of a child. I feel that maybe it revealed itself to me just to show me that otherworldly things exist. Maybe for fun, or maybe as a warning not to be evil. I've had good fortune in life and don't do evil things. I do feel if I tried hard enough I could summon the Oni. I've never wanted to. I'm a legal professional who makes a lot of money. I'm not really religious. Although I believe in a higher power, I'm white and straight. I'm not making any of this up. Oni are real. And if I'm not mistaken, that's simply Japanese for demon, or Japanese for the word demon. Am I sleep deprived or is something following me? I'm a 25-year-old law student who moved back home with his parents after college. Recently this year, I've been starting to feel a presence following me around. I feel it whenever I lay down. In particular, my bed. When I lay down, I feel like something, like a child or a small dog, follows me into bed in circles or moves around me. I swear I feel the bed and springs move, or that there's a pressure difference or something's off about the weight distribution. It feels like an animal that I can't see. This is not limited to my home. Once I was spending the night at a friend's. As I rested on the couch, I felt as if his dog came up to my ear and began sniffing. But when I recoiled and looked, nothing was there. This happened several times. I do feel a sensation sometimes as if I'm being touched. Sometimes I also feel as if the thing is sniffing me. I'm also under a lot of stress because of school, so I feel that this might be stress-induced hallucinations. But man, I can't get over how I genuinely feel like something is following me. I can be a jumpy person, but also my house apparently has some history to it. When I was a baby, my sibling, decided to play with a Ouija board in what is now my room, and allegedly my siblings purport that they made contact with the spirit. Also, almost everybody has seen some sort of light, like an audible phenomena, apparition, or shadow people. Things moving on their own. For a while, none of this happened. Only ever so often. But now, similar to my oldest sister, I sometimes swear I hear my mom call out for me as clear as day. Only when I approach my mom. I find that she never called me. And sometimes I think I hear my little sister calling out for me saying, "Whoa, that must be, Well, anyway, this person's handle on Reddit is called Adolf Oliver Nibbles. Because it's saying, Adolf Oliver Nibbles' mom's calling you. That's why I stuttered. I think anybody would. It may be worth mentioning, my mental state is not the best. Only because I don't like living at home. Plus school and apathy. So, am I in dire need of mental health services, or do we need to bless the house again? We do this semi-regularly. My mom goes around with sage burning, saying a prayer, and we open all the doors and windows and let in the sun as my mom goes about. Then she'll grab holy water and sprinkle some in the closet, corner, bed, door, and window. Everywhere she continues a prayer. Then we light some incense, close the doors and windows. Did a part of my uncle's soul went home without its body? My mom told me a story about my Uncle Vin. It was around 2008 when my mom, dad, and Uncle Derek were waiting for Uncle Vin to come home from work. It was his birthday and they were planning to have a little party and drink till morning. It was already past 6 p.m. and that was the time of my uncle's clock out, so they waited for him to come home. My dad, a welder who was working on a metal door in our open garage, apparently saw my uncle's silhouette walk by. He didn't look at him directly since he's working on a metal door, but he saw him in his far peripheral vision with his blue work uniform. Meanwhile, Uncle Derek was in our backyard and saw Uncle Vin through the window. He was entering his room. He quickly went inside to greet him, but when he opened the door, nobody was inside, and he looked around the room, checked behind the door, but he wasn't even there. He felt a shiver down his spine, and he quickly ran to my mom and dad and told them about what he'd seen. My dad wasn't buying it, since he also saw Uncle Vin walk by, so they went inside looking for him. They shouted his name and checked every room. He wasn't inside our house. Frightened by what they experienced, my dad and uncle decided to visit him at work since it's been 1 or 2 hours since his clock out. But when they got there, he already had clocked out of work. They talked to his manager and told him that my uncle went out for a drink with his work buddies. They shrugged it off, went home thinking it was safe. But when 10 p.m. arrived, Uncle Vin finally came home with blood all over his uniform. What happened apparently was after clocking out, him and his buddies went to a bar for a quick drink to celebrate his birthday. One of his buddies accidentally bumped into some drunkards. His buddy immediately apologized, and went back to their table, thinking everything was good. That was until they went home. After leaving the bar, they parted ways, and as my uncle was entering a taxicab, one of his friends pulled him out of the cab and pointed in the opposite direction. His buddy was getting beaten up by the drunkards. Quickly ran up and helped, and a brawl started. As he was punching one of them, another drunk removed his belt, and my uncle realized it was a solid steel buckle. Wow. Drunk swings the buckle toward my uncle's head, but thankfully one of his friends helped and stopped it. One brawl later, and the drunkard got arrested. During the investigation, one of the drunk men apparently had a knife. After my uncle finishes his story, they realized that Uncle Vin almost got killed. If it weren't for one of his friends, the steel buckle could have fractured his skull. He could have gotten stabbed with that knife, too. This is where the questions came pouring in. What did they see that entered our house? Was it my uncle's soul, his ghost? But he's still alive. My mom theorizes that it's part of my uncle's soul, not realizing what had happened. Went home like his daily work-to-home routine. The strangest nighttime happenings. So I live in a block of flats. Not the most modern, but not unmodern by any means. For years, I've had various forms of parasomnic activities. Sleepwalking, talking, sleep paralysis, nightmares, insomnia. But still moving into my new flat, the talking and walking has intensified. When we first moved into my boyfriend thought he just saw a few strange things. I dismissed these as the flat don't seem old enough to be haunted. A few weeks ago, I had a nightmare about demons that screamed in real life. In my dream, I flung myself off the bed to quote-unquote escape, and I injured myself on a radiator. It freaked me out quite a bit, but that didn't strike me as haunted, just a bit scary. Now, the paranormal. I couldn't sleep one night at all. Was on the phone for a bit until maybe 2:30. When I tried to sleep, it wasn't working. After around an hour, I decided I needed to go pee. If I didn't, I knew that I wouldn't be able to fall asleep, so rather reluctantly I took myself to the toilet. I upped my phone brightness while trying to avoid looking at the time because I would have been depressed at all the sleep I was missing. I used to shine a light with it, but I could see my way with it. As it was so late my boyfriend was asleep, I decided to keep the door open, otherwise I'd have to be in total darkness, which, would have been terrifying. So, I'm sat on the toilet with the door just over arm's width away from my face with the light facing away from me. I'm halfway through peeing. Illuminated by my phone, I see the door handle slowly moving down. Again, about an arm and a bit away. I freeze, it jolts back up and repeats slowly again. At this point, I'm trying to make sense of what's happening. That's when in 4 loud successive motions, the handle goes up and down quite aggressively. Bearing in mind I'm mid-flow, I stop peeing and jump up and shout, "Fuck off!" And just absolutely Usain bolted back to the bedroom. My boyfriend is asleep this whole time. No one else is in our flat, and I just lay in bed completely covered. Absolutely sweating, might I add. I was too scared to close my eyes in case God knows what decides to come back. Needless to say, it was a very restless few hours of sleep in the morning. I have to go call my mom just to be able to go back to the bathroom. I'm absolutely terrified. My boyfriend has seen a few weird things. Things blowing around without wind and things going missing. But nothing like my experience, and I haven't had anything like that before or since. The bag that never existed. I've always had a thing for luxury goods, but I'm not the type to splurge on them. Instead, I enjoy finding high-quality dupes of the same items I love at more reasonable prices. However, my recent trip to Houston left me with a rather eerie experience that still gives me chills. During my visit to the Galleria, something sure you've seen before, there were two Prada stores. One was an outlet, the other was a regular store. There wasn't a significant difference between the two, despite variations in stock and size. I found myself visiting both stores on different occasions. As my friends were busy checking out and buying bags, while I was on the lookout for one to add to my collection. During my first visit to one of the Prada locations, I struck up a conversation with a friendly older gentleman. Seemed to be setting up a new stock. He even took the time to chat with me about the items while I was admiring a particular bag. It looked like a large green suede arc-key, and it wasn't and had a few hardware upgrades. I was so captivated by the bag that I failed to retain much of what he had said about the collection. Although I regret not taking a picture of the bag, which is something I usually do when I come across a piece I like. I distinctly remember him encouraging me to pick up the bag. It was one of the most exquisite bags I'd ever laid my eyes on, soft and absolutely stunning. As we conversed, my friends eventually pulled me away. The next day, consumed by the desire to see the bag again, I made a point to stop by both Prada locations to take a picture of it. It was also because I wasn't sure which location had it anyways. To my surprise, the bag was nowhere to be found. Neither store seemed to recall ever having it in stock. This baffled me. I contemplated various explanations for the strange occurrence. Perhaps the man had sold it already and inadvertently displayed unreleased stock and miscommunicated. I also asked my friends if they remembered anything. They didn't see the bag, but they do remember me talking about one on the way home. So I definitely didn't dream it. I ended up going on a wild goose chase, scouring the internet and past collections to no avail. I even reached out to multiple Prada stores, including the one in Houston, others in different cities. None of them could shed any light on the mysterious bag. Some even assured me that their system kept old records, current and upcoming stock, making it highly unlikely that the bag had ever existed. It's as if the bag belonged to another dimension altogether. It was a bizarre and unnerving experience. I can only hope that I never encounter something like it again. If anybody can debunk my experience or help me find out what the bag actually was, I'd be forever grateful. The whole ordeal has left me genuinely bewildered. Sounds like you need one of those police sketch artists. And a hypnotist. See ya. I saw a man with no eyes as a kid, and my cat was my witness. Any thoughts on what this could be? So when I was a kid, about 12 to 14, I was being haunted by something in my childhood home. Now, I have a few stories of things happening, but right now I'm particularly interested in figuring out more about a man that I saw. I was 13 or 14 when this happened. For the most part, I was used to weird or creepy things happening in my house, like stuff being moved around or weird noises. It's also important to know that I had a cat, Lyric. Slept in my room with me every night. This night, I went to bed like usually. Lyric snuggled up next to me, but I had a very strange dream. In my dream, I woke up in my bed, and my bedroom looked exactly the same as when I fell asleep. But this time there was an old man standing in front of my bedroom door. He was about 6 feet tall, wearing what I would call pioneer clothes. A loose white button-up with cuffed sleeves, brown pants being held up by suspenders, and brown leather shoes. He also had a white beard and white hair pulled into a comb-over. The creepy thing was he had no eyes. He just had black sockets where his eyes should be. Even with him having no eyes, I felt sure that he was watching me. As soon as I saw him, I felt a wave of dread run through me. All I wanted to do was just run. He was blocking my bedroom door, and my bedroom windows were too high off the ground for me to jump. I also had this overwhelming sense that if I did try to run, he would get me. So I convinced myself that this was just a really fucked up dream, and I could just wake myself up from it and it would be over. And so I laid down and eventually woke myself back up. For a second, I was relieved that the ordeal was over. But I look over to my cat Lyric and see that she's shaking in fear. Her fur is puffed up to triple her usual size. Her eyes are huge. She's growling in a very low tone that I've never heard her make before. She's staring at the exact spot that man was standing in my dream. This made me believe that it wasn't a dream, but a window into what was really happening, especially since my cat reacted to a spot he was standing even after I was awake. Safe to say it took a long time for us to go back to sleep, but eventually the feeling of being watched went away and she settled back down next to me. I never saw him again after that, but I've been left with so many questions ever since. Was he the ghost of a man or something pretending to be one? Why did he show up for that instance then never came back? And what's the significance of him having no eyes? Something has been in my back for years. So I don't know if this is really paranormal, but my entire life something has been on my back. I can remember it being there, my entire life. I've never really noticed it much. I mean, I grew fat, so I assumed it was a lump of fat, which I hear is possible for some people. I also assumed it was simply a deformity. A winged back or something seems logical, and it's not even unheard of foe and spine also to be like sort of bow-shaped weird at birth. But here's the thing. It moves. It doesn't hurt, it just moves. I'm also able to push it inside and out. It seems if I move my arms back, I can feel it inside of me, and it's hard to put into words. I only noticed this all because after so many years I lost weight. But here's the issue. My chest. It's still built like a truck, and worse, after losing weight I noticed that there's also a lump on my chest. I tried to feel it, so I kept pushing it, and now my chest and my back hurt. So what's in my back is 100% in place of everything that should be in my chest now. I don't care about paranormal or ghost. I assume it's a parasitic twin. I could get an x-ray, but I'm honestly terrified. Not even half scared, but I pretty much ignored this entirely. Wait a minute. How can you be honestly terrified and not even half scared? It feels sharper than I thought, like an elbow or something. It has an underneath, but one side of it feels like it's tissue or some shit close to the armpit. It's hard to describe. I don't work out either. I've got x-rays done before or something different, and the lady didn't tell me what it was. She said they're not able to tell patients and what's on the x-rays. She said that she didn't know if I would be able to see it, but she looked. Weird, just weird. She was wearing a mask and I could see she was looking at it weirdly. It was that noticeable. I never found any information. They never got back to me. But the only thing they did was take a lot of blood from me. Why did I go in? Really, it was just a stomach pain. The world was weird and I thought I would die, so why am I here? Because this isn't a health concern. This is something that I feel like is about to burst from my body. I tried to ignore it, but it legit wants to come out. It gave me hell all summer long. I don't know what it will do. I don't know if it's my twin and it's gotten too powerful, but it's out of my control. It needs to come out at this point. It's currently so tall it's stretching out my back the more I lose weight. What the hell is it? Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but I'd like to see a picture of whatever's happening. Good night. See ya. The Ghost in Room 217. I never thought living in a dorm hall could be so unsettling. When I first moved in, I was the only resident on my floor, which was strange, but not something I dwelled on. The house was eerily quiet most of the time, except the man in room 217. He was a tall black guy, always dressed in pajamas. From the first night, my friends and I noticed something wasn't quite right. We often heard him screaming, his voice piercing through the walls in the dead of the night. It wasn't angry shouting like I had thought at first. No, he was screaming for help. like every night the same loud shrieking cry for help. At first we thought he was just a troubled student, maybe somebody who needed help but didn't know how to ask for it the right way. We even joked that he had serious issues, but deep down it disturbed all of us. His pleas were so loud and so desperate, they left a lingering unease. One night after hearing that same shriek echoing through the empty hall, I walked over to his door to see if I could talk to him. I knocked, but just like the other times I tried, the screaming stopped the second I got close. The door remained closed and the silence was deafening. The next day I went to the dorm office ready to tell him that the guy in room 217 needed serious help. When I asked, the dorm manager looked confused. "There's no one living in that room. You're the only student in that hall." The words hit me like a ton of bricks. I knew what I had heard, what my friends had heard, what we had all seen. How could there be no one there? After digging deeper, we uncovered the truth. Room 217 had been the home of a student years ago, one who had taken his own life. He had been struggling, crying out for help in the days before his death. Nobody had been there to listen. Now it seemed his spirit was trapped in the hall, forever screaming that same desperate plea for help that had gone unanswered in life. We also learned that the school itself had a dark history. Before it became a college, the building had been a hospital during the First World War. The laundry room, which was where I always noticed that foul stench and dried bloodstains, it had once been the morgue. The history of the place felt heavy, like it had absorbed the tragedies of all those who had passed through it. The screaming eventually stopped, but I'll never forget the nights that I lay in bed, listening to the ghost in room 217 crying out for help. It wasn't just a haunting. It was a reminder of how much can be left unresolved, how easily cries for help can be missed. And in that old haunted building, his house, his voice, just wouldn't let anyone forget. What did I encounter in the middle of the night in rural BC 15 years ago? I'm going to assume that stands for British Columbia. This experience is one I never shared with anybody besides my brother. When I was about 13, I was living in rural BC. One night I was in the hot tub in the deck outside, just watching the woods, taking in the silence. It was wintertime and we just recently had snowfall that left around knee-height deep of snow. It was 2 or 3 a.m., and out of nowhere this very large wolf, bigger than the one I've ever seen, came out of the woods. I remember its coat being a shimmering silver and its bright piercing green eyes. As this wolf was walking along the fence of our paddocks, it locked eyes with mine and we just kind of stared at each other as he walks past me, both alone in the middle of the night in the middle of nowhere. This happened next, till the day, well, instantly makes a spin shiver. Whoa, I believe that they're saying that their spine shivers next. That is as a wolf walked past as he walked toward our barn with our horses in it. It became darker as it entered the barn, but the other side of the barn still had a bright light illuminating the outside that I could clearly see. This wolf, as it entered, halfway through, it went from the shape of a wolf to a very large, broad-shouldered person. The horses didn't make a single noise, and this person that now stood roughly 7 feet tall rounded the corner toward the open field, but didn't emerge from the other side, and I never saw it again. My brother had his own encounter with the same wolf, I'm guessing, but he told me that he woke up randomly one night from the feeling of being watched. He then looked out his window to see a very large wolf walking away from his window. I'm guessing it was watching him sleep. This place we lived at was old native ground. Our barn was an old schoolhouse where the Catholic priest would put the native children and teach them lessons on Christ. It even had the old desk and chairs inside still. My brother and I both saw children's faces in the panes of glass from that barn and lights turning on randomly. We had closet doors slam repeatedly for minutes at a time, footsteps and feelings of being watched. In my room, I saw glowing red eyes in the ceiling, hid underneath my covers till morning. So anyway, my main subject of this post, and what I'm more seeking answers for, is what did I encounter outside in the middle of the night? After I looked around myself, the closest thing I could find was skinwalkers or wendigos. But from what I read, these creatures have deformed features or things that make them uncanny or straight up horrific. What I saw, nothing struck me as abnormal about this wolf, besides its massive size, until it literally changed its entire form right in front of me. The Hissing Shadow. I've had encounters with the paranormal since I was about 4 years old. They all stopped when I was around 11. Most of the experiences I had were creepy, but they were never really causing me great fear. Anyway, fast forward to my mid-20s. I was married at the time, and we owned a home right on the river. When we bought the house, a lot of work needed to be done to it. My ex was really handy and did most of the work himself. We were living at his parents' at the time, so I wasn't at home and it was being remodeled. My ex would on occasion say that he felt creeped out or uncomfortable at the house by himself sometimes. As soon as the house was finished, I had a priest come over to bless the house just in case. For a couple of years, I felt nothing paranormal. One afternoon, my ex was working on the yard, and I was in the bedroom reading. I saw a shadow in the hallway looking out the room. Thought it was my husband, and I said, "Hey, I see your shadow, babe, not funny." The shadow doesn't move. I again say it's not funny. "I see you, stop being a jerk." Nothing, no movement. I get up from bed to confront my ex, and no one's there. I go look for my ex, and his car's gone. He wasn't even home. I am so freaked out that I go back to the bedroom and close the door. I told my ex about it, and he doesn't hesitate to believe me. He said he had similar experiences. The very next week, I'm taking a nap on the couch. I have this crazy, scary dream where I'm in the middle of a forest. I'm there with a man in a dark trench coat and a brim hat. I couldn't see his face, but he had a gun, and he shot me in the chest. I fall to the ground, and as I'm lying there, he's watching over me. I tell myself that I just need to let go, and when I do that, I stopped breathing in real life. I gasp. I woke up from my dream. I collect myself for a second, and then I hear the front door handle jiggling. I remember how relieved I was, thinking that it was my husband. But then I didn't hear the door open. I just heard a low hissing sound, and then I saw a shadow, and it was coming toward me, getting larger as it got closer. The hissing got louder as well. I was panicking, but saw that the remote to my head fan was almost within reach, and I turned that sucker on. It almost looked like smoke that was leaving the room when the light came on. I can honestly tell you, I don't think I've ever been more terrified in my life. Hey ghost, no means no. Don't touch my butt. I lived in an old house in Denver, built in the 20s. Added on a bunch, so it kind of was a hodgepodge of architecture, and none of it was really amazing. Just a series of boxes. The original footprint of the house was somewhere around 600 square feet, had a crawl space. The add-ons gave me sort of a small basement with a cellar and an opening to get into the crawl space. I had the sweetest Pomeranian. When I had to start carrying him down the back steps so he could potty, he was clearly struggling. It was time. I held him in my arms to the vet, kissed his little head as he left. A couple of days later, I kept seeing a little black squidge going from the cellar to the furnace room. That was as I was, working in the basement. My little buddy was coming for a visit. A few days later, I had to go to the crawl space so I could run a cable to the small bedroom. I climbed into the little door, tools in hand, grabbed a cable, and low-crawled my way to the opening to the small bedroom. Pushed the cable through the reversed course. All of a sudden, a feeling of petrifying menace rolled over me, and I felt like something was inches away from my face in the darkness of the crawlspace. The only light coming from the cracks outlining the cellar doors and the small door leading back to the basement. All of a sudden, the light from the cellar door disappeared. I started low crawling with whatever was there inches, prone from my body. I just kept telling it that, I was leaving. Just leave me alone and let me go. I promised I'd never come back there again. It followed me all the way to the door, and I gracefully sort of slithered out of the tiny opening on the floor below. Stood up and slammed the door in the crawlspace and instantly felt better. And just for the record, I sleep naked. Whoever writes this is kind of weird. Months had passed since my sweet boy died, so I decided it was time for a puppy. On a fortunate series of events, I wound up with a beautiful lab mix. He hadn't had the best life up to that point, was super clingy, so I'm in bed, and he had starfished. I'm hanging by it like a thread, and he also stolen blankets and sheets, so my naked butt's sticking out in space on my little edge of the bed. One night I'm dead asleep, and I wake up with a hand trailing at my leg. It stops long enough to give my butt a good honk and trails up my back and is gone. I look over and take attendance. Husband is in bed. Dog is in bed. I look into the bathroom, which is in the direction that the phantom honker would have gone. Empty. We moved a short time after, and the new place has a mystery room behind a little office downstairs. My dog frequently stares off to the darkness when we're down there. But so far, nothing overt. Other than butt touching, apparently. A possible encounter with the boogeyman. This has been eating me up on the inside for a while, mainly because I'm curious as to what this was. For context, I'm an 18-year-old, and this comes into play later. So a few months ago when I was in bed around 10:30, yeah, it was early, don't judge, I had this weird experience. I remember it clearly. The hall light was on, my door was open, and a black figure was staring at me. This looked very human-like, but all I could see were its shoulders and head with short, scraggly hair hanging in front. Basically, picture a male version of Samara from The Ring. Now, at this point, I was still in bed pretending to be asleep. I was wearing an eye mask that I could see underneath of, which is how I even saw this thing. But the moment I looked at it, it quickly sprung up and shut the door without a noise. Edit. I always sleep with my door shut, mainly because the door hallway creeps me out, so I didn't have the door open during this. Now, my door is creaky, and the handle makes a loud click sound when the door is closed. But neither of these things happened. I asked both my parents the next morning if either, they peeked in my room, and both of which they said no. I was a little weirded out, but simply pushed it off as nothing more than sleep paralysis, which does occasionally happen to me. The only difference is that in my normal sleep paralysis episodes, I hallucinate a tarantula crawling along wherever I'm looking at, not a humanoid figure. But no biggie, right? Wrong. The next night, around the same time, I saw the figure peeking in the door again. This time, though, was holding something. I couldn't make out exactly what it was since everything was blacked out, but it looked like a bottle. When I looked at it this time, it didn't go away. Instead, I was able to move my arm, and then it left, quietly shutting my door again. Pretty much told me it wasn't sleep paralysis, since I could move and all. It hasn't happened again since, but lately I've been thinking about it again though. I've been watching a lot of urban legend videos lately, but one regarding the boogeyman caught my attention. The description of the boogeyman was eerily similar to this figure. The only difference being the boogeyman wears a hooded cloak and this thing didn't have one. Another thing is the boogeyman usually goes after children. And as I mentioned earlier, I'm 18. Anybody else think that it could have been the boogeyman or something else? I'm not sure, I still know. I'm just curious what the general consensus is. My client saw a hand. I work with adults with disabilities, so take the story with a grain of salt. He would talk about seeing a girl with no mouth around the house. For example, when he couldn't find his hat, the girl with no mouth would take it. One of my responsibilities was checking on him when he went out to bed each night. I had assisted him to bed and left him with the CPAP mask in his lap and stepped out so he could get it on, get comfortable. I had left his light on and his door cracked so I could just sort of peek in and turn off the light when he went down the hall. I was about 10 feet away looking at the bulletin board and I started to hear his laugh. Curious, I looked down to see what was laughing. Then I poked my head in and he said, "Caught ya." "What?" "I caught you." "What'd you catch me doing?" I didn't want to worry him, but in my mind I'm just thinking all I was doing was reading about the company picnic or something. He said he saw a hand reach into the crack of the door, turn off the light, and he thought it was me playing with him. Here's the thing. Well, his light was off. He hadn't moved. His mask was in his lap. He was still sitting underneath the covers in the same position, same spot. He hadn't moved and the light was off. I had to flip the switch to turn the light back on. I personally only had one experience there. I was in the living room watching a movie. The work was done, everyone was asleep, paperwork done. So I'm just killing some downtime, keeping myself awake when I hear this crash from around the corner. Around the corner is the dining room. In the dining room is the kitchen table, and on the other side of the room across from the entryway is the client's bedroom. My first thought is he's gotten up and he may have fallen, so I hurried to check on him. I get to the entryway and I can see his room still closed. I can see it through like a figure though, like standing in the dining room by the table. Figure that turned to look at me. Its right side was to me, then it turned its entire body. It looked at me and I could see through to the other side of the dining room. I could see all the way to the client's closed bedroom door. That's the only experience I had at that house. I've heard from over the night staff that they replaced me, that they heard whistling. The rest of this I could just excuse. He had cognitive impairment and my eyes were playing tricks on me. She heard whistling from outside. It sounded like it was from the dining room. His light was off and I purposely left it on so I could do my job, a bit later. He was cognitively impaired, but he didn't see things. He had trouble with his memory, but he, didn't see things. That makes me wonder just how much of the others are real. I saw it near the brush. I really enjoy all the stories, and I really appreciate the effort you guys put into a lot of them, bringing your experiences to light. So I figure I might as well share mine. Though it does seem a little silly on the surface compared to the other stories on the sub. But here goes nothing. For starters, I live in the Appalachian Mountain region of the United States. Being in these ancient mountains have always inspired a sense of awe in me. I don't think I would have wanted to grow up anywhere else. And also, being a descendant of Cherokee, it's always felt right to be here, My brothers and I always had a lot of land to explore and run around on. I always tell people that I grew up in the woods type of a guy. It felt important to share that little background information, because what I saw when I was younger might be rooted in some local folklore or something. But anyway, onto the story. When I was younger, I was never afraid to roam the hills back in the woods, day or night. It was just part of me. One evening, my family had a get-together with friends and family. We had a small fire and roasted hot dogs and s'mores. All the campfire goodies, Well, afterwards, once the fire was put out, my father asked me to take the remaining wood or sticks that wasn't used to fuel the fire and to throw them back into the brush at the end of the backyard, way back at the back of the field. He didn't want to run over any sticks when mowing the lawn, apparently. So I picked them all up, headed back toward the end of the field. And by the time I got there, it was twilight. Beautiful red and orange sky, nice glow all around. I remember this because of just how eerie it seemed. As I threw the sticks into the brush, I turned around, and not 50 feet from me is a deep royal blue pig. I was shocked and didn't even move. The entire scene was just amazing and scary at the same time. It didn't move, and having pigs myself, I know that this one was definitely larger than any pig we ever had. This continued for what seemed like an hour, but realistically we stared at each other for a good 5 minutes before he calmly turned and walked majestically into the forest. I never saw him again after that. But anyway, I just felt like sharing that story with you all. I've told some people about it throughout the years, but nobody really believed me, or they just thought it was a neat story. I know that some people make stories up on Reddit, but this is 100% true, and something that I will never forget. My grandmother told me this story about a year before she passed. She was a Seventh-day Adventist, though. Pretty much through and through. Still was creeped out by the happenings at her home in the rural country of New Zealand. In the 1980s, my grandparents bought a farm in Fair Hall, New Zealand. Not far from many of their other properties that they had in the past. The house they lived in was, I'd say, an older home, but not really old. As soon as they moved in, my grandma said that things were instantly strange. The clocks would stop almost simultaneously. Their brand new washing machine would start for no apparent reason. These things can all be electrical issues for sure. I mean, they were living in an old homestead in the middle of nowhere. However, my gran awoke one night to see a lady dressed in Victorian era clothing, 2 children standing at the foot of her bed. Being religious, she said that she prayed each night, and in a few days, it's like all the signs stopped. She, however, was the only one to see this, even though her husband was sleeping in the exact same room. It wasn't till a week after that she spied the neighbor next door, decided to introduce herself. They got talking, and all of a sudden, mid-conversation, the lady asked, "Have you met the ghosts yet?" My grandma apparently near fainted as hearing this confirmed that it wasn't just a vision. I'm not a firm believer in the paranormal, however, I do believe my grandmother's recounting of what occurred. I'm a tad stumped as to why Victorian-era people would be present at the property where Grandma lived, as the region wasn't inhabited till the 1850s. That particular area was very remote, as it was like Maori land for quite some time. My gran had always grown up in the church, so things spiritual were always around her. As a kid, she remembered her aunt warning her of the ghosts in her home. But I think that may have been something to get her in check, so to speak. Another story is of her uncle's home in the marshlands. Had been in the same family for over 100 years, had 4 generations in it. Her uncle and aunt could never leave the home because when they returned, the house would be wrecked due to the ghost that lived in the house. Why would a ghost that's related terrorize a family? I don't know about your family, but families don't always get along. There's something different about my new apartment. Okay, so I recently moved into a new apartment about a month and a half ago. And ever since there's been something here with me. Not quite sure if I'm an empath or a medium, never looked into it. I just know that I hear, see, and feel things. So maybe my first week here, little things would happen that I wasn't too sure was happening. I don't really pay attention to them, like the shower curtain left open or cabinets left open. Things moved when I know I left them in a certain spot. About 2 days after that, I came from work and it was just a weird quietness. Felt like somebody was just here before I was. They were hiding in the closet. Sat on my couch in silence, embracing the weirdness, and got dressed and didn't think of the rest of the night. Another few days go by and I'm cooking. I hear my phone ringing in the living room. Go to answer it and hear a bang in the kitchen. Went back to see what it was, and there's a saucepan sitting directly in the middle of the kitchen as if placed there. Not like it fell and rolled. And this is where the shit gets weird. A few days ago, I was having company and they were knocking on the door. I was in my living room watching TV. Heard the first knock, then a second knock, quicker and more intention. I walked, got the door, and said, "Why are you banging?" They said, where were you? I told them living room. Why? They said, "Nah, 'cause you were just standing at the door, looking at me. You wouldn't answer, so I thought you were playing 'cause you walked away." Scared the fuck out of me 'cause that wasn't possible. Tried to recreate what she said, but seemed to no avail. She just kept saying it was me and I was playing, and I kept reassuring her that I wouldn't do that. She said she banged harder because she didn't want to tell me, but she realized it wasn't me moments before I got to the door. A couple nights ago, it was about 3:40 or so in the morning. I had to piss. Opened the door to the bathroom, which I keep closed because it creeps me out and always feels like someone is watching when you walk past. I could hear a woman humming, subtle but loud enough. Strange things happen here, like someone will randomly say, "What? Thought you said something." Or, "I feel something just touch me right now." But people don't think twice of it. But I do, especially when I'm home alone. My paranormal experience. So I joined this server just to tell my experience and see others. I've always been a fan of everything paranormal, but always keep a lot of boundaries, trying to find explanations for everything that happened to me. Most times I can debunk it, or a lot of the time it's just me scaring myself, but anyways, enough rambling. My first experience was in my grandma's house when I was only like 6. My mom's family is very aware of spirits, while my dad's side are more the logical thinking people. So I've mainly been stuck in the middle. This experience is my most unexplained one. It was late, probably midnight, and I was going to bed. So I get in bed and I start to feel scared. I get under the covers, I stay for a minute until I look back up. There is a man standing in the doorway. Note, the bed was in the middle of the room, so this man started to walk to the side of the bed away from the door. So when I got my chance, I bolted out of the room to go get my grandma. Figure was a full-on white misty thing. About a year later, I had the same thing tapping on my feet. Second experience is at my mom's current house. The house was built in 1931, and almost everybody who enters says it's haunted. As far as we know, we have 2 spirits. One of my uncle who used to live there, and my half-sister's dad, who pretty much every investigation he talks to us. He claims he follows my mom. I don't even know why, as they ended up on bad terms, apparently. My mom's current roommate also had seen a girl hanging in a mirror, and his dead dog at the end of the bed. Maybe I'll send the images one day. My mom also has heard a girl laughing. She's the only girl in the home, or at least that's when she hears the laughing, she's the only one there. My experiences there were the lights in the back room turning on and off. The kitchen cabinets that no one can reach open and close on their own. Basic stuff. Spirits don't seem to be evil, but the energy does. The farther you go north in the house, the more intense the energy. One time, just last week, I could barely breathe being in that back room. We realized there was a shift in energy right where the crawl space opening is. It's really intense by the crawl space in and out of the house. I dropped a lighter by the crawl space and found it in the basement. Potential vortex. Or further proof that lighters have legs, like I suspect. A few experiences from 1999. This happened years ago, and I feel like it's time to share it. I'd been dating my ex-wife a while, and we lived in the basement of a small apartment that her work owned. She had left to take her cousin home while I stayed with her son. He was asleep, and I was in the living room. I got this sudden cold chill. I heard from the bedroom a voice that said, "Come here." Now I thought, okay, maybe it's from outside or just upstairs from another person. Creepy, but whatever, right? Then I heard a woman's voice say my name and ask me to come here. She says it's okay, that she won't hurt me. It scared the crap out of me. I go on the porch and leave my door open so I can hear her son if he wakes up. Yep, I left him in bed while I was hearing voices coming from the bedroom. Not my finest moment, I know. When girlfriend came back, I told her what happened, and she told me she'd heard voices before, and it was fine. Okay. Next one, we were all asleep, and her son woke up crying. I started to get up to get him a bottle when I saw her by his crib. She says not to worry about it, and she's got it and goes back to sleep. Well, rather I go back to sleep. I crawl back in bed and cuddle back with her and fall asleep, not realizing that, one, she was in two places at once. So next day it clicked and I asked her. She did get up to get her son a bottle, but she said no. Apparently she didn't. That's when I figured out that she was in bed when I got up. Last one was 2 months before we got married. Same building, but this time her younger sister was staying the night. Next day she went to a church and left the two of us there alone. She was 12, I was 22. We were talking about ghosts and stuff, and she was telling me stories that she experienced. My girlfriend later admitted that the stories were all true. But back to that day as I was shaving, she was sitting on the bed talking about a ghost when she looked at me and screamed. I turned around and she was there, but somebody was right behind me. Of course, I didn't see it, but I believed her as I could see her from the mirror, and I saw the terror in her face. When we both went back to the bedroom, my girlfriend's CD collection had been moved. One in particular was pushed out like it wanted to be seen. It was the single of The Invisible Man by 98 Degrees. These all happened in 1999. I have a few more, but I wanted to share these first. Reappearing evil eye ring. For reference, about a month ago I had bought an evil eye ring on Etsy. It was nothing special, just a $6 one, wire wrapped around it. It's the traditional dark blue color with the eye in the center of the ring. I had bought this ring right before school was going to start, to hopefully protect me from some of the negative energy of others. I had done all of the research beforehand to be respectful from the cultures that it came from, along with charging the ring in the blue moon's light and setting intentions with incense. The first time I wore the ring, it felt like it had an immense amount of energy. This was before I'd cleansed it. I felt it so much that I had to take it off. It made me almost scared to wear it. After I took the right precautions, everything seemed to be fine. Fast forward to the first time I had worn it. Everything was good. I returned home from school, set it on the nightstand right next to my bed. I hopped in the shower, and when I returned, the ring was gone. Confused, I asked my sister if she had touched the ring. It was just there. She said that she hadn't, and at the time, I really wasn't super worried. I do lose stuff all the time, especially rings. The next day, I found it on the floor, right next to my nightstand, and in a place that I know I had checked. I thought nothing of it, moved on with my day. Here's where it gets a little scary for me. The rings end up missing for a few days, up to a week, and then it'll reappear in a spot so obvious that I get scared. And this has happened around 3 times already. It's about 2 months into me owning the thing. This occurrence was kind of my final straw. 2 days ago, I was looking for the ring as it had disappeared once again. Even though it was always on my nightstand, I left and thought nothing of it. I search more when I get home, as I thought it couldn't have gotten that far, and still nothing. I go to bed, I wake up, and the ring is right on my nightstand, sitting perfectly where it usually does. Am I going crazy? I've always dealt with spirits, malevolent and mischievous ones. I believe I do have a haunted doll in my room, but she usually never makes this disappear. Usually when I realize the ring is gone and I ask for it to reappear, it will. Do you guys think this is paranormal or something else? If you've read this far, thank you so much. Please leave a comment and let me know what you think. Any help is appreciated. Ghost stories. So this happened a couple of years ago, so my memory on this is kind of faded now. I think it was like 8 years ago. My father died in 2011. Me and my mom, my little brother, 2 years old, my sister and my nephew, 4 years old, moved to Germany after it happened. Also, my grandpa died a couple of months after my dad. At least I think, but I'm 100% that my dad shortly after my grandpa. Anyways, after we moved to my new house, my sister and my nephew came to visit. Kids were playing in the bedroom, my sister and mom were just talking. My brother and nephew ran up to my room, or rather to my mom and sister. They started talking about a man wanting to play with them, even described him as not tall, curly short hair and a beard. My mom and sister were kind of surprised, but brushed it off thinking that they're just imagining things. Next time my sister and nephew came, happened again. So this time my sister took out a photo of my grandpa and a photo of my dad, put them both on the table. She asked her son to go get her purse. Without even mentioning the pictures, my nephew said excitedly, "That's him! The man that wants to play with us." He was very nice. Pointed to the picture of my dad. Mind y'all, my father never met my nephew nor my little brother because, well, he died. But he was very excited to be a grandpa. My mom and sister were kind of spooked, and it happened a couple of times more. After that, I didn't want to be home alone because I was terrified. I was 11, and I didn't know about the story yet back then. I always felt watched. My dog was acting weird, sometimes even barking a little bit and screwing up the audio, looking at corners and barking at nothing. I always felt a kind of cold breeze when I went to check that she was barking at something and it was passing me. My mom felt a creepy vibe at her home. I don't know if she was spooked by what happened or if she really believed the paranormal was happening. Went to a church to ask what could really be happening. The priest told my mom that she had, any grudges against my father that she could forgive him for. That way maybe he can rest peacefully. Indeed, my mom has never forgiven my dad for killing himself, and me being the one to find him first by accident. One day she was home alone, and it happened. She got fed up with this creepy shit and she yelled out loud, "I forgive you. Leave now, please, this is scary." And since then, nothing's happened. My nephew said the man was gone. And yeah, since then, I believe in ghosts. Ghost? Maybe. So I'm new, literally joined today. After reading all these epic stories, I wanted to share a weird couple of encounters over the years at my old house. So, not sure if it's a ghost or maybe just coincidences. But yeah, hear me out. So I was really young, always had a bad feeling about this house. Would constantly have bad dreams. Don't remember any. One time I swear I heard two people talking and one was female. I remember my bed shaking, almost like vibrating. Figured that was because of me, because of how scared I was. Any other time, I'd be calling my mom to come get me. I was 7. She'd come downstairs, grab me, and we'd go upstairs, and eventually she had enough and just moved my room next to hers upstairs. Things seemed to chill out for a bit. A couple of years pass, and get a teacup Yorkie. It's a dog. My little homie. So he's small as heck, right? My mom hated him being on the beds and couches. You can't really jump up high enough to get on these things, so I'd always put him up onto whatever I was on. But one day I got home from school. I was searching for him, couldn't find him. What the fuck? Decided to check Mom's room. He was just laying on her bed. I'd never leave him on there, because Mom would get mad. The bed's pretty high up, I remember jumping to get on it. There's no way he could jump up. I know for a fact no one would put him on furniture, especially my mom's bed. Another time, I'm chilling with my friend. We heard the garage door slam shut. Didn't even hear it open, although we were listening for it. Thought it was my brother, but he wasn't home. Another time with that dog again, he had a toy he never played with. It was like a toy dog that would make noise if you touched it. Me and my friend were downstairs and we heard it go off. Freaked out, ran upstairs. Later came down to take out the batteries. The last one, I swear, I was chilling all alone at home in the downstairs living room next to my room because I got older and I moved back downstairs. I heard a plastic grocery bag being moved around. It sounded as if somebody was putting it into a wall. I don't know what any of this means, but it really freaked me out. Run him over. It won't hurt him. So you're probably going to think I'm crazy, maybe. But crap happens, and sometimes the craziest things make the most sense. So my husband and I were bringing some goodies out to his grandmother's house, who lives quite a ways away from civilization. 15 miles to the nearest gas station. We pulled up and my husband just carried all of the whatnots into the house. That was while I stayed out and was pulling a couple of weeds out of the garden for her. Her small chihuahua, Brutus, ran up to me. We were buddies. Kinda played with him for a little bit and laughed as he barked at cars driving like he was 10 feet tall and bulletproof. I thought it was strange that he wasn't on his line Grandma used to keep him on that gave him freedom but wouldn't let him out to the road and get squished. He was never outside without being hooked to it, so he followed me up to the porch and nearly tripped me doing it. Grabbed his chain, turned around to hook him up, and he was gone. Panicked, ran inside where everyone was crying. Naturally, I asked what was wrong. They told me Brutus died last night. They think he was poisoned. I told them that it was impossible, that I was just playing with him outside. Even told them about him almost tripping me going up the porch. So they brought out his corpse to prove it to me. They asked my husband to bury him. Had I not seen the poor body, I never would have believed it. I didn't know whether to laugh or whether to cry. I did a bit of both. Buried him that day out and back, and the kids in the neighborhood say they still see and play with Brutus all the time. He's becoming quite the neighborhood legend in the community that she lives in. It's because of the numerous sightings and reports. Some refuse to believe that he died because they see and interact with him so much. I've never been around such an alive, seeming spirit before. It's actually both exciting and unnerving. But the more time that goes by, the more we all get used to it. It brings Grandma a great deal of joy every time she hears another neighbor say that they saw her ghost dog again. She fills with pride and talks for hours to anybody who will listen about her little Brutus, especially new people. Apparently, Brutus' latest shenanigans is stopping cars in front of her house. People she doesn't know come to her door and ask her to get her dog out of the road. She shocks the heck out of them when she simply says, run him over, it won't hurt him. She's even cussed out and called names for being cruel and neglectful to her animals. That is, until they find out they've encountered the neighborhood's favorite ghost dog. Yeah. Did I see a ghost today? Today was a relatively normal day for me. Parked my car before 10 in a full underground parking lot. Went to meet my friend at a coffee shop. Was going to walk back outside through the entrance or exit for cars, but I found the stairway to upstairs. I decided to take the stairs instead. I've had experiences with ghosts before. I've had experiences with homeless people who weren't entirely mentally present. The defining factor was how my body reacts between the two. With my more frightening spiritual experiences, my body gets cold. All my hair stands and I suddenly feel intense fear and a gut instinct that screams at me to run before I can think anything. My reaction to the latter have been some nervousness, mainly calm. Some might even say that's the opposite of nervousness. If somebody's caught me off guard, I'll flinch, but I recover quickly. Growing up downtown and working in a hospital where I see all types of people, I can quickly gauge or estimate what type of state a person is in front of me. As soon as I enter the stairway door, immediately on the stairs next to me, I see somebody hunched over on the stairs, knees and hands on the steps. Honestly, I thought it may have been a homeless person or maybe a mentally ill person, perhaps like having a moment. So I almost turned around to leave. I stopped and looked a second longer. She seemed normal. It was a woman wearing a white summer dress. It was clean and she had dark hair that was long and covered her face. And I thought, okay, she seemed like an ordinary lady. Maybe they just fell on the steps, but she wasn't really, trying to get up. She just stayed in that position. It looked like she was moving to get up, but she wasn't actually getting up. Just kind of swaying very slightly back and forth. Knees and hands on the steps, like a crawling stance. Personally, to me, that's a very uncomfortable position, and I truly believe any normal person would at least roll over and sit and take a moment or lie in the steps, especially if you just want to process your fall like that. Everything was somewhat, normal until I asked her, "Are you alright?" And suddenly, in that exact moment, this cold, intense shock of fear struck through my whole body, telling me to run. She responded in the most eerie, grotesque hiss. "Yes!" She slowly turned her head, but kept it facing down. Hell no, I turned around, bolted through those doors, and I sprinted outside of that coffee shop. Nothing has sent me like that. Goosed by a ghost. There is at least one resident ghost where I work. It's a music venue and a nightclub. I don't know if anybody who works there knows who it is. There's been lots of people with strong emotional attachments to the place. I had been working there for a few days and I mentioned seeing a ghost that kept making me jump, thinking somebody had wandered in during cleaning hours, which does occasionally happen. The rest of the staff immediately confirmed that there is a ghost. Everybody sees him. Some people quit suddenly, and I don't know if it's because they were unsettled by him, but every encounter I've had's been pretty non-threatening. It started out catching glances from across the room. Then I started seeing shadows pass across doorways, and I knew no one was in the room. Then there was a day when the door of the bathroom I was cleaning opened, and I saw a person out there. I thought it was a coworker. That's when I stepped out, realizing that she was on the other side of the building. A few days later, I came out of the same bathroom after cleaning, and he was standing right on the other side of the door. Expected to run smack into someone, but just passed right through him. It was warm, though. Then he vanished. Maybe a month ago, I was in a room alone, and he gave my ass a good squeeze and tickle. It's been a long time since I've been touched by an entity, and this is the first time that one has goosed me. I wasn't scared, I wasn't offended, I thought it was hilarious, and the second I got home I told my husband. The ghost is getting really familiar. He asked, "Did he goose you?" Joking around, we had a good laugh when I confirmed it. A week or so ago, me and a couple of coworkers, one female and one male, we were managers and we were chatting and the subject somehow got into the ghost. The female coworker said that she'd felt up, or rather been felt up. Another female had told that she's had her back touched and shirt gently tugged in sort of a teasing way. I told them about the ass grab. The look on the manager's face was priceless. He had plenty of first-hand experiences with the ghost and had no reason not to believe us. It was just clearly the first time anybody had brought it up, and he had no idea how he was supposed to handle it. Not like he can take the ghost into the office and give him a stern talking to about sexual harassment in the workplace. We assured him that we didn't actually mind the ghost touching us, and, well, we feel he's a very friendly entity, just gets a bit frisky sometimes. Someone was following us. Back in 2010, my mom and two aunties from my father's side went to college to pursue teaching. The area where the college is located is more of a countryside. It's a beautiful area, but when the night comes, it gets really dark. It was still a developing city. The street lights aren't that bright. It was around 8 p.m. We were heading back home from college. They only walked back home every day since it was only a 5 to 10 minute walk. My mom was at the front while two of my aunties were behind her walking and conversing. When she looked behind, she noticed someone was tailing them. She didn't think of it that much since the girl behind my aunties were also wearing the same college uniforms as them. As they were walking down her street, my mom was dumbfounded when the street dogs started barking. They were very familiar with the street dogs that live near us. The dogs would even wag their tail every time they walked past them. They'd give them treats every day. That's when my mom started to grow suspicious. They lived at the end of the street, yet the girl is still behind them. My aunts noticed my mom keeps looking behind them. When they were finally at the gate of our house, she kind of peeked behind once more. But the girl she saw wasn't there anymore. My mom told them that someone was following us. My aunt raises their eyebrow. "Huh? Nobody's there." My mom then told them that a girl with the same college uniform as them was tailing them. My aunties told my mom that when she started looking behind. They started looking behind as well, but nothing there. The thing is my mom was pregnant with my little brother at the time, living in a province at night. Somebody pregnant, it's scary as hell here in the Philippines. There's a folklore here about the mythical creature called Manananggal. Manananggal. It's told that Manananggals prey on pregnant women. It can sever its own upper torso, grow bat-like wings to fly and hunt at night. Usually its really long tongue to suck out the fetus out of a pregnant woman's womb. Whoa. Excuse me. I don't normally believe in these things, but when I started hearing some noise crawling on a roof when my mom was pregnant, I was scared shitless. My grandma would put cloves of garlic and salt around the house, especially on windows, treating it like a vampire. Now, I don't know if my mom saw a ghost or some mythical creature, but it's still a creepy story that she still tells us to this day. As far as creature descriptions go, that one's scary. Saw a dead family member at church months after his passing. A couple of years ago, my family, which consisted of my dad, mom, little brother, uncle, aunt, and their two children, as well as my other uncle and his wife, were at church on a Sunday afternoon. It was just a regular Sunday Mass. Not anything special. What I remember happening was that all of a sudden we left in the middle of the service. We were walking out and we're going to the parking lot, and I remember that my aunt was hysterical. She was crying and hugging my dad. My dad almost in tears as well. I was around 7 at the time, so I was really just puzzled and confused. But I eventually forgot about it and went on about my day. Years pass and the topic comes up at a family gathering. What really happened that day still creeps me the fuck out. How my family just talks about it now as if it weren't such a weird thing to have experienced is beyond me. But anyways, on that Sunday my family was leaning on one of the walls of the building facing the priest who was giving a lecture, just because it was a really busy day and there weren't any seats left. About 30 minutes into Mass, my aunt notices a guy who looks almost identical to my deceased uncle in the crowd. She's stunned and elbows my dad to show him what she's looking at. The man she was pointing at was fortunate enough to have gotten a seat, and he was in one of the rows on a bench just sitting there. As my dad is staring at this guy, puzzled and in complete shock, the guy looks up at my dad, makes eye contact, and smiles. Then he just looks back at the priest who's giving a lecture. My dad freaks out, so does my aunt, who noticed that the guy was an exact copy of my deceased uncle. The guy all of a sudden gets up, excused himself from the people that he has to cross in order to get out of the row. He walks towards an exit. As soon as he does, my other uncle walks out after him, in an attempt to catch up to him and apologize for creeping him out. My uncle claims that he followed him up to the next exit where he turned a corner and ended up losing sight of him. Now that's already weird, but my uncle also claims he noticed a scar on the man's left forearm that he knew for a fact my deceased uncle had from a firework accident when he was little. Ever since then, they never really saw that guy again. Some family member of ours have claimed that they've seen somebody who looks exactly like the dead uncle, but who knows if it's the same guy that we saw that day. My personal demon encounter as a Creepy Hollow, Texas volunteer. So I volunteered maybe a few seasons years back. My job was to sit in a giant metal cage in the Fear Factory, the zombie-style exhibit, screaming people, banging walls, telling them I wanted to eat them. Normally, we had 2 or 3 people in this cage, but this time it was just me due to staffing issues. Going through my night, I just did my job, even won a Best Scare Award for single-handedly doing the job. On my quote-unquote floor, it was just me and another volunteer who went up and down the stairs fairly regularly. At around 11ish at night, I started to smell sulfur and ammonia. I looked in the corner, and to my surprise, I see a giant figure standing crouched over in the corner. The room was roughly 8 feet tall, and it was closer to 10 or maybe 12. I looked at it, and the best description I've managed to come up with is this Slender Man-style figure, except everything was black and scratchy, just like the pictures every kid in horror movies draw on when they show their parents their friend. You know, when they sketch one out with the black ink. The only other description of this being I remember over the years was those piercing yellow eyes. It was like they stared right into my soul. The other volunteer was of course downstairs while this was taking place. A few customers could come by, and I don't know if they could have seen it or what, but they would always walk right past it without a second glance. After a few customers walked past, I heard it speak. I heard it calling my full legal name. I went by JP, so nobody actually knew my name. At this point, I was terrified. I didn't know what was happening. I had some false sense of security from the cage I was locked in, though. I looked away and just started praying. As I was praying, I kept my eyes shut tight. Can't explain what that thing was or why it came after me, but I'll tell you those 5 minutes of praying felt like an eternity. I consistently felt this thing slowly but surely creeping up on me. Then it vanished. The smell of sulfur and ammonia was gone. The other volunteer came up the stairs. Customers kept coming through the rest of the night, and I never volunteered there again. After I talked with some buddies, they all told me the sulfur and ammonia smell meant it was probably a demon, but I truthfully don't know. If you have any questions, or could help me better understand what happened that night, please ask me or let me know. And to anybody who's made it to the end, thank you so much for listening. Sweet dreams. First time another person has seen my night terror. Advice appreciated. I get night terrors pretty often ever since I was in a crib. Although over the decades I've learned to manage it with anti-anxiety meds and SSRIs. Usually I've chalked these up to being extremely realistic nightmares, sometimes night terrors. They've been really bad before, usually involving some kind of human or humanoid form staring at me, causing me to scream and bolt out of the bed, sometimes even injuring myself. Anyway, last night my 29 female... What? Anyway, last night my 29-year-old female boyfriend, 31-year-old male slept over. My brain... What? Ah. This shouldn't be making me pause this long. Comments are good. Anyway, last night, being a 29-year-old female, had my 31-year-old male boyfriend sleep over. I was in a twilight state, which is usually when I have these hallucinations, you could say, and instantly opened my eyes to see a bluish, slightly glowing humanish form. It was like a face shooting first right at me. It was super quick. Visually, it looked as if it was coming from my face like a sharp burst of air. I screamed, swatted the air, then frantically told my boyfriend to turn on a light, which, he did. What really surprised and unsettled me was after a couple of minutes of pacing and looking terrified, my boyfriend told me that a millisecond before I'd screamed, he had been startled to see a black shape shoot across the room toward me. When I shrieked and panicked, his first thought was to apparently say, "Oh fuck, she saw it too." And understandably, he requested that we stay somewhere else. He described seeing a glimpse of a statuesque face like the Statue of Liberty's, which is close to what I saw too, except the bluish glowing figure had a contorted, mocking, amused look in its face. The vibe I felt was that it wanted to scare me, like a prank. I guess I wanted to see if anybody else in here has experienced something similar, or has any advice on how to handle this. It's the first time someone besides myself has seen one of my night terrors. I'm really stunned. Going to a spiritual shop later today, so if anybody has any recommendations on what to buy, I would be so grateful. Incident on Hansdale Road. I was 14 when it happened, and the memory is still as clear as if it were yesterday. My brother and his friends had taken over my bedroom. I was stuck on the couch in the living room. The TV was off and the house was completely still. Almost too still. It was the kind of quiet that makes you aware of every little sound. The hum of the refrigerator, the faint rustle of wind outside. I felt uneasy, but brushed it off as just nerves. As I lay there, the hallway light flickered on by itself, casting a harsh glow that spilled into the living room. It stayed on for a moment, and then just as suddenly it clicked off again. I frowned, sitting up slightly, my heart picking up pace. That wasn't right. And then out of nowhere, the toilet lid in the bathroom slammed shut. The noise was echoing through the house like a gunshot. My breath caught in my throat, the bathroom down the hall, just out of sight, but I could see the edge of the door from where I sat. I hadn't heard anybody go in there. Everybody else was still holed up in the bedroom. They were talking and laughing like nothing was wrong. Before I could make sense of it, a figure appeared at the end of the hallway, stepping out from the shadows near the bathroom door. It was tall, unnaturally tall and dark. A silhouette that seemed to swallow all light around it. It didn't walk, it just stood there, its form shifting slightly as though made of smoke, but still solid enough to feel real. My blood ran cold. For what felt like an eternity, it simply stared at me, its presence suffocatingly filling the room with a tangible weight. Couldn't see its eyes, but I knew it was looking directly at me. My body refused to move, paralyzed by the sheer terror that was creeping up my spine. Wanted to scream, but the sound just caught up in my throat. Then, without a warning, it lunged. Its right arm shot out right toward me, fingers like shadowy claws reaching. I snapped out of my trance, adrenaline flooding my system. I leapt off the couch, bolting down the hallway, slamming into the door of my bedroom. I could still feel it behind me, like its cold, dark presence was breathing down my neck. I threw the door open, practically diving into the room where my brother and his friends were. They looked up at me, startled, their laughter dying as they saw the panic etched on my face. I slammed the door behind me, locking it. They asked me what happened, but I couldn't speak. All I could do was stand there, trembling, trying to convince myself that whatever had been in the hallway wasn't real. But I knew better. Never looked down that hallway the same way again. An experience from my teenage years. I'm going to simplify a bit to give you an idea of a timeline and focus on the actual events that took place. Everything is in order, so I don't remember exact dates or times. The experience begins on family vacation. I'm in our camper alone on the couch. I hear 3 distinct knocks, but think nothing of it. That evening, everyone's asleep. I hear the same exact knocks in the same general area. The couch is also a pull-out bed. This freaks me out a bit. The following morning, we're headed home from the beach. When we arrive home, I decide to take a shower. During my shower, I hear the same exact knocks, and under a breath and a whisper, I say, "Do it again." That's immediately followed by 3 very rapid knocks. From this point on, I'm totally freaked. Every day becomes a mental battle, and at one point even had to bring my younger brother in from the room to sleep with me. I'm convinced that some of the following interactions could have been caused by the stress my brain was put through. I often heard the same 3 knocks in various locations. My neighborhood pool and my best friend's house. Tried my best to always surround myself with others and even enjoyed the comfort of being at school. This is very traumatic for me. After a sleepover at my friend's house, I was picked up by my dad. As we're driving through the neighborhood, I look out to the right side of my window. I see a small female figure in a white dress. The figure is still on the sidewalk in front of the house, with their head down and their hair draped over. This was a Sunday, so it could have been a girl ready to go to church. Not sure if this is in order, by the way. I often would experience things at my grandparents' house, mostly lights turning on or off by themselves. One day when I was sleeping over and a radio in the room turned on by itself, I have no explanation. All my experiences ceased once I moved on from the house that me and my family were staying in. I felt relief, but had also matured in my age. After this, I had hardened myself to the unknown and developed a response to anything unknown that I'd experienced. In the new house, over the course of 2 years, I'd experienced weird things. Again, though, I was hardened. Experienced my pillows and blankets being stuffed under my sheets and random white crumbs spread evenly throughout my bed. No explanation. Toast. My grandma lost her memory because of a ghost encounter. Let me explain. I was 8 and we lived in a joint family with all of my uncles, aunts, and cousins. My grandma used to rest in a chair outside her house. My mom would send me to get her for dinner. One night at around 8:30 p.m., I went to call Grandma for dinner as usual, but this time she didn't reply for several minutes. After a while, I got worried and called my mom. She also tried to talk to Grandma, but no response. After a while, Grandma started freaking out and screaming, "Who are you? Where am I?" And at this point, everybody came outside and Grandma started screaming and freaking out. Me and my older cousins, me being the youngest, freaked out and started crying. My parents sent us inside the house, but my cousin stayed by the window, and so did I. After what felt like an hour, my uncle, who's well educated about such situations and ghost encounters, came home. We told him about what was going on. He started questioning my grandma like, "Who are you? What do you want?" My grandma started whispering. I was young, so I don't remember the exact interaction between them, but my uncle always said that random spirits needs their desire to be fulfilled. If you fulfill it within reasons, then that thing will leave you alone. So he asked again, "What do you want?" He did this in a pretty authoritative manner. Grandma replied, "I want kebab and samosas, non-vegetarian ones." At this point, it's almost 10:30 p.m. All the shops in our neighborhood were closed. So my dad and my other uncle went somewhere to go get it. When they came back and gave the paper bag to Grandma, she started sniffing the bag. She opened the bag, took one look inside, and started running. My grandma was around 115 kilograms at the time, so it was shocking watching her run like that. My entire family ran after her, except me and my cousins. We were too young. I started crying and praying, but after some time, everybody came home with Grandma. I didn't know what had happened. Till recently when my mom told me what happened. Grandpa ran to the end of our neighborhood, to the gate of our society. Indians will know what I mean. Passed out in the middle of the road. Then my dad and uncles carried Grandma to her house. After everything settled down, we asked Grandma if she remembered what had happened. She told us that she didn't remember a thing that happened in the last 3 hours. Now, 15 years later, and still, no one in my family talks about it. Unexplained phenomena in new house. I just want to start off by saying that I'm not religious. I've always been highly skeptical of paranormal things and ghosts. However, I've been experiencing some unexplained phenomena for the last 6 months after moving into my house. I've been analyzing every possible cause in my head, just trying to make sense of these events, but I'm still just completely dumbfounded. If somebody could direct me to a more scientific explanation or has any ideas about this, I'd really appreciate it. I think I'm actually starting to believe that my place is haunted. So the most common thing that's been happening is that anytime I leave like loose change on my bookshelf, it'll fly off and hit me directly in the face. This has happened several times and only to me. Although my boyfriend has seen the change fly at me, he's never actually been hit before. This only happens when I leave change on the bookshelf. Every other surface is fine, apparently. Also, the bookshelf is stable and never wobbles or shakes, so how is this possible? A few months back, my boyfriend and I were laying in our bed watching TV. That's when all of a sudden a glass vase that was pushed all the way back at her dresser flew across the room with such force that it shattered. I've only ever seen things like that happen in horror movies. What could have caused this? Lastly, but even more disturbing, and the reason I'm sharing my experience on Reddit right now, it's because of what happened recently. My dog suddenly started going nuts out of nowhere. She ran to a corner in the living room and began growling and barking at nothing. I walked up to get her because she wouldn't listen to me at all. And as I reached down to grab her collar, I heard clear as day a little girl's voice whisper directly into my ear, "Hello." Goosebumps for an hour, and I was so unnerved and dumbfounded because I don't even believe in ghosts. And even if I did, to my knowledge, nobody's died in my house before. It doesn't feel spooky or like I'm being watched or anything. I'm not schizophrenic, I have no history of mental illness. I don't do drugs, and before that event, I'd never once hallucinated or heard something that wasn't there. But that was 100% a person's voice, and I was home alone. The first two could maybe have been explained, but I don't know how to write them off like this last one. Either I'm going crazy, or we have a bona fide ghost living in our house rent-free. Need advice / weird question. I'm 21. I've been deeply intuitive my whole life. I feel everything. That includes the spiritual, paranormal aspect of things as well. No stranger to the paranormal either. I've lived in a haunted house for years. Went away after I moved out with the occasional sleep paralysis. Very recently, I met my boyfriend. They shared with me our first date that he was also very intuitive and no stranger to the paranormal either. He had many experiences as well. We bonded over the fact that we both feel things so deeply and have shared experiences of sleep paralysis and the weird feelings of being overly aware of those things. We started seeing each other in July. We started sleeping in the same room, and we started to have sleep paralysis again. And I was there. He shared it with me and we talked about it. I never got any kind of vibe or feeling in his home. I always thought it was very calming until last night. I woke up in his room with him. It was 3:43 a.m. I had to go use the restroom. I sat up to go, but was hit with this overwhelming feeling that I was absolutely terrified. I wasn't sure why. He was asleep right next to me. Couldn't get myself to get up because I was so scared. All I knew to do was to pray. I prayed and prayed and prayed for about 10 minutes for protection, casting out anything that would be causing this. I then get up and go to the restroom and everything was fine. Come back in and lay down, and here's what I thought when I was like half awake and not fully sleeping. A few minutes go by and he gets up, runs to the bathroom, flicks on the light, turns it off, comes back in, sits down on the bed, breathing heavy and freaking out. He begins to tell me that he was really scared and felt like he was going to cry. He said he was awoken from a nightmare in which somebody was saying, "Don't go into the bathroom." And he was half awake and realized that he wasn't in bed and the door was open. The thing that scares me the most is that I didn't tell him I was scared. Praying before I got up. He didn't even realize I went to the bathroom. Still haven't told him this information, but I'm horrified. I've never had a spiritual encounter that involved someone else. It was like I was being talked to through someone else. Is something trying to scare me? Is our intuitive, strong energy causing weird things to happen? I'm not sure what to do. Can I have any kind of comment or input? Alone and terrified by a ghost. While working as a night dispatcher for an alarm company, I received a frantic call one midnight. It was a janitor from an elementary school that we monitor. We spoke often. With trembling voice, she asked if we sent the police. An intruder was in the school. This woman was hysterical. My partner called the police as I stayed in the line with her. I asked for a description of the intruder and where she was for the police. She replied, "I'm hiding under a desk in the main office." This was serious. In my 7 years as a dispatcher, I handled bank robberies, guns to the face, break-ins, arsons, etc. I never heard anyone so scared. After calming her down, I asked her what happened. This was her reply. She was done for the night, alone in the building with all doors and classrooms locked. She was gathering her things, ready to exit and set the alarm. The building was silent. Strangely, she heard a metal garbage bag rattling. She looked to see a young red-haired woman standing over her garbage, kind of just looking at her. She was wearing a dress, pumps, a coat with a fur collar, and looked sad. Her clothes seemed old-fashioned. My janitor friend said to the woman, "Excuse me, but the school's closed. You must leave." The red-haired lady calmly turned down the hallway without saying anything. The janitor followed close behind, wondering who she was and how she got in. As she turned the corner, expecting to see the trespasser down the long corridor, no one was there. She checked all the doors along the corridor all the way to the exit, and all the doors were locked. Not to mention there was no sound of any door being opened in the quiet building. Fear set in and she ran to call me. The janitor began to cry and said, "Please send the police, hurry." I said, "What do you mean?" "She wasn't there. She replied through tears. There was nowhere for her to go. I turned the corner and she was just gone. She seemed in shock or in denial. The police notified us that they were outside. All doors were locked along the outside perimeter. They wanted in. Poor, terrified janitor didn't want to leave the office. I convinced her to let the officers in, and they did a thorough search and found no signs of entry or anyone. No one was observed in the vicinity. The janitor quit, never called me again. This was 25 years ago, and there were no cameras monitoring the school at that time. Giant moth or fairy. So this happened a few days ago to my husband, who's the biggest skeptical person on the planet. He's still on the fence about this one. So we came in one early morning at about 6 a.m. Still dark outside, and he'd just taken our German Shepherd out to use the restroom, just like he does so every morning. But he looks pale this time. When he came in, his eyes wide, so naturally I asked him what was wrong. He told me he'd just seen something strange outside. I arched my brow and crossed my arms. He likes to tease me sometimes because I believe in the paranormal and a lot of other things. He's been known to play a joke or two on me for a laugh, wearing masks and tapping on windows and jump scares. So I didn't really believe him at first. Not until the dog came back in with his hackles up as he paced back and forth growling back at the door, constant licking and posturing too. I listened more closely then. He said he was out there by a huge tulip tree that we have in the yard when something that looked like it could have been a giant moth, maybe a lantern bug, flew in from his left and landed on the back of the tree. He said it was like a tannish, kind of grayish color. Took his flashlight, circled the tree, trying to see if he could get a good look at it because of how large it was. He said it was bat-sized. I was curious to see what type of moth or what type of bug it was. But it wasn't there. He said he would have thought no more about it, but then he flicked his light upwards just to check and saw it, running up the tree like a woodpecker and strangely humanoid yet bug-like, like a fairy with moth wings. I don't know if you've ever seen a woodpecker run up a tree or not, but it's like gravity doesn't touch them. They look straight up as they walk or run, and the only difference was this thing's head didn't bob as it ran. It had, looked different. It was mere feet from me. You saw it well enough, just can't explain what it was without thinking he was crazy. He only saw it for 2 or 3 seconds before it climbed out of the range of the light in sight, but he said that he had no idea what he had seen. But just the fact that it had shaken him so much tells me that there may be a paranormal value thing to be here in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. Too numerous to tell all, but I've told a couple. So what was it? I don't know. Maybe we've all just got a little bit mad being so secluded out here. I don't even know if this counts as a paranormal story. Has anybody seen anything remotely like what we saw before? Sweet dreams. This is my what the fuck was that experience. When I was around 13, my parents would take my brother to a weekly sports club. He's pretty successful as a young lad, and my parents would go to every tournament Saturdays and Sundays. Some of the events were full-day things, and I'd sometimes stay behind. That's because waiting and walking kind of got boring. Anyway, this particular night, right before I just wasn't really feeling 100%, made the decision not to go with them. I woke up at about 11 a.m., went downstairs, and it was alarmingly cold. Of course, it's silent because nobody's home and we didn't have pets. I sat on the couch for a minute in silence, debating food. That's when I had a feeling like someone was watching me. You know that hair on the back that stands up when you feel like you're not supposed to be somewhere? Weirded out, I decided to go back upstairs. I turned to my left to go through the door, and it felt like something breathes or hisses in my ear really loudly. The wind trailed past me. I flinched so hard thinking it was a bug or something, but there was nothing there. As you can imagine, I was completely frozen in the middle of the room for at least 10 seconds. Could not get my body to move. It's the single most scared I've ever been in my life. There was nobody in the room, but the sound was like right in my ear canal, literally. I remember not being able to leave the room because I was too scared to go past the door. I then realized that there were no windows open. My phone was upstairs the entire time, and I waited in the same spot on the couch until my family came home. I'd never been more relieved in my life. I think I actually cried. My family said I must have been dreaming, but I'm 100% sure that there's nothing that could have been within, reasonable logic, hissed or breathed in my ear in an empty house. I never felt the house was haunted. Always thought it was better to keep my experience to myself. I've never experienced something like this again. I still have no logical explanation. I'm not religious, but it didn't make me think twice about my belief system. Thing is, it wasn't just the weird breathing. Could have almost gotten over that. It was that feeling before it that I remember the most. The proper bird suddenly going quiet moment. This is my old family house, so I don't live there anymore. I'd love to hear other people's experiences about generally weird, what the hell was that moments. This channel's full of them. My childhood experience. I studied in an all-girls convent school during my childhood. Due to personal reasons, my father had to drop me off at school extremely early. You can say that I was the first student to reach school every day. So, to reach my class, I have to take a long staircase. Then I take a left turn and then another left and a right where I'm now at the beginning of the main hallway. At the end of the hallway, you can take a right and use the stairs. Then you go back downstairs. Now, every morning, we take a right into the main hallway. I would always see a white misty figure at the end of the hallway for like a split second. It always seemed like the figure was shocked to see me, wouldn't run downstairs. So I would always see a white misty figure fleeting to the right, where the stairs are. Whenever I turned to the hallway, and this happened every day for a year, until my class changed. I was always a skeptic, but as a child, you still have a tiny little fear of what it was. I would pretend like I never saw it, and I'd quietly go to my class. I always tried to think that my eyes were playing a trick on me, tried to believe that it wasn't real, but it was just too real. I could always figure out the head, waist, and thin legs whenever I saw it. And strangely enough, during that period of my life, I started having sleep paralysis. I also had sleepwalking problems. I would have episodes, not frequently though. Episodes where my eyes wouldn't budge, body being able to move, and the feeling of an excruciatingly heavy thing sitting on my chest. This thing wouldn't allow me to breathe. One night I had a horrible episode. I was sleeping on my side when my eyes opened and my body couldn't move. I was scared as fuck. There was some pitch black, long-haired person behind the headboard of my bed just leaning over me, hair dangling over me. I could see it from the corner of my eye. Thankfully, I was sleeping on my side and not on my back, coming face to face with it. I used to have sleepwalking episodes during my early childhood. It only consisted of me just sitting cross-legged on my bed, mumbling something before going back to sleep. It had stopped for a while. But during that time, I sleepwalked again, getting out of my bed and going to my parents' bedroom where I stood in front of the closet door, raised both my fists, and hit it hard. The sound woke up my parents. Well, they got so scared. Poor them. They shook me and I woke up. These events only happened during that year. I have no clear answers as to why this happened. Old home secret door. I used to live in a home that was old. This house backed up to the woods, a lake, and other places to explore as a little kid. Everything was there for a kid, anything you could ask for. But there was one thing that bothered me the most. The secret door in my room. I'm going to try and paint a picture for you. there was a white picket fence. After the opening of the door, you would head into the main entrance. Looking inside the house from the main door, you would see a staircase that was going upstairs in front of you. Walk upstairs and there'd be a split. Left to right, guest room, bathroom, guest room, guest room. I grew up in the third guest room. Inside this room, it was stained wood everywhere, ceiling, wall, and floor. There were 2 windows. Everything creaked and made a sound. You knew exactly where you were walking to not make any sound, but one thing in this room bothered me. There was a closet with shelves. You had to open this door to see it, and under the bottom there was a loose-fitting board. If you moved it, there was a hole. Inside this hole was a crawl space, and a lot of it. Apparently, the parents found notes inside this crawl space and told me nothing about it until I was older. They just said that we found notes, apparently. This creeps me out just typing this. I can feel my hair standing up, and when I was younger, I felt my bed shake. I hardly slept because my bed was shaking at times. All I could think about was the door in my room. Keep in mind, this whole room was pretty much wood everywhere. It's the only room like that in the house. I would have dreams and horrible dreams. One night I would have a dream of the door opening. I was lifted off the bed. There's a black cloud and red eyes watching me. This cloud would bring me outside of my room. I would try and run down the stairs, but was thrown back up the stairs, all in slow motion. Once I would wake up, the bed was shaking. Not from me shaking the bed was shaking. The wooden bed was shaking in a wooden room. It was a horrible sound. This happened over and over, and to this day I don't like talking about it. I do not believe in ghosts, but I think back to this moment and question everything sometimes. Whatever was in that room didn't want me in there. Glad to be out of it. I gotta say, if something shook my bed every day, I don't know if I could barely believe in ghosts, but you do you. See ya. Ask Reddit. When I was in college, I lived in these really old dorms. Like, hadn't been renovated in over 70 years. Thermostat looked like the first version of one. We each had our own key card to the place. This is going to be important for later. The doors automatically lock behind you the moment that they're shut. The bedroom is designed in that cabinets line close to the ceiling of each bedroom. There's also a mirror and a dresser space. Anyways, winter break came around and I decided to stay back while both my roommates went home. It was just me and my dog for the next week or so. Both of my roommates went home to other states. I knew that there's no way that they'd be home at any point, so... A couple of days into me being alone, and I was taking a shower with the bathroom door open. I heard what sounded like a door slam in our dorm room. Peeked my head out the curtain and called out hello. Called my roommates' names. No one answered. I kinda shrugged it off. A couple of nights later, I was getting ready for bed, when again I heard a loud slam from one of the roommates' rooms. I froze and my dog started going ballistic. She hid under the bed, and mind you, my dogs never hid. She weighed over 60 pounds. Called out again and even texted my roommate to ask if she had come home. She said that she hadn't. Her bedroom door was locked and I couldn't even get in there. I assumed it must have been housing maintenance doing something somewhere in the building. I kind of forgot about the situation until a week later. My roommate came into my room face pale. She asked if I'd been into her room. I said that there was no way and I asked why. She told me to come look. My roommate had fairy lights strung up in her room that she never turned off. They had been cut both in the middle and were hanging. The 2 cabinet doors had fallen off, which was the slam I must have heard that night. They lay on the floor. However, the oddest part was that they stacked were, one on top of the other. Not underneath the cabinet that was missing them, but to the right of it. It was honestly the most bizarre thing I'd have ever seen. We asked housing if anybody had been into our apartment during that time frame. They said no. Ever since that point, I had other weird experiences in that dorm from time to time. My dog got spooked every now and then after that incident during winter break. I was happy to leave when the time came. I saw something that wasn't human, but I don't think it was my schizophrenia. So basically, I've been diagnosed with schizophrenia for about a year. In that time, the only symptoms I've had would be auditory hallucinations, and sometimes when I close my eyes, I see flashes of random things. This only happens when I'm in bed at night when I'm trying to sleep. Not yet falling asleep, though. I've also seen, 2 bugs, one pretty giant one crawling on the wall next to my face. But to be fair, each time I had literally just opened my eyes from waking up. It was literally the first thing I saw. So maybe it could just be my body not, being fully awake. I don't know, I'm not a psychiatrist. But none of this is actually my question. You see, my question actually goes back to when I was about 6 or 7. It was late at night and I was sleeping in my room and I'd woken up to go pee. I had a bathroom attached to my room. Now, on the wall that my bed was beside also had a door that leads to the living room. So I had to get out of bed and walk past the door, go to the wall that was across from my bed at the door that led to the bathroom. So everything's fine going to the bathroom, but I turn on the lights, handle my business, turn off the lights, head back to my bed. While I'm crossing the area that has my door that leads to the living room, I turn my eye to the door I see. I see this humanoid figure. It's paper white, big pointy teeth formed into a smile with what looked like bullet holes in its head. I don't remember for sure this next part, but it looked to be bleeding. Not processing what I'd just seen, I turn my head back to look forward at my bed, but just as soon as I do, I process what I'd just seen and immediately turn back to the door and stare at it, scared for my life. But nothing's there. I stare at that door for what seems like forever. I only seen that humanoid figure for a second. I remember it so vividly even this day. I know this sounds like a made-up story, but I promise on my life what happens to me is true. My question to all of you lovely people who took the time to read my poster, here it is. Do you think this could have been some early form of schizophrenia that peeped its ugly head for a split second? I should mention this is the only time before I've been diagnosed with schizophrenia that I had visual or auditory, experiences like this in my childhood. Or do you think this could be something more? Please let me know. I pet my uncle's dead dog. In the 8th grade, I lived next to my grandparents. I would visit them pretty often, as I'd go over there and eat and hang out, or go and see my uncle's dogs. Friday after school, I went inside my grandparents' house to greet them. I looked for my uncle, which was nowhere to be seen. Being young and adventurous, I went back outside to the backyard. My uncle had 3 dogs. One was really quiet and was barely even seeable, but at a certain view you could see him. Going up to the cage, I'd usually be greeted by him, but this time I wasn't. I was about to leave until I heard him walking up to the cage, panting and looking in distress, more drained than usual. His eyes were pitch black and his paws had more dirt in his white fur, more than usual. He looked like he'd been trying to dig pretty deep. Oh, the air felt tense. It felt still. The other animals were quiet. The wind was barely blowing. The feeling brushed off as I was just happy to see him. I pet him, even checked if he had food. Did he even have water? Spilled, meaning that he'd been drinking recently. He's a French bulldog, so I wasn't thrown off by how dirty his paws were or the mess that he'd made in his cage. I left after a few minutes thinking nothing of how black his eyes were or how dirty his paws seemed. Going back inside, my uncle greeted me. He then asked me what I was doing before he'd got there. I told him I was petting Kilo, the French bulldog. He laughed, saying, "You're joking, right?" I said no, putting a blank face on as to why he would even ask such a question. His face turned pale, gave me a look as if he was concerned for me. Being confused, I just said, "Okay, I'm gonna go now." Hours pass by, and I visit them again, only I go into my uncle's room to ask him what he means. He gives me a long blank face, then proceeds to tell me that he's been dead and cremated for 2 weeks already. I thought he was playing a prank on me since I was young, but if you don't believe me, look in my dresser. He was there, his ashes in a small medium box labeled with his name and the date when he was born and when he died. It's been 4 years. The only thing I've ever really wondered was, what was I petting that day? Ever since that day, I haven't been able to pet a dog comfortably. Old experience, but still scary. I came across a video that wanted people to comment their scariest paranormal experience. The one that came to my mind was from when I was about 6 or 7, I think. My mom, sister, and I were spending the night at my Nana's. We were all sleeping in the living room. My sister was on a rollaway bed, Mom's on a big couch, and I was on the love seat across from my mom. The big couch was sort of right in front of the hallway to the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom. I woke up in the middle of the night to my mom raised up, leaning on her arm, looking down the hallway. I asked her what she was doing. No response. She didn't even look at me. I said "Mom" a few times until she just turned to look at me, but it really wasn't my mom. Whatever or whoever looked at me, it had glowing red eyes. They just stared at me until I finally pulled my blanket over my head and went back to sleep. I asked my mom the next morning why she was looking down the hallway last night. She said that she didn't. I didn't mention the glowing eyes to her because I was still scared. But when she had no memory of looking down the hall, it made me really nervous for some reason. Even now, 20 plus years later, I can still picture the exact scene in my head. That wasn't the only paranormal experience I had in the house or even on that land. We shared about 7 acres with my Nana. After a really, really bad flood, I found a headstone next to my Nana's house. The experiences with my mom was around the same time I found it. But I know it wasn't who the gravestone belonged to, because I saw the ghost of the little girl just found her headstone. She was born in the 1800s. Can't remember the year that she was born, but she died in 1899. Her name was Elizabeth. So I'm wondering if the flood could have stirred something evil up, since it stirred up her headstone. Not all the spirits are bad. There's Elizabeth and my pawpaw, who not only passed in the house, unexpected heart attack before he could use the bathroom. We also spread his ashes in the land like he had asked. One of them saved me from falling down the stairs when I was about maybe 16. I even had scratches from where I was grabbed. No pictures, unfortunately. Did have one, but it was a long time ago. No one had lived in my Nana's house prior to them. They built it in 1965, so besides my pawpaw, any spirit, came with the land. Haunted by lights. This was when I was around 4. So I'm not mad if everybody explains it by typical toddler imagination. But I don't think that's what it was. I myself am a believer, yet skeptical, so I thought of many different explanations. Can't shake the feeling that what I saw that night was real. Now, to the event that took place. Like I said, I was very young at the time, but already had my own room and bed. My mom tugged me in as usual. I'm sure they meant tucked, not tugged. It was also already dark outside with the sun completely gone. Anyways, I can't remember if I couldn't sleep or woke up, but at some point during the night I woke up to turn around. I always slept facing the wall directly next to my bed, so the rest of my room was facing my back. I turned around to get a few over in my room when I saw a light on my wall. It was bright, warm white shaped like an eye, perfectly eye-shaped as if somebody drew it onto the wall. There was no pupil and iris, just a glowing eye shape. Young me didn't think anything of it and just watched it till I noticed that it would blink. The light would vanish for a second and then come back periodically, just like a normal person blinking. It wasn't me blinking because I could still see the room normally. I got scared and ran to my mom and woke her up. She too saw the eye. Turned on the ceiling light, which made the eye disappear. Obviously, because now the whole room was bright. We started searching for a source of the weird eye-shaped light, but couldn't find anything. I forgot to mention that at the time, we lived in an apartment complex on the 6th floor, so there's no way somebody in front of the window could have caused it. When we couldn't find anything that could cause the eye to appear, and eventually my mom turned the light back off and told me to just, face the wall and try to sleep, since Maya was still there. At some point, it just disappeared, and I've never seen such a thing again. I asked my mom about the incident. She doesn't seem to remember. Sometimes she just tells me it must have been a dream. I do have vivid dreams, but never one that felt so real. I also try to look up if anybody else has ever experienced something like it. No results so far. Does anybody here have an idea, an explanation, or a similar thing? I'm in my 20s now, and it still bothers me a lot because I just can't figure out what it might have been. I've had other strange things happen, especially involving light. Humanoid figure in northern Wisconsin. From what I can recall, this was a couple of winters ago. A good friend of mine, we're going to call him Mike, he's a pretty avid hunter and spent a lot of hunting seasons in northern Wisconsin. On one particular winter day, he went to go on a hunt with some buddies in the woods around the cabin. He was very, almost extremely familiar with this. His family makes frequent trips up there. Anyways, he and his buddies had spent most of the day out in one area near the edge of the property, and as the sun began to set, they decided to head back. Mike wanted to stay a little while longer to see if he could get another shot or two in. He stayed behind as the guys headed home. It had snowed a lot that week, so following the tracks back home would have been pretty easy if it got too dark. After not much luck on his own, and with night falling quickly, he decided to make the trek back as well. The walk itself was, I think he said, about 20 minutes, so he was on his own for a while. Now, the path they took was near the property line of another family's land. As far as he knew, they weren't up there hunting that weekend. So even if they had been, it was pretty dark at that point, and most people were at home by then anyways, but about halfway through this walk home, he noticed a shape in the trees. It's a couple of yards across the property line. He describes it as a dark, solid, yet shadowy humanoid figure well over 6 feet, like a huge, muscular man. But without any sort of hunting gear on, or there's no noticeable weapon as far as he could tell. He didn't think anything of it at first. He was probably just on his way back as well, so he continued on. A couple minutes later, he heard the sound of something moving through the trees. It was a couple yards past the property line. It was at the same speed as he was. He looked over and saw what looked to be the shadow man walking almost parallel to him. At that point, he's a little bit bothered. Was this guy following him, and what for? So he quickened his pace and made his way home without glancing back. The next morning, he and his buddies headed back out the same route as they had taken yesterday. It hadn't snowed. Their footprints were still pretty visible. They followed the prints back. Mike became curious, took a detour over the property line to where he last saw the figure walking. He didn't find a single footprint. I know there are some legends about things in northern Wisconsin's woods, like the hodag and Rhinelander, but neither I nor Mike nor any of our friends have any idea what this could have been. Have any of you seen this? The Black Cloth. About 8 to 10 years ago, I was into the whole watching death videos thing. Save for videos from YouTube or hard stuff from LiveLeak. Well, during a few months' period, there was something I had spotted that was very odd in some of these videos. Something that I would catch an eye of every now and then. I'd see it in a video, then over weeks watch 10 more, then suddenly in video 11, there it is again. It was the coolest yet creepiest thing I've seen. I literally figured that it had to be a prank. Somebody was editing random videos and adding it. However, I would instantly jump to the YouTube comments or lively comments and couldn't ever find a single person mentioning this thing. It always showed up just seconds before the person died. What was it? So, the most memorable video that comes to mind is of a woman trying to exit the universe. She's standing out of a window many stories up as people down below record. Suddenly, there it is, far off in the distance on the side of the building. You see this dark, transparent, cloth-like thing inching its way up in the building, like it's alive. It's moving frantically, then lady jumps. Right as she hits the ground, this cloth thing just goes limp and flutters down to the ground as if it died. Well, that was strange. Another video was a shooting video. I forget the detail, but a man shoots some people, and anyway off in the distance again, on the side of the building, there it is, moving frantically. Then as soon as the trigger is pulled, it falls limp and flutters down. Over the course of a few months, I had seen about 4 or 5 videos where this thing appeared. I then tried looking it up and never found any information. Fast forward to today. I seen that ghost video of the guy going into his room. There's a black cloth-like thing in his window curtain and it shoots down behind the bed. That video instantly reminded of what I'd seen a decade ago. That thing looked exactly like what I'd seen. I'm guessing it was just somebody adding CGI and hoaxing people. Making it out as if this entity's around, as if it feeds off of death. Anyways, figured I'd ask here and see if anybody remembers seeing these videos, if this dark, transparent, cloth-like thing trying to track those videos down. Those are not the type of videos I frequent, so I wouldn't know. Ask Reddit. When I was younger, I used to have extreme paranoia. I had panic and anxiety attacks very easily. Well, it was due to the fact that I have a panic disorder that most others in my family also have. But my family didn't know, or my distant family. So one day, it was sort of one of my first sleepovers with somebody who wasn't my grandma or her at my house. But anyway, I had a sleepover at my cousin's friend's farm. And it was supposedly, you guessed it, haunted. An old couple had built a farm there, had animals, and when one of them had died, the others moved, leaving the animals. So it was a lot like other basic horror movies, assuming that's why nobody believed me. At this sleepover, there was also a party, like with the parents. They had alcohol, and I can't remember the name, but they were kind of like go-karts. It was late at night, and some of the older kids there wanted to go check out the quote-unquote haunted barn. And like the little kid me and my cousin were, we said we'd go. Along with a few others, we went to the barn. There was gravestones, about 5 to 7 of them. There's I guess they're from old dogs that had died. The old couple once had them. Along with some donkeys that my cousin's friends now, sort of took care of. Now the barn wasn't run down, but it was visibly old. Just not falling apart, and there was a small balcony. Keep the balcony in mind. Anyway, the older kids went upstairs while I and my cousin stayed downstairs to the barn, obviously scared. The older kids in the end ran back downstairs screaming. One crying, saying the upstairs room had changed. Things moved and something upstairs moved while they were up there. Like the scared people we were, we just ran away. About halfway back to the house, I looked back along with a few others. That was because one said that they saw something on the little old balcony on the second floor. And there was something there. It wasn't there before. And that night we didn't even sleep. We heard banging from upstairs of the house and on the doors downstairs. Some doors would randomly fly open every now and then. And eventually we all passed out. The next day, we all looked back at the barn and nothing was there. We still don't know what it was. The Bottom Bunk Booger. When I was a kid, like 6th or 7th grade, I experienced a tall jet black figure slide out from under my bed. This happened right after getting off the school bus. Me and my brother, 11th grader age, I guess. They'd be the only ones home till late in the evening, and our usual routine would be him playing the new Xbox 360 at the time, and I'd play the original Xbox in our bedroom. I was located at the end of the house. Nice of you to chime in, Gecko. So I unhooked it, walked down the hall, pushed open the creaky door, stepped into the doorway. To my right was our bunk beds, and out of the corner of my eye I see movement. All of a sudden, this roughly 7-foot-tall jet black figure with no facial features, no anything, just black, slides out from under the bottom bunk. It just stands there for a second, and I'm trying to comprehend what I'm seeing. It just quickly slides back under the bed, and I swear to this day I heard the wood creak from its sudden movements. Got a hold of myself and dropped the Xbox where I stood. Ran to the living room where my brother was, sat on the couch for fear of my life. I told my brother, but I didn't really do no good. At the time, we had no brother relationship where everything I did was, bothering him. He didn't believe in paranormal stuff either in the first place. So I just sat there scared as hell, hoping it didn't come in there. That was the only time I ever saw it, though. The last time for a long time I went in that room more than 2 minutes alone. I definitely had a few experiences in that house. No way was it an intruder, though. All of our windows in the house were sealed shut. Always had been. Plus, the house was so old and small, there was no way you could take a step in the hallway without it creaking and not knowing someone was there. But I tell this so that maybe one of y'all might maybe have some answers to why it was there. What was it? Was it evil or not? We never had anything crazy go on, just could hear people walking at night. The hallway always felt super creepy. It sounded like somebody was always rocking in the chair at night in the living room, and it sounded like the TV was on at night real low and there was no one staying up that late. Also, we would lose a lot of spoons. Like we'd have to stock up on them every now and again. Non-drug household also. So we wasn't losing spoons that way. I was losing spoons that way my whole life. Don't think it's ghost-related, though. Any ghost or creepy stories that you would like to share? I have one, which is one that only happened in 2023. My experience. I lived at the very top of Northern Ireland. I live on a beach town that's quite popular during the summer, warm weather. But this story takes place on the 3rd of January. The weather wasn't warm at all, so the beaches were empty. It was just after New Year's, so everybody was hungover. It was my mom's birthday, and every year on her birthday, we light a bonfire and do it on one of the beaches. Usually it's me, my mom, my granddad, my dad, my uncle, and my old friend of mine. But this time, my friend was sick. So was my uncle. So there was only me, my mom, and my dad, and my granddad. Now, on to the actual story. My mom and dad had left to get some stuff from the shop. My granddad looked after the fire while I was just walking down to the sea. While I was walking down, I saw a boy. Now, this boy was 5 years old. He had blonde, short, curly hair. He was wearing a light bulb knitted vest with a white polo underneath. He had navy denim shorts. I never saw his shoes. I was confused when I saw him. There was no one else on the beach except me and my granddad. Indeed, Gecko. So I talked to the boy. I asked, "Hey, where are your parents?" He just replied back, "Over there." He was motioning over to the complete opposite side. I could see the other side, no one was there. I was confused, but just thought his family was in the car packing up. But I could speak to my granddad, and he shouted for me. turned around straight away, but I quickly looked back at the boy so I could tell him to go back to his family. But the second I turned back to the boy, he was gone. I frantically looked around the beach. He was nowhere, and this beach was a clear beach. There was nowhere for anybody to hide. A couple of months later, I was thinking about it again. That's when I decided to ask my granddad if he saw me talk to anyone. She said he called me over because I was talking to myself. I still don't know what that was, but most likely it was a ghost. Now I will go outside and yell at the neighbor's dog for barking at nothing. A playmate I don't remember. This is a story that my mom tells all the time because, in quotes, I have a special connection with everyone around. I always thought this had something to do with her being my mom, but other people have told me the same, that they feel as if they've known me their whole lives and particularly calm when I'm around. This happened when I was around 4 or 5. My mom was in charge of that year's senior class, and as it was tradition in the school that they would have a road trip to a ski resort right at the top of the Andes between Chile and Argentina for a whole week, some parents and me, since my dad was working in the north back then and couldn't be left alone. During the week we had a great time with our class, but I would usually go to the hotel to play in the 3rd floor lobby with a blonde friend. As I always told my mom, at least this, and that I liked to play with him because he had old toy cars, and she said it was okay because she could hear us play in the lobby in the hallway from our room. My mom thought that he was just another kid staying in the hotel with his family, or one of her students. That was until the day that we had to leave, when she spoke with the hotel manager. My mom asked her if I'd been in trouble from the other family staying there with the noise of both kids playing around the hotel. To which the manager went white, said that we were the only group staying in the hotel that week since it was not skiing season yet, but that it was known that a British kid had died there during a blizzard in the 60s, and that the kid is their company all year round pretty much. He's always been very friendly, but never played with others. Now it was my mom's expressionless face that went white. She said thanks for everything, hopped on the bus that would take us down the mountains. During the trip, she asked me about this playmate I had in the hotel, and I gave her a full description of a blonde boy wearing green pants and a jacket with a sort of funny black tie and a yellowish shirt. I also told her that he always felt kind of cold, except when I invited him to play with me, and that he had cool old toys. I started to think that I was in trouble. Well, she told me there was nothing to fear. Everything was all right. We have pictures and videos of that trip, but to this day, I cannot remember anything about that week. The Feather. We're several years out of college now, but there's one particular breakfast franchise that we would frequent, still do to this day. One afternoon, this friend, we're going to call him Nick, he goes to one of these breakfast restaurants for lunch, notices a man watching him inside the restaurant. The man is an employee, seemingly indigenous with long dark hair, and throughout the visit just keeps giving Nick the evil eye. After he finishes, Nick goes up to the counter to pay. As the man steps behind the register to take his money, Nick, being a nice guy, apologizes for anything that he might have done to offend the indigenous man. The employee smiles, reassures him that he didn't do anything, he's just been having a rough day. As a token of his remorse, offers Nick a beautiful feather. Nick's thrilled by the gift and gladly accepts, and after paying the check, goes happily on his way. At the end of the day, Nick returns to his dorm room at our university, leaves the feather in his dresser, locks his door, goes to bed. Late into the night, he's awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. Getting up, he checks the peephole. Nobody's there. Gets into the bed, and again comes this knocking, swifter and harder. Again, nobody's there, and the doorknob starts shaking, turning back and forth. Somebody wants into Nick's room. Going to the peephole, doorknob still shaking violently, sees nothing on the other side. Nick is filled with dread. The realization sets in that this has something to do with the feather. Eventually the sounds at the door stop, but Nick didn't get much sleep that night. The next day he gets rid of the feather, and for a while he stops going to that breakfast place too. I never saw the man working at that breakfast place. There's many franchises of that same restaurant in our city, but as far as I know, that man no longer works at any of them. I don't know much about Native American culture, but I'm aware that feathers may be held in a high regard. The animals that they come from are often sacred, especially eagles, feathers of which are even illegal for non-indigenous people to own. I'm really not sure what it means for the kinds of medicine or folk magic that can be performed with such feathers. So if anybody has better insight on what this might mean, I'd be very interested to learn more. I'm also extremely glad Nick didn't open that door. Only certain people are allowed to own feathers, huh? That's interesting. My childhood friend named Keith. I had a childhood friend named Keith. He was my dad's friend first, a handyman, curly blonde hair, light eyes, beach bum tan, probably in his late 30s, early 40s. He would also kid-sit, as we called it. Babysit. I must have been like 10, maybe 11. He let me watch my first R-rated movie, I Came in Peace, with Dolph Lundgren. He was that really cool guy you get to know in your childhood when you just start feeling like you're growing up. Keith let me tag along with him throughout the house as he installed our alarm system. To me, he was like a hero. His tool belt like any superhero's gadget belt. I explored other worlds with him, and I got to go into the house to explore that crawl space. There was this gross section to my left that was nothing but cobwebs. I hate spiders. I also got to climb up a ladder into our attic for the first time. That, and to check out the crawl space above my parents' bedroom. Then one day I remember my father telling me Keith passed away. He was the first person I knew that wasn't alive anymore. I was at my grandparents' house, and my parents didn't want to tell me how he died. But later on in life, I found out he fell asleep at the wheel and went straight under a parked semi in the most gruesome fashion. I don't think my father ever really fully recovered from Keith's death either. One evening not long after Keith's death, my mom, my sister, and I were hanging out in the kitchen. It was night and we were standing in a triangle. The door to the right of us is my parents' bedroom door, and it was open. No one was in there, just the three of us. While the lights were on, the conversation trickled to a halt. We all were hearing something above us. We first thought the sound was coming from the attic, but no, it was the crawl space, the last place Keith had been working in. But we were hearing were heel-to-toe footsteps. They're pacing back and forth. Must have gone on for a minute or so, heel-to-toe, heel-to-toe, no doubt. We all recognized the same thoughts in each other's faces. We knew immediately it was Keith. I remember my mom telling him it was okay and he's safe. Walking stopped. To this day, my mom and my sister and I still consider this a single, solitary, supernatural event the three of us experienced together. I miss Keith. Possible paranormal experience. So this just happened last night. I live in a 4-bedroom apartment with 3 roommates. We decided to watch The Conjuring 2 last night. You know, to prepare for The Nun this weekend. I've seen the film a dozen times. It's long since been scary to me. Maybe it's just because of the film being fresh in my mind, but I had some strange experiences when I went to bed, particularly during my dreams. The first nightmare took place around 3:30 a.m. I was in some sort of an isolated basement with 2 elevators. I watched as a man walked inside one, but didn't press any buttons. I walked into the other and picked a floor. The elevator began to move up, and as I reached my floor, the man came out of nowhere in the elevator and attacked me. I woke up instantly, but it was only half asleep. I remember laying in my bed, but I was completely frozen in fear. An involuntary fear, like a primal fear. I was facing the wall. I couldn't move, and every hair on my body was standing on end. I attempted to make a sound, but it just came out as a wheezing. I had a feeling that whatever was doing this to me was behind me. I wouldn't dare to turn around. I might have fallen back asleep, and when I woke up again, around 5, I scanned my empty room. My next nightmare took place around 5:15. Only lasted 10 minutes. I fell back asleep and had another dream that felt very lucid. And what makes me assume it was lucid was my ability to make conscious, reasonable decisions. So in the dream, I woke up in my bed and I was petrified and frozen yet again. Something invisible was holding me down and I couldn't move to sit up. I tried, but it pushed me back down on the bed, and I remember attempting to pray out loud, but it was extremely difficult to even speak out loud at all. I managed to get some prayers out, and the torture seemed to stop. I remember processing the situation in my dream, and I wanted to run out of the room and get my roommates. When I woke up, I was laying in the same position I had just been 15 minutes before. So I knew it was a dream. I am a Christian, born and raised, and no real fear of demons. I know that they can't possess those who have salvation, but still can oppress them with trial and tribulation. I assume that's what's been happening last night, possibly to prevent me from experiencing something God ordained today. I don't know. Maybe it's just crazy or realistic nightmares. Let me know what you think. My first paranormal experience. To start, this is a true story. My family and I moved from South California to Mexico, 2007. We were accompanied by 2 of my parents' friends along the way. My parents built a 3-story house, so we had all of our room, and parents, their friends from California, and my auntie stayed in another room. Despite all those people in the house, I felt something was off. They told me that I was adjusting and I still hadn't really called the priest to bless the house yet. That's when he came and all would feel better. Anyway, bedtime came and my brother and I decided to sleep in the parents' bedroom the first night. I know we were old, but every other room was taken or filled with boxes. So since it's a big master bedroom, we placed our sleeping bags on the floor and called it a day. Sadly, I'm always the last one to go to sleep. So there I am waiting to fall asleep. That's when I start feeling the room go cold. Thought nothing of it, but then I started feeling very scared for no reason. I did what we all do at that age and wrapped myself in a blanket. Thought it was all in my head. But then I heard a dog breathing close to my ear. I knew that my brother was around the other side, so it wasn't him. I was really scared now, but I also feared for my family. I am the oldest. They were all asleep, and in an act of desperation and fear, I got up only to find nothing was there. I woke my dad up and told him what happened. He just thought I was exaggerating and told me to pray and sleep. This time I slept a little closer to them, and right when I was about to go to sleep, a solid steel door that we have at our entrance slammed so hard everybody jumped and woke up. And this had never happened before. The 12 years later, it never happened again either. There was no wind at all, and nobody could explain how it opened without the key. They all started talking, and then they looked at me and told me to go to sleep. So I left. I woke up the next morning, and as I was making my cereal bowl, my mom asked me what I saw or what I heard. I told her. She just went pale. She said my aunt and her 2 guests saw a woman in white walk down the stairs. Moments later, the door slammed shut, and we looked, and the 7 people can't be wrong. This was one of many things to happen in our house, including 4 years of sleep paralysis daily. Haunted dorm. In 2013, I was a freshman in college. There are always university stories with haunted dorms, rooms, or basements. So I never thought anything of it when I heard that our dorm, Rogers Hall, was very haunted. Within the first 3 weeks, 5 girls attempted to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Thankfully, they were unsuccessful. But it for sure rocked us and made us start to believe that there may be an angry presence hanging around. One early morning, my roommate and I were asleep. We always left the TV on and we were in bunk beds. This is kind of an important story. Normally, my roommate couldn't get out of bed without, waking me up. But when I woke up, I didn't have my glasses on, but I could see a girl standing in front of her TV. She had medium brown hair and was wearing a gray sweatshirt and some jeans. She looked like she was chewing on her sleeve. I immediately thought that it was my roommate and rolled over to turn on my desk lamp and grab my glasses to ask her why she was up so early. When I flipped on the light and grabbed my glasses, she was gone. Thought maybe my roommate went to the bathroom, so got out of bed and looked up at her bed and she was still sleeping. I shook her awake and asked her how she got up there so quickly. She had no idea what I was talking about. The same day, maybe within a few hours, our friend that lived down the hall went to the communal bathroom, was washing her face. The door to the bathroom was very heavy and scraped the floor when you opened it. She said she heard somebody open the bathroom door. She saw somebody walk behind her. She didn't think anything of it because it was our floor's bathroom and girls were waking up to get ready for classes. On one side of the bathroom, there were toilets. On the other side of the bathroom, there were showers. But there were sinks and mirrors in the middle of both sides. Our friend was on the side of the showers. She said that she saw the girl walk into the shower. And as she was washing her face, she never heard the shower turn on. She called over to her asking if everything was okay. She even walked over to see if the girl needed help. There was no one there. Nothing ever happened again to either of us that year, but it still creeps me out. Paranormal science explanations. As I was reading, I came across this one story of a house that was believed to be haunted. The people living there would go crazy and see ghosts and demons, but it turns out that it was a datura, a delirium plant, contaminated the water supply. So it got me thinking, how many ghost experiences are linked to scientific explanations, and are there scientific explanations behind ghost sightings? Not in a debunked, not real sort of a way, but a logical explanation. Like a logical explanation as to why this occurred and, what you're seeing is real, but not exactly what you think sort of way. Like the people experiencing those ghosts and demons were real to them, but not conventionally ghosts. Another interesting thought I had was how energy doesn't just vanish. It has to be moved into something else. I think a lot of ghost situations are fragments of energy left over from the past. Hence why you see a ghost walking through a wall that wasn't originally part of the house. It's believed that some material holds energy, such as crystals. I would say some building materials could also do the same. Lastly, I'll leave you with this story. During the Vietnam War, they gave soldiers red light night vision goggles. Or rather, red light night vision goggles. And many of them saw flying demon creatures, so much so that they stopped using them very soon after. The military chalked it up to stress hallucinations. I don't buy that explanation. Mass hallucinations are real, but normally people explained when groups are together, not individuals who've never known one another in different locations at different times with no prior experience to what one another saw. I say it makes sense that there are energy beings that we're unable to see with our common eyesight. We're only exposed to these when we switch colors. Perhaps that can also explain why some people experience ghosts more than others. Could also explain why women are more likely to identify with being mediums, as women are better at identifying colors. Old ghosts. Experience number 1. The bonnet. So this happened when I was 1 year old, and late at night. So I started to cry, as all babies do. so my mom came in to comfort me. As she was comforting me, a young girl, maybe 12 or 13 years old, appeared in the hallway. The girl was wearing a bonnet and old-looking clothes, for some reason angry. The apparition then charged at my mom and dissipated. Keep in mind, my sister wasn't born at the time. Experience number 2. An old man. So I was older, maybe 8 years old. I was eating breakfast, getting ready for school, and I heard my mom and brother talking about seeing an old man taking a leisurely stroll down the hallway. Of course, I was confused about the ordeal since I hadn't seen anything, but it was still a cool experience to hear about. Experience number 3. Dread. So my brother was sleeping with the door to his room open, which connects to the hallway, when he feels a presence staring at him. He opened his eyes, looked into the hallway where the girl with the bonnet was staring at him. Terrified, my brother froze in fear, in which the girl asked, "Hello?" I've kept my door closed since then. Experience number 4. Horror movie singing. This was a self-experience in which we, being my family, were watching America's Funniest Home Videos, a nightly tradition. We all paused the show, took a restroom break, laundry sorting, and a few other things. Me and my sister were the only ones in the living room, and only my sister or another young girl could have sang it. It was the young girl in the horror movie that sang. Sort of like Ring Around the Rosie. My sister heard it too. They exclaimed it wasn't her who sang it, and just a month or 2 ago she told me while that happened she saw the girl with the bonnet swinging on a swing in the hallway. Nightmare fuel. From these experiences alone caused me to believe in the paranormal. And add insult to injury, the previous homeowner saw the exact same spirits. Weird dream or paranormal experience. I had an odd experience this morning, and while the rational part of me knows it was more likely a dream, thought it would be cool to share my experience, get other people's takes on it. So, to preface this, I am a believer of the paranormal. I believe I've had paranormal experiences in the past. I'm also a big believer of the idea that spirits find it easier to give people messages through dreams or when somebody's in a dreamlike state or close to sleep, so I can do so. I believe this mainly because ever since my maternal grandmother passed away in 2011, she's visited me several times in dreams to give me messages, which proved to be very accurate. Anyway, today I had to call out sick from work. I woke up with probably one of the worst migraines I'd ever experienced. Literally felt like somebody was crushing me, crushing my head. I could barely see, and seeing any sort of light was pure agony. After I rang out from work, I got back into bed and tried to sleep it off. After about a half hour or so, I was just starting to get close enough to fall back asleep, but the pain in my head suddenly became unbearable. It felt as if there was a group of people standing in my bedroom all just talking at once, trying to get my attention. This went on for a few minutes before I clearly heard my grandmother's voice telling me all the other voices to stop. Their voices were too prickly, as they put it. All of the other voices stopped. I heard my grandmother tell me that everything was going to be okay. I felt her put her hand on my head to stroke my hair, and the second her hand touched my head, my migraine completely disappeared. The other weird part of all this is that when it felt like the other voices were trying to get my attention, it didn't feel negative or scary. I just got a real familiar vibe from the voices, as if they were other relatives that had passed on. Realistically, I know this was probably some sort of weird sickness dream caused by the migraine I was having, but I'd love to hear other people's opinions on it. Was it a dream, or could I have actually had another paranormal experience? Has anyone experienced anything like this before? And if you have, maybe have an explanation as to what this might have been. Haunted bedroom, or spell, I don't know. I'm telling you something really weird that's been happening for a few days. For some quick context, I used to be somewhat of an occultist. I've studied a lot of texts and practiced a lot of stuff. I left that life 10 plus years ago. I asked for my third eye-related gifts to be closed. I lived with my girlfriend. That's while not initiated or studying the occult, really sensitive, having a very strong intuition and seeing things from time to time. Because of that, I taught her some basic things for self-preservation, shields. Now for the tale. We suddenly felt an oppressive feeling in our bedroom. She started seeing figures everywhere pretty clearly. We left the room and stayed outside. The yard had around 10 figures, very different from one another too. She told me that there was a very well-dressed man, with a sort of Men in Black feeling, but fancier. Some other, therianthropic figures too. Inside there were 3 or 4 meter tall hooded figures in another room, not giving us any attention. Just looking at the window outside. I lit a candle, did some invocations and prayers, taught her a couple more self-protection mantras. Soon after, that oppressive feeling was gone, but the figures were still there. She put her phone in her bedroom door and recorded the audio. It was weird as hell. At the start, we can hear some distant conversation and sounds as if it was like at a dining table, drinking and cutlery sounds. But here's the thing. We live in Brazil, and from what I could identify in the audio, it wasn't the Portuguese language. From what I researched, it seemed like Romanian or Creole. From the research, it seemed like a gypsy funeral. If it was Romanian, or a woman telling somebody to go with God and a man saying goodbye, if it was Creole. And curiously, the audio was immediately silent. We live in a rural property and there's always some kind of bird or animal, but there was only silence for almost 8 minutes. After that, I tried a few more rituals, but she still was seeing a woman figure in the room with a somewhat deformed face. Like half of her face, actually. The figure tries to touch her, screams in her ear. Nothing we do seems to work and we're sleeping in the living room. I'm running out of ideas on what to do, really. Demon tormented me and my wife. One night, about a month ago, 3 to 4 weeks, sleeping in my bed, got woken up by a presence at the foot of my bed. Seemed like a monk, or so I believed. I couldn't see the eyes, but I could see the robes black. I woke up in a cold sweat. I was fearing for my life. No, not fear. It was utter horror, complete dread. I got up on my elbows and I wasn't asleep. I looked at it, blinked 2, 3, 4 times, and it was gone. It was in the middle of the night at around 2 or 3 a.m. Chalked it up to me being tired and exhausted. Bit of background on me. I became a bit more religious a couple of years back. I was used to wear CrossFit after I always had prayed. I always used to wear a cross after and always had prayed. Not from books as some do, but from the heart. I would thank my God and I would beg him for forgiveness. And I would ask him to make me a better person. No money, no women, no cars. Just a better person and less sins. Anyway, I just renovated my upper floor in my house, which is me and my wife's apartment, so to say. We live with my parents and grandparents. Now, I tossed it into my imagination, thought I was exhausted, tired, and imagining things, but anyway, thought I should get some sort of sanctified objects inside the room. A cross, my prayer beads, got my cross back onto my neck, and been like that ever since. On one night, my wife said she used to see a man in her doorway. I wouldn't see him, but I would feel that presence to what I can say was not a man. That's when I called my spiritual father, which is a priest, to help us. I would have restless nights. My wife would also constantly wake up, and it clicked inside my head that I wasn't being tired. So we called a priest. He blessed the whole upper floor, and now everything's calm, peaceful, and I can rest. I'm at peace. Whatever it was, I believe it to have been a demon. It's now gone, and I'm constantly back to praying and blessing my little apartment, as my religious indicates. So to say. So to say. hidden camera in the hotel I was showering in. Before I start the story, it's already scary. Continuing on. So my stupid brand new water heater broke down from all the calcium and things in the water. So we rented a hotel room so we could get all that shower. My hubby and teenage daughters had gone first. While they took their shower, I had already been looking for cameras after shows and articles depicting warnings to check that had me freaked out. My husband had laughed at me, so I thought we were safe. It wasn't until I was actually standing inside the shower that I saw the camera. You had to see it from a certain angle wrapped around the light that had a cover over the bottom of it, but opening all the way around the edges in the middle. I looked up and there it was. I screamed. My hubby came running in. I told him what it was, and he checked, and sure enough, took the bottom cover off and the camera fell down. It was actually wired to the light and was set to and point looking down into the shower. Gross. My husband ripped it out and marched straight to the office. From there, a fight ensued. Good. The creepy guy got pissed my husband was destroying his room, and the owner called the cops. And well, my hubby's a hothead when he's on a moral mission and grabbed the guy up by the scruff of the collar. His mentality being, if I'm going to jail, I'm going to make it worth it. The guy's wife came out, and by then I was dressed and there was a backup, and, well, she wanted to know what was happening. I told her what was happening. She said, "Wait right here." She grabbed a knife from her room and was chasing the owner guy around with it. When the cops showed up, the cops asked what was happening first. We told them they took the owner in and apparently found hundreds of videos in a private nook in his bedroom. They're using to build a case on him with. Good. So beware and check everywhere before undressing in a hotel. That was completely not ghost related. I don't know how my editor did that to me, but I doubled down on their sentiment. That is terrifying. And yeah, look out for cameras. Horrible. It came through the phone. Back in 2021, my husband and I went on a couple's trip with a group of 8 other friends to the mountains of Gatlinburg, Tennessee for the weekend. We drove the 4 hours, made it to the cabin, got all settled. While we were waiting for the last couple to arrive, who were bringing their kids, we ended up deciding to not wait, to go out to dinner about 20 minutes up the road from our cabin. We took 2 cars, me, A, my husband, M, L and J in mine, and Z, E, D, and C in the other. Z, E, D, and C left ahead of us. We trailed behind. I was driving a 2011 Subaru Outback at the time. My phone was mounted on one of the cabin fan blowers. We were chatting, having a great time, just catching up, listening to music on low. Halfway to the restaurant, we get a call from our friend Y. I turned the music off, I hit accept on the call, with everybody in the car yelling their hellos, and all of a sudden we hear a woman screaming, crying, and pleading. She's saying, "No, stop, don't do this," with more crying, screaming, and begging as we immediately fell silent. Everybody in the car flies into a panic. Me and my husband scrambling to put the phone on speaker, everybody yelling out her name. Then the screaming cuts off, like the call ended, and our friend Y comes through the phone, calm and collected, with a, "Hey guys, we just made it to the cabin." We're all still yelling. We're asking her if she's okay, and she responds in sort of a confused voice that they're all fine. Apparently they just made it in. But they did need the door code. We explained to her that we just heard crying and screaming. We thought she was getting murdered or even attacked, to which she let us know that, no, we're doing just fine. Her kids aren't freaked out and they're doing great. We give her the code, finish up the call in shock. We all heard that. It sounded too real. Wise never played games like that. The rest of the car ride, we're all freaking out and trying to rationalize it, to think of what or who that could have possibly been. In the parking lot, explaining the weird occurrence to our friends who made it there before us, an ambulance drives by itself with a siren and lights on, back the way we came. Ask Reddit. This happened when I was 17. When I was still living in my childhood home, I was sneaking out late at night to meet some friends. I went through the back door of the house, and as I turned to face the door, I could just feel somebody watching me. Thought I was busted. I turned to look at who had caught me. I saw a totally monochrome figure. The hair was completely black, like blacker than black. Her face was like a static washed over white and gray, and she was wearing a dress that was in between two colors. No facial features, just a silhouette of a young girl facing me. I reached for the door as fast as I could, and I went to shut it and close it very quickly on me. Bolted through my yard and onto the street. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I stayed at my friend's that night. Soon after this happened, I was up late with my mom watching a movie. My dad had just passed away. We finished our movie up and said goodbye after turning the TV, stereo receiver, and DVD player, all with their own remotes. After a short amount of time in bed, I'm jarred awake by the sound of static with the speakers cranked up and the TV on with no input. My mom and I meet in the hallway, surprised to see that we had both been awoken to an empty house. A few years ago, when I was 23-ish, I graduated from college. I finally told my family about the first occurrence. Before I'm able to finish my description of the ghost, she finishes for me, telling me that her and her friend used to see a little girl in our backyard playing in a sundress. She said that she looked maybe 12. Our neighbor, who was the original owner, shared a story with us about the family that originally bought the house after it was built. It was a young family whose daughter passed away from leukemia. She would have been about the right age. Looking back, the girl wasn't scary or harmful. My sister had the same impression. To this day, I believe that what we saw, and haven't seen anything like it ever since. And not to be pedantic, but if a color is in between two colors, then it is still a color with a name. Childhood home experiences. I'm an only child, and my parents and I moved into a home where they still live when I was 6 years old. From the first night in the house, I was terrified to sleep by myself. For most of my childhood, I either slept with my mom or she slept in my room with me. It was fine during the day, but at night sleeping was almost impossible. I always felt a feeling of dread and despair. From about the time we moved into the house until I was in my early teens, I had specific nightmares of a wolf-like creature. This creature had shaggy black fur and stood on its hind legs. It appeared to be a wolf and was always snarling and would usually run at me, at which point I would wake up terrified and run to my mom's bed if I wasn't already with her. The dreams would start off as normal dreams, always set in the house. I might be going about a normal activity, hanging out with family, going to the bathroom. Then all of a sudden, there's this wolf. At that point, the dream turned into a nightmare. As the years went on, the nightmares continued, but they did become less frequent. I believe I probably had the last of them by the time I was 13 or 14. I haven't dreamed about this creature for years, although I can still vividly see it in my mind. I found out years later that a man had shot himself in the house before we moved in. Several years after I moved in, my dad awoke one night to a figure standing at the foot of his bed. He swears that he was awake and not dreaming. The figure walked beside him and stopped. Believing it was a person, he put his arm out, but it went through it. The figure then walked through the nightstand and through the wall. He hasn't had any other encounters to my knowledge, and my assumption is that my bad energy created by the death of a previous inhabitant was fueling my nightmares and oppressive feelings as a child. As I grew up, I likely became less susceptible to it. Thus, it ended. I'm most curious to see if anyone else has encountered a creature anything like the wolf I described. I'm wondering if it was something evil that manifested itself in my dream, or was it just a figment of my childhood imagination? 10 years later, I'm still intrigued and bothered by an experience. Can anybody share their thoughts or opinions? The woods behind my house are pretty thin. You could see houses on the other side. If you followed a path, it brought you to a little footpath thing. If you went left, it brought you to one neighborhood, and if you went right, it brought you to another. If you could go straight and stay in the woods, I used to travel through them on a regular basis. I enjoy nature, and it made getting to my friends' houses a lot faster and easier. One evening, maybe around dusk, I was almost back to my house when I heard my name clear as day. I turned around, and what I saw was so vivid I can still see it in my mind over 20 years later. It was a little boy, wearing like a plaid shirt. It was all black and white except for his eyes, which were glowing red. I turned and hauled ass back to my house, up to the back steps inside the door, and slammed the door behind me. It felt like something was chasing me, but getting closer and closer. By the time I got the door, I felt like it was right behind me. I didn't feel safe until I was inside. I've always wondered what it could have been. I've recently had a reoccurring paranormal dream. It's about those same woods. My backyard starts to fill up with animals. One's a native to my area at first, then bigger, more aggressive and dangerous ones. Like from bunnies to tigers and gorillas. Along with them is a very strong paranormal presence that tries to get inside my house and or lure me outside. I was told the dreams might be connected to what I saw that day. I'm a believer in all things paranormal, especially once all the scientific and rational explanations have been ruled out. I can't find anything online similar to my experience. I've read about black eyes and white-eyed children, shadowy human-like figures, and so on. This wasn't a shape from far away or out of the corner of my eye. It was a solid figure directly in front of me, like 5 or 10 feet away. Can anybody help me figure out what I may have seen that I'm possibly still dealing with? I live in my childhood home still. The image of this black-haired beast still haunts me 20 years later. About 20 years ago, I had one of the most perplexing things happen to me while I was out having a cigarette. About 2 a.m. and I had woken up in the middle of the night. After tossing and turning, I couldn't go back to sleep. I decided to go out and have a smoke. For reference, I lived in an apartment with a small cement patio out front. It's on a very busy street with a sidewalk. Runs alongside of it. While the street was loud and busy during the day, it was very peaceful to sit out there at night. While my neighbors were sleeping, the night was cool and calming. Anyway, while I was sitting on my patio steps, a large dark-colored animal came to view from a distance. I was walking on the sidewalk. For some reason, my freeze response just kicked in. I became a brick. Hair in my arms was raised while I slowly just had this thing walking toward me. Tried to make out what kind of animal it is. It was easily as big as a horse. I know people sometimes walk their horses around town, even... This is like a large city, though. There's no rider on this creature. An escaped horse, maybe? Well, closer it got, the more confused I was. It resembled a large black panther, lion, bear hybrid. It had black fur and was kind of wavy and curly. I could see the steam from its breathing. The crazy thing is, it didn't seem to be aware of my presence. Maybe that's why I stayed frozen, letting my cigarette burn out completely. It was like I knew if I moved that it would kill me. My body eventually let me move, but I was probably out there a good 30 minutes, scared out of my mind. I don't know that much about these things, but I feel like I saw something that I wasn't supposed to see. I feel like it was from a different dimension or something. I just got a little peek. I've had a few paranormal type encounters and another perplexing glitch that happened recently. And it always feels the same, like I'm just getting a glimpse beyond the veil. Please tell me somebody else has seen this creature. It's haunted me more than any other unexplained experience I've ever had. I tried talking about it with other people, and they usually just say something patronizing like, "Whoa, that's crazy." friendly ghost. It seems I found the right place to share this. Last summer I had 2 different experiences by what I suspect to be the same entity. The first occurrence happened somewhere in June. I was laying on the couch and I'd just woken up from a nap. I was about to get up to go to the bathroom. Then the feeling of arms wrapping around me prevented me from getting up. A distinct male voice began whispering in my ear. Couldn't understand what the voice was saying because it sounded jumbled up like it was divided and trying to put itself together again. The only thing that came through was, "I love you, and we'll be get together again in a year." I wasn't scared. I was trying to figure out the logistics of everything because this entity was embracing me from, like, where the back of the couch is. I'm wondering how the hell it's even doing that. So I laid there until the urge to use the toilet outweighed trying to, logic a possible ghost. The second occurrence happened a month later. I was about to go to sleep and I was in bed facing the window. I was going back towards the main area of my room and I sleep on a queen-size air mattress. I sleep right in the middle on sort of a sweet spot, if you know, you know. Just as I dozed off, I felt the edge of my bed lower as though somebody was going, to get in next to me. That same male energy loomed over me, woke me up, consequently irritating me too. I ended up telling it to go away because I was not in the mood. I don't really like being woken up from sleep. I hardly even get sleep. I haven't had an experience since then. I told my neighbor down the block what happened and she told me that she believed that her housing complex is haunted. It was built in 1959. She's had several experiences of her own. On a separate occasion, my next-door neighbor mentioned in passing that somebody died in the house before. Apparently, that was before I moved in. I didn't tell him about what I encountered. I'm not sure what the ghost was trying to communicate to me. Maybe it was a residual haunting. I don't know. I didn't sense anything hostile. Occasionally, there's still a feeling of being watched, but it's not really creepy or scary. Black magic experience. A second cousin, late 20s to early 30s. They were looking for a job. He met my dad for some referrals. I'm sure Dad did what he could, but there's only so much one can do. This cousin would drop by once every few months, and we were used to it. He was young and nice in demeanor, nothing out of the ordinary. One time he visited and I made some tea. Did the usual etiquette exchange. My mom wasn't home and I noticed something weird about him as he looked tensed, and I even saw him pace back and forth on our porch, like something was deeply bothering him. He left after a few hours. A few days later, Mommy found homemade yogurt shoved deep inside the freezer compartment, which was pretty weird because nobody keeps yogurt there. Mom asked everyone in the house, and obviously we hadn't kept it there. Had no idea how it got there. Mommy asked around a few neighbors to check what the food was. That's how she found out that it was good quality homemade yogurt, normally made in households in suburbs and countrysides with cow farms. This cousin lived in the suburbs, basically would have easy access to homemade yogurts. That's a wild claim. Maybe it was her instinct, but Mom took it to a shaman, whom she had known for a long time, and apparently the shaman didn't even let her in with the stuff. Asked Mom to keep it at the door and leave. Later, while trying to deal with the yogurt, the shaman felt an invisible pair of hands squeezing their throat that almost killed them. Jeez. So the conclusion was whoever had brought that thing into her home wanted to basically wipe out her family. Wipe out her family with yogurt. After some thinking, Mommy and I figured out the culprit to be that cousin. The person never set foot in her house post the incident. We would meet him at other relatives' houses about once a year. He spoke normally, but it was never the same for us, and I'd die internally of cringe at his trying to act normal. I would almost die of cringe at not just talking to this person. Just figure it out. My brother and I dreamed about the same entity. When I was in elementary school, I think 7 to 9 years old, don't remember the exact age I was. I just know that I was in elementary school. I had a nightmare that for some reason I never forgot. The nightmare takes place at my grandmother's house in the front yard. I remember sitting there and seeing a red cap floating. I knew that it was a ghost of a boy around the same age as me. That boy was throwing a ball at the wall of my grandma's house. I had a feeling that he wanted to play with me. I was terrified. I wanted to run, scream, and call for my grandmother, but I was paralyzed. Meanwhile, the invisible kid kept playing with the ball like I wasn't there. But I knew it was him, so he wouldn't let me leave. Suddenly, my cries for help were answered, and a white-winged horse came to me. I suddenly felt at peace, and the dream ended. It may all sound like the product of imagination. Maybe I have heard too many stories about angels, mystical beings, ghosts, and that's all it was, right? However, my brother's almost 9 years younger than me, so at the time I dreamt that he wasn't either a baby or wasn't even born yet. There's no way I told him about the dream at that time, or that he would even remember it. Never talked about my dreams with him prior to the incident I'm going to mention next. So years go by and I'm now in my 20s. My brother was a teenager. We were all at my grandma's house, parents and my aunt included, for a barbecue. While we were eating, we started to discuss paranormal stuff and dreams. For some reason, I remembered the dream and shared it with everyone. After I finished my story, my brother mentions that he dreamed about the same invisible boy with the cap when he was around the same age I was when I had the dream. He mentioned that he felt terrified and paralyzed too, but nobody came to save him like in my case. I'm not sure if it's a weird coincidence or if my grandmother's house is haunted. I saw a dark, fast, cartoony figure outside of my apartment last night. So last night I was outside at around 9:30 p.m. digging up some mushrooms that I didn't know much about, so the wild rabbits in the area wouldn't eat them. They were near where we threw food scraps. I didn't have a flashlight or anything because the street lights were just bright enough that I could make out what I was doing and where I was going. This is kind of important for later in a way. I looked up because I heard a noise, and right now I don't even remember what the noise was. All I know is that my eyes made out what looked like a shitty Flipnote studio animation of a stick figure with no head. It just went up in a straight line and ended, fucking booking it across my street. It looked like height-wise it was exactly half of the height of the closest street lamp, which was mounted to a standard electrical pole. You know when you've been staring at a very bright light source for a while, and then you look away or blink and you sort of see the outline of the light kind of imprinted in your eyes for a bit. Like whatever shape the light was is dark, and then it has this sort of fuzzy gray haze around it. This is exactly what the stupid stick thing looked like. Dark with hazy gray outline, except it was moving. It was over so fast and I even blinked a few times to try to see it again. Genuinely thought that it was just that effect in my eyes. But I hadn't been using any flashlights, and the street light has a round, cloudy cover around the bulb, so I couldn't have even seen the light bulb itself in any way. Still not incredibly sure that this wasn't my eyes playing tricks on me. In fact, I'm really only about 60% sure that it was real. I'm just posting to share and see if anybody else has seen something similar. At least in the moment, it was so scary to me, and I was pretty much convinced that I'd seen that, what it was basically all real, I thought. Literally started crying back when I was inside. I am possibly being overdramatic. I just, had no explanation. This is the one and only eerie experience I've ever had. This is the one and only experience I ever had. It happened just a few months before my father's death. I never believed in ghosts, at least not until this instant. It all started with a strange feeling that something was roaming around our house at night. That's when everything's all dark. I often felt like something moved from my parents' room to the front room. My room was positioned in such a way that I could see my parents' room clearly. This went on for several months, but I kinda just tried to keep it to myself. I knew my parents wouldn't believe me anyway. These occurrences mostly happened after midnight. One night as I was laying in my bed scrolling through my phone, my bed suddenly shook violently. I was so terrified that I ran straight to my parents' room and I told them what had happened. They didn't believe me. After that incident, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep alone at night. I had no choice. At that time, I was 24 and a late sleeper. One night I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I tried to close my eyes, I felt like somebody was staring at me from very close. I literally couldn't sleep with my eyes closed, and somehow I made it through the night. Now, here's what really shook me. Just 6 months before my father died, one night after dinner I went to bed and couldn't sleep. I started scrolling through my phone and eventually fell asleep. I woke up at exactly 3:30 a.m. for some reason, and I tried to go back to sleep, but I felt the need to use the bathroom. When I opened my eyes to get up, I saw the black figure standing right in front of my room, right by the door. I was so scared that my whole body stiffened. I couldn't move my arms or my legs, and no sound came out of my mouth despite trying to call my parents. After 10 or 15 seconds, the black figure vanished right before my eyes. It was as if it was never even really there. I stayed awake the rest of the night out of fear. The next morning, I told everyone, my father, mother, uncle, aunt, and cousins, and they believed my story. Surprisingly, after my father passed away 6 months later, I never saw and I never felt anything unusual ever again. My encounter. This was about 5 years ago. I'm a 22-year-old male. I never really experienced anything paranormal, but I am Christian and I do believe in ghosts to a point. My friends told me that we're going to a haunted house with a guy they met who was a ghost hunter. They asked me to come along because I'm a big guy and I worked security for a friend at the time, so I could help keep everybody calm. We pulled up to the house, and before I made it to the porch, we all got chills. The ghost hunter guy stumbled out the front door and threw up. Explained he was there for an hour already and this place was bad. He was a medium. He walked in and began setting up stuff. Ovulus, spirit box, stick figure camera, all that. All was quiet for the most part other than unexplained chills, and one person would hear something. That was until 11:45 on the dot. It began making sounds like moving doors and curtains. Then the Ovulus began speaking perfect Latin. The stick cam picking up things on all fours and walking figures. After an hour of this or more, it got quiet again. I was rightfully uncomfortable. The hunter then turned to me. "Hey, big guy, go down there." He sent me to the basement after teaching me how to use the spirit box. I stood there with nothing but a half-dead Walmart flashlight and a spirit box waiting for something to happen. Then something did happen. The chair lifted off the far end and, well, it was well above my head, and I'm 6'3". Exploded in the roof, and then the box said, "You're burn," before my light quit. I frantically beat the light into submission. In my absolute horror, it illuminated a huge figure taller and stronger looking than me. I was completely frozen. Pissed my pants. I was afraid of it. And I am a fighter, but I know that it would kill me in a fight, so I drew my switchblade and ran for the staircase. Door was shut, and knew it was right behind me, so I ran through the door. Blew the hinges off. Ran to my truck, locked the door till everyone came out. Apparently, the priest blessed the house, but I'll never forget that fear. I want to help people before they get hurt by these things, so I linger here giving advice. Pretty sure my house is haunted. What do I do? Advice. I, 17, live with my mom and my sister in a pretty big house for 3 people, since my dad always at work. My mom says she's experienced some paranormal occurrences since we moved in, like finding pebbles in the hallway, and said pebbles skidding across the hallway to her room. I also remember some experiences from after we moved in, like this one morning when I was getting ready for school and the living room lights flickered. My mom is extremely religious, so she did some cleansing, as she likes to call it. It all died down, stopped for 3 or 4 years, till a couple of months ago. We were all sitting in the TV room, each doing our own thing, when suddenly a lamp flew off the shelf. A few minutes later, she went to the garage. I think she went to fetch something. I don't remember. One of the jars we keep screws and nails in on the shelf flew off and almost hit her in the face. She once again did some of her cleaning, and got quiet for a while. Thought it was going to say cleansing. That was until yesterday. As I was coming out of the bathroom, I could clearly hear a woman saying hello. Both my mom and sis were in the living room. That's on the other side of the house. Couldn't have been her neighbors, as nobody lives on that side of the house. Fast forward to a few minutes ago. I'm sitting on a rocking chair in our living room with my feet on a dining chair across from me. As I was browsing Reddit, the chair kicked against me hard. I went and told my mom about it, and she told me that she felt like someone's been watching her since yesterday. She just did her cleaning again. Cleaning in quotes. What do you guys think I should do? Why would my house be haunted? My mom says that sometimes you open doors that let these things in. What does that mean? I'm kind of scared. Mercury Dime. Shadow people and voices. When we moved into an old early 1900s house with my family, I was about 16 and have always been extremely tidy and habitual. I cleaned my half of the upstairs bedroom before moving stuff in. My sister didn't want my half because she felt it was creepy, but we were only separated by a landing at the top of the stairs with no doors. Anyway, I started moving my stuff in the middle of the freshly vacuumed carpet facing up. Mercury Dime from like 1938. I still have it. In this same house, my mom saw a shadow figure twice. Once with my sister, once with me. It was such a sharp outline you could see it turn its head toward us when we gasped. Then he walked through the window and vanished. Heard footsteps upstairs. Old empty cigarette packs would show up in the attic, even after being tossed. The coolest thing was getting a Zen media player that was wiped of any files, and I played this recording function in my room with no ambient noises going on whatsoever. Wasn't under the influence of anything. I record for a few seconds, play it back, expecting nothing except white noise. However, I hear the static increase a second before a little girl's voice clearly asks, "Who's this?" I couldn't believe my luck at receiving such a supernatural nugget. People freak and get chills when I tell them this story. We weren't a family that was into weird or bad stuff. We were into watching ghost hunters and satellite TV. But experiencing these hauntings was so interesting. Never felt threatened, thank goodness. In the new house I live in now, built 3 years ago, sometimes I'll hear quiet voices or crying sounds in my bedroom at night periodically. My husband's always sleeping and he's creeped out by my haunting experiences. So I haven't told him about the sounds yet, unless I get more proof, thinking maybe my Mercury Dime has something to do with it now. I liked your phrase, supernatural nugget. Borrowing it. My experience of seeing a ghost in my room. So I'm a pretty scientific person. I don't know how ghosts could ever exist. Doesn't make any sense. But I also think there's a lot about the world we still don't understand. So anything is possible, I guess. can only talk from my own experience. Anyways, I was 10 years old. Every night I would fall asleep with the light off, but with my TV on playing a videotape. I remember there was a period where I'd always get a little scared of shadows on my wall, and sometimes it would feel like there was something there. I would ignore it. Then one night my cat Sid was sitting on the edge of my bed. He was not a friendly cat, would never really let anybody pet him without scratching you. But I could hear him purring. I was under the duvet with my face turned toward the wall. I could see that shadows were moving on it. I started to feel like something was behind me, and I felt terrified. I knew the only way I was able to shake the feeling would be to turn around and look. I mustered up all the courage I could, pulled myself up and around looking toward the end of the bed. I saw a little boy wearing dungarees with curly and messy hair looking at me, smiling. In hindsight, he seemed very harmless, but this terrified me. Fear, I threw myself out of bed and swung my door open. When I looked down the hallway, I could see my parents' armchair rocking slowly back and forth in the darkness. It was as if somebody was sitting on it. By this point, I was in absolute terror. I knocked on my sister's door and asked her if I could sleep in her bed. In the morning, I woke up still in her bed. I hoped it was a bad nightmare, but my sister told me I'd climbed into bed with her because I was scared of something I'd seen. I've never seen anything like that since. But a year later, I learned that there was an old dilapidated house at the end of our driveway that was built over 100 years ago. The furniture and Christmas tree still sat in the rooms untouched. I've always wondered since then if the little boy might have lived there once. He lived very rurally. There are no other houses around us for miles. Sometimes I think I made it up in my head, but it still seems so clear. First and last after-death communication, including animal. What does it mean? In 2016, I lost someone to suicide and experienced very profound grief that felt like part of me had died as well. In the first couple of years after they died, I would have vivid dreams of communication. I would easily explain this away because it made sense that it was created by my own mind as a coping mechanism. Here's some backstory. When I first met this person on a very significant day in our life together, a huge deer ran across an urban highway. We communicated about just how strange it was and that it jokingly must have been some kind of a sign. Last night I was driving home on another densely trafficked urban highway, and in the middle of the highway was a deer casually walking across. Within about 30 seconds to 2 minutes, time was pretty hard to judge, but I experienced what can only be described as a presence. It was, in all honesty, just terrifying. Every hair on my body stood up and it felt like the air had been sucked from the car. I was very scared to look at the passenger seat next to me, never even did. I could feel it from there. I was listening to music on the radio, and in hindsight, either I tuned it out or the music completely stopped. Within seconds, I internally heard the same one can hear themselves, I think. I have to go. In which I said, okay. And it was over. I'm not a very spiritual person, but this was unlike anything I've ever experienced. I'm curious if anybody who believes in these things could help me make sense of it. I suppose I always assumed if a departed loved one happened to show up for a bit, it would feel more like Casper the Friendly Ghost and less like the Sixth Sense. It also seems like this implies that for the last 6 years he wasn't gone where he was going to. I'm curious about that as well. What was I chased by? So this happened about 8 months ago. I was in Miller Park in Columbus, Ohio, a very small park. It's about 10 p.m. and my friend and I were sitting on the playground. About 20 or 30 feet from the playground is a small ravine that runs through the park. It has lots of trees around, so it's hard to see into. First, we heard a single scream for help coming from the ravine. It sounded like an adult man. His voice broke like he was in pain, but it cut off very abruptly at the end of the word. There was no second scream. My friend and I paused to look at each other before he turned to me and said, "We should run." We did. Once I got off the playground equipment, I heard footsteps coming from the ravine. As I was running behind my friend, I heard footsteps chasing me very close behind. My friend said that she heard them too, my footsteps and another pair. I kept looking back and I saw nothing, even though it sounded very close. My friend got very far ahead because of my asthma, so she turned around to wait for me. Got to my car, called the police because we were worried it was like sex trafficking tactic or someone was in trouble. But the more we talked about it later that night, the stranger it seemed. When I heard the scream, I listened for a sound of struggle since it cut off so suddenly. There's lots of dry branches and a river in the ravine, and I heard no twigs snapping or water splashing. And the scream was very clear and close by. So why wouldn't they call out again? There was a street lamp, so I should have seen it while I looked back and I was running. I still heard the footsteps very clearly when my friend was waiting for me. She said she saw nothing behind me. That ravine has always given my friends and I a very unsettling feeling. I'm wondering what it could have been, and why it stopped chasing me after I left the playground barrier, and why it didn't catch me because I was very slow, and why a supernatural creature would be in a small park surrounded by houses. Fair question. Knocks on the door and sounds like someone pulling up. This is something that's been happening to my wife and me periodically for a couple of years. It started and was more frequent from our last house, but seems to have followed us to the new house. Every once in a while, we'll hear someone at the door. When I get up to check, there's never anybody there. A typical example. We order pizza. We hear somebody pull up, car doors opening and closing, the sound of somebody stepping up to the front porch. Sometimes there's even a knock, but when I get up to get to the door, there's nobody there. As I'm standing there, I see the pizza guy pulling up. That's another thing. It's usually, but not always, just before somebody actually shows up, like we're getting a little audio preview of somebody who arrives a couple of minutes later. Like my wife will hear me coming up the porch steps, fumbling with my keys, and then nothing. Then I actually get home 5 minutes later. There are exceptions. Usually it's just a knock on the door with nobody there. I'd explain that maybe it's an old house, which wasn't a subdivision. But assume it was a neighborhood kid or something like that, so we're out in the country. There really aren't any neighborhood kids. I've only had a visual version of this experience once. One night at around 9, we were expecting a friend of ours. Now in our new place, there's a window above the kitchen sink that overlooks the driveway. I was getting a glass of water or something, and I looked out the window and I saw taillights in our driveway. It's too dark to make out the car, but there's definitely a vehicle in our driveway. It was parked behind our SUV. It's still running. Taillights were on. So I just said, "Hey, so-and-so. So-and-so's here." My wife says, "No, they're not. Why'd you call me so-and-so?" I just got a text that they're running late. So I stepped outside into the porch, and of course, there was no car there. The Booze Brothers trip to an abandoned children's hospital. My buddies and I have a YouTube and TikTok channel where we go to urban legend hotspots for a 12-pack, or with a 12-pack. We do it about every week, and this week we got a lead from my college ethics teacher on a potential ghost town and abandoned hospital out in the woods of West Point, Kentucky. It's about a 45-minute drive from Louisville. Our lead was from a website that I had found with photos and exact coordinates of where it is on the road out in the middle of nowhere. However, we quickly realized how sketchy the situation was once we got closer. We were nervous. The road we had chosen to try and find it was basically Fort Knox property. Every turn we took was either gated off by Fort Knox or closed with a sign saying, "Surveilled by the military." We eventually made it to the location called Bridges of the Past. It was foggy as hell and you could walk under the bridges. But it was a canopy of trees that made it look like something out of Hollywood. We were hearing all sorts of unexplainable noises. Plus, there was a train trestle with a passing train overhead, so the screeching of the tracks was adding another layer to the already overwhelming sound. Keep in mind, the two of us were by ourselves with no weapons for self-defense. Basically lost. We were overwhelmed by the amount of noises in the bridges. Plus, we're trying to find a hidden driveway to a location where hundreds of children could still be buried. So we were rightfully in our heads a little bit. As more time passed, the sketchy feeling wasn't. We're used to being sketched out, but something felt unsafe. We decided it'd be safer to scope out the long way around at sunset the next day, try to find the hospital without looking over our shoulder for Fort Knox soldiers. Makes you wonder if anything's happened to anybody trying to find the hospital with the military in the way. Wonder if they made it. Dreamland is another dimension. I've had a few experiences and heard others' experiences with seeing loved ones who passed on in their dreams. I truly believe the place we arrive at in our dreams is another dimension where any and all energy exists forever. One testimony that started this belief happened when I was 13. My first cousin passed away from suicide in her early 20s. Due to cultural and religious practices, we would have gatherings at my aunt's house, pray the rosary and eat food and comfort each other for 7 days before burial. Sometimes we'd do it once more after burial too. My second cousin's boyfriend at the time met my family for the first time. He had never met my cousin who passed away, let alone know what she looked like. He came in and my second cousin looked anxious. She was urging him to tell the family of his dream. He said he saw a girl with long black hair in his dream, and she told him, "Tell my family I love them." Again, he's never seen her before she passed, and when he looked at the TV stand, he pointed to her graduation picture. He said that girl was the one in his dream. I remember everybody in the living room started wailing in sorrow after relaying my cousin's message. Another testimony happened to my dad recently. He was in a stressful debacle with his cousins, and some other relatives too. That was while we were attempting to steal his inheritance left to him by his grandmother, the matriarch of my dad's side. We already knew what they were attempting to do and was confirmed by my aunt, who didn't want to agree with their plans. Anyway, my dad's uncle visited him in his dream. My dad said that he didn't look at him and seemed ashamed that his children and sisters are treating my dad poorly. Hearing testimonies of the dream world is crazy, especially when it involves those who've passed. In a way, it's comforting as it validates our soul being eternal. Our spirit will live on long after our physical bodies end. I thought I was losing my mind. Almost a year ago, my boyfriend's grandma passed away in the living room. She was old and just ready to go. After her passing, some extremely weird stuff started happening. I am a skeptic. I don't know what to believe, but I know I did witness this shit. She was connected to oxygen, so when she died, we still had those massive oxygen tanks that weigh as much as me. I would wake up in the middle of the night to them slamming all over the house. And not just being knocked over. One of them had flown across the room and put a hole in the wall. It was loud. I thought somebody had broken into her house and was destroying it. I had no clue until I got up and found the oxygen tanks all over the place. This went on for weeks when it had never happened before she died. Then our appliances started turning on in the middle of the night. Like our paper shredder, for example, which was loud as shit. I was losing sleep, and I felt like I was losing my mind. The thing that sent me over the edge is that I was sitting on the floor in the living room in front of the very place that she died, the couch. I was eating and felt somebody pull my hair. I called a preacher and had my house prayed over by multiple people. Then I just stayed at my job, just to kind of get out of my house. I was too tired to even think about anything when I got home from work. Haven't heard or seen anything other than, tonight I was sitting in my living room again and I heard "help me." So I'm currently hiding underneath my blankets. Maybe I need to pray again. My thing is, I don't think it's Grandma. I knew her very well. She wouldn't be yanking on my hair asking for help or throwing her oxygen tank across the room. We got rid of those, so there wouldn't be any more holes in the walls. I personally think her death either opened something up or left enough energy to attract other things. I've used to see something in my house, and I don't know what it is. So this event happened a few years back. I was probably 10 at the time. I remember a part of that day where my family and I were delivering groceries from our car to the kitchen. It was sometime in the afternoon, because the sun was still bright. For context, if you go through the front door, straight ahead of where you be, the hallways turned left. There were 3 rooms lining it. 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. On the right side of the living room was a giant space that led to the kitchen. In the middle of the living room was a table. I clearly remember that I was carrying a few bags. When I was about to pass the table, in the corner of my left eye in the hallway, there was this strange figure. It was tall, probably about 7 feet tall. It was pale white like albino. It didn't have any face either, no features at all, no nose, eyes, ears, belly button, or reproductive organs. I saw it for a split second before it was gone. But during that time, I felt that it was staring at me. When I looked at it during that split second, I felt actual genuine fear. It ended as soon as I noticed it, but I never said anything about it. However, I've seen it about 100 times since then. It's always in that hallway. Never seen it anywhere else. Sometimes it's just standing, sometimes crouching, or just peeking around a corner. I told my father about it before. He just tells me this sleep paralysis experience. The strange thing I picked up on his story is that his shadow person was very tall, which I did think was interesting. I haven't seen it in about 2 years or so. I still have a room connected to the hallway. I don't believe that our house is on any important land, and as far as I know, nobody's died in the house. If you guys have any experiences like that, maybe you could share them. Jason Wood's brochures have something evil attached to them. So the first time I encountered one of these was when I was a kid, possibly around 5 or 6. If you've ever seen them, they have a flaming pumpkin on the front. Saw one at the Welcome Center in Lancaster. Was terrified to sleep that entire night. The second time was several years later when I took one home with me after getting in a fast food restaurant. That is when things got strange. Anytime I was home alone after the sun went down, my dog would start barking and growling at first when I looked out the windows. I assumed it was merely him hearing the garage door signal from the neighbor across the road. But then a feeling of intense evil and danger would hit me. I'll check the windows and doors and I could see nothing on his porch. I told it was to leave and that it was not too welcome and it wouldn't... Sorry, this is funny writing. It would go only to return the next time I was home alone. This started to make me paranoid and terrified to even take the dog out after the sun went down. I even started seeing shadow creatures about the size of children following me when I went for a walk after the sun went down, and resulted in me running back home. I shredded the pamphlet and it all stopped. Now at the time I had a field of Scream's brochure, Wasn't sure which of the two pamphlets was causing the issue. Shredded them both to be on the safe side. Next year, got another Field of Screams one. This one had no effect, so I got the Jason's Woods one, and immediately every time I was home alone, my dog would start barking and the sense of fear and evil would be back. Shredded the pamphlet, have not been in trouble since. Has anybody else experienced something similar with this particular brochure? What is this particular brochure? I could Google it, or I could check the comments in 12 hours. I'm going to do the latter. I've been hearing something that sounds like a dog for over 4 years. In January to February in 2020, around 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., I was on my school laptop watching a video and I started hearing something beyond unsettling. From my room, I could hear the sound of heavy paw steps coming from the kitchen. Some god-awful screaming sounds that sounds like dogs in pain just slowly creeping around my kitchen and dining room area for 15 minutes, doing nothing but screaming. Now, I have dogs, but I could tell from the sound of the paw steps that this wasn't one of mine. They sounded like they belonged to a way bigger dog than one of my Chihuahua or Pomeranian mixes. I would say around the size of a German Shepherd, but that's just a guess. All throughout 2020 and 2021, I would hear it walking through my house at night every so often. It wouldn't show up at any certain time, but usually it'd be around 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., which is one of the reasons for a while I thought it could have just been me being half asleep or something. Around the end of 2021, I moved states. Assumed I wouldn't have to deal with whatever the thing was anymore. For a while, I was right. For around a year, I didn't hear it at all. I would have weird and uncomfortable experiences, like my dog in my room randomly getting up to growl at my door. Nothing really besides that until recently. I heard the same thing again, what I believed to be the same creature in my new house walking around downstairs and making whimpering noises. The only notable thing was it wasn't downright screaming like it was before. I genuinely don't know what to do. Every time I hear this thing, I get this horrible feeling of dread, and I don't even know what it is besides that it sounds like the walls, like all of them are shaking. It sounds like it's walking on all fours and it has paws. It sounds like way bigger than a dog. Any sort of advice or input on what this could be and what to do would be highly appreciated. The Unholy Stalker. When I was 9 years old, I had a paranormal experience that I recall as the most frightening one. I was in bed. I had a very high fever. I was having trouble with sleeping. Since I knew I wasn't going to bed anytime soon, I decided to get up, go to the kitchen and read the Bible. The kitchen had a window that looked into the laundry room, so I decided to sit by the peninsula with my back to the dark window. Instead, I would face the living room. A peninsula. I opened my Bible and I started to read it. Can't remember the chapter or the book. Let me remind you, apparently it was the Bible. But I could see in the corner of my eye something blackish, like a shadow moving really fast across the living room back and forth. Being used to seeing entities since I was very young, I knew the best I could do was to ignore it and keep my eyes to my lecture. The shadow was suddenly no longer moving across the living room, but instead I felt a heavy presence behind me, very near to me. Started to read my Bible out loud, hoping that it would leave. Little did I know that this would only make things worse. As I kept reading out loud, I felt the presence come closer and it whispered in my ear something unintelligible. That was it. I just froze, got up, and gathered the strength to run to my parents' bedroom to wake them up. I crawled into their bed and explained to them what had happened. My dad, as the spiritual man he is, told me to calm and explained to me that it might have been a demon picking on me since I gathered the little strength I had to read the Bible. just made him mad and tried to scare me so I wouldn't stop. For a couple of weeks I slept in my room with my light on, and if I woke up in the middle of the night, I would just pretend I was still asleep so nothing would keep bothering me. Meeting my fiance's grandmother in this world and on her way to the next. We had been dating for almost a year. He wanted me to meet his family, so we took a road trip. Austin to Tampa, and it was a pretty brutal drive. It was a good visit, and I met his family as well as his very old nanny, his grandmother. She had fallen. She was missing an eye. She was very fragile when I met her. She was still very loving. We drove out there and drove back. About a week later, I had a dream. In my dream, I was at a big bonfire with a bunch of friends. We were dancing, having a good time, and an elderly woman walked up to me and asked to speak to me. I was raised to be polite to my elders. I listened to her. She asked me to come with her, and she took me to a large hall-like room. At one end of it, there was a magnificent, bathtub near a roaring fireplace. There were piles of towels and bath salts and oils, and she said that she was drawing me a bath. I was completely okay with this. She told me that she wanted me to take care of her grandson for her, and I had no idea who she was talking about. I didn't recognize her, but I knew this was a dream, so I just reassured her I'd give it my best. Then I woke up and never did get my bath. I immediately turned to my fiancé and said, "Honey, I think your nanny just passed." About 20 minutes later, we got a phone call from Tampa. Nanny had in fact died, about 30 minutes earlier. She took the time out when she was dying to come and find me and asked me to take care of her grandson. I did too, at least until that ended. I know there's stuff on the other side of our pale religions, but these things just don't give us tools on how to deal with these things. Less than efficient mapping. That doesn't mean that it isn't there. Apartment 201. Both me and my girlfriend were so excited to move in together. It was our first place. We had high hopes. I remember the first time we stepped foot inside the apartment so vividly. Never been one to believe in the supernatural. Not a ghost energy spirit person. That all changed in the last year I spent in our apartment. I remember opening the door to the second floor apartments, walking up on a set of steps and turning on the landing. As I reached the top of the second flight, I became instantly lightheaded, as if the air had become thinner and yet heavier at the same time. It was uncomfortable, to say the least. I also struggled with anxiety. And I've never really had that feeling that I did there. Normal anxiety doesn't touch the feeling you have when you're in a space that just feels wrong. The first weeks living there, I felt anxious, as if my body was telling me to leave. I felt uncomfortable putting up a mirror in our living room. I had the most strange, unequivocal feeling of being scared to see something I didn't want to see in that mirror. There were constant foul smells and sounds lingering and moving through the space. I would feel drained the moment I stepped inside that place at the end of the day. Everything felt wrong from the moment we moved in. Energy was off. All me and my girlfriend could do was fight with one another. We'd never had any animosity in any way. Well, at least in the way that we did in that place. I truly have never felt less like myself. We would see things move in the peripherals and hear what sounded like another couple arguing coming from our vents. I have more I could say, but I'm more curious if anybody's had any similar experience. Still a little bit of processing everything as I just moved out a little over a month ago. The Little Girl in the Wicker Chair. This is one of my mom's many creepy paranormal encounters that creeps me out to this day. When I was little, we rented the top floor of a house. Another family rented the bottom half. My mom told me that she woke up one night to grab a drink from the kitchen. She was walking out of her room and glanced into the living room. Diagonal to her, she froze when she saw a little girl, about 10 years old. She was wearing an older style nightgown and she was sitting in a large wicker chair. How she described it is the part that really freaked me out the most. She said the girl had a flat expression. She was looking straight ahead, but only had her eyes looking at my mom. So her eyes were strained to stare at my mom in that angle. It scared her because it almost came off as if she was disturbing her and the girl was clearly not happy. Needless to say, my mom turned around, went right back into her room and had minimal sleep. I do want to make a note that my mom had come back from a surgery the day prior. I'm basically on painkillers. So who really knows? The only thing is that after this happened, my mom told the downstairs neighbor what she saw. The neighbor told her that in the house around the 60s, a little girl had fallen out of the second-story window where the living room was. That's where she saw the girl. Cracked her head open and sadly passed away. It could have possibly been pulling her leg. Kind of sick thing to make up if they were bullshitting her. Yeah. Never found anything on it, and when I tried to research it, other stuff did happen in that house. I remember always being scared, and there's this dangling on my stomach out of the attic window. What? My mom yanked me in and started yelling out of fear. Probably not related, but who knows? Certainly not I. I think there may be a spirit in my apartment. So I'm a funeral services assistant, and I had some strange occurrences in the funeral home from time to time. I'm not sure if I brought something home with me. So me and my roommate were sitting and watching TV. And my dildo, which was sitting on the very back of the dresser, had fallen like at least 4 feet away from where it sat. It's been sitting there untouched for almost 3 weeks. If it were to just have fallen over, it would have stayed in the dresser, or maybe rolled off. But it sounded like it was thrown, and the distance it fell is like bugging me. It also doesn't make sense how it fell over in the front of the dresser. It shouldn't have done that at all. We joked about a horny ghost put it in the back, went about our night. Earlier today, I was dusting as I do almost every day. I see black spots in our mirror. I immediately Googled the cause, and it was supposed to be the moisture from humidity. Only issue is this mirror is a recent addition. There's no humidity in our apartment, and I decided to check out the wall and the mirror, and there's no sign of moisture, bugs, or anything. My roommate needs the AC on like all the time because it's hot out recently, so it's constantly cold in here. Just a few minutes ago, the dildo was thrown again, and it's annoying me. I mean, I am a bit spooked, but what's funnier than a spirit throwing around a dildo? Like, he's a cheeky fella, that's for sure. Anyway, please tell me any reasonable explanation or otherwise advice to manage this because I'm home alone for most of my days. I don't want to be scared I'm alone. The hair on the back of my neck has been standing up for hours, so give me some reason. I need it. Throw it out and get a different one. Or he doesn't like that one, or doesn't like the idea of it at all. I don't know. Or maybe, who knows? Who knows what's going on? Why does my producer give me these stories? The Three Ladies at Dawn. Not that long ago, I was living in Texas with my grandmother, her 2 daughters, and their Shih Tzu dog. They were very devoted Christians. Their house has this really peaceful, calming vibe. I used to sleep on the biggest couch in the living room, head facing the front door and a lamp just above my head. One of the last nights I spent there, I was with them. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. as usual. because around 5 a.m. my aunts would come to the kitchen to make breakfast. Obviously, I had no intention of getting up yet, so I kept laying there facing the door with the dog on the floor just beside the couch. I shut my eyes, hoping I'd fall asleep again. I keep opening my eyes every now and then because I can't go back to sleep. I never would have imagined what I saw. There were 3 ladies standing in front of the front door. 3 of them were wearing long, puffy black dresses. Each of them were holding something at chest level. I could only clearly see what it was. Couldn't see it at all, really. Those are 2 different things. They were looking at me with anger, and I started to feel very frightened. I closed my eyes immediately as the little dog started to howl in this really creepy way. Holy Father prayer was the first thing that came to my mind. I started praying silently, waiting for the dog to stop howling and the lady to disappear. The dog kept doing the same creepy thing for about 2 minutes. Kept my eyes shut for about 20-30 minutes, and I started to hear the noises coming from one of the rooms. It wasn't until one of my aunts came out that I opened my eyes. To my relief, everything was back to normal, peaceful again. Never told them about this experience. Still not sure of why these entities were there. Spent all of my childhood in that house without any paranormal occurrence. Spent more nights there after moving out, and nothing related has happened again. The Radio Man. Not really paranormal, but a weird experience. But basically, my friends and I in high school would always ride our bikes and swim to the local loch during the summer. My one friend had mentioned a spot that he had found where he had put a rope swing and some rocks that we could jump off of. We decided to go check out the spot since, well, we were in the area. Ventured off pretty deep into the woods. Took a bit longer than we expected. It's almost 7-8 p.m., so the sun was setting. I was kind of trying to just go back. I had to use the bathroom, so I just walked into the woods a bit as my friend walked a bit ahead of me. I told him I'll just catch up to him in a second. So, while I'm doing my business, I hear somebody talking pretty close by. Kind of just double-checked if anybody was around or my friend was just messing with me. I didn't see anything. Kind of wanted to investigate. Walked a bit closer to the shore, and I spotted an old man, 70, maybe 80. Yellow rain jacket, old 80s radio in his hands, speaking what I thought was a foreign language. So I was kind of hiding behind this tree so he wouldn't see me. He starts what looked like praising this radio, holding it above his head as some type of idol. Then starts talking, got on his knees, and as he was talking gibberish or whatever it was, it didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard. Pretty familiar with languages and dialects. Got a bit freaked out, but right when I was about to leave, my friend was coming up behind me wondering what was going on. Caught the attention of the old man. Just turned around and looked at us. My friend said hello, and he just turned back around and we bolted off. I never had such a weird experience before. I just felt like he was performing some ritual or some crazy old guy in the woods waiting for people like us to stumble upon him. I never told anybody about this until now. Just a very weird encounter that just didn't seem real now that I look back at it. Is this a coincidence or a very powerful spirit? Tonight, me and my friend decided we wanted to do a Ouija board because we were bored. We had done it in the past and it worked, so we went into the woods in my neighborhood to try it out. It wasn't working well. It only answered our first question of, is anyone here? With a yes, but it then stopped moving after that. But it did feel kind of as if the spirit was trying to communicate outside of the board. At first, it was just the sounds of footsteps and rustling circles around us, but we were able to dismiss that. That's because we were outside and it could have been an animal. We decided to give it a shot though and asked for a sign. Car alarm went off and my flashlight stopped working. That was weird, but not completely confirming. We asked for it to make another alarm go off and a police siren went off. very, very close to us. We then decided to ask it to make another alarm go off while we were walking back to my house. Before we left, though, we decided to ask for one more. Very, very definite sign that a spirit is present. Immediately after asking, we heard so many police sirens passing and blood-curdling screams from a woman from what sounded like pretty close far. Pretty close far. It wasn't playful screams. There were very intense screams of either pain or fear. Several of them, it literally sounded like somebody was getting murdered. After hearing this, we ran out of the woods, and as we were walking back to my house, we heard another alarm go off. I don't know if this was coincidental or if there's a spirit contacting us. The energy was horrible and extremely negative while we were trying to contact something. If it is a spirit, it definitely is not a good one. I'm going to be checking the news a lot the next few days, see if someone was actually murdered, because it really sounded like it, especially with the amount of cop cars we heard rushing that direction. Spirit attachment from aborted sibling. I've had really severe health issues since I was a kid. Neurological, autoimmune, malformed bones. Just like everything that goes wrong. I feel ya. When I was 15, my mom drove to Saskatchewan to see a healer, since conventional Western medicine was failing me. We roll up to some lady's house and go to her basement. That's where I lay on a table. She does, quote-unquote, energy medicine on me, but just sort of waving her hands around above me. There were candles and crystals, and at one point a large metal pyramid frame thing over my head. I was rolling my eyes the whole time. At one point she says, "Your sister's spirit is always with you." To which I replied, "Huh, I've never had a sister." This is when my mom bursts into tears and says that shortly before I was conceived, she had an abortion. She would never really talk more about it. I'd ask questions, and all I would get is, it felt like something was wrong with the baby. I joked like in Rosemary's Baby sort of way, and just that she'd get really weird and she refused to talk. I've always been skeptical about the paranormal, but this thing bugs me still, 21 years later. I'm still very sick and disabled, but do I have a ghostly something following me around, and is it a good thing or a bad thing? Is my dead sibling resenting, the life that they didn't get, so they curse me with ailments? This is where my mind goes sometimes, while medicine continues to fail to make me better. My husband and I jokingly refer to my sister as Daisy. My mom died when I was 19, so I can't ask anyone. I don't remember this healer lady aside from that she lived in Moose Jaw. Sometimes you're just not very lucky, and it's unrelated from all of those things. I had paranormal encounters at an old Soviet summer camp. I used to work at an old Soviet camp in rural Ukraine. It used to be a summer camp for children. Now its current owners are renovating it. Anyway, I worked installing heating in a smaller building 400-ish meters away from the main facility. To get there, you have to pass near a small silicate brick building. I don't know its purpose, but it is relevant. So one day in the middle of August, I was coming back from lunch break and was going towards that little building. It was painted white and had tiny square windows on each side of the door. It was square. Each wall was around 10 feet long and 7 feet high. As I came closer, I noticed something moving behind it. It was around 25 meters away from it, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I first thought it was merely a reflection of light because I have astigmatism. But I also had that same feeling, like when I encountered anything supernatural. I did have paranormal encounters before. As I came closer, what I saw made my skin crawl. It was a pallid blue girl's face staring at me with a toothy grin. It wasn't an illusion or hallucination. When I picked up the pace, its gaze followed me and the head turned. It looked almost normal except for the stretched skin and uneven expression. I saw it very clearly. That girl looked like she'd been asphyxiated. After that, I heard screams varying in pitch when I passed that shed. I also saw red eyes staring at me from unlit rooms, and the perpetual feeling of being watched was wild. My intuition tells me that she's, like that girl, is not like the only ghost and entity here. I finished working at that camp a week ago. Sadly, I don't have my phone at the time, so I don't have any pictures of that small building. Ghost cyclist encounter in Cranbourne, Victoria 19 years ago. I finally traced the cyclist encounter to an accident which occurred at about 5 a.m. on July 2nd, 1990. The victim was 25, due to turn 26 in August. His name was Jason. He was riding his bike to work, having lost his license. He was on his way to Cole's warehouse in Hampton Park. It was very early in the morning. He was hit from behind by a red Ford, though some locals seemed to think it was a truck, and then he was killed. He was rather a lost soul and had a sad background, but did have some good friends. He spent a lot of time on his own despite this. When I met him, I felt like he wanted to comfort, maybe my help. There is a lonely, sad feeling about him. One of Jason's friends kindly gave me information about Jason's life and death, as well as giving me his identity. Other Cranbourne locals have been assisted me in piecing all this together. It's the only cyclist fatality that ever occurred in all of Casey at that time of day, according to TAC records. The records were not accurate with respect to Jason's age, though. I know that because I've seen a photo of his grave, which I've since visited. His friend also told me that TAC just used initials and estimates from the accident scene to sort of record the age of the victims. I've been told that others have seen my ghost cyclist as a rider in a fog who then vanished. I believe he probably reached out to me because we had certain commonalities, on top of my being there on a foggy winter early morning, much like the one that he died on. Also, I was 26 when I met him, nearly the same age as he was at his death. We were about 15 years apart in age, and may even have been the 15th anniversary of his death when I met him. I saw her doppelganger clinging on her back. When I was a kid, my parents told me that I have a third eye. Here in the Philippines, if you can see ghosts and apparitions, it means you have awoken your third eye, an eye which you use to see spirits. The reason they told me this is because I keep seeing things when I was little. My mom's grandmother, a child that was in her house, and my story today, my cousin's doppelganger. It was around dinner time, and me and my cousin Sharika would go around the house playing. I would chase her around the house playing tag and giggling. My mom calls for us to eat dinner. I remember it was fried chicken because when I was about to finish my food, my cousin would ask me if I could play hide and seek. As a kid, that was my favorite game, and I agreed. Started counting while I was munching on that good-ass fried chicken. My cousin started hiding. After counting to 10, I started my search while still holding the fried chicken in my right hand. Not gonna lose that. The first room I searched was my uncle's bedroom. Looked behind the door, and lucky enough, I found her immediately. Meanwhile, my mom and my aunt were in the kitchen conversing. That's when suddenly I started running and crying toward them. My mom asked me what happened, and I told them what I saw. I saw Sharika clinging behind my cousin Sharika. Now, to this day, I still remember what I saw. There were two of my cousin Sharika behind the door. It was clinging on her back, peeking behind her shoulder, smiling at me. The reason I still remember this is because it was the one and only encounter with the doppelganger. And also, my mom took a photo of me holding a fried chicken while crying because she found it funny. Now, I'm not quite sure if it was really a doppelganger or ghostly disguised as my cousin, but still a scary encounter nonetheless. I was only 7. Wish I could find that photo of me, though. My 3-year-old son seen a ghost. I've always believed in ghosts and the paranormal. I've never been able to see spirits, but I can usually feel their presence, sometimes their emotions. When my son was autistic, he was 3, 17 now. He lived with his dad's sister in a huge house. I don't know how old the house was, but one day my son and I were home alone and we were in our room playing. I was grabbing him by the ankles and flipping him over on his bed. We'd been doing this for about 30 minutes, and all of a sudden my son starts looking past me to the corner of the room and looks terrified. I should also mention that he was completely nonverbal until the age of 6. He grabs the blanket and throws it over his head. I pull the blanket off of his head and I say, "What are you doing, silly?" Still looking past me and looking pretty terrified. Put the blanket back over his head. Pull it off again, and I ask him what's wrong. He points behind me. Turn around, but I don't see anything. So I tell him, "Mommy doesn't see anything." Then he looks even more terrified and puts the blanket back onto his head. Again, I pull it off, and this time I ask him what he sees. He makes a motion like to demonstrate someone hanging and makes a face with his tongue hanging out. This time, I don't let him put the blanket back over his head. I tell him to wait a minute. I turn around in the direction he's been looking, and I say out loud, "Look, I understand you're probably trying to communicate with my son because you realize he can see you. But he knows that I can't see you, so it's scaring him, and he's autistic. I need you to leave, please." I watch my son's gaze follow from that corner of the room all the way to the door. He then looks back at me with a big smile on his face, claps his hands, and is ready to play again. If I hadn't been a believer before that day, I definitely would have been after that. Me too. Taunting balloon. If this belongs in a different subreddit, please let me know. I'm new here. My boyfriend and I live in a 2-story house with a basement that's over 100 years old. We recently had a big birthday party on the main floor that includes balloons. Out of sheer laziness and being hungover, I didn't put all the decorations away until a few days later. To get to the 2nd story, where our bedroom is, you have to go up a pretty steep, narrow staircase. A few days after the party, while the decor was still up, I woke up and sat on my bed while checking notifications on my phone. That was until I noticed the sound of a continuous scratching noise coming toward me from the ceiling. I looked up at the spooky noise to notice a star-shaped foil balloon dragging its way to me from the bedroom door. Thought it was strange, but brushed it off to being wind from an open window or some kind of weird deflating. Later that day, I go back to my bedroom to grab some clothes from the dresser, just to the right of the door. I noticed the balloon on the ceiling above where I slept and carried on. As I'm going through the dresser, my back facing the bed, the dim light in my room suddenly gets so bright it's like a strobe light. Turned around to look at the light and the balloon was directly in my face and at my height. The light suddenly went back to normal brightness. For some little more context, my room has decently tall ceilings, and it's in a barn-like shape. When I went into the room, I didn't close or open any doors, and the balloon was all the way across the room. All windows were closed, no vents in the room either. Any thoughts on this? The room did feel very weird. Haven't experienced anything strange in a while, though. Something just pretended to be me. This was my bedroom. My mom's in the living room with the lights off. This happened around 8:30 p.m. It's now past 10. My mom heard quote-unquote me come down the hallway into the kitchen. She asked if I was okay, and she apparently heard a mumbling, sort of a noise back. It was in my voice. She said that she didn't know what I said, and after that, the kitchen lit up as if I was using my phone flashlight to find something. Then it was just gone. After that, she texted me and asked if I'd been out in the living room. Got up, left my room to talk to her, and tell her that I hadn't. I'd been in my room working on a project for the last few hours. So now we're both freaked out. She kept asking if I was messing with her, and I swore I wasn't. We'd been experiencing a few things here and there, like strange noises and things moving around. My dad also had a few of his own experiences. I think one was also about me, so whatever it is, it keeps impersonating me. I'm not sure if it's entirely related, but for the past year or so I've been feeling this very off energy around me. I've been able to see ghosts. I've been able to feel them, their energies and all this. But this one is just off. The only way I can describe it is just wrong. It's very inconsistent from when it shows up. Sometimes it's gone for a week and comes back, or it's every other day. I also really only feel it in my room, and sometimes elsewhere in the house. It's usually at night. Not sure if they're related, and if they are, I'm not really sure how to get rid of this thing. Any advice? I don't believe in Christianity or anything, so I wouldn't feel comfortable getting the house blessed or anything. Even if you're uncomfortable, why not give it a shot? Has anyone else seen this creature? In 2018, I saw a tall, skinny black humanoid with long arms and legs sprint across my lawn. This was in broad daylight, 4 p.m. It wasn't something I saw out of the corner of my eye. I was completely calm and relaxed, and I was on the phone with my friend when it appeared. I was terrified, but I perfectly tracked it running from left to right across the grass. Despite it being so bright out, its body was completely pitch black and featureless. It had no face that I could see, but its arms and legs were very long and lanky. I could tell it was about 8 to 12 feet tall because it was several feet taller than the stop sign that it ran past. It was extraordinarily fast, moving 45 miles an hour. I never saw it again, but at some point later I brought up the story to my mom. She looked shocked as she explained that she had seen the exact same creature that year around the same time frame. She said that she'd seen it standing at the edge of the forest before it ran back into the woods. What bothered me so much about this event is that it happened in my neighborhood in broad daylight. I wasn't the only person who'd seen it. It seems like the type of thing that would only happen at night in the middle of nowhere. Someone's already drowsy, their mind's playing tricks on them. But there it was for me in the front yard. It was a hallucination. You'd think I would have seen it again, right? Or that it would have been maybe like some point I'd be stressed and tired, but I was fine. Still haven't seen anything as weird as that. My mom and I both saw this creature. Maybe somebody else has too. My next post is like a drawing of what I saw. Wish I could see it. Insight badly needed. Reoccurring dream of a Q banshee. I dream of ghosts and demons a little too much for my liking. But there's this one spirit that seems to reappear in my dreams that make me wonder if it's more than just dream phenomenon. Both times they were sleep paralysis dreams. All demon dreams are. But usually the demons are distant. They frighten me, but other than my wraith dream, wraith, usually they don't try to hurt me. Previous dreams, I've woken up and I've continued my day normal, despite how creepy the dream. The first time I had that banshee dream, I was living with my grandmother. I felt something caressing my shoulder. It wasn't a dream, so I assumed it was my cat who in real life was sleeping with me when I fell asleep. However, when I turned my head to see my cat, I was greeted by this rotting old woman's face. A hag is what it looked like. I thought it was one until it started screaming in my ear louder than those screeching fire alarms. I'd look away and it would stop. I'd look back and it would scream again. The second time of this dream horrified me beyond comprehension. It's in the house I'm currently in with my roommate. The closet door was open both in the dream and in the waking world. I saw the same hag. She screamed as well, however she was growing taller as she did. It was a lot more menacing than any other demon dream I've had. She started screaming louder, and louder until I was forced awake. The reason why this dream horrified me more than any other was because when I woke up, my ear was ringing violently. It was as if somebody took a trumpet and blared it into my ear. Insight here would be greatly appreciated. Eerie experience. Back in 2022, I lost my best friend to depression. Today, I went to our old spot in the woods called Purgatory in Michigan. It was always our favorite hangout place. Parked my car in the clearing. It's super windy and dark. I walked back about 75 meters or so and back off the clearing to the deeper woods. I always keep his funeral remembrance pamphlet inside my wallet always. So I take it out like I always do and I just talk to him. I tell him he's missed and I hope things are better now and I'm sorry for missing his father's funeral. I was out of town and didn't find out till after. I'm reading and talking to him and the trees are knocking and swaying pretty violently, and I say, I wish you could show me that you're doing okay now and I love you and I miss you very much. Everything just goes completely silent and trees stop swaying. Birds go still and bugs aren't making a single sound. I can just feel something or someone near me. I say I don't have much time to stay, but I'll see you next time. Love you, rest easy, and if I make my way back up the way I came in, I'll get in the driver's seat, decide to hit my vape, 60% battery. Just doesn't hit now, so put the key in the ignition in the car, not really start running, it's not turning over, but it won't fire. Does this like 3 times, I'd say. I promise I'll come back and talk soon. Immediately, the car fires and I proceed to head home. My car started just fine when I left to go out there, and when I pull in at home, I proceed to start my car 5 times and it fires every time. I know I got in touch with, well, who I was trying to talk to. This may be eerie, but it made me very happy. This wasn't the first time doing this, but it was the first response. Thank you for showing me that you're still by my side. Rest easy. Shadow figures and nightmares. I grew up outside of Charleston, West Virginia. I always felt watched no matter where I was. My earliest memory is of myself sitting in the living room in the morning. It's because my parents and sister just woke up. I was about 4 or maybe 5. I was a very independent child who didn't like help. I grabbed a Pop-Tart for breakfast, turned on the TV of Food Network. This was a weekend ritual for me. Every time I would begin to eat and watch TV, I could see out of the corner of my eyes a shadowed figure peeking between the bars and the stairs. It always made me nervous. I'd keep staring forward until somebody woke up and came downstairs. I saw this figure all the time, not just in the mornings. We had to open concept rooms at the entrance of the house. One was the dining room, the other was my parents' turned into this sort of playroom, hangout room for me and my sister. I was terrified of walking to the playroom because I had to walk through a short hallway that always made me feel like somebody was going to jump out of the corner and chase me. The hallways had a half bathroom. Whenever I had to use it, I would constantly hear someone whispering my name or incoherent whispers coming from everywhere around me. I also suffered from terrible nightmares. My parents would buy dream catchers to leave nightlights on and check my room for me, but every single night I would wake up from a nightmare of people in the house or me in a familiar place with cryptic creatures and people doing things like playing the piano with their head twisted to their back, sending bugs flying from their eyes and mouths. And these are all just tiny things that I remember, most from my home in West Virginia. I have more paranormal memories of other homes I've lived in, but I just wanted to see if anybody else had these experiences. My dad is as mischievous in death as he was in life. That's my dog. So my dad died 5 years ago. It was a freak car accident while he and my older brother were driving home from sports events that they'd gone to. My dad was larger than life in every sense of the word. He was 6 feet 8 inches tall, covered in tattoos, and had this laugh that I swear you could hear across the country. He and his twin brother, they were identical by the way, they played so many pranks on us while growing up that we sort of just got used to it. That has not changed. Only now, dear Dad has the final laugh. The night of his funeral, my uncle and I were sitting together in the backyard. Uncle was telling stories about Dad and some of their wild teenage years. I remember so badly wanting to hug my dad. All of a sudden, my uncle and I hear this unmistakable sound of my dad laughing, followed by the back door slamming shut. Uncle and I stared at each other wide-eyed and then burst into laughter. 'Cause yep, that's my dad for you. The door, in case you're wondering, turned out to be locked from the inside. Uncle and I were the only ones home at the time outside of the Rottweiler beast. I don't think he can lock deadbolts. Took an hour for us to find the spare key. My dad liked to move our spare key around because it makes it harder for robbers to find, in his own words. He's continued to prank us over the years. Your keys go missing, your phone will start blaring his favorite song at 3 a.m. out of nowhere, or you'll wake up to the sound of my dog growling that distinctive rowdy rumble. His laughter's always heard, as well as the scent of Old Spice, favorite cologne. We miss him every day, but he always manages to remind us that he gets the last laugh nowadays. Felt and heard a hot, quick breath against my face, and other ghostly events. Renting a room at my friend's house. I've lived here for 2 months now. I've truly believed in ghosts, never before now. Even after countless abandoned explorations, EMF hits, strange instances like whistling and phones dying, I still was a skeptic. My second week here, it was 2 a.m. or so. My friend and I sat on the couch watching TV in the dark. A light in the room next to us flickered in our peripherals. We jokingly said, "Spooky." I asked it to flicker again, and it did. We asked it to turn the light off a few more times. It did when we asked, but in different lengths. We were scared that night. I started using the Ghost Radar app on my phone. I know those are typically a load of phooey, but the biggest instance of it weirding me out was the other night when it said monkey, or monkey sock monkey in my room, and Rome, a magnet that says Rome on my dresser. It said appearance as I did my eyebrows, and ready when I stood up and slung my bag on. The biggest scare per my title was a couple nights ago. Late at night as I was getting ready to go to someone's house, and I stood up, I felt and heard one quick and hot breath. It was right next to my face. I froze, then got super hot and my skin felt prickly. I was terrified. Banged on my roommate's door, but they were drunk asleep with it locked. I left very quickly. Anyone else experience anything like the breath thing? I worry if ghosts are real, I've welcomed it a little bit too much. Really freaked out after possible encounter. Hey guys, I've lived in my house for over a year. It's a duplex built in the 60s. It's not super old. I'm wondering if my house is haunted after the encounter I had last night, and I would appreciate advice and thoughts because I don't know much about this stuff. Last night at 3:30 a.m., I woke up to my room's door handle turning. My roommate had gone out drinking, and I thought she might have been drunk. I yelled out to her, "Dude, please don't open my door, I'm trying to sleep." I didn't get a response. Then the door opened and shut several times, and the whole time I'm yelling, "Dude, stop opening my door, leave me alone." The door just keeps opening and closing, door handle turning, etc. Then the door opens again and stays open for a solid 2 minutes. The whole time I'm yelling to shut my door and leave me alone and to go away. Then the door closes again and I get the courage to get up and lock it. It was pitch black and I couldn't see anything outside the door. There was no lights on, not even a phone. This morning I tried to talk to my roommate about it and say how it made me really uncomfortable and freaked me out, but she said she passed out at like 1 a.m. and wasn't even awake. She said that she didn't leave her room until she woke up in the morning. Also, I definitely didn't imagine it. My boyfriend was also there and saw it happen. Also, I've been hearing doors downstairs open and shut and footsteps downstairs in the middle of the night for the past few nights. But I always dismissed it as maybe it's just the neighbors because, well, it's a duplex. Please let me know what y'all think. I'm freaked the fuck out and my roommate doesn't seem to help. She's a big believer in the paranormal and it's freaking me out even more. My first ghost experience since I was a baby. I've been a skeptic, but always open-minded to the unexplainable. My parents believe in ghosts and have told me the stories when I was in my mid-teens about the first house that we lived in. I was a baby as well as the interactions I would have with ghosts as a baby now. Now here's what happened at 4:30 a.m. today. I had stayed around my boyfriend's house for the night. I've never felt uncomfortable at night, but sometimes I feel like I'm being watched. But I don't really think much of it. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. randomly feeling odd, like I was being watched. I turn to roll over, and as I get onto my back, I look up and there's this old man floating above the far corner of the bed. He had messy medium-length hair but balding, missing teeth, blue and white striped pajamas, a leather brown book and gray socks. He also had this faint, most like blue or gray glow around him. He was extremely detailed, like he was in the light despite the room being pitch black. I let out a surprised, "Oh," as I jumped at the sight and he turned to face me. Recognized that I could see him, almost shrugged. Then as I'm shaking, my boyfriend wake him up, he turns, disappears through the ceiling. The last thing I see is his feet going through the ceiling. I looked online, but it's definitely not sleep paralysis as I was moving, speaking and blinking. Even after turning to face my boyfriend and turning back, he was still in the same position. I didn't feel threatened or afraid, just a bit shocked as anybody would be, right? If anybody could help me or give me advice, I'm just confused, but very curious. A weird story that happened to me years ago. So I was never really big into the supernatural thing, and to this day I'm kind of rather doubtful of it all, but one thing I still cannot explain even after years was something that happened to me as a child. I was hearing the TV downstairs as I went to fill up my glass of water. Didn't think too much about it since my parents often fell asleep in front of the TV. However, as I went to check on them, there was absolutely no one in the room. The TV was turned off. I even touched it to see if it was warm and therefore had been recently used. Okay, I thought. I was just slightly confused, but still returned to bed. The next morning, I woke up with an unfamiliar place. It was the TV room, or the living room, in front of the TV. Now that really freaked me out. My parents suggested they lock the doors at night since they took me for a sleepwalker. In the coming weeks, I regularly heard the TV noises, especially around midnight. Even when I was 100% sure my parents were in their bedroom, But after that incident, I never checked that room again and generally avoided that lower floor at night. I moved out years ago and asked my parents about it, but they didn't really know anything about the TV running at night. Weird, right? Well, I visited last week and I was watching TV in the middle of the night. Turned it off to go to bed, and wouldn't you know it, fucking turned on again after I turned it off. No touching the remote or anything. Just jumped back alive. Well, I turned it off again and got the fuck out of there. Went to bed, woke up with the same chair like when I was a child the next morning. Right where I sat when I was watching TV the night before. So I guess I'm not too keen to visit again. Rubber ball. A few years ago when I was a young adult, I had a strange experience at my cousin's house. We were outside near an old metal gate of his house, playing with rackets and a beach tennis ball. You know, those rubber ones that barely bounce. The gate is massive and rarely opened. Usually you enter the house through a small door and an adjacent path. This path leads through 2 gardens to the entrance of the house. That's on the first floor after a small set of stairs. That day the whole family was inside upstairs. Nobody was outside. So we were playing and hitting the ball back and forth when one of us hit it a bit too hard. The ball flew over the gate and landed in the tall grass on the other side. Found ourselves facing a dilemma. Who was going to walk around, take a small door, and cross the garden to retrieve the ball? We were debating this, still standing near the big gate, when suddenly, the ball came back on its own. It was as if somebody had thrown it back over the gate. Well, surprised, I looked at my cousin and asked, "What the heck? Why did the ball come back?" He nervously laughed and said, "I don't know, but the last time I was here and threw some geranium flowers over the gate, they kept coming back too." That's when I said, "All right, let's get inside right now." We quickly went inside and asked the family members who were quietly having tea upstairs. We asked if anybody had gone down to the garden. Of course, nobody had. To this day, this story remains a complete mystery to me. The ball was rubber and it couldn't have bounced on its own in that tall grass. And yet it took enough time to come back that we had time to approach the gate, discuss who would go get it, and convince ourselves that no one was there. Weird encounter at night. Don't believe in ghost. Need help. I'll start off first by saying I, a 23-year-old male, live with my girlfriend, also 23. She's lived in our apartment for around a year and a half. I moved in about several months ago. She believes in the paranormal. I remain agnostic most of the time, leaning towards not believing. She mentioned several weird experiences in the apartment, such as waking up at night, heading to the bathroom, and seeing shadowy figures in the apartment. Last night I woke up and headed to our kitchen to grab some water. As I was walking back toward her bedroom, something spurred me to turn up around and look at the corner of her kitchen. That's where our oven is. I walked toward the corner of the kitchen, and as I approached, I felt something in the air change. It got heavier, warmer, like I could feel the difference. I assumed I'd left the stove or the oven on, so I checked. That wasn't it. Maybe the warm air was moving to that corner. That wasn't it either. Then the negative feeling came. Just a negative presence. It was a little uncomfortable, so I decided to head back to the room, turning the lights off as I went. As I got to the corner of the hallway, something almost urged me again to look at the corner. It pulled me back. I noped out and went to bed. That night I had a dream I was laying in bed and an entity, a gesture almost of sorts made out of weird colors and complex geometry, started taunting me from above my bed. It felt attached to me. I smoke weed regularly. I was under the influence, so take this with a grain of salt maybe, I don't know. Just looking for a possible explanation, even if marijuana might be it. What's happening to me? About a month ago, I started hearing a weird sound in my bedroom. I have it on video, but I don't know how to add a recording to this post. Maybe somebody could help me. But it's basically a really loud digital-sounding lullaby or children's song, similar to what would be played by like an ice cream truck or a kid's toy. For about a week, I kept hearing the sound at random times throughout the day. Always come from my bedroom. Play for maybe 30 seconds. I kept trying to track it down, but the sound seemed to be coming from every direction. I searched very thoroughly, and I couldn't find anything in my room that would make a sound like that. By the way, while I was in the middle of telling my mom about it, it started playing upstairs, and we both heard it. I was pretty freaked out just because of how creepy the situation was, but realistically, just thought it was probably an old toy. Maybe it's just something else hidden in my room. Eventually, the sound stopped occurring, and I forgot about it. Last night, I'm at my friend's house with a few people watching Love Island when all of a sudden the sound started playing. I hadn't heard it for a few weeks until yesterday. I started freaking out. My friends knew about the weird sounds I was hearing. We all went looking for the source. Couldn't find it anywhere. Both agreed it sounded like it was coming from everywhere. Now I'm honestly terrified. The only item that had come in between my room and my friend's house last night was my purse. Emptied it out, and there's absolutely nothing in there capable of making it sound like that. There's just no explanation I can think about, like how this could have happened. If anybody has had a similar situation or knows what might be going on, please let me know. If I start hearing the sound in my room again, I'm actually going to flip. Two people seeing the same ghost at the same time. I'm a skeptic, but some of my in-laws have gifts for seeing ghosts. They don't make it a thing, just something hereditary, and sometimes they see them. My mind always thinks there's a logical explanation, especially when it's just one person experiencing it. I don't know about two. My son-in-law has the gift, and so do some of her kids. Sister-in-law, one of those two. They don't try to use it or build it. They don't even like talking about it much. When asking the kids if they saw something, it's like as if they wet the bed type of a response. Seems genuine and unwanted. They went to the cemetery to visit their great-grandfather. As they were driving away, they saw a funeral going on for somebody else, and my sister-in-law or son-in-law, whatever SIL stands for, and my nephew noticed a young girl in a white dress with the black hair standing 40 feet away from them, but 20 feet from the rest of that group. So they started asking why this lone girl was away from the rest. No one could see her, except those two. There were 3 other people in the car, but they stopped. Wondering why nobody else could see her, she looked strange, but not a typical style see-through ghost. Almost like a regular person. I normally wouldn't think anything of it, but they both were described the same way, the same entity in the same place without, playing off each other or having an incentive to make it up. The son was about 14. His mom, where the two saw it, or rather, he and his mom, going nuts trying to figure out, why nobody else could see her. Look, white dress, black hair, left at that tree all by herself. How do you not see her? Our photo album fell off the bookshelf. It was the 3rd of November last year around 11:40 a.m. I was just playing a game on my PC, killing some time waiting for lunch. That's when I suddenly hear a loud noise behind me. I wasn't shaken or anything, thinking it was just our cat playing and pushing things around like the usual. I looked behind me and I saw our photo album on the floor. I looked around and I realized I was alone in the room. If it was our cat, I would have seen it run out since the door next to me is my PC. I quickly looked up and thoroughly investigated to see if something pushed it off our bookshelf, thinking it was a rat or something, but I did not see anything. The second thing I did is I took this photo and immediately felt goosebumps all over my body. There were multiple photos scattered on the floor since the whole box that fell was our old pictures from the early 2000s, including the photo album. Among the pictures were old neighbors, my mom and dad's old mates, and some family relatives. I immediately told my family, and my uncle told me the same thing happened to him, but it was a book that fell on the same bookshelf. I was so scared of this room when I was a kid because we used to have a bunker bed here. We would hear footsteps and light taps on the top of the bed at night before going to sleep. We only used the top of the bed as storage. That's also where our bookshelf is located. But since we removed the bunker bed and replaced it with a cabinet, the tapping sounds just stopped. I highly believe this is related to the photo album that fell. It's strange though. It's been years since the bunker bed incident. So in the UK, you guys call bunker beds, which means that they were probably originally called bunker beds, huh? My sister and I both saw the same white thing go up the stairs when we were younger. I think I must have been around 9 years old. My sister was 6. My parents were watching TV downstairs. We were walking up the stairs to go get ready for bed. It was dark outside and inside as well. We had a light switch on the first floor. I was walking in front and was already in the hallway on the first floor, and my sister was still walking up the stairs. We reached the light switch, and like 2 seconds before I turned the lights on, I saw it. It was gone as soon as I turned the lights on. My sister said she saw it go beside her up the stairs. I saw it go from the hallway in the first floor right up the stairs to the second floor, to the attic in my bedroom. It went super quick and was gone as soon as I turned the light on, but we both saw it and were spooked. We ran downstairs and said it to our parents, and they dismissed it. Said it was probably our cat, who was white as well. She was downstairs, so couldn't have been her. What we saw was white and low to the ground. I think about the size of a basketball. It was round, but because it moved so quickly, the shape became longer. It didn't look solid, kind of like white smoke and semi-see-through. We were able to see it in the dark, so it was some kind of white light. No face, arms, hair, or anything human to make it look like a person or anything. Just a white thing moving super quickly up the stairs. Never saw anything like it after that. My sister thinks it was right around the time that her grandfather died, but I can't remember it clearly. What was that? Sweet dreams. See ya. Haunted church. I actually totally forgot about this until just now. I thought I'd share. My boyfriend's family lives in a small town. It's in a very rural part of the U.S. My boyfriend talked about having paranormal experiences in the house that he lived in. Like when he wasn't there, his parents would hear strange noises coming from his room. It was locked with no one in it, as well as seeing a fan spin while not plugged in. Him and his sister decided to show me around because, they're Christian. They took me to the town's old church. There's actually 2, but one is locked up under pretty mysterious circumstances. We went inside and the sister showed me this dirty, empty room with a beam up near your ceiling. She said that somebody had died in that room, hung. She's not the kind of person who'd lie about that, and the beam made it very believable. There's a basement in that church, and if you go into the storage room, there's a huge dark area. I couldn't even see in. She said there were kids in her class who saw a person in there, decided to go after it, dawdling around a bit, and went back up the stairs. It had to be one of those stair lifts or an old or disabled person. I was walking toward the door, and I heard a sound behind me, and I turned around. The stair lift was moving down the stairs. I only caught a glimpse of it moving before it stopped when I turned to look. None of the others saw it move. The sound was quiet enough to not notice if you weren't really paying attention. No one else was in the church with us, and they weren't holding any remote controls that could control it. I decided that the whole town must have had some kind of paranormal energy. Have you ever had premonitions? This is a question for my crazy head. I've mentioned about paranormal experiences, but something's been really bugging me for a few days. I had to do a probably full life memory reconsideration. What I'm asking is premonitions. I want to know if you experienced them. And I'm asking about it because on this post Thursday, I've been unfairly let go from work due to whistleblowing regarding deeply unsafe practice. That happened very suddenly. I had no way of knowing about it. My premonition happened on Tuesday evening, before I reported anything. Before anything happened at all. In fact, I had an amazing day at work, and when I got home, I immediately had a full depressive breakdown, crying and being deeply unsettled. I was confused and disturbed. I had no reason for that, and I'm not bipolar. I felt deeply unsettled. Something's going to happen. Before that, I had a similar soul-breaking feeling a day before. My estranged parents had died 2 years ago. But I had a motorcycle accident. Well, that was before. Before that, weird and unpleasant things happened. I remember the strongest one was when I was 21 and I was taking a bus to see my boyfriend at the time. In that 1-hour bus drive, something fully told me that this is the last time I'm going to see him. I'm feeling absolute dread, too. But lo and behold, he dumped me within 5 minutes of seeing him. Came out of the blue. We didn't have any arguments before that. There's so many examples, and it's weird. Well, weird that I actually had to think about it and realize, that almost always happens. I don't like that. Why does it happen? The missing doll. My cousins Julia, Sarah, and Spencer had some sort of really large toy doll. I don't know how large it was because I was too young to even remember seeing it before. Well, you'll find out. Anyways, my cousin, who was the youngest of my 3 cousins, Spencer, was irrationally afraid of the doll. So my other cousins would always use that as pranking material. They'd move it when he wasn't looking to freak him out. They'd put it in the dark rooms that they knew Spencer would go into, often his room. They'd always know that they got him because he'd start screaming. One day on some family gathering, my cousins Julia and Sarah decided to sneak and creep a doll into my grandma's house without Spencer knowing that they had it. That way, he would absolutely not be expecting to see the doll there. Well, they went into the bathroom. They sat the doll in the toilet and turned the lights off. The toy doll was apparently big enough to easily sit on the toilet. Later that night, they were all having dinner at the kitchen table. Spencer asked to excuse himself for dinner. My other cousin would hold his laughter while they watched him walk out of the kitchen and down the hall. They waited for a scream. Well, they kept waiting. Several minutes go by. Spencer walks back. Everyone was confused. "Do you see anything in there?" Julie and Sarah asked. Spencer was confused by the question. "No," he responded. Julie and Sarah go back to the bathroom to find the doll missing. The doll hasn't been seen in 15 years. Nobody knows what happened to it. There's no window in the bathroom, and the doll is apparently way too big to get flushed down the toilet. Strange TV interruption that no one remembers. I've got no idea if this is something that can really be found, but I saw a TV segment many years ago. It's lingered long in the memory. I'd estimate that it was broadcast perhaps 25, maybe 30 years ago on TV in England. It was part of children's TV, and by this I mean like the usual scheduled TV show that was on, which I recall was a cartoon. It suddenly cut away from the cartoon to what looked like a live group of hooded figures that all had their arms raised in the air. I think they all stood around a wooden structure of some kind. They were making high-pitched screeching. It was in some sort of large indoor area, and it looked organized. One of them took their hood down and pointed at what must have been the camera. Then it went immediately back to the cartoon. The pointing person was a woman with black hair and looked very pale. I haven't forgotten this, and I've tried finding any mention of it over the years to no avail. It was a jarring experience and had nothing to do with the content that it interrupted. I couldn't tell you what channel or the exact time of day other than it was early afternoon. No one else that I asked at the time or since has any memory of it, but I haven't forgotten it. Has anyone else got any recollection of this or any idea what it may have been? I'd say that over the years people have suggested it was part of a commercial break, but I'm almost certain that that isn't the case. It wasn't advertising anything anyway. Furthermore, it was rather chilling and not the sort of thing you'd broadcast at that time of day. I think my dog saw something. So I've honestly never believed in ghosts, but I absolutely love to watch haunted explorers, even though I could never. I've always found it interesting, but I've never had a paranormal experience myself. Until now, I think. I don't know, maybe. I'm weirded out for sure, though. Anyways, every night I take my dog on a 1 to 2 mile walk. We're in Texas, so we wait a while till the sun goes down to go for a walk. We've been doing this for over a year, and I've never been weirded out or scared until now. Especially because people say dogs can sense more than we can. Well, as we just left the house, not even for 2 minutes, turn on another road, my dog literally freezes for about 40 seconds. And I mean he froze, didn't even blink. I'm telling him to come on, but he's blanking, staring out in the distance. I see absolutely nothing, but I have such a weird feeling. Feeling I never felt before, and a feeling I can't describe. It's never in over a year that I've had him acted like this. Even the look he had in his face was almost like pure terror. This dog loves his nightly walks. He's a giant Alaskan Malamute, 110-pound beast. He's a puller on a leash. But when I tell you he pulled me so hard to run back home, I'm still surprised he didn't bust my ass. He usually pulls on a leash when he sees a cat or a squirrel to try to kill it, but never to come back to the house. Y'all think I'm just being weird, or maybe you've seen something. It was just a weird situation, and now he refuses to even go outside. Which is weird enough, because he usually aggravates the living crap out of me to go on a walk. Man in black with glowing eyes and sunglasses. As an overnight Uber driver, I've seen my share of paranormal entities over the last few years. Nothing tops what I witnessed yesterday, though. I was driving around the Italian market area in South Philly. I had to make a turn down a street. Old horse and buggy type of street, can hardly fit a vehicle down it. Not much vehicle traffic at all. If ever, especially around this morning hour. I slowly and cautiously make my way down the street. Suddenly notice at the corner of my eye a person standing on the sidewalk. He's standing on the very edge of the curb, almost in the street, but not quite. I slow my vehicle down to a crawl, and I can't help but look at this person. It's 3 a.m., pitch black outside, and this man is standing by himself, completely rigid and undisturbed. Again, I'm almost fixated on him because everything just felt so off. As my car moves closer, I notice he's wearing all black. An old-fashioned black suit. Extremely skinny. Most frightening of all, his eyes were glowing white, almost like he had a 40-watt bulb in each eye. He then pulls sunglasses down over his eyes. My first thought was, what the fuck was that? Why were his eyes glowing? Why did he have sunglasses with him when it's 3 a.m. and pitch dark? Was that person even human? Cue the shivers and chills that came over my entire body. I look in my rearview mirror and the man was nowhere in sight. Rob, come here. An urgent voice, out of place. I got back from my annual physical yesterday afternoon. My wife was in the back room. We were the only people in the house. I was in the front of the house in the kitchen. That's when I heard a loud female voice say, "Rob." It came from the foyer. I walked from the kitchen through the dining room leading into the foyer and did so quickly due to the voice having an urgent tone. I got to the foyer, no one was there. I said, "Hey, hey." No reply except my wife saying, "What?" I walked back bewildered to the kitchen, knowing the voice was real, it wasn't distant. It had an acoustical sound of being in the house and in the foyer. I'd only taken 2 steps back into the kitchen and heard, "Rob, come here." This time the voice came from the left corner of the living room, and its urgency wasn't distress. It was an order. I was in the living room within 2 seconds. Nothing. No one. I said, "Hey, hello, hello." My wife walked in from the back of the house to find me sitting in the living room chair. She asked me what I wanted and what was wrong. I just said, "Hang on, wait a minute. What?" After about 30 seconds, I asked her to sit down, and I told her the best of what just happened. She asked me if it was a male or female voice. I said, "Female." She asked if I recognized the voice. I said, "No." I don't hear disembodied voices in my house at 1:30 in the afternoon, but I did yesterday, loud and clear. Is there a ghost in my house? Any advice for it? I've lived in this house for approximately 8 years. In these years, I've experienced many seemingly paranormal moments. One time a few years ago, my friend was at my house. We were bored, so we decided to play hide and seek. My house is on a big area, so there's a few places to hide. My friend was the seeker. My brother and I hid. I hid in the cupboard while my brother hid behind my garage. My friend found my brother first. They started looking for me. They saw a shadow in the laundry, thought that it had been me, but when my friend opened it, he felt a force pushing it against him. All the doors to the outside were closed. My laundry doesn't have windows. We were also home alone. A regular occurrence is sweaty and stuffy, even the windows opened. I sweat a lot, seemingly only in my house, even during the winter. I can also hear voices and banging noises. When I was younger, I was in bed. It was around 12 a.m. and my family was asleep. I kept hearing thuds and drilling noises from under my bed. I checked under my bed and there was nothing. My room's on the 2nd floor, so another possibility was that it was on the 1st floor and making noises in the ceiling. I can also wake up with marks on me, generally on my stomach, although it may be for me lying down, strangely. Is there any advice on what to do? Are the spirits friendly? Anything will be helpful. Should I record an investigation? Let me know. I felt when my mom passed away. I live in the Caribbean. My parents live in Europe. Last March, my mom passed away. Stage 4 lung cancer. We're not religious, nor have I believed in some kind of higher power. The morning she passed, I woke up at 3 a.m., uneasy, nervous, trying to go back to sleep. I started playing with my phone, and around 6 a.m. I got up to get some coffee. While sitting in the darkened bed next to my husband, my phone rang. It was my sister. Before I picked up my phone, I knew she died. My dad found her at 11 a.m. The coroner told us that she passed at 8 a.m. in the morning. We had a 5-hour difference. I woke up the moment she died. Till this day, can't explain how, can't explain why. I'm in Europe now in her house. I was watching a series about Mom with Alzheimer's. There's no implications that she was dying, and while I'm sitting watching TV, I remembered how a couple of months ago I used to fall asleep on this couch with her picture. I turned, looked into the kitchen, remembering her cooking, and thought about my therapist. She's telling me, you still haven't mourned as you should. I go back to my series, and maybe 15 seconds, and I see the woman get up and check on her mom, and she died. exactly the same way how my mom died. I keep getting these signals, or am I losing my mind? Coincidences? Anybody experienced something like this? I wouldn't say it's losing your mind. Story about an encounter of a ghost in the UK. So this happens in the late 2000s when I was 17. Happened when I enlisted. I was sent down to Bassenburn. That's where I stayed with other lads in the rooms. That's where 3 sections of 4 bed opened to the dorm with 4 beds, 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Another set of 4 to the left and to the right. My bed was in the center lot, on the first left close to the entrance. About halfway through week 16, I woke up in the middle of the night. I was on my right-hand side facing the wall where the entrance was. I could see something stood by the door. These rooms had nightlights in the ceiling like office buildings, so you can get around in the dark, so it wasn't a shadow of anything like that. Only things on the walls were diagrams. It was definitely a person, or like a person shape. I wasn't freaked or scared, I just stared at it. I know I wasn't asleep on something or some way. I know I'm not asleep now. It didn't move, it just stood there. It was the same color as someone in night vision goggles, but more gray-blue, and its eyes were kind of reflective. I stared at this thing for a good 10 seconds till I then started to get a bit scared. I rolled over to face away from it till I fell back asleep. I woke up, told the lads that I was bunking with. Lads being lads, shrugged it off, and got on with prepping the room for morning inspection. So there it is, my story of seeing what I can only call a ghost. Been told it could have been a shadow person, but it wasn't a shadow, it was a man. Story from a field trip to an old speakeasy. I was on a tour of a carved-out cave thing that was once a speakeasy. It had 1 reported death inside, multiple more suspects. My high school took a field trip there. I was about 17, we got a big tour and everything. I stood at the back of the crowd because I don't like people surrounding or accidentally touching me. I suddenly felt what I thought was a really big cold drop of water hitting right in the area where my neck and shoulder meet. Then it moved down to my shoulder. I touched the area and it wasn't wet in the slightest. It just felt like somebody had dunked their hand in ice water for a minute and then slid it from my neck to my shoulder. I turned around to see something put their hand on my shoulder or something. No one was there. Not even any of the staff or teachers. I kind of just blanked out for a minute or two, looking around confused. Now it gets to the part absolutely no one believes me about, which I honestly don't blame them because it is absurd. I felt a really cold slap on my rear and turned around to see if any of my classmates were being rude. Everybody was already around 5 feet away because the tour was continuing. I tuned out what the tour guide was even saying, which I'm still kind of sad about because it was probably really interesting. I just kind of followed the group and didn't say anything until the tour was over. I didn't get a chance to talk to the tour guide, but I mentioned the shoulder thing without the rear slap part to one of my teachers. He told me one of my classmates said he felt a touch on his back. That might have been code. Shadow Helper. When I was young, I was in the hospital with lung infections. I wasn't yet intubated, and I wasn't on a heart monitor. Late one night I woke up with an all-black being leaning over my hospital bed. Had no eyes, no features, just pitch black. It was a hospital room, so even at night with the lights off, I could still see in the room, but this being was terrifying. It was clearly shaped like a person, but it looked like a complete absence of color. It made no noise at all. I have never in my life, then or now, been so afraid as I was waking up to that thing. It was as if I was watching me, or it was watching me because of my lung infections. I couldn't speak, I couldn't barely even make a sound. but in my terror, I was able to make just enough noise on that bed that one of the nurses heard me. As she walked into the room, I looked at the door. The shadow being was suddenly gone. I looked away from it, and it was gone. As it turned out, my airway had swelled shut. I hadn't been breathing. Remember, I said I wasn't yet intubated and didn't have a heart monitor. If I hadn't made all that noise with the bed, I would have died. I don't know or can even begin to guess why that shadow being was even there. But if it hadn't have been, I wouldn't have lived. My sheer terror from it showing itself to me saved my life. Has anybody else had a presence like that just end up benefiting you? I have no idea what it was, but I am glad it was there. Me too. Encounter in Cranbourne, Victoria. In mid-2005, I met a ghost cyclist on South Gippsland Highway in Cranbourne. I was en route to Devon Meadows, but still at least 10 or 20 minutes away from there. It was between 4 and 5 a.m. and extremely foggy. I could barely see, and I don't know where exactly on the highway I was. But in a nutshell, the ghost went backwards on his bike until he was sitting on my bonnet. It was made of a kind of golden light that I could see through. I could see that he was a thin man, but not what his coloring would have been in life. He stretched his hand through my intact windscreen, seeming to want me to take it, which I did. The hand felt spongy and very strange. The ghost vanished soon after that. But this encounter seemed to open up a portal. I was haunted by other spirits for the rest of the morning. I've traced this encounter to an accident which occurred between 4 and 6 a.m. on a winter morning, 1989 or 90. I have some conflicting details from locals, but the basic ones are the same. The victim was riding his bike to work, having lost his license. Very early in the morning, he was hit from behind and killed. I've been given 2 first names. One person says James, another Jason. I don't have a surname. He was killed in front of or near the old Cranbourne Meadows Tech, now Lyndhurst Secondary. He was apparently a very kind man with a sad background. Late 20s according to locals, but the TAC site said he was in his 30s. I keep dreaming the same distant family member goes missing. For the past 3 nights, I've experienced the same reoccurring dream about a distant family member who went missing years ago. We were likely around the same age at the time. I was about 7 or 8 years old when it happened. In the dream, I'm a child again, staying at a family member's house. The setting is familiar, with the interior furniture matching what I remember from my childhood. I can even see myself as a child in the mirror in the second guest room. In this dream, I get up to go get water. As I do, I hear a noise. I hesitantly approach the sound and witness my distant relative being taken away by intruders. It's important to note that I wasn't at this family member's house the night that she disappeared. We received the news of her disappearance the following day. In the dream, I try to intervene by waking up other family members or attempting to call the police. But despite my efforts, she still ends up missing. I'll be graduating from college with a forensics degree, and well, I wonder if the nature of my studies is contributing to these reoccurring dreams. Gecko agrees. Although I hardly knew this relative, my grandparents knew her better than I did at that young age. I'm curious about the meaning of these dreams, and why they're occurring now after all these years. It's been a long time. There's never been any resolution to what happened to her. All loops eventually close. There's someone in my bedroom. I wanted to start by saying that I've always been a non-believer. 32 years of laughing off or explaining away paranormal phenomena, but that all changed a few months ago. I live in an old property with a past. In World War II, the whole row of former guest houses were used as internment camps. I've lived there for 4 uneventful years until a few years ago. I heard somebody come in the room and get into bed with me. Thought it was my partner, but there was no one there. After that, the bedsheet started to be pulled off my shoulder and feet, and I decided to be brave. Put the light on and look. No one was there. It was 3 a.m. and my partner had gone to sleep in the spare room. He does this quite regularly due to different schedules. About 1 month ago, I had another event. Someone pacing around the room. I was terrified and eventually looked out, but no one was there. It was 3:33 a.m. Last night I heard somebody run from the door over to the bed and jumped in. Each time my blood runs cold and I start shaking. It was not as late this time, about midnight. Anyway, I don't know what to think. Am I imagining it? Why, if real, would a ghost turn up suddenly after 4 years of no activity? But the way I know this isn't a not safe for work post, but well, what are they saying here? Let's see. I don't know what they're saying at the end. Next story. Missing objects suddenly appear, and things appearing. So, to start off, I want to give a layout of the bedroom and the basement area. The basement has a porch when you first enter from the outside. To the right is a hallway that has 3 rooms. A bedroom, a food storage room that we also kept recycling. And lastly, the laundry room. The bedroom had a dresser with a mirror to the right as you walk into the room. The bed was across from it in the middle of the room, and there was other, smaller dressers. The first strange thing that I had happen in that room was my plush, very vibrant pink headband vanished into thin air. Had it on my head to keep my face mask out of my hair. Took the headband off, placed it in bed. I came back from my shower, it was no longer on my bed. Tore my room apart looking for it. Got my mom to come down and help me look for it too. There was no sign, it literally was like it vanished. Next morning, I got up and left my room to go to the bathroom. When I came back, the headband was on the floor in front of the bed. The second thing I had happen was something appearing on my dresser. Earlier in the day, I had nice coffee. Put the cup in one of the other recyclings in the room across from mine. That night, I had left my room to go to the bathroom before I went to sleep. My iced coffee cup was sitting on the corner of the dresser by the door. Thank you for reading. Please share if you've experienced anything like this before. I also want to share only myself and my mother. We were in the house during both these events. She slept upstairs, wouldn't have been able to do this. Something is downstairs. First off, I've never had anything like this happen before. It was a normal school night. I was just brushing my teeth when I heard the downstairs office door open. The office door is 2 big glass doors. The doors have lots of friction, so it takes quite a bit of force to open it. And when you do, you hear the glass of the door shake or vibrate. I didn't think anything of it. It was normal for my dad to work a little bit late, entering the office around 10, maybe 10:30. I was getting into bed around 20 minutes later. That's when I hear the door slam. I walk out of my room to the banister. As I did, my mom on the opposite side of the hallway, she immediately asks, "Was that you?" I told her, "I think Dad's downstairs." She said, "No, he's in our bedroom right now sleeping. I checked both my siblings' rooms. They were fast asleep." We both walked downstairs and saw my dog on the other side of the house laying down. I also heard the metal on his collar clinking as he jolted up and the door slammed. There's absolutely nothing. Plus, my dog would have seen whatever it is causing the door to open and slam. They also say dogs can see ghosts, but he didn't seem to react at all. But he did react to the sound. Honestly, I haven't thought much about this, but I do question it time to time. Seeing unexplained things as a child. I grew up in this eerie old house. Years later, I found out my parents experienced things they couldn't explain. Nobody liked living there. The place had a bad energy. We moved out in 1999. This story takes place when I was 8 or 9. My brother and I used to share a bedroom, and from my bed I could see the hallway and my parents' bedroom door. One day I woke up in the middle of the night. It was dead silent. Everybody was sleeping. I swear I saw 2 creatures standing by the door. It was dark, but I could see their silhouettes. They were short and chunky like dwarves. It's the best way I can describe it. I could hear them talk loud and clear. One was very bossy and told the other to check on my brother and me to make sure we were sleeping. He walked to the foot of our beds, checked on us, and went back to the door. Wanted to scream so bad, but in my head, if I did, they would kill my family. I was so scared that I fell asleep, so I don't remember if they had a conversation or what happened next. But I do know what I saw. I know if this can be considered, well, rather I don't know if this can be considered paranormal, but it's definitely something I can't explain. And I told my parents years later. They believed me. Apparently they weren't surprised, and like I said, they also experienced weird things while living in that house. I never experienced anything similar again. We moved to a new house, and whatever those things were, they stayed behind, luckily. Moved into a home owned by only one person who passed away at 99. She lived here with her husband and son. It's a very beautiful 1950s home that's all original aside from some appliances. Well, my husband and I live pretty similar lives socially to the woman. We go to the same church and are sending our son to the same school by chance. The house comes with an original vacuum system. I've been vacuuming every morning, learned from neighbors that she did the same. So I assumed if there was a spirit, it would be happy. Been seeing things out of the corner of my eyes often. I've had a door or two shut. I've also heard the washing machine running when it's not. Most noticeably, today our family crest came off the wall and was found very far away and adjacent to where it was hung with the nail still sturdy in the wall. The hook was still affixed to the back of the crest. It's never broken before either, and this time it's a piece broke off on soft linoleum flooring with a shag rug. I heard it fall. It was just quite loud, really, like a slam. We've recently had some tension in our home due to drama with our in-laws. But we are genuinely quiet and happy people. Nothing too intense has happened in the house, no fighting or yelling. Just us being overall tense and stressed. I guess maybe she doesn't like that. Something odd happened last night. I hope somebody can help me rationalize this. Yesterday I had some stomach ache, like girl problems. So I spent half the day dead asleep with painkillers. So naturally last night I had some trouble falling asleep. I remember watching some TV and then I got up at 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom. It didn't really help that it was a really hot tropical night, so being hot also interfered with my sleep on top of napping all day. I always sleep with my lamp on. I decided to turn it off because I was thinking that the lamp must be generating some heat. Turned it off, put my earplugs in to try to fall asleep. A few minutes later I heard some noise from my earplugs. I hear my own voice in my head telling me to get out of my room right away. Got up in a second, turned on the light. Then I saw that the doors of my closet were wide open. That probably was the noise. I can't explain how they opened. This never happened before. How can they open by themselves? Of course, I ran into my living room and tried to come up with theories on how these things open, but maybe I opened them when I was going to the bathroom. I don't remember that. Why would I do that? I don't even know where the sudden urge to leave my room immediately came from. I managed to get a few hours of sleep after sun came up in the living room, but I'm still kind of shook, debating whether I should sleep in my room tonight. An orb. I liked to go ghost hunting just to see if stuff was real. There was a spot where a 2-lane road was raised up to make, way for train tracks, but the road was really too skinny. You couldn't see over the top, so there were head-on collisions all the time. It was a side road that went through the forest, but sort of busy because it connected 2 main areas. It was a death trap. I'm not sure if it had gates for when trains were coming. People would say they would see weird stuff at night, so we went to check it out. We walked into the forest near it. We got to about 60 feet away from the road, and there was a floating blue orb, just sort of crackling like electricity. It was about 1 foot in diameter, floating about 5 feet off the ground, about 15 feet away from a group of 4 of us, and 12 feet away from the tracks. All of us saw it. We looked at each other, looked back, still there. It stayed the same size and elevation, but slowly moved around. It lasted about 2, maybe 3 minutes. We stayed 15 feet away, but moved around at probably 180 degrees just to make sure that we were seeing this thing and it was real. It couldn't be from another source. It came a little closer to us and then just sank into the ground. We were hoping to see a ghost. Hadn't anticipated an orb. Never heard of that before.